Chapter 1. The ethereal little world, the Great Li Dynasty. In the southern region, the Prince of Zenin's residence. The Prince of Jinan, the heir, has drugged and violated the ninth princess, leading to Her Highness' shameful suicide, committing an unspeakable crime. By decree of His Majesty, considering the prince's contributions to the Great Li, if you personally execute the rebellious son Jiang Luo, the Prince of Zenin's residence shall be absolved of guilt. A shrill voice echoed throughout the hall. The speaker was a middle-aged eunuch, his appearance cold and smug, reveling in his own significance. At that moment, a handsome yet disheveled youth, stained with blood and sprawled on the floor, wore a look of utter bewilderment. Who are they? How'd I end up here? Where's this place? A classic trio of questions surged through his mind. Suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming information flooded into his consciousness. It turned out he had traversed to another realm. He found himself in a fantastical world where one could soar through the skies and extinguish stars, becoming Jiang Luo, the sole offspring of Jiang Xiao, the unique prince of the Great Li Dynasty. As the heir, Jiang Luo had come to the capital to study 3 years prior. A fortnight ago, the ninth princess had extended an invitation to the original host for a floral feast and wine. After downing a cup, both the original host and the ninth princess became feverish and lost their senses, indulging in chaotic revelry. Subsequently, news of the ninth prince's shameful suicide spread. The original host was captured, his legs shattered, subjected to brutal torment. He was then sent back to the Prince of Zenin's residence, where Jiang Xiao was compelled to execute his own son. When he opened his eyes once more, it was to this dire situation. An envoy from the Great Li court was coercing Jiang Xiao to kill his own son. Through memories and a bit of analysis, it became evident that this was a scheme to frame not him, but Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, commander of the most elite 30,000 soldiers of Jinan, was valiant and accomplished, having long become a source of concern for the royal family. The prince cherished this only son to an extreme degree, as Jiang Luo was his lifeblood. How could he possibly bring himself to slay his own progeny? To save his son, Jiang Xiao would undoubtedly defy the decree and openly rebel. Thus, the Great Li Dynasty would possess ample justification to eradicate this unique prince. What a challenging rebirth, only to find myself in this hellish predicament, with shattered legs, rendered a cripple. Jiang Luo bitterly chuckled to himself. After the chaotic affair between the original host and the ninth princess, the ninth princess did not express shame, but rather shyly informed the original host that she would petition her father for marriage. If the ninth princess held no affection for the original host, she would not have invited him to indulge in wine and flowers alone. Later, news of a ninth princess' alleged disgrace and subsequent suicide emerged. It was evident that she had been condemned to death by her own father, the emperor. The intent was to malign the original host. Indeed, the imperial family is the most ruthless. To achieve their goals, they would sacrifice their own daughter. A wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Luo. He felt a profound sense of injustice and sadness for the ninth princess. A middle-aged man clad in dark armor, his waist adorned with a treasured sword, stood ominously still. He was Jiang Xiao, the Prince of Jinan. A life spent in battle. Having slain countless foes, he was known as the Butcher of Men, a figure that instilled terror in the hearts of the Great Li Dynasty's officials. Prince of Jinan, what are you still hesitating for? Do you truly intend to defy the decree? The eunuch Zhou's voice shrieked with urgency. What a Butcher of Men! Now that he held the imperial edict, would he not bow to its authority? Ha ha! At that moment, Jiang Xiao threw back his head in laughter, the sound chillingly cold. His Majesty certainly understands me well. Luo is my Achilles heel to save him. I would risk everything. Yet he advanced step by step towards eunuch Zhou, causing the latter's complexion to change drastically, trembling and retreating. Jiang Xiao, known as the Butcher of Men, had claimed countless lives on the battlefield. The aura of death surrounding him was palpable. Prince of Jinan, what do you intend to do? Eunuch Zhou stammered, fear evident as he pointed at Jiang Xiao. Shocked, he wondered if the prince truly intended to defy the decree. Dog Emperor, are you not forcing me to rebel? Today, I shall rise against you. Jiang Xiao drew his sword, pointing it at the sky, and roared with unyielding authority. One day, I shall march north, flatten the Dragon Court, and establish a new dynasty. Then, he swung his sword towards eunuch Zhou. Blood instantly stained the entire hall. A head, akin to a ball, rolled into a corner, colliding with the wall before coming to a halt. Spare my life, my lord. This scene terrified the court attendants, who fell to their knees in fear, pleading for mercy. They could hardly believe that the Prince of Jinan truly intended to rebel. Return and inform the Dog Emperor that soon, his throne shall be claimed by me. Jiang Xiao spared the attendants' lives, instead allowing them to return and declare war against the great Li Emperor. Luo, you have suffered. Looking at Jiang Luo's pitiful state, the iron-willed Jiang Xiao felt his eyes welling with tears. At that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the great Li royal family. He vowed that one day he would march to the imperial court and eradicate the entire royal family to avenge Luo. Father, perhaps it would be best to heed the imperial decree and execute me to preserve the Jiangnan residents. Jiang Luo spoke softly. Since he was already crippled, living held no meaning. There was no need for the entire Jiangnan residents to suffer alongside him. He was genuinely touched. To save his son, Jiang Xiao was willing to gamble everything on rebellion. This paternal love was profound. Luo, do not worry. As soon as I learned of your predicament, I received word and immediately devised a plan. The 30,000 soldiers of Jiangnan shall surely storm the great Li city, Jiang Xiao proclaimed with unwavering confidence, exuding an aura of dominance. As the unique prince that the great Li feared, having governed the southern region for many years, he possessed sufficient strength. The most crucial point, Jiang Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Your sister has sent word. She has become a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. The Lingxian sacred land, one of the 5 overlords of the entire ethereal little world, is the most ancient sect. To be acknowledged as a true disciple of the sacred land is to be met with respect even by the Xuantiangong. The Xuantiangong, among the most elite sects in the ethereal little world, ranks just below the 5 overlords. The Great Li dynasty is one of the vassal dynasties of the Xuantiangong. The third elder of the Xuantiangong has always been Jiang Xiao's supporter. He had promised that the Xuantiangong would not intervene in the internal strife of the Great Li dynasty. With the Xuantiangong refraining from involvement, Jiang Xiao confidently aimed for the Dragon Court. Elder sister, Jiang Luo was taken aback. At that moment, a flood of memories surged up. It turned out that she was not the original host's biological sister. She was an orphan adopted by Jiang Xiao, and also Jiang Luo's fiancée, a child bride. From a young age, she had been trained by Jiang Xiao in the military. Later, an elder from the Lingxian sacred land passed by, recognized her extraordinary talent, and took her away. Lu Rian, the Empress of Rian? Jiang Luo recalled the name of this sister. Suddenly, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. This name was too fearsome. If this sister, this fiancée, this child bride, truly was the Empress of Rian, then this time, his father's rebellion would not be so straightforward. Of course, it was merely a name. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Do not worry about your injuries. There are countless miraculous medicines in the world, and your father will spare no effort to heal your legs. Subsequently, Jiang Xiao ordered for Jiang Luo to be taken back to his quarters. He also summoned the finest doctors to tend to his wounds. That night, as Jiang Luo lay in bed, sleep eluded him. This conspiracy by the Great Li dynasty to compel my father to rebel surely has some backing. Victory or defeat is uncertain. Alas, as a cripple, I could do nothing. Jiang Luo sighed deeply. Having been granted a second chance at life, he fully embraced the identity of the original host. From this moment on, he was truly Jiang Luo, the heir of the Prince of Jiangnan, destined to continue living for him. Moreover, having completely inherited the memories of the original host, he was essentially no different from the original. Suddenly, a dazzling and radiant light appeared in his mind. Jiang Luo found himself able to introspect directly. He saw a brilliantly glowing orb suspended within his sea of consciousness. Isn't this the antique I unearthed in Panjiayuan? Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He never expected that it had traversed with him. After inadvertently acquiring this divine orb in Panjiayuan, Jiang Luo had brought it home to study meticulously. Suddenly, the divine pearl emitted a brilliant radiance, after which he lost consciousness. Upon awakening once more, he found himself within the Wangfu of the Southern Duke. It appeared that his transmigration was inextricably linked to the divine pearl. At that moment, the light emanating from the pearl grew even more intense, resembling a small sun, suspended within Jiang Luo's consciousness. Subsequently, a torrent of information surged into his mind. After digesting this influx of knowledge, Jiang Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. This golden finger was indeed astonishingly powerful. It turns out there are a total of 7 divine pearls, each corresponding to a unique and formidable ability. By gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can make any wish. The ability of my divine pearl is to bestow a gifted physique. The energy contained within the divine pearl allows the possessor to randomly acquire a powerful cultivation talent, after which the pearl's power is depleted and it becomes an ordinary bead. However, Once re-energized, the pearl's abilities can be activated again, granting a new cultivation talent or enhancing an existing one. The more energy infused into the divine pearl, the more formidable the acquired talent. From the information he received, Jiang Luo understood the pearl's function. In summary, it granted the possessor unmatched talent, making the path of cultivation exceedingly smooth. As long as the divine pearl was continually replenished with energy, one could indefinitely acquire various talents. If one possessed thousands of formidable talents, who in this world could possibly rival him? This golden finger was indeed extraordinarily powerful. One divine pearl is so potent, what if I were to obtain several more? Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with desire. First, I shall utilize the pearl's energy to restore my legs, he said with a hint of excitement. Finally, he would no longer have to endure a life of disability, a fate worse than death. The divine pearl also possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs and heal injuries. As long as one was not utterly beyond recovery, even the gravest wounds could be mended. The more severe the injury, the greater the energy expended. Jiang Luo activated the divine pearl, and a warm current of energy surged through his entire body. Miraculously, his previously disabled legs were healed. Boom! At that moment, a beam of golden light erupted from within Jiang Luo, illuminating the entire room. It coalesced into a powerful aura that broke through the heavens, soaring toward the starry sky. What is happening? Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming shock. Under the nurturing and restorative influence of the divine pearl's energy, golden blood began to flow within him. Each drop was entwined with mysterious and potent runic seals, radiating a dazzling brilliance that exuded an unparalleled aura capable of suppressing the heavens. Jiang Luo was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around him. He had activated the divine pearl's restorative function, indicating that this golden blood was inherently his own. It had merely vanished for a time, but now, with the pearl's assistance, it had returned. Could this be the legendary bloodline inheritance? The identity and background of the original owner seemed far more complex than they appeared. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Typically, descendants of powerful cultivators inherit their ancestors' bloodline, gaining astonishing cultivation talents. If this mysterious blood indeed represented a bloodline inheritance, the original owner's lineage was undoubtedly more significant than merely being the son of Jiang Xiao, the heir of the Southern Duke. He then chuckled and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any further. He would take one step at a time. I initially thought restoring my legs would require little energy, yet it unexpectedly reactivated my mysterious bloodline. The divine pearl's power has consumed half its energy. Consequently, the talent I acquire from it will likely be considerably weaker. Jiang Luo lamented slightly. Thankfully, he could sense the tremendous power of this mysterious bloodline. He already possessed an extraordinary cultivation talent. He then activated the divine pearl's talent-bestowing function, feeling an immense anticipation for the formidable talent he might acquire. In the distant starry sky, a colossal chaotic flying vessel sped through the cosmos. This vessel was clearly extraordinary, only suitable for individuals of high status within the chaotic realm of Xianwang. Suddenly, a young couple aboard the vessel froze, as if sensing something. Is it the aura of my Jiang family's imperial blood? Could it be our long-lost son? Exclaimed a young man in a black robe, his expression filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that, in this remote and backward star domain, he could detect the presence of his family's imperial blood. Based on his experience, the quality of this bloodline was remarkably high. Years ago, his son had awakened the first-grade imperial bloodline of the Jiang family. Analyzing the situation, it was highly likely that this was indeed his son, who had been missing for 16 years. My poor Luo, could it truly be you? In search of you, we had traversed countless star domains over these 16 years, yet we have received no news. A stunning woman, resembling a celestial being from the moon, was on the verge of tears, her emotions overwhelming her as she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope in finding her son. He must be within this Tianyuan star domain. However, the distance is vast, and we cannot ascertain his exact location. It seems we shall need some time for our search, the man stated. I will scour the entire Tianyuan star domain. If necessary, I will find Luo. Any who dare to harm my son again shall face my wrath. The breathtaking woman, akin to a lunar goddess, was filled with a fierce determination, her eyes ablaze with a fearsome intent. She would not permit the past to repeat itself. Soon after, a line of text appeared within the divine pearl. Physique, battle Saint Body 6 stars. Battle Saint Body, a physique born for combat, naturally endowed with extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess. In battle form, it can unleash power surpassing its own. The 6-star designation represented the quality grade of the physique. The higher the star level, the rarer and more powerful the physique. Had he not expended half of his energy to restore his mysterious bloodline, he likely would have acquired a 7-star physique, Jiang Luo mused. A beam of light shot from the divine pearl, infusing Jiang Luo with its essence. Brilliant golden light enveloped him, and soon the battle saint body coalesced within him, as if this physique were innate, devoid of any sense of incongruity. After the energy was depleted, the radiance of the divine pearl completely vanished, transforming into an inconspicuous ordinary orb that lay quietly within Jiang Luo's sea of consciousness. However, it remains uncertain how to recharge the divine pearl. Subsequently, Jiang Luo sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the ancestral martial art, the killing emperor technique. The path of cultivation commences with the refinement of the physical body, starting from the foundation building stage. This involves the processes of skin refinement, bone tempering, blood mobilization, internal fortification, and meridian unblocking, collectively known as the 5 realms of the physical body. Upon achieving perfection in these 5 realms, one begins to condense spiritual energy within, drawing in and expelling the essence of heaven and earth, officially entering the ranks of cultivators. As one advances in martial arts techniques, it becomes possible to inflict harm from a distance of 100 meters using one's qi, marking the 2nd realm of cultivation, the spirit gathering realm. Jiang Luo is a practitioner at the 1st level of the gathering spirit realm. At the tender age of 16, he embarked on his journey as a cultivator, exhibiting remarkable talent. Within the Great Li Dynasty, he is regarded as an extraordinary genius. Beyond the gathering spirit realm lies the Pill Cauldron realm, which is divided into 9 distinct levels. This realm transcends mortal existence, granting an extended lifespan of up to 200 years. Jiang Xiao is a formidable force within the realm of Yiding, having ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Li Dynasty. Beyond this lies the highest echelon known to Jiang Luo, the Celestial Realm. It is said that this level no longer fears the tactics of overwhelming numbers, standing as the true sovereign of the entire Lingxian minor world. As a night has passed, the Blood Emperor's art has been cultivated to its consummate state. Am I truly now a practitioner of the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm? Jiang Luoling stood rooted to the spot, utterly astonished. To ascend 9 realms of cultivation in a single night was nothing short of astonishing. It appeared that the mysterious bloodline bestowed upon him an extraordinary talent for cultivation and remarkable comprehension. The initial stages of his practice had become as effortless as consuming food and drink. Unfortunately, the Killing Emperor's scripture was merely a fragmented text. Jiang Luo let out a sigh. In the path of cultivation, talent is of paramount importance, yet resources are equally vital. He remained uncertain about how to acquire more formidable martial arts and techniques in the future. Concluding his practice, Jiang Luo stretched lazily, then opened the door and stepped outside. The maidservants waiting outside, with wide eyes, gazed at Jiang Luo in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had appeared as a crippled individual. How could he possibly have returned to normal today? Nonetheless, as mere servants, they dared not inquire further into the matter. Perhaps, with the prince's capabilities, he had obtained some miraculous elixir. Jiang Luo inquired, "Where is father?" At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and clad in a flowing red gown, stepped forward. As the heir to the Prince of Southern Town, he was surrounded by countless enchanting maids, each dedicated to attending to his every need and, when necessary, tasked with the continuation of his lineage. This woman was the chief steward responsible for overseeing this group of lovely maidens. The prince is currently in the hall meeting with the head of the Shun family and Miss Shun, the steward, Hong Xiao, respectfully announced. As a maid trained since childhood, her loyalty to Jiang Luo was unwavering. The Shun family? Jiang Luo paused, a wave of memories flooding his mind. The Shun family was renowned as the wealthiest in the Great Li, having resided in the southern 3 states for generations. Their business interests extended not only throughout Great Li but also into other dynasties. In the past, in order to establish a firm foothold in the southern 3 states and to secure sufficient military funds, Jiang Xiao arranged a betrothal between Jiang Luo and Xin Shui, the daughter of the Xin family. In this society, where polygamy was the norm, it was entirely customary for the heir of the Prince of Southern Town to possess multiple wives and numerous concubines. Thus, there existed both Lu Ruyin and Xin Shui's betrothed. This world is indeed intriguing. Jiang Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. and she joyfully departed from her quaint courtyard. Sister Jiang Xiao, how did the young master recover overnight? After Jiang Luo departed, the maids could not contain their curiosity and inquired. Mind your own business regarding our master's affairs. There are questions that you ought not to ask, Jiang Xiao admonished coldly. Yes, dear Sister Jiang Xiao. The maids repeatedly acknowledged their fault. The hall. Jiang Xiao received 3 men and 1 woman. At this moment, the formidable warrior of the Dali nation was seething with rage, his face ashen. Shen Wanqian, how dare you betray the covenant between us? Today, you even have the audacity to come and annul the engagement, humiliating Luo. Jiang Xiao furiously reprimanded. Moreover, just a few days ago, he had sent a missive to the Shen family, receiving a response pledging their unwavering support for his rebellion against the court. At that time, they intended to elevate Miss Shun to the position of crown princess and eventually empress. What was even more infuriating was that today, Shen Shui had brought her paramour to annul their engagement. This was a profound humiliation to the Wangfu of the Southern Guardian. For the very first time, Jiang Xiao was consumed by an intense rage. With a narrowed gaze and a smile, Shen Wanwan remarked, Brother Jiang, why must you let your temper flare so? My daughter already has her affections, and as her father, I cannot impose upon her. It would be best for you to allow the younger generation to find their way. Merchants, driven by profit, naturally do not adhere to promises or the sentiments of love. Clearly, in the grand hall, the young man clad in a resplendent purple robe, savoring his tea, possessed an extraordinary status. He was indeed the suitor brought by Shen Shui. Is it possible that the esteemed position of Empress of Dali is not sufficient to sway you, Shen Wanwan? Jiang Xiao spoke coldly. Fully aware of the character of this old man, one who would not rise early without the promise of profit, Shen Wanchu smiled as he introduced, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Xingluo Dynasty, the most favored son of the Xingluo Emperor. He is quite pleased with his daughter's ascent to such lofty heights. Furthermore, the 9th Prince is the most cherished among the royal offspring and also a disciple of the inner sect of the Lingxian sacred land, holding the greatest prospects for inheriting the throne. In comparison, the position of Empress of the Dali dynasty pales in significance. The 9th Prince of the Xingluo Dynasty? A sudden jolt coursed through Jiang Xiao's heart, his complexion shifting dramatically. This was, after all, the ruler of the south. One of the mightiest dynasties within the Lingxian realm, commanding vast territories with unparalleled national strength. It was an entity that the Dali dynasty could hardly hope to rival. Even the Xiantian sect would likely treat the Xing Luo dynasty with utmost respect. There was no telling whether Shen Wanqian would choose to forsake his own interests. How fortunate was Shen Shui to have caught the eye of such a prominent figure. Your Highness, Jiang Luo has now become a mere shadow of his former self, under the auspices of the 9th Prince. I am soon to enter the Lingxian Holy Land for cultivation. The disparity in our statuses is akin to that of a phoenix soaring high above the heavens and a mere worm crawling upon the earth. He is utterly unworthy of me. Thus, I, Shen Shui, have come to annul our engagement, which is only fitting. I implore you to abandon your stubbornness and allow Jiang Luo to emerge to sign the annulment document. A young maiden, strikingly beautiful and adorned in a flowing green gown, spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. It was none other than Shen Shui. Shen Wanqian echoed her sentiments, addressing Jiang, Brother Jiang. Your son is no longer worthy of my daughter. Please do not impede Shui's future. Our pact shall henceforth be considered null and void. With the annulment of the engagement, there will be no further inclination towards rebellion alongside Jiang Xiao. Shen Wanqian, your daughter has a brighter path ahead. I should not hinder her. Yet, why must you choose such a most degrading manner to annul the engagement? Jiang Xiao spoke coldly. In the realm of the Lingxian, the acts of annulling a marriage and divorcing are profound humiliations for both parties involved. Only through separation can the dignity of both be preserved. The moment Luo heir signs the annulment papers, she would become the subject of ridicule, unable to hold her head high. Thus, insisting on separation is Jiang Xiao's final stand. I, Shen Shui, am on the brink of ascending to the heavens, destined to become a phoenix above the 9 skies. Jiang Luo, a mere waste. Nothing more than a crawling insect on the ground. Why should I concern myself with his pride? Shen Shui declared haughtily, relying on her powerful connections. She showed no regard for the dignity of the Duke of Jiangnan. Naturally, the humiliation directed towards the Duke was at the behest of the 9th Prince. And in her eagerness to curry favor, she dared not refuse his orders. Shen Shui's derogatory remarks undoubtedly ignited the wrath of the Duke of Dali. a fury so immense that it coalesced into a terrifying killing intent directed towards her. This was a murderous aura born from the slaughter of countless souls. How could the young Shen Shui withstand such overwhelming pressure? Her complexion drained of color, she trembled in fear. Jiang Xiao, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid of the annihilation of the Jiannan royal family? Shen Shui shouted, her voice laced with indignation. After all, her lover was none other than the ninth prince of the Jiang Luo. How dare you? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. Is this truly a lord from the dynasty under Xiantian's sect? What audacity to threaten Shui heir. At that moment, the previously silent ninth prince turned to the young man in blue beside him, his voice icy. Jiang Xiao, retract your murderous intent and apologize to Miss Shun. The young man in blue admonished, his expression dark and forbidding. Jiang Xiao coldly remarked, what of it if this king does not retract his killing intent? The young man in blue, with a chilling smile, introduced himself. I am Jiang Yu, son of Jiang Yong, the sect master of Xiantian's sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this individual was the scion of Xiantian's sect. I hereby command you to retract your killing intent and apologize. Jiang Yu asserting his authority as the young sect master. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiao coldly laughed. You lack the qualifications to issue commands to this king. He was a ruthless slayer, and a mere child did not instill fear within him. Moreover, he had his own confidence. His adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan, had already become a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. Even Jiang Yong would have to treat her with respect. Brother Jiang, it appears he does not heed your words, the ninth prince coldly mocked. Are you not afraid of retribution from Xiantian's sect? Your entire clan shall face annihilation. The public humiliation ignited a fiery rage within Jiang Yong, who yearned to eliminate Jiang Xiao on the spot. However, he was merely at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm and stood no chance against Jiang Xiao, who was at the Pill Cauldron realm. Unfazed by Jiang Yu's threats, Jiang Xiao chuckled nonchalantly. Boom. The killing intent coalesced into a formidable force that sent Shen Shui flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu, your highness ninth prince, young sect master, father. You must seek justice for me and annihilate the entire clan of the Southern King. Shen Shui cried out in deep resentment. Jiang Xiao, you dare to harm my daughter. Shen Wanqian was consumed by fury. The aura of the Pill Cauldron realm erupted from him. Above their heads, a grand cauldron materialized, exuding an overwhelming might. Boom. After several rounds of combat, Shen Wanqian was defeated, spitting blood. In the face of the fierce and battle-hardened Jiang Xiao, he was indeed no match. At that moment, a powerful aura surged into the hall, forcing Jiang Xiao back several paces. Subsequently, an elderly figure clad in blue robes and with white hair approached slowly. Qing Elder, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yu was overjoyed. The sect master was concerned for your safety during your outing, so he entrusted me to protect you from the shadows. Elder Qing replied with a gentle smile. The elder of the Xiantian sect had intervened, and both Shen Wanqian and his daughter wore expressions of exhilaration. Jiang Zhao's countenance also changed dramatically, filled with an overwhelming sense of trepidation. In the military, even those cultivators at the higher realms of the Danding stage would instill no fear. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of the southern garrison's support, left to rely solely on his own solitary strength. Jiang Zhao's greatest talent lies in commanding battles rather than engaging in solitary combat. He is acutely aware that he cannot match his opponent, and his countenance swiftly darkens. I share a bond of life and death with the third elder of your esteemed sect. Jiang Xiao spoke in a deep voice. He and the third elder had grown up together as childhood companions, akin to brothers. He had saved the third elder's life on several occasions. However, the third elder possessed greater innate talent for cultivation and had attained a more profound level of mastery, ultimately becoming the third elder of the Xiantian sect. Elder Qing let out a cold laugh, stating that even the third elder could not shield him from the consequences of defying the commands of the Xiantian sect. With that, he struck out, aiming a fierce attack at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was no match at all. After several exchanges, he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Uft. Blood spurted forth. Jiang Zhao's face was ashen, his fist clenched tightly. He felt utterly powerless. Was the humiliation of the town South King's residents today truly inevitable? A flicker of despair and resentment ignited within him. Who would dare to harm my father? Amidst this tense atmosphere, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the hall, akin to a celestial explosion that shook the very foundations of the place. Following the source of the sound, everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. There, a tall and handsome youth with striking brows, and piercing eyes strode into the hall with confidence. Luo or Jiang Luo? In the hall. As they beheld Jiang Luo moving freely on his legs, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. How could he have healed his legs overnight? Such a feat seemed impossible, even for the leader of the Xintian sect. A profound sense of bewilderment filled their hearts. Luo, are your legs? Jiang Xiao was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You have actually recovered?" "Father, I have returned to my former self," Jiang Luo replied with a faint smile. Good, good, Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. The fact that his son had escaped the fate of becoming a cripple was indeed the greatest joy. As for why his legs had healed overnight, he understood that this was not the time to inquire about the reasons. Jiang Luo, now that you are here, hasten to sign the annulment letter. Do not keep us waiting. Shen Shui, with an air of arrogance, cast the annulment letter at Jiang Luo's feet, her demeanor reminiscent of a queen, wielding her power with unabashed audacity. In the past, Jiang Luo, as the son of the town south, had been a prodigy in cultivation and had been quite satisfied, considering himself fortunate to have a worthy partner. However, now that he had caught the eye of the ninth prince and was on the verge of ascending to the heavenly realm, joining the Ling Xian Holy Land and becoming a resplendent phoenix, he, Su Luo, was nothing more than a humble worm on the ground. Everything about him now seemed repugnant, inciting a profound sense of disgust. Heh, Jiang Luo scoffed coldly. He had never imagined that the annulment scenarios he frequently encountered in novels would unfold in his own life. Adulterers, scoundrels, wretches. An annulment is not a problem, but to deliberately come here to humiliate the town south Wangfu and insult me is intolerable. Jiang Luo would no longer spare any semblance of courtesy. He erupted in a torrent of invective, declaring that until the marriage contract was dissolved, she was indeed the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Yet, how could you, shamelessly, seek solace in the arms of another man? Such a wanton creature is unworthy of being my wife. Today, I, Jiang Luo, shall divorce you. I shall rid myself of this disgraceful woman. As his words echoed, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that Jiang Luo would dare to denigrate Shen Shui and publicly cast her aside. Did they not witness the elder of the Xintian sect in attendance, and even Jiang Xiao himself had been bested? How could he possess such audacity? You. Shen Shui pointed a trembling finger at Su Luo, her fury reaching a crescendo, her chest heaving violently. Though the crowd was opportunistic and a petty individual had gained a modicum of success, the spectacle was indeed grand. Ha ha ha, he is truly worthy of being my son. Jiang Xiao, exuding such undeniable dominance. Jiang Xiao chuckled, unable to contain his admiration. Jiang Luo, I'm going to kill you. Shen Shui screamed. Drawing the sword at her side, Jiang Luo smirked disdainfully. Do you even think yourself worthy to engage with me? Upon hearing this, Shen Shui's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her frozen in place, utterly embarrassed. It was only at this moment that she regained her composure, realizing that she was no match for Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo's talent, when viewed across the vast expanse of the Greatly Dynasty, is undeniably unparalleled. The fact that Shen Shui is not your equal does not necessarily designate you as a true genius. At this juncture, Jiang Yu stepped forward, proclaiming, "Allow me, the true dragon from the heavens, to teach you, a mere worm of the earth, a lesson. Let it be known that beyond the heavens, there are yet greater realms. And beyond man, there exist greater beings." Having felt a profound slight from Jiang Xiao, which ignited a fierce anger and murderous intent within him, Jiang Yu found himself unable to confront Jiang Xiao directly. However, he believed that dealing with his son would present no insurmountable challenge. He yearned to unleash all his pinned-up resentment upon Jiang Luo. The aura of the 7th level of spirit gathering erupted instantaneously. The young sect master, merely 20 years of age, had already reached the 7th level of spirit gathering. Truly an extraordinary talent. Shen Wanqian smiled slightly, unable to suppress his admiration. It was rumored that Jiang Luo had only recently entered the spirit gathering realm. How could he possibly contend with the young sect master? He is doomed, Shen Shui exclaimed, her face twisted with venom and brimming with murderous intent. Do not harm my Luo, Jiang Xiao bellowed furiously, positioning himself protectively in front of his son. Father, permit me to take action. Allow your eyes to be opened to witness who truly reigns as the dragon of the 9 heavens. Jiang Luo smiled confidently. Do you truly believe it? Jiang Xiao looked at his son with a hint of skepticism. Please, father, have faith in me. Jiang Luo nodded earnestly. Do exercise caution. Jiang Xiao stepped aside, revealing a confidence that was almost palpable. However, the ensuing events would soon illuminate the pitiful nature of such self-assurance. Jiang Yu ceased his idle chatter, drawing forth his treasured sword. With a swift and fluid motion, he unleashed a brilliant arc, striking towards Jiang Luo with the swiftness of lightning, his gaze betraying a fleeting glimpse of malevolent intent. Suddenly, an unparalleled surge of formidable power erupted from within Jiang Luo, transformed by the enigmatic essence of his bloodline. Jiang Luo's physical prowess has ascended to an astonishing level, akin to that of a pure-blood divine beast's offspring, rampaging through the mortal realm. His formidable strength possesses the ability to command the heavens and the earth, unequivocally revealing the true dragon of the nine skies. With a cold smirk, Jiang Luo unleashed his fist, devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual energy, and struck directly at Jiang Yu. A colossal force erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble. It surged forth like 1,000 galloping steeds, a torrent akin to a breached dam, overwhelming in its majesty. The sheer power stirred a fierce whirlwind in the void. At this moment, Jiang Luo resembled an ancient ferocious beast, exuding an unstoppable aura. With a resounding crack, his fist shattered the treasured sword in Jiang Yu's grasp. The immense force penetrated Jiang Yu's body, damaging his internal organs, eliciting a cry of agony. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a grand pillar. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his lips. What? The young master defeated in a single strike? At that moment, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity as they swallowed hard. The raw physical strength displayed by Jiang Luo had obliterated Jiang Yu, who was at the 7th level of spirit gathering. How could such a feat be possible? Was this young man truly a reincarnation of an ancient ferocious beast? Shen Wanqian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually bested the young master. Shen Shui stood frozen, a flicker of regret sparking within her. Humph. The 9th prince is a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land, destined to become the emperor of Xinglua. His status and standing far surpass Jiang Luo's. Even if Jiang Luo is a genius, he is not worthy to carry the 9th prince's shoes. Why should I feel regret? Shen Shui's heart turned cold, reaffirming her choice. Well, it seems that Luo heir has indeed been reborn from the flames. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily, utterly surprised by the tremendous gift his son had bestowed upon him. Now, he understood who truly was the dragon of the 9 heavens. Jiang Luo smirked mockingly. Jiang Yu was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. As the esteemed young master of the sect, being defeated by a mere ant under the banner of the Xiantian sect was an unimaginable humiliation. Just moments ago, he had brimmed with confidence, dismissing Jiang Luo entirely. The slap to his face had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Jiang Xiao, you have stirred up a tremendous disaster in the royal residence. No one can save you now. Shen Wanqian sneered. To dare injure the young master of the Xiantian sect is truly to court death. A child loses a contest, and he seeks the aid of an adult? Where is the dignity in that? Jiang Xiao replied calmly. Cease your silver-tongued provocations, having harmed the young master. You shall pay with your life. Elder Qing stepped forward. The overwhelming aura of the peak of the 2nd rank erupted, intimidating the entire assembly. The terrifying pressure directly locked onto Jiang Luo. Luo run. Jiang Zhao's expression changed. He had not anticipated that this old man would breach the code of martial ethics and strike at a junior. Even he was no match for Elder Qing. How could Luo possibly contend with him? Defeat was inevitable. He could not allow his son to be placed in peril. Father, allow me to engage this old scoundrel in battle. If I cannot even triumph in a battle against a superior opponent, what then can be said of being a peerless prodigy, a celestial being, an invincible holy body? Jiang Luo exuded an air of grandeur, speaking with unparalleled authority. In that moment, he resembled an invincible deity emerging from the realms of mythology, surveying the world with disdain. His formidable presence caused a subtle shift in the countenance of everyone present, their hearts racing in awe. Truly, he was a boy of divine caliber. At that instant, the entire assembly was astounded by the aura Jiang Luo radiated. Elder Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been momentarily subdued by the aura of this young lad. It was utterly astonishing. You speak with great bravado, yet your father is no match for me. What makes you think you can challenge me? Elder Qing scoffed disdainfully. After all, he was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and there was no reason to regard a mere child as a threat. Old man, you have wounded my father. I shall shatter your legs. Jiang Luo glared at Elder Qing with an expression full of murderous intent. Suddenly, the aura of the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm erupted. What? It was astonishing. He had actually reached the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm. Qian and the others were utterly shocked. Just moments ago, Jiang Luo had merely displayed his physical strength. Now, he was finally revealing his true cultivation level. At merely 16 years of age, he was already half a step into the extraordinary realm. It is worth noting that breaking through to the gathering spirit realm at 16 is already regarded as being among the elite, a prodigy of celestial stature. To say nothing of reaching the 9th level of gathering spirit. Even the esteemed 9th prince's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Such talent is rare even in the sacred land of Lingxian and can easily contend for the position of a true disciple. In the face of Jiang Luo's extraordinary talent, the most embarrassed individual was Jiang Xiao, who had just been defeated by him. He could have excused his loss as merely a result of innate divine strength, or perhaps the use of some precious materials to enhance his physique. However, physical prowess is always a lesser path, one not to be feared. It is only formidable cultivation that represents the true path to supremacy. He had still held some confidence, believing that surpassing Jiang Luo in cultivation would suffice. Yet now, that final shred of confidence had been ruthlessly shattered. His own talent paled in comparison to Jiang Luo's. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. To break through to the 9th level of gathering spirit within 3 years is already an extraordinary feat moreover. At 20 years of age, he was already 4 years Jiang Luo's senior. What was even more ludicrous was that he had just mocked Jiang Luo as a mere insect on the ground while he himself boasted of being a true dragon above the 9 heavens. The thought made him flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Yet, soon after, jealousy began to take root in his heart. Why did this seemingly lowly existence, a prince of the dynasty under the banner of the Xiantian sect, possess such formidable talent? It was infuriating. Why was such a monstrous gift not bestowed upon him? After all, he was the young master of the Xiantian sect. Little brat, do you think you can defeat me with merely your 9th level of gathering spirit? Such thoughts are utterly delusional. Despite marveling at Jiang Luo's gifts, Elder Qing still breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had not transcended, he posed no real threat. The 9th level of gathering spirit was insufficient. What more could be added to that? Jiang Luo refrained from idle chatter and directly unleashed the power of the battle saint body. His entire being was enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance. A colossal manifestation of divine stature emerged behind him, reminiscent of a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. Mysterious runic inscriptions swirled around him, and the overwhelming might reverberated throughout the arena. Though the difference between the gathering spirit realm and the pill cauldron realm is merely a single tier, it is akin to a chasm separating the mundane from the extraordinary. After all, one remains immortal, while the other has shed their earthly form, transcending the ordinary. To vanquish him, one must harness the power of the saint body. Is this truly the legendary saint body? Witnessing this spectacle, Elder Qing was taken aback. It is worth noting that in the entire Lingxian minor world, there had only been one saint body, that of the founding ancestor of Lingxian's sacred land, the venerable Lingxian. The entire realm is named in his honor, illustrating the immense strength of the saint body. He had fortuitously gleaned knowledge of the saint body's extraordinary manifestations from an ancient tome, which allowed him to tentatively deduce that Jiang Luo was indeed a saint body. Saint body. The others looked on in bewilderment, unaware of what a saint body entailed. Yet, witnessing Elder Qing's astonished expression, it was evident that this saint body was far from trivial. No wonder Jiang Luo had attained the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm at merely 16 years of age. He must be eliminated. The urgency to eliminate him surged within Elder Qing. Should a saint body fully mature, it would spell catastrophe for the Xiantian sect. The murderous intent boiled within him. Above his head, 2 grand cauldron phantoms materialized, unleashing a tyrannical and transcendent force that caused the very hall to begin to shatter. The ground fissured with immense cracks, and with a mere gesture, he wielded a cataclysmic power capable of annihilating the heavens. This is the terrifying prowess of a transcendent practitioner. Little brat, prepare to meet your demise, he bellowed, invoking his renowned signature technique. The immediate resort to lethal measures underscored his profound trepidation regarding the saint body. The twin cauldrons fused into a massive hand, hurtling toward Jiang Luo. The gigantic hand blotted out the sun, imbued with destructive force. The entire hall could no longer withstand such overwhelming power and collapsed entirely. This scene left Jiang Xiao in a state of sheer terror, fearing for his son's safety. Old fool, the power of the saint body is beyond your imagination. Jiang Luo let out a cold snort, unleashing the full power of the battle saint body. Subsequently, he concentrated all his strength into his fist. Killing Emperor Fist. The Killing Emperor Fist and the Killing Emperor Sword are the two paramount techniques within the Killing Emperor art. Jiang Luo erupted with unparalleled force, embodying the true essence of a dragon descending upon the earth, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Behind him, the manifestation of the war god coalesced into a formidable fist. The brilliance of his fist shone intensely, reminiscent of a blazing sun at its zenith. Kill! Jiang Luo bellowed. The war god's fist struck fiercely towards Elder Qing. This blow possessed immense power, causing the very fabric of the void to warp as if under duress. Such terrifying strength induced involuntary trepidation in Shun Wanjian and his companions. Boom! The clash of fist and palm unleashed a cataclysmic force. In an instant, the colossal palm was obliterated. What? Elder Qing's face paled, disbelief washing over him. He hastily gathered a surge of spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. Yet, it could not withstand Jiang Luo's divine-like strike. Crack! The protective barrier shattered. Elder Qing was sent hurtling through the air. Poof! A copious spout of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees. Boom! The ground fractured like a spider's web under the impact. Crack! Crack! The incessant sound of splintering bones echoed. After being inundated by such formidable power, his legs were reduced to a shattered mess, rendering him utterly crippled. Jiang Luo did not go back on his word. He shattered the old man's legs. Ah! Elder Qing cried out in agony. He could hardly believe that he had been defeated by a mere child at the 9th level of spirit gathering, rendered crippled in the process. Witnessing the pitiful state of Elder Qing, Shun Shui's complexion turned ashen, her fear reaching an apex. What manner of freak is this? To vanquish the extraordinary with a mortal form? Heavens! Shen Wanqian felt an overwhelming shock, a foreboding sensation swelling in his heart. Perhaps supporting Shui'er in her quest to annul her engagement was the gravest mistake. A twinge of regret inevitably surfaced within him. Elder Qing has fallen as well. Jin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground, his expression a mix of incredulity and shock. Yet, the 9th prince merely curled his lips into a slight smirk. Instead of fear, he bore a smile that hinted at the success of his scheme. The plan had reached its ultimate fruition, he mused. At that moment, Jiang Luo emanated an awe-inspiring aura, akin to a true dragon descending upon the world. His might shaking the sun and moon, devouring the stars and rivers. It was an unimaginable feat for a mortal to sway the extraordinary. Jin Yu, Shen Wanqian, and the others were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in terror. Is Jiang Luo truly a monstrous aberration? Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. His beloved Luo'er had actually defeated an extraordinary cultivator with her mortal body. You all should leave. Jiang Xiao commanded loudly. Shen Wanqian and the others dared not linger, hastily carrying the disabled Elder Qing away as they fled from the Wangfu of Jinnan in the city of Jingzhou. Father, why let them go? Jiang Luo asked, puzzled. After all, even if they were spared today, they would surely become enemies in the future. Now is not the time to sever ties with the Xiantian sect completely. We must buy time until your sister returns. By then, those people will merely be a bunch of insignificant figures. Shen Wanqian, humph. Jiang Xiao scoffed softly. You will surely regret this. If Jin Yu, that young master, were to perish, the Xiantian sect would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation, with his adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan. Yet to return, Jiang Xiao could not take such a risk. By the way, Luo'er, how have your legs healed? Your strength has also surged astonishingly. With only the two of them present, Jiang Xiao curiously inquired. For this, Jiang Luo had already prepared an explanation. Last night, a mysterious bloodline suddenly awakened within me, not only healing my legs but also greatly enhancing my power. He had no intention of revealing the matter of the divine pearl to anyone, as it was his greatest trump card. Subsequently, Jiang Luo demonstrated his bloodline. An overwhelming and majestic pressure made Jiang Xiao's soul tremble. What is this? Jiang Xiao's complexion turned pale, overwhelmed by shock. Father, could it be that a remarkable figure once emerged from our Jiang family? Jiang Luo asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao fell silent, wrestling with his thoughts. Alas, he finally sighed. Since you have awakened the family bloodline, your future will undoubtedly be extraordinary. This spirit Xian small world may not be able to contain you. There are certain matters I can no longer keep from you. When you broke through the void to arrive, I knew your origins were exceptional, and it appears I was correct. Jiang Xiao's words left Jiang Luo utterly perplexed and bewildered. At this moment, A single statement from Jiang Xiao rendered Jiang Luo motionless. "You are not my biological son." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiao felt a deep discomfort within, as if he had lost something immensely precious. Indeed, after awakening his mysterious lineage, he had harbored suspicions. "Years ago, my wife and I were pursued by the Divine Wind Knights. During a fierce battle, Xiao Wei suffered grievous injuries, and the child she bore soon perished. Just then, you appeared like a miraculous gift from the heavens. To spare her heartache, I falsely claimed you as our son. Later, Xiao Wei was ultimately slain by our foes." Reflecting on the past, Jiang Xiao's face was etched with anguish, his eyes brimming with fierce vengeance. "Father, do not be sorrowful. The love of nurture surpasses that of birth. You shall forever remain my father. I vow to avenge my mother's death." Jiang Luo spoke earnestly. "Ha." Jiang Xiao chuckled, proud of his good son. His spirits lifted considerably. "Well then, my dear son, I must ascend to make some preparations. What awaits us is a series of bloody battles." Jiang Xiao departed from the hall. Jiang Luo subsequently returned to his chamber for cultivation. Outside the city of Jingzhou, the sacred body was deemed invincible. Should it become an adversary, it must be swiftly eradicated. "Hurry, take me back to the sect, and inform the sovereign of this news so he may decide," Elder Qing urged, his voice tinged with fear. At that moment, he was overwhelmed, having witnessed the emergence of yet another sacred body in the Lingxian small world. "Rest assured, Elder, I have already notified my family, the Xin clan, to escort you back immediately," Xin Wanqian replied. "Brother Jin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I entrust you with snow for the time being," Jin Yu proclaimed before soaring away, leaving Xin Shui in a state of bewilderment. In that instant, her intuition whispered to her that Jin Yu did not harbor the affection for her that she had once imagined. In fact, she felt no trace of love. "Perhaps I am overthinking," Xin Shui mused inwardly. Having relinquished her feelings for Jiang Luo, she could not afford to lose the ninth prince. Under the luminous moon, a breathtaking fairy in white stood upon the mountain's peak. The brilliance of the moon seemed to pale in her presence. With her unparalleled beauty, elongated figure, and skin like refined jade, she radiated an ethereal aura characteristic of celestial beings. She was perfection personified, captivating countless hearts. Suddenly, a figure ascended the summit with haste. It was the ninth prince of the Supreme Dynasty, also a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred ground. "Sister Lu, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. The Wang family of Jinan has irreparably offended the Xiantian sect and the Xin clan. However, I did not anticipate Jiang Luo's formidable strength," the ninth prince reported respectfully, bowing deeply and not daring to meet the gaze of the fairy-like woman. It was hard to fathom that such a flawless being existed in this world. Jiang Xiao's complete estrangement from the Xin clan and his affront to the Xiantian sect heralds the imminent demise of the Wang family of Jinan, Lu Rian remarked coldly. "I entrust you with the task of obliterating the Wang family. I must return to the Lingxian sacred ground to assume the position of saintess. Execute this beautifully, and the throne of the Supreme Dynasty shall belong to you in the future. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage your people to avoid repercussions. Allow the Xiantian sect and the Great Li dynasty to take action against the Wang family. Should you expose my plans, you know the consequences. The entire Supreme dynasty shall pay the price," Lu Rian warned, handing the ninth prince a method to dismantle the Jinan army's formation. Jiang Xiao has risen to become the formidable butcher of the Dai Li, wielding unparalleled military prowess, all thanks to his invincible battle formation. "Indeed, senior sister," the ninth prince exclaimed with unrestrained joy upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that the Lingxian sacred land would undoubtedly belong to this woman in the future. With just a word from her, his father would have no choice but to bequeath the throne to him. Subsequently, the ninth prince took his leave. On the summit, the ethereal figure of Lu Rian gazed intently toward the direction of Jingzhou City. "Adoptive father, Luo, do not fault me for my ruthless nature. I have cultivated the supreme emotionless technique. To attain the path of greatness, such sacrifices are imperative. You should not be my shackles. Moreover, Luo is unworthy of me. How could he ever be my husband?" Lu Rian murmured to herself with an air of indifference. Jiang Xiao has bestowed upon her a debt of gratitude, making it impossible for her to voice her wish to annul their engagement. She is equally averse to the idea of being branded as ungrateful, which would tarnish her reputation and stand as the most significant blemish in her life. Moreover, she seeks to sever all ties with the Jiang family, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the path of cultivation and aspiring to reach the pinnacle of her abilities. Thus, she discreetly devised a plan to incite Jiang Xiao to rebel, leading to the annihilation of his family by the Dali dynasty. Ultimately, under the guise of vengeance, she intended to obliterate the Dali dynasty and even the Zhentiangong. In the eyes of the lofty cultivators, the masses are mere pawns, insignificant as ants. Subsequently, a radiant divine pearl materialized within the palm of her hand. Ever since its acquisition, my life has undergone a profound transformation. I wonder where the remaining 6 divine pearls are hidden, Lu Rian mused. She then transformed into a fleeting shadow and departed from the mountaintop. Half a month elapsed. At this juncture, Jiang Luo had completely solidified his cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, drawing ever closer to the Danding realm. After all, this is a formidable chasm. Crossing it would mean transcending mortality and doubling one's lifespan, a feat not easily achieved. Moreover, the incomplete nature of the killing emperor technique he practiced hindered his progress. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that within another 10 days to half a month, he would successfully break through to the Danding realm. Such a pace could already be considered miraculous. My lord, urgent news. Hong Xiao rushed into the courtyard in a state of alarm. What is it? Jiang Luo inquired, his brow furrowing. Reports indicate that the Dali army has invaded the southern territories. Hong Xiao quickly responded. Where's my father? Jiang Luo asked. The prince is in the hall. Convening with the various generals, Hong Xiao replied. Jiang Luo nodded and proceeded towards the grand hall. Inside, Jiang Xiao was convening a meeting with various generals of the Southern Town Army. At that moment, Jiang Luo entered. As the heir of the Southern Town Prince, he could not remain indifferent in these times of war. Greetings, Your Highness. The generals promptly bowed upon Jiang Luo's arrival. Ah, Luoer, you have come, Jiang Xiao remarked. Indeed, Jiang Luo replied with a nod. I have heard that the Great Li army has already mobilized, and I came to see how I might assist father. This time, the forces are not merely the 30,000 of the Great Li army. There are also 200,000 of the Tianyin army, 50,000 private troops of Shenhuaqian, and 30,000 divine knights from the Divine Wind Palace. They truly regard my Jiang Xiao with esteem. Gazing at the intelligence in his hands, the butcher of the Great Li chuckled coldly. Do they truly believe the Southern Town Army is easy to bully? After a decade of honing my skills, today I shall make my name known across the realm. I have painstakingly developed the Southern Town Army for over 10 years. Today, the world shall witness my military prowess. This coalition of hundreds of thousands is no match for the Southern Town Army, Jiang Xiao proclaimed with unparalleled authority, asserting that even formidable beings, unafraid of the tactics of overwhelming numbers, could be vanquished by a powerful battle formation. In the face of adept cultivators, the army's sole reliance must be on such formations. Jiang Xiao, a military genius rarely seen in a millennium, devised battle arrays that were invincible. This was the wellspring of his confidence. The arrival of the Divine Wind Knights is fortuitous, as it presents an opportunity to avenge your mother. I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Jiang Xiao spoke with a fierce countenance. The Divine Wind Palace, a force that straddles the line between a nation and a sect, possesses strength only slightly inferior to that of the Shantian sect, and is exponentially more powerful than the Great Li dynasty. These 30,000 Divine Wind Knights are the formidable adversaries of the Southern Town Army. Luoer, after our father's departure, the rear guard shall be entrusted to you. Thereupon, Jiang Xiao summoned the generals to march alongside him. May our father journey with care. Jiang Luo bid farewell, his heart heavy with concern. However, being utterly unversed in the affairs of the battlefield, he could only strive to stabilize the rear at Jingzhou City. 2 days later, news arrived. Your Highness, the prince has achieved a magnificent victory, decisively vanquishing 200,000 troops of the Tianyin army, slaying over 100,000 foes, while sustaining fewer than 5,000 losses. Hong Xiao galloped forth, her excitement palpable as she relayed the tidings of the unfolding battle. Truly, my father is a military genius. Jiang Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 3 days later, Hong Xiao rushed into the courtyard, panic etched on her delicate features. Your Highness, urgent news has arrived from the front. The prince has suffered defeat. The southern garrison has sustained countless casualties. Her face turned ashen, unable to fathom how swiftly the tide of battle had turned. What? My father has been defeated? How is that possible? Jiang Luo suddenly rose to his feet. How could his father, so brimming with confidence, suffer such a swift defeat, even if they were not a match for the allied forces? At that moment, He couldn't help but worry for Jiang Xiao's safety. The following day, under the protection of his royal guards, Jiang Xiao returned to the city of Jingzhou. He was drenched in blood, appearing utterly disheveled, a testament to the ferocity and brutality of the battlefield. "Father, are you unscathed?" Jiang Luo hastily emerged to greet. Inquiring with concern, "How could this be? It is utterly impossible." Jiang Xiao remained in a state of numbness, muttering to himself as if he could not even hear the voice of his own son. The other party, well versed in the formations of the Zhennan army, effortlessly deciphered them. Only this king possesses such an intimate familiarity with the battle formations of the Zhennan army. How could they have accomplished this? It is impossible. It cannot be so. Jiang Xiao bellowed fervently, "There is one more." Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "Years ago, during my time in the military, I personally instructed Yenner, with the intention of preparing her to eventually take command of the Southern Town Army. The battle formations of the Southern Town Army held no secrets for her. Yenner is my adopted daughter, to whom I owe a debt of nurturing. How could I ever betray the Southern Town Prince's residence?" Jiang Xiao shook his head repeatedly, unable to fathom that his adopted daughter, Lu Ruyin, would betray him. Jiang Luo swiftly commanded his men to tend to his father's wounds. Shortly thereafter, a scout arrived with alarming news. "My lord, the Divine Wind Knights, the army of Great Li, and the private forces of the Shun family have already reached the outskirts of the capital. With the enemy at our gates, the entire city of Jingzhou faces utter annihilation." The scout's demeanor was steeped in despair. Meanwhile, the citizens within the city had already descended into chaos. Luoer, when the two armies clash in battle, seize the opportunity amidst the turmoil to escape. Then, make your way to the Lingxian sacred land to find your sister. Jiang Xiao spoke in a low voice, declaring that as long as his son could escape, it would matter not if he were to perish in battle. "Father, let us flee together and carve out a path through the bloodshed," Jiang Luo asserted with unwavering determination. Defeating the allied forces was an impossibility, unless one were to cultivate to the realm of celestial beings, thus rendering the tactics of overwhelming numbers inconsequential. Otherwise, even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the nine-tripod realm would inevitably fall under the onslaught of a great army. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope in forging a path through the carnage. Jiang Xiao, unable to resist his son's insistence, reluctantly agreed to carve a path through blood. Soon, the coalition forces besieged the entire capital city of Jingzhou, preparing for an imminent assault. Gazing upon the majestic city, each individual harbored their own sentiments. The treacherous father-son duo, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo, were on the brink of facing justice. The Grand Marshal of Dali chuckled with triumph, for this would be an unparalleled achievement. He felt fortunate to have allied with the Tianyin army and the Divine Wind Palace. Without their support, the Dali forces might have fallen prey to Jiang Xiao's uprising. The combat prowess of the Southern Army instilled in him a sense of dread and anxiety. With the Tianyin army reduced to a mere 40,000 remnants from an original 200,000, he vowed to claim Jiang Xiao as head to alleviate his pent-up wrath. The Marshal of Tianyin spoke with a fierce countenance. Dali had promised to grant a territory from the 3 southern states to the Tianyin dynasty in exchange for their military assistance against Jiang Xiao. Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from wading into such turbulent waters. The lives of over 100,000 elite Tianyin soldiers were undoubtedly more precious than a mere province. "Jiang Xiao, your son has humiliated my daughter and cast her aside. I, Shun Wanqian, will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death," Shun Wanqian declared coldly. Xin Shui let out a disdainful laugh. "Jiang Luo, you are indeed a prodigy, having bested even the elders of the Shantian sect. However, this world ultimately favors those with powerful backgrounds. A talent that has not matured remains as worthless as refuse when confronted with overwhelming strength. You can only blame your ill fortune for crossing paths with the wrong people." At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As Jiang Luo languished closer to death, Xin Shui's heart swelled with joy. This validated her choices, allowing her to feel a profound sense of righteousness in her decisions. "Esteemed colleagues, I implore you not to allow Jiang Xiao and his son to escape this time," the 9th prince declared. "Should either of them flee, he would find it impossible to report back to Sister Lu. Rest assured, the Southern Town Army has already been routed. Jiang Xiao and his son cannot evade capture," Jin Yu assured with a smile. Behind him stood several formidable cultivators from the Zhantiangong sect. Soon, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo led the remnants of the Southern Town Army to the eastern main gate, preparing to confront the allied forces. Jiang Xiao, having received the emperor's grace, how dare you engage in treasonous acts, betraying his majesty? Hurry and exit the city to kneel and surrender. The Grand Marshal of Dali thundered upon sighting Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao let out a cold snort. Has his majesty not always sought to compel me to rebel? Now that I have acquiesced to his desires, should he not be more elated? Do not attempt to intimidate me with that canine emperor. If I were to rebel, so be it. I only lament my inability to storm the dragon court and ascend to that wretched emperor's throne. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's heart was in turmoil. The battle formation he had painstakingly crafted had been inexplicably dismantled. The letter sent to his adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan, had vanished into the abyss, receiving not a single reply. The situation had turned entirely against him, plunging him into the most perilous of predicaments. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit remained intact. Surrender was not an option. You, he said, uttering such blasphemous words, provoking the ire of the Grand Marshal of Dali, who pointed an accusatory finger at him. In his eyes, Jiang Xiao's treasonous intent, born from imperial favor, was an unforgivable crime. Jiang Luo, you humiliated me then. Today, you shall face a wretched fate. At this moment, Shun Shui stepped forward, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she looked at Jiang Luo. The grievances of the past could finally be avenged today. I only regret that I did not eliminate you when I had the chance. Jiang Luo's gaze was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Had it not been for his father's intervention, he would undoubtedly have ensured her demise. Heh! Shin Shui let out a cold laugh, lamenting that he would never again have the opportunity to kill her. What does it matter if you possess a celestial form? In the face of overwhelming power, you remain akin to an ant. Ultimately, this world is governed by one's lineage. Her tone was laced with mockery. Shin Shui, a paragon of grace, had captured the attention of the ninth prince. Opportunities would arise. Jiang Luo fixed his unwavering stare upon Shin Shui, his fists clenched tightly. Jiang Xiao, do you still remember me? From within the ranks of the Divine Wind Cavalry, a robust steed emerged. Upon its back sat a formidable general clad in resplendent golden armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Luo Daosun. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Jiang Xiao's eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. Years ago, his beloved wife had perished at the hands of this man. Jiang Xiao was once a distinguished member of the Kamikaze Knights, rising to the esteemed rank of a captain commanding 1,000 soldiers. His wife, Jiang Wei, was the revered saintess of the Kamikaze Temple. Their paths crossed serendipitously, leading to a profound love. However, the saintess was bound to maintain her purity, a decree strictly upheld by the temple, resulting in relentless persecution. The couple found themselves on a perilous flight from their pursuers. Tragically, in a bid to safeguard her husband and son from the clutches of the Kamikaze Temple, Jiang Wei met a brutal demise. This enmity could never be forgiven, and Jiang Xiao was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Luo Daosun sneered, declaring that allowing you to escape in the past was the greatest disgrace of my life. Today, I shall eradicate you, the traitor, once and for all. Enough of this prattle. Do you not seek my life, Jiang Xiao? Come forth. Jiang Xiao, with an air of authority, drew his sword and pointed it towards the allied forces. Advance, all troops. The Grand Marshal of the Great Li, Marshal Tianyin, Shun Wanqian, and Luo Daosun simultaneously issued their commands. A dense mass of soldiers, resembling a swarm of ants, surged towards Jingzhou City in a formidable wave. Likewise, at Jiang Xiao's command, the southern garrison also launched their full-scale assault. Break through the encirclement. Jiang Luo, clad in heavy armor and wielding a formidable black iron spear, led the charge onto the battlefield. The two sides clashed in fierce combat. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Luo brandished his heavy iron spear, sweeping it towards the coalition forces. The force unleashed was terrifying, as torrents of blood erupted, splattering up to a height of 10 feet. Witnessing Jiang Luo's valiant display as the heir of the Prince of Southern, those eager to achieve glory rushed in to slay him. Yet, how could they possibly match Jiang Luo's prowess? Once the heavy iron spear was unleashed, it stained the ground with the blood of dozens. Soon, a vast mound of corpses encircled Jiang Luo. The battlefield was suffused with a pungent scent of blood, a testament to the brutality and coldness of war. The tactic of overwhelming numbers could wear down even the most formidable cultivators. However, Jiang Luo's physique, tempered by a mysterious bloodline, was akin to that of a divine beast's offspring. His stamina approached the infinite, allowing him to wield his immense physical strength to sweep through the ranks of enemies without concern for depleting his spiritual energy. Thus, he moved with unmatched ferocity, reminiscent of legendary generals from ages past. Nonetheless, Jiang Luo's strength was not limitless. He could not sustain such exertion indefinitely. The formidable Divine Wind Knights exerted immense pressure upon him, just as Jiang Luo was consumed by his rampage. He suddenly sensed the blood essence surrounding the battlefield being voraciously absorbed by the divine pearl within his mind. At that moment, a line of text materialized within the pearl. Special substance, ordinary battlefield blood essence, charging. 10. Jiang Luo's expression shifted, her heart brimming with ecstatic joy. She had finally discovered one of the methods to recharge the divine pearl, signifying that her extraordinary ability could once again be activated. Kill. Kill. In that moment, Jiang Luo's fervor for battle intensified as her energy surged to unprecedented heights. 20, 50, 80, 100. Jiang Luo could scarcely recall the number of coalition soldiers he had slain. In any case, he had descended into a frenzy, his entire being drenched in blood. At last, his energy reached 100. Given the circumstances, hesitation was not an option for Jiang Luo. He promptly activated the divine pearl's innate ability to manufacture. Soon, the pearl revealed its inscription, Talent, Master Marksman, 2 stars. In an instant, Jiang Luo felt as though his understanding of marksmanship had ascended to an entirely new realm, as if he possessed decades of experience in wielding a firearm. This was the extraordinary power of the divine pearl, transforming a novice into one whose proficiency rivaled that of a master marksman. Who could stand in my way? With the blessing of master marksman status, Jiang Luo's combat prowess surged, each shot fired carrying greater lethality. In that moment, he resembled an unparalleled tyrant, exuding an aura of death. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of the coalition soldiers who trembled and hesitated to advance. Yet, Jiang Luo had no intention of sparing them. Annihilate. With exquisite marksmanship, he unleashed a barrage upon his foes. With a thunderous roar, hundreds were reduced to mere fragments. Special substance, ordinary battlefield blood energy, charged. 30. The divine pearl astonishingly began to charge once more. Roar. Jiang Luo descended into a frenzy. His entire being engulfed in a burning tide of blood, relentlessly engaging in combat. The heir to the Zhen, Nanwang displayed an astonishing valor. Witnessing Jiang Luo's devastating prowess, Luo Dawson and his companions were struck with profound astonishment. His might was akin to that of legendary warriors of yore. Possessing such formidable innate talents and exhibiting such ferocity was nothing short of extraordinary. Should the heir to Zhen, Nanwang survive, they would never know peace again. The murderous intent within them intensified. Jiang Luo, no matter how valiant, how many of the tens of thousands can you truly slay? Shen Shui's gaze was frigid, brimming with lethal intent. Soon, the charging was complete, and Jiang Luo acquired yet another talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 2 stars blood can awaken the potential within, enabling frenzied slaughter. While absorbing the essence of blood allows for rapid restoration of one's vitality. This was indeed a talent born for the battlefield. General Luo, ordinary soldiers are utterly ineffectual. It is time for your Divine Wind Knights to take action. As they watched their soldiers fall to Jiang Luo's relentless assault, the Dali Marshal and his allies felt a deep ache in their hearts. A mere youth, who could be subdued in an instant by the Divine Wind Knights. Following Luo Dawson's command, the knights who had initially besieged Jiang Xiao turned and surged towards Jiang Luo. Hurry, Jiang Xiao urged anxiously. Reinforce the air. Jiang Luo's eyes were bloodshot, exuding a chilling intent to kill as she brandished her heavy iron spear, confronting the Divine Wind Knight. The Divine Wind Palace truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier power, for the combat prowess of the Divine Wind Knights was formidable beyond measure. Jiang Luo was suddenly overwhelmed with pressure, compelled to unleash the power of his sacred body, enveloped in a resplendent golden light. Jiang Luo's cultivation is insufficient, and he is currently unable to transform into a combat form. Otherwise, sweeping through this group of Divine Wind Knights would be as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. The higher one's cultivation realm, the deeper the development of the holy body's power becomes. Fearing nothing, Jiang Luo gathered the holy body's power within his spear, which erupted with a terrifying and searing brilliance. Boom! With a sweeping motion, a multitude of Divine Wind Knights was instantly torn apart. Kill! Kill! Jiang Luo resembled an invincible war god, triumphing in every battle and continuously reaping the lives of the Divine Wind Knights. Unexpectedly, the bravery of the Prince of the Southern Kingdom surpassed all imagination, deserving the title of the world's mightiest warrior. Although it was possible to exhaust him, Such a strategy would incur significant losses among the Divine Wind Knights. Luo Daosen felt a pang of regret at this moment. He found himself somewhat envious of the battle formation created by Jiang Xiao. If a battle formation were in place, confronting experts would not demand such a high price. Young master, I implore the experts of the Zhantian Gong to intervene and capture Jiang Luo to minimize casualties, Luo Daosen appealed to Jiang Yu. Initially, they had believed that capturing Jiang Xiao would be a straightforward endeavor. However, the emergence of the Prince of the Southern Kingdom introduced a significant complication, resulting in severe losses. In response to Luo Daosen's request, Jiang Yu smiled, his expression one of great satisfaction. When it comes to warfare, my Zhantian Gong may not excel, but in terms of experts, who in the southern domain can rival my Zhantian Gong? The Spirit Xian small world is divided into 5 regions: central, eastern, southern, western, and northern. The Zhantian Gong reigns as the overlord of the southern domain. The Spirit Xian Holy Land, stationed in the central prefecture, is renowned as the foremost power in the world. I request the 3 elders to take action and capture Jiang Luo. First, cripple his legs and bring him before me, Jiang Yu commanded coldly. On that day, Jiang Luo had brought shame upon himself. Only by enduring humiliation at the hands of another and then personally slaying him could he alleviate the resentment in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 figures appeared before Jiang Yu. They were Elder Mu, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zhou of the Zhantian Gong. 3 formidable individuals of the 4 Cauldron realm emerged effortlessly. The strength of Zhantian Gong was truly overwhelming, causing Luo Daosen to tremble in fear. The 4 Cauldron realm is an exceedingly rare echelon of experts throughout the southern domain. The Danding realm commands the powers of heaven and earth, enabling the physical body to undergo a complete transformation. The lifespan has now been extended to 200 years, and within the body, there emerges a cauldron that symbolizes immense power. This is the origin of the name Danding realm. Practitioners of the Danding realm can condense up to 9 cauldrons. Thus, the number of cauldrons formed serves to delineate the smaller realms within the Danding realm. In the lower 3 cauldrons, one initially grasps the forces of heaven and earth, liberating oneself from the constraints of gravity, allowing for effortless flight at remarkable speeds. In the middle 3 cauldrons, the practitioner's command over these forces becomes increasingly refined, enabling the temporary transformation of their physical form into a stream of particles, facilitating short-distance teleportation. In the upper 3 cauldrons, one fully comprehends the profound mysteries of the forces of heaven and earth, condensing them into formidable attacks of transcendent form, wielding tremendous power. Thus, the leap from 3 cauldrons to 4, and from 6 to 7, constitutes a formidable chasm, exceedingly difficult to traverse. However, once one succeeds, their strength undergoes a profound transformation. Consequently, the 3 elders from the Xiantian sect who have arrived possess an incomprehensible might compared to Elder Qing. Yes, young sect master, the 3 replied, nodding in agreement. With a whoosh, the 3 elders plunged into the battlefield. It was unexpected that a mere youth could shatter Elder Qing's legs. Let us strike together. It would tarnish our reputation otherwise. I alone can subdue this brat, Elder Mu sneered, leading the charge towards Jiang Luo. The experts of the Xiantian sect had finally made their move. A cold smile curled upon Jiang Luo's lips. Over the past 20 days, although he had not made significant breakthroughs in his realm, Jiang Yuan had solidified his foundation. His mastery over the mysterious bloodline within him had deepened considerably. The Killing Emperor technique had also reached a state of consummation, significantly enhancing his overall prowess. However, he was not in haste to act. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the approaching Elder Mu, waiting patiently for the opportune moment, a moment to strike with lethal precision. This was a strategy he had meticulously devised for confronting the adept of the Xiantian sect. As Elder Mu entered within a 3-zhang range, the moment had arrived. Jiang Luo erupted with intensity, channeling his utmost strength to unleash the Emperor's fist. Sensing the terrifying power, Elder Mu's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. How is this possible? Elder Mu thought, wide-eyed and incredulous. If it weren't for my ability to teleport, I would have surely perished. A spurt of fresh blood escaped his lips. Though he had evaded the blow with remarkable speed, he was still impacted by the overwhelming force of the punch. His internal energy surged, leaving him slightly injured. What a pity, for at the 4th pillar realm, he had already acquired the ability to teleport. Jiang Luo's expression was one of icy solemnity. This young man had actually injured Elder Mu. How could this be possible? Elders Xiao and Zhou stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could the power of a saint body truly be so monstrous? Luo Daosun, Jiang Luo, and Xin Wanqian were equally astounded. Elder Mu, a practitioner of the fourth Dings, had been wounded? Good heavens, surely my eyes are not deceiving me. What manner of freak is this? They found it hard to accept that such combat prowess could emerge from a mere cultivator at the 9th layer of gathering spirit. It seemed that the three of us old fellows would have no choice but to unite against this one young man. Subsequently, Elders Zhou and Zhao made their presence known. The three transcendent practitioners of the fourth Dings encircled Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, you are truly a prodigy of a millennium. Perhaps only the venerable Ling Xian can match your brilliance. Alas, you have offended the Xiantian sect, and your rise to power will not be permitted. Today marks your demise. The three fourth Dings transcendent beings unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Luo'er is in grave danger. Jiang Xiao's complexion was ashen, etched with despair. The combined might of the three extraordinary figures from the four cauldrons rendered Luo'er utterly defenseless. Jiang Luo, alas, your demise is imminent. Such a pity for your talent. Without a formidable backing, you ultimately resemble a mere insect. Xin Shui also felt a sense of relief in her heart. Upon the demise of Jiang Luo, he found solace in the irrevocability of his choices. A sense of finality enveloped him. Do you dare to attempt my demise? He scoffed, a wry smile gracing his lips. Yet, he had not yet revealed his ultimate trump card. At that moment, the golden blood coursing through his veins erupted in a dazzling, fervent radiance. An ancient and terrifying imperial might began to awaken within him, imbuing his gaze with a fearsome authority. Finally, Jiang Luo unleashed the formidable power of his mysterious bloodline. The overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the arena, instilling profound trepidation and trembling in the souls of all present. What was unfolding before them left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Could this be the enigmatic bloodline Jiang Luo had spoken of? Jiang Xiao's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse of the cosmos, Jiang Ning and Du Gu Xiaoya, in their quest for their son, stood frozen in astonishment, sensing the magnitude of this imperial might. The ferocity of the imperial blood once again erupted, pinpointing its location within the Ling Xian small world. Jiang Ning's face was alight with excitement. Jiang Ning, quickly, hasten to the Ling Xian small world. It is highly likely that our long-lost son awaits us there. Du Gu Xiaoya's tears flowed freely, her heart aching for the child who had been missing since his youth, enduring countless tribulations. As a mother, how could she not feel profound sorrow? 16 years had passed. The couple had traversed innumerable star realms, and now, at last, a glimmer of hope emerged, igniting their exhilaration. At that moment, Jiang Luo unleashed the full force of his bloodline power. An overwhelming and formidable pressure radiated from him, as if he were an ancient sovereign. Invincible and awe-inspiring, instilling a tremor of fear in the souls of all present. What is happening? How could Jiang Luo's aura suddenly surge to such heights? Xin Wanqian, Luo Daosun, and others exclaimed in terror. Under this immense might, they felt an unsettling palpitation in their hearts. The Lingxian small world was merely a commonplace realm within the chaotic expanse, devoid of mighty beings and, consequently, any notion of bloodline inheritance. Thus, the phenomena occurring within Jiang Luo were utterly perplexing. The three elders of the Xiantian sect also bore expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend what had transpired so suddenly within Jiang Luo. It is time to send you three old fools on your way. Jiang Luo's gaze was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. An overwhelming and formidable bloodline power coalesced into a radiant golden light of death. Under Jiang Luo's command, this golden luminescence enveloped the three elders of the Xiantian sect. With a thunderous roar, it effortlessly shattered their protective spiritual aura as if it were mere tofu. We can't withstand this. Quick, flee. The three elders sensed the suffocating grip of death, gripped by paralyzing fear. They desperately attempted to escape, but it was too late. The terrifying golden light had already pierced through their bodies. No, the three elders, each at the fourth pinnacle realm, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend that they had been slain in an instant by a mere youth at the gathering spirit realm. In that moment, their anguished cries were silenced as the golden radiance tore their bodies apart. An explosive sound reverberated through the air, enveloping the entire void in a haze of blood mist. This scene left the audience in shock, their breaths caught in their throats. How was it possible for three extraordinary cultivators of the fourth pinnacle realm to be annihilated by a cultivator at the gathering spirit realm? It seemed utterly unfathomable. As if one were trapped in a nightmare. The battlefield descended into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Each soul present was shaken to their core. The three elders of the Xiantian sect had perished just like that? How could Jiang Luo, a mere gathering spirit cultivator, achieve such a feat? Was it possible that they were not merely hallucinating? The coalition forces gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the event. Shun Wanqian was pale, drenched in cold sweat, his heart a tumult of emotions, tinged with regret. Such an extraordinary talent, as Jiang Luo, once fully realized, could undoubtedly rival the likes of an ancestral spirit. The Xiantian sect and the Supreme Dynasty would pale in comparison. Regret surged within him. It must be a trick. A deception. Shun Shui cried, shaking her head fervently, unable to accept the reality of her misjudgment. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his son had grown so formidable. With the three elders of the Xiantian sect now deceased, what should be their next course of action? Luo Daosan inquired, his complexion ashen. If this situation persisted, would they be left with no choice but to retreat? General Luo, we must not allow Jiang Luo to survive. Otherwise, we shall all suffer from his wrathful vengeance, the ninth prince intoned gravely. He too had not anticipated such a turn of events. Jiang Yu clenched his fists, a visage filled with murderous intent and profound anguish. The demise of the three elders at the fourth tier was a tremendous blow to the Xiantian sect. Jiang Luo has committed an unforgivable sin by slaying the three elders. Our sect shall not let him go unpunished. At this juncture, Luo Daosan steeled himself and commanded the Knights of the Wind to encircle Jiang Luo once more. The Grand Marshal of Dali also ordered his elite forces to advance upon Jiang Luo, a relentless tide surging forth, akin to a deluge. Who would dare to step forward to meet their demise? Jiang Luo, wielding a single firearm, stood fearlessly before the vast multitude of soldiers. His mighty shout reverberated across the battlefield, instilling trepidation within the ranks, causing them to cower and refrain from advancing. After all, Jiang Luo had just effortlessly vanquished three extraordinary cultivators at the fourth Ding stage. His formidable presence was nothing short of astonishing. Jiang Luo, for the heinous act of slaying an elder of the Xiantian sect, you are guilty beyond redemption. Today, I have come to hold you accountable. At that moment, an imperious voice resonated throughout the battlefield, accompanied by a surge of terrifying energy. In the skies above, a colossal golden sword-shaped manifestation materialized, exuding an overwhelming sword aura. Everyone felt a sharp, cutting pain across their faces, as the sword energy was exceedingly oppressive. This was indeed a manifestation, signifying the intervention of a formidable being above the seventh Ding stage. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. Upon reaching the seventh Ding realm, one gains complete dominion over the forces of heaven and earth, enabling them to manifest their power in combat. Hence, the combat prowess of a cultivator at this level is incomparable to that of one at the fourth Ding stage. Such a powerhouse could effortlessly obliterate hundreds or even thousands with a mere wave of their hand. In the entire Lingxian minor world, they stand atop the pinnacle of strength. The golden sword manifestation belonged to the third elder. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened. Given their acquaintance, how could he possibly fail to recognize him? The third elder had arrived. Jiang Yu's face was filled with delight. Jiang Luo, you have vanquished me, shattered the legs of Elder Qing, and even swiftly eliminated three elders. Yet, what does it matter? Our Xuanian song boasts even more formidable warriors who will come to claim your life. You cannot escape death. This underscores the significance of one's background. Boom. A radiant beam descended, revealing a middle-aged man clad in green, who hovered in the air before the onlookers. He emanated an unparalleled aura of strength, terrifying as if a deity had descended from the heavens. The ninth realm of the Danding, the seventh realm, marks an insurmountable chasm. To cross it is to enter a realm of existence distinct from the ordinary. In the vast expanse of the world, such beings are exceedingly rare, deserving the title of extraordinary power. Elder San, do you intend to come and slay me? Jiang Xiao gazed in disbelief. The two had been childhood companions. Having grown up together, and he had once saved the other's life, they were as close as brothers. Jiang Xiao, our bond ends here, the third elder stated coldly. You have acted with audacity and offended the Xiantian sect, and no one can save you now. Elevated above all, he had long since forgotten the camaraderie of their past. For the sake of the life I once saved, Spare Luo and I shall relinquish my own life. Jiang Xiao spoke in a deep voice. The third elder let out a cold laugh. Jiang Xiao, your son possesses extraordinary talent. Do you truly believe he will pose a significant threat? Today, both you and your son shall meet your demise. Jiang Luo spoke sternly. Father, cease the futile conversation. He has long forgotten the bond between you. With a determined resolve, he declared, I shall witness the true strength of the Seven Cauldrons realm. Without further ado, he took the initiative to strike. A formidable surge of bloodline power enveloped his spear, transforming into a divine radiance that surged towards the third elder. An ant dares to challenge an elephant. Utterly oblivious to its own insignificance, the third elder remarked coldly, wielding the golden sword's manifestation to launch a counterattack against Jiang Luo. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic power. The surrounding soldiers were swept away by the overwhelming shockwave, toppling in droves amidst their anguished cries. Poof! Jiang Luo spewed a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Ha ha! Jiang Luo has been defeated. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. At this moment, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. What does your unparalleled talent matter, Jiang Luo? Without a formidable background, you are ultimately but an insignificant insect, doomed to be crushed. My choice, Xin Shui, was not misguided. Xin Shui proudly lifted her head and spoke with an air of triumph. Zhen Wang, everything is about to come to an end. Haha. The Grand Marshal of De Li laughed joyfully. The greatest threat to the court was finally to be resolved. Just now, I could sense you. Your power emerges from your blood. It appears you possess a unique bloodline, indeed a once-in-an-era sacred body. By killing you and bringing your remains back to the Xintian sect, I will ensure a thorough study. The third elder chuckled sinisterly. This was his primary motive for intervening. By researching Jiang Luo's corpse, he believed he could elevate his own cultivation to new heights. Soon, a terrifying pressure enveloped Jiang Luo. The golden sword Dharma manifestation unleashed a dreadful force, poised to strike Jiang Luo and claim his life. Jiang Luo let out a bitter laugh. Was it truly the case that upon just traversing into this new realm, he would meet his demise today? Luo, we finally found you. At that moment, two excited voices echoed through the battlefield. A pair of young man and woman appeared silently. The man, clad in black, was tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility. The woman, dressed in a gown of pure white, possessed a delicate beauty akin to that of a celestial being descending from the lunar palace. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, astonished at the sudden appearance of this striking duo. The woman's gaze was solely fixated on Jiang Luo, completely disregarding the presence of others. Tears glistened in her enchanting eyes. He is truly our Luo. Both of them were unparalleled powerhouses, capable of obliterating a small world with a mere flick of their wrist. Naturally, they could sense the profound bloodline connection between Jiang Luo and themselves. Thus, upon seeing him, they were 100% certain this was their son, lost to them for 16 long years. Do you intend to kill him? The man's countenance darkened as he glared at the third elder, his heart ablaze with fury. Just as they had found their son, someone dared to threaten his life. Who are you? Step aside at once, or this elder shall eliminate you all. The third elder scoffed, his demeanor dismissive. The gap in their realms was far too vast. To him, the suddenly appearing young couple seemed no different from ordinary mortals. He sensed no trace of formidable power emanating from them, and only refrained from attacking immediately due to their extraordinary aura and mysterious origins. Haha, Jiang Ning chuckled. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Who are you? Jiang Luo gazed at the two with a quizzical expression. Luo, we are your parents. Du Gu Xiaoye's voice trembled slightly, tears cascading down her exquisite face. At that moment, she shook uncontrollably, a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, joy, guilt, and remorse, intertwined, leaving her heart in disarray. The beloved son she had yearned for over the past 16 years finally stood before her. The depth of her feelings was indescribable, and her emotions were beyond her control. Am I truly your son? Jiang Luo gazed intently at the two individuals. After exhausting all his memories, he had fully embraced the identity of his original self. In truth, he harbored no doubts regarding their biological parents' identities. The emotions expressed by the woman were undeniably genuine. You were cruelly harmed shortly after your birth. For this reason, we have sought you for 16 long years. You are our son, and this is beyond question. Jiang Ning spoke up. Although there was no outward display of emotion, his heart was in turmoil, trembling with excitement. As a father, he bore the weight of his feelings in silence, unlike a mother who might express her emotions more freely. Luo, it is all my fault. I failed to protect you back then, Miss Duga lamented, her voice choked with tears. She was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt, feeling remorseful towards her son. Thus, upon finally reuniting with her beloved child, she was overwhelmed by an acute sense of culpability. Luo, this is the jade pendant you have always carried with you, she continued. Inscribed with the character for Luo, hence I named you Jiang Luo. At that moment, Jiang Xiao retrieved a magnificent jade pendant from his bosom. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him, as if all his cherished possessions had been snatched away. The biological parents of Luo had finally come to claim her. Indeed, this is the identity jade token of the Jiang family. Jiang Ning nodded. Father, mother. Jiang Luo acknowledged their identities. Having returned from the dead, he was indeed the genuine Jiang Luo. The biological parents of the original owner were now his own. A bitter smile crossed his mind. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, perpetually yearning for the affection of loving parents. To his astonishment, in this new life, he had been granted the love he had longed for. Alas, he lamented that he would not have the opportunity to bask in their affection. In Jiang Luo's eyes, they were merely ordinary people, incapable of saving him. Yet, he was puzzled as to why a powerful bloodline resided within him. Good boy, my Luo, from now on, mother will not allow anyone to harm you again. Upon hearing her child acknowledge them, Dugu Xiaoya, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her son tightly. Her heart brimmed with joy, and she even broke into a foolish smile. Subsequently, she extended her hand, gently wiping her beloved child's face, wishing to etch his likeness permanently in her heart. Jiang Ning approached with a gentle smile, placing a reassuring hand upon his son's shoulder. After 16 long years, our family was finally reunited. In this moment, I felt an unprecedented wave of happiness wash over me, dispelling the shadows that had lingered in my heart. It turned out that Jiang Xiao was not Jiang Luo's biological father. Yet, what significance did this revelation hold? Two ordinary individuals could hardly alter Jiang Luo's fated demise. Laughter erupted among the crowd, mocking, "Ha, Jiang Xiao. Who would have thought you raised another man's son for 16 years? The sudden appearance of Jiang Luo's true parents seemed inconsequential to them. I have no time for your family's reunion tales, the elder declared with a grim resolve. It is time for you to join your son. The third elder's murderous intent surged forth, as the golden sword's manifestation unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying aura. This matter held no relevance for them. The target of their wrath was me. Jiang Luo shielded his parents behind him. My son has grown up. He must protect us, said Dugu Xiaoya, her face radiant with joy. With her status and power, she had no need for her son's protection. However, the sensation of being safeguarded by him filled her with immense happiness. Luo, your mother has promised not to allow anyone to harm you again, Dugu Xiaoya declared, stepping forward to shield her son, a gentle smile gracing her lips. And attempting to stop a chariot, the third elder scoffed, unleashing his golden sword towards the trio. Dugu Xiaoya's eyes turned icy as she merely snorted coldly. In an instant, the third elder was obliterated, leaving no trace of his existence, vanishing from the very spot. This scene left all witnesses utterly astonished. What they stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying event in the world, their expressions radiating sheer horror. Was a mere glance sufficient to annihilate him? Good heavens, what kind of terrifying entity was this? They found it hard to believe, their hearts trembling with fear. Jiang Luo was taken aback, as he never anticipated that his parents were not ordinary individuals, but rather extraordinary powerhouses. Just moments ago, did you not assert that my son lacked any background? How could your Xiantian sect so brazenly humiliate my child? Jiang Ning cast a frigid glance at Jinyu. Heh, he scoffed coldly, to compare your background with that of my son? How utterly laughable. Allow me to enlighten you. What you regard as a background is, in my eyes, utterly insignificant, easily extinguished with a mere flick of my fingers. Jiang Ning turned to Shen Shui, his voice icy as he declared, You have chosen to abandon my son for a man of greater influence. You shall soon realize the absurdity of your choice and the depths of your regret. With a mere flick of his finger, he pointed towards the void, and in an instant, the fabric of space was forcefully torn asunder. The imposing stronghold of the southern domain, the Xiantian sect, emerged through the rift. Towering peaks adorned with celestial pavilions and magnificent halls rose majestically, teeming with thousands of disciples, exuding an overwhelming aura. Is this truly a rift in the void? How is such a feat possible? At that moment, Luo Daosan, Jinyu, The ninth prince and others stood in stunned silence, their understanding of reality utterly shattered. Good heavens, is there truly someone capable of tearing apart the void? Can cultivators attain such unfathomable power? A profound fear gripped their hearts as they finally comprehended the terror inherent in Jiang Luo's biological parents. The Xiantian sect, located thousands of kilometers away, had inexplicably manifested before them. This astonishing scene left everyone in a state of shock and dread. So this is the source of your audacity in front of my son. Jiang Ning, with arms crossed and an air of supreme authority, declared before me. You are nothing more than a pitiful insect, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. With a subtle motion of his finger, he pointed towards the distant Xiantian sect. Suddenly, a colossal vortex materialized above the sect, exuding an aura reminiscent of divine wrath. The previously clear sky darkened instantly, as thick black lightning crackled ominously, painting a terrifying tableau. What could have transpired? At that moment, the thousands of disciples of the Xiantian sect gazed up in horror, their bodies trembling under the oppressive force. Was this a celestial punishment? Yet, the Xiantian sect had not committed any egregious acts to invoke such wrath. An elder of the sect voiced his fear, questioning the arrival of divine retribution. Just then, from the forbidden grounds of the Xiantian sect, a terrifying beam of light surged towards the heavens. There, an elder clad in a purple robe, barefoot and suspended in midair, focused intently on the gigantic black vortex. Great-grandfather, exclaimed Jiang Yu from the other side of the void. Astonished, this was the foremost powerhouse of the Xiantian sect, the venerable Xiantian ancestor, the most formidable being in the entire southern region. Luo Daosan and others exchanged uneasy glances. The Xiantian ancestor, at the pinnacle of the Nine Cauldrons realm, stood on the verge of transcending to the celestial realm, a being of terrifying might. Akin to a deity in the southern region. How can I question the heavens? What transgressions has the Xiantian sect committed to warrant such divine ire? Why has this celestial punishment descended? The Xiantian ancestor gazed upwards, his face marred by sorrow, shouting in despair. Despite being the strongest in the southern region, he found himself utterly powerless under the weight of divine authority. The elders and disciples of the Xiantian sect, paralyzed by fear, had already fallen to their knees. Overwhelmed by terror, injuring my son is indeed an offense deserving of divine wrath. The Xiantian sect has no further reason to exist in this world. A voice of grave authority echoed. In the next moment, a cataclysmic light erupted from the black vortex, engulfing the entire Xiantian sect. Instantly, the sect was reduced to ashes, obliterating thousands of disciples, including the Xiantian ancestor and the sect master, leaving no trace behind. The once mighty Xiantian sect, the overlord of the southern region, had vanished completely from existence. This scene left Shun Wanqian, Luo Daosan, and others paralyzed in shock upon the ground. Was it truly possible for such a vast sect to be annihilated from thousands of kilometers away? The magnitude of power required for such an act was unfathomable. Shun Wanqian and his daughter Shui were nearly paralyzed with fear, consumed by regret. They had initially perceived Jiang Luo as merely a young heir of the modest town South King, and had even mocked him as a mere ant without a formidable background. Little did they anticipate that, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Luo's biological parents would arrive, exuding an aura of overwhelming power akin to deities descending from the heavens. Had they not opted to withdraw from the engagement, Shui would have truly soared to greatness, transforming into a phoenix that rises above the clouds. Such an opportunity was carelessly cast aside by their own hands. At that moment, Shun Wanqian felt utterly despondent. Despite having navigated the complexities of life to build a vast business empire, he never imagined that a moment of folly could spell the doom of the entire Shin family. Not even the esteemed Lingxian saint or the mightiest of celestial beings could rival such formidable presence. What manner of individuals were Jiang Luo's parents? And to what extent did their power extend? The ninth prince's face turned pale, engulfed in terror. He fully regretted involving himself in this treacherous affair. Jiang Yu, with a mournful expression, had assumed Jiang Luo was an insignificant figure without connections, only to realize that the true fool was himself, leading to the downfall of the entire Xiantian sect. Even Jiang Luo himself was taken aback. Annihilation from afar? Such a notion seemed excessively grandiose and utterly unbelievable. What harrowing origins lay behind his biological parents? Curiosity surged within him. With the protection of his true parents, Jiang Luo's path to cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth and filled with boundless potential. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of bitterness. He realized he would no longer be able to assist his son, destined to become a mere passerby in his life. The chasm between him and Jiang Luo's biological parents was insurmountable. Yet there was also a sense of joy, with such a powerful background shielding him. Jiang Luo would no longer find himself in peril. Given his astonishing talents, he was destined for greatness. They had all belittled my son for lacking a background, but now, as his father, I shall demonstrate through tangible proof that their arrogance is but a facade, rendering them mere ants before him, easily crushed at my whim. Do not challenge a father's love for his son. Even the entirety of the Lingxian small world would crumble under my hand, extinguishing countless lives. Jiang Ning declared with unparalleled dominance. To obliterate the Xiantian sect from a distance was, for him, an exceedingly simple task. How dare such a swarm of insignificant insects conspire to harm my son? Dugu Xiaoye's gaze turned icy, radiating an aura of lethal intent. A mother bear protecting her cub is indeed the most formidable of forces. Years ago, due to her negligence, her son faced grave peril, and she has since felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards him. Her current resolve is to utilize every means at her disposal to make amends. Henceforth, she shall undoubtedly become a mother who indulges her son to the utmost, unwilling to allow him to endure any further grievances. With a mere sweep of her eyes across the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were reduced to ashes, as if they had never existed. Only a handful remained: Luo Daosun, Shen Wanchao, Shen Shui, Jing Yu, and the Ninth Prince. Such a terrifying display of power resembled that of deities. Brother Jiang Luo, I entrust them to your care, Dugu Xiaoye stated. Luo, I was wrong. You must forgive me. We played together, slept together, bathed together when we were young. I trailed behind you, and it was but a moment of folly. Please forgive me. I promise to obey you from now on, to do whatever you ask. Shen Shui knelt before Jiang Luo in fear, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Disgusting, Jiang Luo disdainfully remarked. He never anticipated that this woman could be so shameless. Seeking his forgiveness at such a moment. In her next life, she must not be overly materialistic. Subsequently, he struck her with a resounding slap. Shen Shui was instantly silenced. Her eyes wide open, unable to close in death. She was consumed by regret, lamenting her choice to break off the engagement. Jiang Zhennan, spare my life. I have a monumental secret to reveal to you, Luo Daosun exclaimed in a panic. Jiang Xiao cast a cold gaze upon Luo Daosun. What secret do you harbor? Speak swiftly. Luo Daosun hurriedly replied. Your wife, Jiang Wei, is not dead. Rather, she is eternally imprisoned in the Temple of Divine Wind. The announcement of her death was merely a facade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, his body trembling with excitement. Wei is alive? Haha. This was the most exhilarating news Jiang Xiao had received in years. The iron-willed warrior, the ruthless slayer of 100,000 foes, now found tears streaming down his face. A man may shed tears, but only when truly moved by sorrow. Can you spare me now? Luo Daosun cautiously inquired, casting a wary glance at Jiang Xiao. I may choose not to end your life, Jiang Xiao responded after a moment of contemplation, his voice deep and resolute. However, at that moment, Jiang Luo abruptly stepped forward. Father, you once spared his life, but I have yet to agree to that decision. It was you who pursued my mother, and now you come to take my life. It is time for me to exact vengeance. How could he possibly allow his enemy to escape unscathed? Jiang Xiao, filled with fury, confronted Luo Daosun. This father and son duo were merely engaging in a theatrical performance at his expense. Jiang Xiao smiled faintly and remarked, This prince may choose not to seek vengeance on your behalf, yet it does not preclude Luo from exacting her own retribution. Following this, Jiang Luo unleashed a torrent of blood, striking down upon Luo Daosun with a single forceful palm. Thus, this illustrious commander of the southern domain's Divine Wind cavalry met his demise. Luo, you must personally journey to the Divine Wind Hall to rescue your mother, Jiang Ning stated. Dugu Xiaoye gazed at her husband in confusion. Is it not a simple task for the two of them to intervene and save Jiang Wei? Why must Luo embark on such a perilous adventure? Our son has only just entered the spirit-gathering realm. In an instant, her heart ached. On one hand, it was essential for Luo to personally save her adoptive mother as a means of expressing her gratitude for the nurturing she received. On the other hand, it also served as a valuable trial for her growth. Jiang Ning conveyed his thoughts through whispers, patiently elucidating his perspective. Moreover, if he wished to seek justice personally, it must stem from his own strength. Have faith in our son. he is certainly no inferior to that naturally gifted sovereign. Rest assured, with us by his side, what danger could he possibly face? This world is merely a small realm. If our son cannot carve a path through it, how could he possibly return without being ridiculed? Such is the fate of Jiang Luo. As their son, mediocrity is simply unacceptable. Should anyone dare to mock him, I shall fight fiercely for him. Does that naturally endowed sovereign truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate him? This time, if anyone dares to bring harm to Luo, I shall not relent. And blood will surely flow like rivers. In Dugu Xiaoya's eyes, a resolute determination shone brightly. Where? I understand your deep affection for our son and your fears for his well-being. However, there are paths he must tread on his own. We can only offer our support, not walk the journey for him. Jiang Ning patiently advised, fully aware that his wife felt indebted to their son, which would inevitably lead her to indulge him excessively. However, as his father, he could not allow their child to become a mere pampered heir reliant solely on his parents. How you nurture our son is beyond my concern. If he encounters danger, I shall not hesitate to punish you as well. Dugu Xiaoya warned her husband with formidable authority, vowing to protect their offspring at all costs. In matters concerning their son, it appeared that Dugu Xiaoya would not even consider her husband's feelings. Luo is my son too. How could I ever place him in jeopardy? Jiang Ning let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, a fiercely protective woman is the most formidable. Jiang Luo was unaware of the conversation between his parents. He nodded and stated, "Father, I will personally rescue Mother." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Jiang Xiao replied. He then turned his attention to the ninth prince. "I have heard that you are also a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. Do you know Lu Rian?" Jiang Xiao inquired sternly, his mind clouded with perplexity over the disarray of his battle formation, which had been effortlessly dismantled by foes far too familiar with its intricacies. He was resolute in his quest for clarity regarding this bewildering situation. Moreover, could it truly be that the esteemed ninth prince of the Star Luo dynasty, a disciple of the sacred land of Lingxian, would take notice of Xin Shui? While Xin Shui possessed commendable talent and exquisite beauty, her renown was predominantly confined to the Great Li dynasty, hardly warranting the attention of a prince of such stature. Compounding his doubts, the missive he had entrusted to Lu Ruyan had seemingly vanished without a trace. The astute and calculating Jiang Xiao was compelled to cast suspicion upon her. The ninth prince faltered, his words catching in his throat. "Speak," Jiang Xiao commanded, his voice resonating with authority. "Brother Jiang, there is no need for such pressing inquiries. One could simply delve into his memories to uncover the truth." Jiang Ning extended a finger, directly pointing at the ninth prince. "Ah!" The ninth prince screamed in agony. Soon after, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this woman could be so cruel, plotting to harm her own kin. After delving into the memories, he had come to realize that the malevolent force behind it all was this woman named Lu Ruyan. Subsequently, Jiang Ning disclosed everything he had uncovered to Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing the revelation, Jiang Xiao was engulfed in a tempest of fury. "Lu Ruyan, I treated you as my own daughter. Yet you exhibit such a complete lack of humanity." Jiang Xiao was so enraged that his blood surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson liquid. Indeed, with such a name, I sensed that it would betray the Jinan Wangfu. The Emperor of Smoke and Clouds lives up to his illustrious reputation. Jiang Luo's eyes grew cold. The original owner had met a tragic end, and she herself had nearly perished as well, all due to this woman. The heart of the most malevolent woman is indeed exceedingly cruel. Following the slaughter of Shun Wanqian and others, the group returned to the residence of the Prince of Jiannan. After the fierce battle, there remained numerous affairs for Jiang Xiao to attend to. In the room, only Jiang Luo and her biological parents remained. Dugu Xiaoya gazed at her son with a look of adoration. "Luo, Mother has found you now, and I shall never allow anyone to bully you again. Even if you were to commit the gravest of sins, I will shield you from the consequences. No one shall harm you. Pursue whatever it is you desire. Do not hesitate to achieve it." Dugu Xiaoya wished for nothing more than to indulge her son at this moment. She cared little for anything else. She felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards him, and only by lavishing him with affection could she find peace and joy. Jiang Ning let out a helpless smile, sighing inwardly. He harbored no desire for his son to become a notorious scion of privilege. "Luo, although your lineage may be somewhat illustrious, I, as your father, wish for you to rely on your own strength to subdue the world, rather than depend on your background and remain complacent. The son of the illustrious Jiang Ning shall not be a coward. A tiger's son cannot be a dog." Jiang Ning refrains from contradicting his wife, choosing instead to admonish his son gently. The aspiration for one's child to achieve greatness is a universal longing inherent in every father. Father, what exactly is our background? Jiang Luo inquired with great curiosity, particularly eager to discern the true magnitude of the background in question. During his scholarly pursuits in the imperial city, he had stumbled upon ancient texts that revealed the existence of the Tianyuan Great World, which coexists alongside the Lingxian Small World. This vast realm, comprising a multitude of smaller worlds, constitutes a celestial domain. Could it be that his parents are scions of a prominent family within the Tianyuan star domain? In the face of his son's probing questions, Jiang Ning smiled gently and inquired, "Have you ever heard of the legend of the Great Emperor?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Luowen shook his head repeatedly. He was entirely unaware of what realm lay beyond the celestial stage, let alone having heard of the emperor. However, the mere mention of such a title evoked a surge of passion within him, suggesting an unparalleled majesty and undoubtedly signifying an immensely formidable being. "Today, I shall enlighten you with some knowledge, my child." Jiang Ning smiled faintly and said, "The realm we inhabit is known as the Xianhuang Chaos Realm. It is comprised of the primordial celestial realm, 3,000 great worlds, and countless smaller worlds. The primordial celestial realm serves as the foundation of the entire chaos realm, the most central and powerful domain, teeming with formidable beings. A great world, along with numerous smaller worlds, forms a star domain. Therefore, one could also describe the Xianhuang Chaos Realm as being made up of the primordial celestial realm and 3,000 star domains." He provided his son with a brief overview of their world's circumstances. "Dad, are we Jiang Ning part of a prominent family within a star domain?" Jiang Luo inquired excitedly. "A star domain, indeed. The population is several million times that of the Lingxian Small World. To be part of a prominent family within a star domain signifies a position of immense power and a formidable background. Henceforth, my path of cultivation shall surely become significantly smoother." Jiang Ning smiled faintly, choosing not to respond directly, but instead remarked, "It is time for you to be introduced to the Emperor. The Emperor, the mightiest cultivator of the chaotic realm, represents the pinnacle of cultivation. The Emperor reigns over the vast cosmos, revered by all realms, and exerts dominion over the universe, embodying the most extraordinary existence in this world. Naturally, those who attain the Emperor's realm are also referred to as divine sovereigns, celestial lords, or sacred ancestors. Throughout the recorded history of the chaotic realm, spanning over 1,000,000 years, 14 emperors have emerged, categorized into 2 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, 4 lords, and 5 emperors. These 14 emperors established the Pan clan, the ancestral god temple, 3 supreme divine dynasties, 4 chaotic sanctuaries, and 5 supreme imperial clans. My ancestors from the Jiang family were among the 3 divine sovereigns, founding the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. They governed 13 star domains and established the Great Xia star system, becoming one of the superlative overlords of the present Su-En Huing chaotic world, an unparalleled divine nation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo stood frozen, his heart trembling with disbelief. My goodness, he had initially thought his parents hailed from a prominent family in a single star domain, only to discover such astonishing heritage. They were rulers of an unparalleled divine dynasty governing 13 star domains. This revelation left him utterly astounded, his emotions tumultuously unsettled, akin to a beggar suddenly realizing that the world's wealthiest individual is his own father. "Father, what is your status within the Great Xia Divine Dynasty?" Jiang Luo inquired eagerly. Even if you were merely a regular member of the royal family, such a status would still be immensely powerful, considering that this dynasty is among the mightiest overlords in the entirety of the chaotic realm. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. "Your grandfather is none other than the contemporary emperor of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, Jiang Lan. Your grandmother is the younger sister of the esteemed head of the Supreme Divine Clan, the Yi family, Yi Lan. As for myself, I have been bestowed the title of Prince Ning, one among the 18 princes of Great Xia. Attaining such a title is an arduous endeavor. Even the son of an emperor would not be easily granted a princely title. Yet, by mere happenstance, I became the unparalleled prodigy who subdued an entire generation. Among my peers, none have been able to withstand even a single strike from me, which is why I was conferred the title of prince." Although his tone was unassuming, the pride and arrogance in his demeanor were unmistakable. "What? My grandfather is the emperor of Great Xia? My grandmother is the sister of the clan leader of the Supreme Divine Clan? Father, You subdued an entire generation? Jiang Luo was utterly astonished, his face a portrait of disbelief. Is this what his father referred to as merely a semblance of background? Goodness. This is undeniably one of the most formidable legacies within the chaotic realm. It is an unparalleled stroke of fortune. Observing her husband's smug demeanor, Jiang Xiao let out a disdainful snort. She harbored no desire for her son to idolize his father while neglecting his mother. Humph. While your Supreme Divine Dynasty boasts an impressive background, the Dugu family is far from inconsequential. With a beaming smile, she turned to her son, Luo. Your grandfather is none other than Dugu Baitian, the Lord of Sword Emperor City. He commands the city, harnessing fortune, and in this era devoid of emperors, he is hailed as the mightiest in the chaotic realm. With a single sword, he steadfastly guards Sword Emperor City, preventing countless malevolent beings from encroaching even a step into the abyssal chaos. Although the Dugu family lacks imperial lineage, in an age where no emperors have emerged for millennia, we are still capable of reaching the pinnacle of the world. Your great-aunt, Dugu Mingwe, is a direct disciple of the ancestral god temple. Originally, you had an uncle whose talents surpassed even those of your grandfather. Alas, he perished in a battle against an otherworldly fiend. Dugu Xiaoya's expression suddenly grew somber. Her brother had always been exceptionally doting towards her. The mere thought of him brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. What? The mightiest in the chaotic realm? Jiang Luo was utterly astonished, rendered speechless to an almost unmanageable degree. She had thought that her status as the royal grandson of the Supreme Divine Dynasty was already quite significant. Yet, to her surprise, her grandfather was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the chaos realm. What she initially believed to be a hellish beginning swiftly transformed into an extraordinarily fortuitous one. The original protagonist's background was simply too extraordinary, too astonishing. The fact that I am the daughter of the unparalleled Dugu Baitian is scarcely known to the world. Dugu Xiaoya smiled, revealing an even deeper lineage that your father remains oblivious to. Your grandmother is the sovereign of the 4 great chaos sacred lands, the holy master of the celestial realm. As for me, I am the legendary saintess of the celestial realm. Very few are privy to this layer of identity. Jiang Luo was once again taken aback. What an extraordinary background this was. The Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Imperial Clan, the Sword Emperor City, the chaotic sacred land. And even the ancestral god temple had a faint connection due to his aunt, Dugu Mingwe. He could very well be considered the most extravagant scion of the chaotic realm. Who else could boast such a formidable lineage? Where? I never imagined that you were the legendary saintess of the celestial realm, the moon goddess, renowned as the most exquisite beauty in the chaos. Jiang Ning stood in utter astonishment, frozen in place. How is it? It seems you have stumbled upon an incredible fortune, doesn't it? Dugu Xiaoya cast her husband a sidelong glance. Jiang Ning broke into a foolish grin, for indeed, he had found a great treasure. The unparalleled beauty of chaos was none other than his own wife. Who wouldn't be elated? Dugu Xiaoya turned her gaze to their son and spoke with overwhelming authority. Luo, do you now comprehend the formidable power that stands behind you? From this moment forward, pursue your endeavors with unwavering confidence. If I am displeased, I can easily level an entire star domain. What of it? Such past grievances shall never be permitted to recur. Thank you, Mother. Jiang Luo nodded appreciatively, finally experiencing the warmth of parental affection. For an orphan like him, this was invaluable. In terms of talent, he possessed the divine pearl as his golden ticket. In terms of lineage, he was supported by the Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Deity Clan, and the Chaos Holy Land, all underpinned by the might of the strongest in chaos. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst countless prodigies and myriad beings, what do you possess to challenge me? I stand truly invincible now. My talent is unmatched. My background is unparalleled. Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming excitement within. In this lifetime, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. Luo, regarding your grandfather and grandmother, please refrain from disclosing their matters to outsiders unless absolutely necessary. Admonished Dugu Xiaoya. The celestial realm has a decree that forbids the Holy Lord from marrying and bearing children. Consequently, I did not even confide in your father about your grandmother's situation at first. As children grow, they have the right to know their kin, which is why I chose to share this with you, Jiang Luo. The reason we must keep your grandfather Dugu Baiqian's identity a secret from others is due to the fear of external demonic forces seeking vengeance or abducting them to threaten Dugu Baiqian. This is also why very few are aware that she is the little princess of the Dugu family. I understand, Jiang Luo nodded. Luo, While you possess the most distinguished background from the Chaos Realm, I still hope that you will become a true prodigy rather than merely a second generation who abuses their privilege. Jiang Ning harbors exceedingly high expectations for his son. While the background may serve as a foundation, it must not be the sole reliance. One must not be a mere vessel of potential without the requisite capability. Father, I have reached the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm and have slain 3 extraordinary cultivators of the 4th Pillar Realm. Jiang Luo spoke with a hint of pride, declaring that such achievements were worthy of being inscribed in history. However, Jiang Ning merely scoffed in disdain, stating, "In my day, I was capable of slaying beings in the celestial realm while traversing the 9 levels of spiritual gathering. Moreover, the cultivators of this small world are severely lacking in resources and possess limited combat prowess." Jiang Luo let out a bitter laugh, realizing that the achievements he once took pride in were utterly insignificant in the eyes of his father. "Do not be disheartened. Allow me to mentor you, and your prowess will significantly enhance." Jiang Ning smiled. This exemplifies the vast chasm that exists between ordinary cultivators and the offspring of formidable powers. "Father, mother, why was I cast adrift in the Lingxian small world all those years ago?" Jiang Luo suddenly inquired. "Given the prominence of my parents' background, how could I possibly have been lost?" This left him quite perplexed. Dugu Xiaoye, with a face full of hatred and a murderous intent, exclaimed, "It is all because of that wretched woman." Jiang Ning sighed and remarked, "It is because you possess the innate bloodline of the emperor, which has destined you to be under scrutiny. Once you achieve enlightenment and transcend to the realm of the great emperor, your bloodline will undergo a transformation, granting the potential for your descendants to awaken this ancestral power. The bloodlines of the great emperor are categorized into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the most diluted and the 1st grade the most potent. Beyond the 1st grade lies the pure-blood imperial lineage. However, such purebloods have long ceased to exist in this world. Thus, the 1st grade imperial bloodline represents the highest echelon of bloodlines. Do you now comprehend the rarity of the 1st grade imperial blood you have awakened? The great emperors, as the most formidable beings in existence, wield bloodline powers that are among the most formidable forces in the world. This is also the reason why imperial clans never decline. Why has the pure-blood imperial lineage vanished? Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity. It is because only the offspring of a great emperor may awaken a pure-blood lineage. In this chaotic realm of Xianhuang, no great emperor has emerged for tens of thousands of years. In this regard, humanity pales in comparison to the beast kin. The pure-blood lineage of the beast kin has been able to persist, albeit their offspring are exceedingly rare, often yielding only one descendant per generation. This is the fairness of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Ning elucidated, "I see now." Jiang Luo nodded, a question arising in his heart. The divine pearl possesses the ability to enhance one's innate qualities and bloodline. If he were to accumulate sufficient energy, could he elevate the 1st grade imperial bloodline to that of a pure-blooded imperial lineage? Jiang Ning continued, "You have a cousin named Jiang Xiao, the grandson of my uncle. He is a naturally gifted emperor's body, surrounded by a golden dragon from the moment of his birth. This is akin to the ancient great Xia divine emperor, who possessed an invincible physique. A born human emperor, his power can suppress the vast seas in the wilderness. Once fully realized, his combat prowess is unparalleled, a force that can shake the universe. However, it is most regrettable that he has not awakened the imperial veins. Upon learning of your successful awakening of the 1st grade imperial bloodline, his mother set her sights on you, while your mother and I were away on matters. That heartless woman abducted you, employing dark arts to forcibly extract your 1st grade imperial blood and transfer it into Jiang Xiao's body. Fortunately, an elder from our clan intervened in time, tearing through the void to send you away. Otherwise, you might have fallen victim to her treachery, losing your very life." As I recount this, a fierce murderous intent glimmers in Jiang Ning's eyes, his fists clenched tightly. "Later, upon returning and hearing of your misfortune, your mother and I were consumed by rage. We not only subjected that venomous woman to endless torment, leading to her agonizing death, but we also obliterated her entire clan. It is unimaginable the suffering your young self endured, having your bloodline cruelly stripped away. Thus, the 2 of us chose to exact vengeance upon that wicked woman. Otherwise, our fury would not have been quelled. At that time, I had intended to eliminate Jiang Xiao as well, but your father insisted on intervening." Reflecting on this matter, Dugu Xiaoye displayed her indignation. "You spared that little brat." "Alas," Jiang Ning sighed. Your grandfather is the human emperor and must prioritize the greater good. All the royal elders united to protect Jiang Xiao, and even your grandfather could not defy them. With both the emperor's body and the first-grade imperial veins, Jiang Xiao represents the future of the great Xia dynasty, even being earmarked as the next human emperor. The royal elders would never allow him to come to harm. In this ruthless world of cultivation, innate talent and potential dictate everything. For he embodies the future of a faction, a lineage. I could mobilize the power of the Dugu family to eliminate Jiang Xiao without requiring your assistance. However, Dugu Xiaoye still harbored significant grievances regarding this matter. Where? Are you not being reckless? Such actions would only incite war between our families, leading to rivers of blood. Moreover, your father defends Sword Emperor City against the invasion of external fiends into the Xianhuang Chaos Realm and cannot possibly extricate himself. Should those fiends invade, countless lives would be lost and numerous star domains would be reduced to ruins. Furthermore, your son did not perish. He is merely missing. Otherwise, even if it meant rivers of blood, I would seek justice. Jiang Ning felt a profound sense of helplessness. However, in this regard, I hold her in high esteem. She is willing to sacrifice her life to forge a brilliant future for her son. She must be acutely aware that such actions could lead to her demise. The clan elders may safeguard Jiang Xiao, but they would certainly not extend the same protection to her. Dugu Xiaoye scoffed. I firmly believe that my Luo will not be inferior to him in the future. Father, mother, rest assured. I shall personally seek justice, defeat Jiang Xiao, and make those old fools understand who truly embodies the future of the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. Jiang Luo spoke with unparalleled confidence, a conviction rooted in the power of the divine pearl. Ha ha ha, this is my good son, so ambitious, Jiang Ning chuckled as he patted his son's shoulder. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbored doubts about his son's potential. Jiang Xiao is truly extraordinary, even as the unparalleled prodigy of his generation. He harbors a sense of trepidation in the presence of Jiang Xiao. Nevertheless, this is not the moment to undermine my son's confidence. It is imperative to offer ample encouragement. Henceforth, allow me, as your father, to guide you in the correct methods of cultivation and lend you my support. Jiang Ning, filled with anticipation, brought his son to the summit of a grand mountain situated outside Jingzhou City. Jiang Ning and Jiang Luo sat facing each other in a meditative posture, while the ethereal figure of Dugu Xiaoye hovered gracefully above them, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Her face alight with excitement as she observed the two immersed in their cultivation. What could be more blissful than a family united in such harmony? The path of cultivation commences with the physical body, followed by the gathering of spiritual energy, the refinement of elixirs, the attainment of the human realm, the inscription of runes, the emergence of formidable powers, and the ascendance to noble ranks. Beyond this lies the supreme realm, where one undergoes the cycle of life and death to unlock the divine powers concealed within the human form. Subsequently, one comprehends the forces of the laws and steps into the sacred realm. Ultimately, one reaches the pinnacle of humanity, grasping the great path and attaining the status of a great emperor. Each realm represents a crucial milestone along the path of cultivation. Mastering these stages can vastly enhance one's combat prowess beyond that of peers within the same realm. With a foundation established from imperial blood, the physical body has achieved an unparalleled perfection, akin to that of a divine beast's progeny, capable of subduing those in the spirit-gathering realm and surpassing other cultivators in raw power. This is the blessing bestowed upon the descendants from the lineage of emperors. In the spirit-gathering realm, one condenses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which serves as the source of a cultivator's strength. Therefore, the quality of the condensed spiritual energy directly influences one's combat capability, even impacting the power in subsequent realms. It is not until one enters the sacred realm, comprehends the laws, and transforms that energy into magical power that spiritual energy becomes obsolete. Jiang Ning elucidated the intricacies of cultivation to his son. He had reached the spirit-gathering realm, capable of vanquishing those in the celestial realm, having consolidated the most supreme spiritual energy. Naturally, he also possessed other innate talents. Luo, which cultivation technique are you practicing? I sense a formidable aura of impending slaughter within you. After discerning his son's spiritual energy, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. The art of the slaughtering emperor, alas, merely a fragmented manuscript. Jiang Luo answered truthfully. To her astonishment, it turned out to be the killing emperor's art. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Luo inquired, "Father, are you familiar with the Killing Emperor's technique?" Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded. This is the martial art created by the Killing Emperor. Although he is not a true emperor, he has attained the threshold of the great Tao. He entered the path through the avenue of slaughter, and this technique is renowned as the most formidable force of annihilation in existence. However, ultimately, it consumes the practitioner with boundless carnage, reducing them to a mere instrument of murder. Therefore, you should abandon your cultivation henceforth. Jiang Ning naturally harbored no desire for his son to become a mere instrument of slaughter. Moreover, the Killing Emperor's art was merely an incomplete fragment. He possessed no complete version. Indeed, Jiang Luo replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. After all, relinquishing the Killing Emperor's art would not prevent his father from imparting to him more formidable cultivation techniques. This exemplified the vast chasm between ordinary cultivators and the offspring of great powers. In terms of the quality of condensed spiritual energy, the disparity was monumental. Now, I shall impart to you the chaotic heavenly art, enabling you to cultivate chaotic spiritual energy. Should you fail to perceive even a hint of chaotic spiritual energy within 3 days, it will indicate your unsuitability for this cultivation method. At that point, we shall explore other techniques for your practice. The chaotic heavenly art was a technique Jiang Ning had acquired in an ancient secret realm, undoubtedly one of the most exceptional arts in existence. Naturally, he would not hesitate to bequeath such a treasure to his son. Subsequently, Jiang Ning handed Jiang Luo a time-worn tome, its pages yellowed with age. First, cultivate the chaotic heavenly art. Once your strength is sufficient, you may transition to the imperial scripture of our Jiang family. The imperial scripture was a technique crafted by an emperor representing the pinnacle of cultivation methods in this world. The imperial bloodline, imperial weapons, and the imperial scripture formed the enduring foundation of the emperor's legacy. However, it was important to note that the imperial scripture was not a suitable path for everyone. For instance, Jiang Ning himself was ill-fitted for the Jiang family's imperial scripture and had chosen to cultivate other techniques instead. After imparting this knowledge, Jiang Ning departed, leaving Jiang Luo alone to practice the chaotic heavenly art. Could Luo sense even a trace of chaotic spiritual energy within 3 days? Donggu Xiaoya wore a worried expression. After all, failure to cultivate the chaotic heavenly art would confine him to lesser techniques, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. She fervently hoped her son would triumph over Jiang Shinkong, reclaim justice, and prove himself. Jiang Ning shook his head, expressing the difficulty of the endeavor, noting that the success rate was a mere 1 in 10,000. Among his peers, only a handful had managed to cultivate the chaotic spiritual energy. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to give their son an opportunity. After all, it was merely a matter of 3 days, which would not considerably hinder his training. Although he was indeed their son, Jiang Ning refrained from placing blind faith in him. The chaotic heavenly art, being the most elite technique for condensing spiritual energy in existence, undoubtedly posed significant challenges. Let us await the news. Dugu Xiaoya silently prayed for her son's success. Jiang Luo was just perusing the chaotic celestial arts, preparing to embark on his cultivation journey. Suddenly, a line of text manifested within the divine orb. Special treasure, chaotic celestial arts manual, capable of being disassembled for energy enhancement. Jiang Luo was filled with delight. He had finally discovered another method of charging his power. The battlefield's blood energy was a unique substance for energization. This time, it could be classified as treasure charging, perhaps. Yet, he remained uncertain about what type of treasure would fulfill the requirements for energization. Ultimately, Jiang Luo chose not to decompose the energization. After all, this technique was bestowed upon him by his father. It would be inappropriate to dismantle it so casually. He began to ponder the chaos heavenly art, but found it exceedingly profound, rendering him unable to grasp its essence in a timely manner. A day passed without him perceiving even a hint of chaotic spiritual energy. Observing Jiang Luo's progress, Jiang Ning shook his head. There is no need to rush. It is only the first day, remarked Dugu Xiaoya. Soon, another day had elapsed. There remains not a trace of chaotic spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Luo. Jiang Ning and the couple, Dugu Xiaoya, exhibited a hint of disappointment. As the final day unfurled with the slow passage of time, Dugu Xiaoya's anxiety intensified. If Luo cannot even successfully condense the chaotic spiritual energy, how can she possibly challenge Jiang Shinkong? Dugu Xiaoya's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly, filled with an unwillingness to accept the situation. Jiang Ning merely shook his head, having never harbored much hope to begin with. At this moment, Jiang Luo found himself at a loss. This martial art was exceedingly profound, and with his current aptitude, he struggled to grasp even a sliver of chaotic spiritual energy. Before he knew it, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Jiang Ning let out a bitter smile, for Luo heir had yet to emerge. Sensing his wife's lingering dissatisfaction, he offered words of comfort. The gathering spirit realm is merely a phase in the journey of cultivation. It does not define everything. In the future, Luo heir may not necessarily be inferior to Jiang Xiao. Yet, despite his reassurances, Jiang Ning harbored little hope for Jiang Luo's triumph over Jiang Xiao. It was merely a consolation for Dugu Xiaoye. Alas, success eluded them. Father, I am sorry, but I can only sacrifice the cultivation manuals you bestowed upon me. Ultimately, Jiang Luo resolved to dismantle and recharge. Soon, a line of text emerged within the divine orb. Chaos Celestial Technique Manual Disassembly Successful. Recharging complete. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning activated the orb's function to forge a gifted physique. Moments later, another line of text materialized. Physique. Chaos Sacred Body. 9 stars. The Chaos Sacred Body. Innately adept at wielding chaotic power. The higher the realm, the more potent the erupting chaotic force. Subsequently, the Chaos Sacred Body imprinted itself within Jiang Luo, indistinguishable from an innate endowment. Remarkably, it was a 9-star reward. Jiang Luo's heart trembled with an overwhelming intensity. His combat saint body surpassed his own by a remarkable 3 stars. Excitement coursed through him to an exhilarating degree. According to the classifications provided by the Divine Pearl, a 3-star rating is deemed an ordinary talent, while 4 to 6 stars are classified as rare, and 7 to 9 stars are considered exceptional, among the very best in the world. Anything above 9 stars is truly unparalleled throughout the ages. The 9-star saint body and the chaotic saint body represent the pinnacle of physical constitution within the chaotic realm, propelling one into the ranks of the most extraordinary talents. This was an immeasurable gain. However, Jiang Luo found himself puzzled. Why had he obtained a 9-star saint body merely from deconstructing the chaotic celestial technique? At that moment, Jiang Ning and his wife, Dugu Xiaoye, approached him. Luo heir, though you face defeat, do not despair. The chaotic celestial technique, while formidable, is inherently challenging to cultivate. Rest assured, your father will impart to you other powerful techniques. Jiang Ning gently patted his son's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Dugu Xiaoye smiled faintly, her voice laced with affection as she said, Luo heir, even if you cannot become the most exceptional talent in this world, with your mother by your side, no one shall dare to bully you. Yet, she felt a tinge of sadness within. As parents, who does not wish for their child to succeed, to become a remarkable figure? The failure to cultivate the chaotic celestial skill signified a fall from the ranks of the most elite, relegating one to the cultivation of lesser abilities. Father, mother, I may not have succeeded in my training, but inexplicably, a powerful force has emerged within me. Jiang Luo spoke. Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiaoye were taken aback. Luo heir, please demonstrate this power for us. Jiang Ning nodded, and then unleashed the chaotic power within him. Countless mysterious runes, gleaming like gold and radiant as the sun, swirled around him in a mesmerizing dance. This emanated an aura of divine might from his very being. The couple gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly taken aback. This was the power of chaos. Soon after, they erupted into hearty laughter, filled with exhilaration, realizing their son was indeed a chaotic sacred body. Their decision to have Luo cultivate the chaotic heavenly art was nothing short of fortuitous. The chaotic heavenly art is a technique birthed from the essence of chaotic power, designed to condense chaotic spiritual energy. Naturally, chaotic spiritual energy pales in comparison to the raw power of chaos. Mastering chaotic power equates to wielding the mightiest spiritual force. Even upon entering the realms of law or the path of the great, chaotic power retains its formidable and fearsome combat prowess. At the stage of spirit gathering, Jiang Luo, possessing chaotic power, stood at the forefront, leading all others from the very starting line. Truly, this was a moment of immense joy. With the chaotic sacred body and the first-grade imperial lineage of the Jiang family, Luo was now equipped with the qualifications to compete with the most exceptional prodigies and to dominate the formidable figures of this generation. Jiang Ning exclaimed with fervor, declaring that henceforth, anyone who dares to label his son as mediocre would face his vehement opposition. In this era of burgeoning talent, Where exceptional individuals emerge like stars in a golden age, his son undeniably ranks among the top 30 of the younger generation, destined to ascend to the esteemed list of youthful luminaries. In comparison to his own generation, securing a position within the top 5 would be more than achievable. Although his son may not rival the imperial sacred body, the gap is not insurmountable. The couple finally glimpsed a flicker of hope for their son to triumph over Jiang Xiao. Even if the prospects remain modest, it is certainly preferable to having no hope at all, is it not? At the very least, their son has already surpassed them in the gathering spirit realm. Has he not? Jiang Ning, you must believe in our son. He will surely reclaim justice personally, Dugu Xiaoya said joyfully, tightly clasping her husband's hand. With parents of such unparalleled excellence, how could our son possibly fall short? Jiang Luo smiled proudly, a radiant expression of triumph gracing his features. Finally, he had astonished these two illustrious figures renowned throughout the chaos realm, a small yet significant source of pride for him. My son, Dugu Xiaoya, assuredly does not fall short. Dugu Xiaoya also beamed with pride, declaring, Luo, since you are unable to cultivate the chaos heavenly technique, kindly return the martial arts manual to your father. Jiang Ning spoke up, acknowledging that there was no longer any purpose in clinging to the past. Jiang Luo offered an awkward smile, recounting how the secret tome had suddenly transformed into a radiant beam of light, which surged into his being. Subsequently, he discovered a formidable power residing within him. Thus, Father, I am unable to return the chaotic celestial art to you. It has completely vanished. Regarding the matter of the divine pearl, Jiang Luo chose not to disclose it to anyone for the time being. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback. Could such an event truly transpire? Was it the tome that bestowed upon you the chaotic saint body? He found it hard to fathom, for the situation was exceedingly bizarre. Nevertheless, it was best to let it be. It was simply regrettable that the chaotic celestial art would no longer exist in this world. Only after Jiang Ning's explanation did Jiang Luo come to understand. It turned out that such a supreme martial art was a manifestation of the laws of the great Tao, and success in its cultivation was contingent upon the tome itself. Incapable of being passed down through any other means, the destruction of the tome signified its permanent loss. Such a treasure was it. No wonder that the energy derived from dismantling the chaotic celestial art could enable him to forge the 9-star saint body. From this moment forth, the chaotic celestial art would no longer grace this realm. In exchange for a singular supreme martial art, he had acquired the 9-star saint body, a significant price indeed. Yet, if one were to consider only Jiang Luo's personal circumstances, it was an immense gain. After all, what was a mere broken martial art compared to the importance of our son? How could one possibly hesitate in such a matter? Observing her husband's pained expression, Dugu Xiaoya expressed her discontent. Jiang Ning smiled and promptly said, Of course, my son is the most important. Father, we are in need of a reliable weapon. Jiang Luo spoke without reservation. With parents of such significant influence, why should she hold back? What weapon do you excel in wielding? Jiang Ning inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luo exclaimed, A spear. Possessing the innate talent of a master marksman, he indeed excelled in the art of marksmanship. Subsequently, a radiant brilliance enveloped Jiang Ning's hand, revealing a long spear crackling with thunder. This was the Thunderstruck Spear, a 7th-tier spiritual weapon, one of the armaments previously wielded by his father during the inscription realm, which he graciously bestowed upon him for use. Concurrently, he imparted to him a supreme-grade celestial spear technique, the thunderous annihilation spear art. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, I shall bestow upon you even more formidable treasures and combat techniques. Jiang Ning entrusted both the spiritual weapon and combat techniques to Jiang Luo, accompanied by a spatial ring. Within the entire realm of the spirit mystic, treasures such as spatial rings are unparalleled. A 7th-grade spiritual weapon, an exquisite, heavenly-tier spear technique? Jiang Luoxin was taken aback. It is important to note that within the entire Lingxian small world, the highest grade of weaponry is merely a 4th-tier spiritual weapon, while the pinnacle of combat techniques reaches the quasi-heavenly level. However, upon reflecting on her parents' backgrounds, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself. It was her own provincialism and lack of exposure that left her awestruck by the spiritual weapons and heavenly techniques. Given her current standing, she realized that such matters were trivial. Weapons of an even higher caliber and superior techniques could be effortlessly acquired. Weapons, mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, supreme divine weapons, sacred weapons. Quasi-imperial weapons, imperial weapons, techniques, human tier, earth tier, heaven tier, king tier, immortal tier, supreme tier, holy canon, imperial sutra, subsequently. She spent another 3 days in the mundane world. Jiang Ning imparted his combat experience to Jiang Luo, elucidating that battle is an exceedingly intricate process, transcending mere comparisons of cultivation levels. This is a matter of suppressing an extraordinary generation of prodigies. Under his meticulous guidance, Jiang Luo's combat prowess escalated rapidly. Simultaneously, with his formidable talent, Jiang Ning mastered the devastating technique of the Annihilation Thunder Gun in just 3 days, learning its first move, Thunder Surge. This technique comprises 5 moves. The first, Thunder Surge. The second, Lightning Dragon. The third, Ninefold Thunder. The fourth, 3,000 Thunders. And the fifth, World-Ending Thunder. When wielded with the purple Lightning Dragon Spear, each strike possesses astonishing power, capable of cataclysmic destruction. At this juncture, Jiang Luo had transformed from a mere novice into a formidable warrior. Though merely 10 days or so had passed, his strength had far surpassed his former self. Should he encounter the third elder of the Seven Cauldrons realm now, Zhang Yuan could slay him without resorting to his bloodline powers. Unleashing his full strength, no one beneath the celestial realm could stand against him. However, he still had a considerable way to go to match his father's prowess, who could vanquish celestial beings in the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, the resources in the Lingxian minor world were scarce, leading to relatively weaker combatants. Luo, your strength has significantly increased. You may now proceed to rescue your adoptive mother. It is also an opportune moment to validate the fruits of your recent training at the Divine Wind Palace. Jiang Ning smiled gently. He refrained from intervening personally, allowing his son the opportunity to hone his skills. Jiang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the 3 of them returned to the Wangfu of the Southern King. Upon their arrival, they observed, under Jiang Xiao's direction, boxes upon boxes of gold being transported into the estate. Father, from whence does this substantial treasure originate? Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity. Luoer, you have returned. Jiang Xiao smiled. A few days ago, I personally led the army to invade the Shen family. Indeed. The Shen family is immensely wealthy. This will ensure that our Southern Guard will no longer lack military funds. Given that Shen Wanqian dared to act against him, Jiang Xiao naturally would not hold back and obliterated the entire Shen clan. This could be considered the consequences of their own actions. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, the extermination of families and the plundering of their resources is a rather commonplace affair. One must eradicate the roots, lest they sprout anew with the spring breeze. Having once descended into the chaos of battle, Jiang Luo's temperament had irrevocably changed. He had fully acclimatized to this world. Taking a life had become a trivial matter to him. By the way, Father, I intend to head to the Divine Wind Palace immediately to rescue Mother. With my newfound strength, I have the confidence to do so. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face was alight with excitement. Excellent. Let us set off at once. He could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with his wife. Brother Jiang, Luoer, allow me the honor of escorting you. Jiang Ning smiled gently and extended a finger, tracing a line through the void. Subsequently, a rift in the fabric of space emerged, leading directly to the Divine Wind Palace on the other side. Jiang Luo and Jiang Xiao soared directly into the rift in the void, and in an instant, they arrived at the Divine Wind Palace, located thousands of kilometers away. The Jiang Ning couple concealed themselves in the shadows, observing intently. If their son were to encounter peril, they would intervene without hesitation. The father resolved to rescue the mother first before settling accounts with that group from the Divine Wind Palace. Subsequently, Jiang Ning unleashed his formidable perception to locate the place where Jiang Wei was imprisoned. Possessing the imperial vein, his perceptive abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. I have found it, Jiang Ning exclaimed with evident joy. Soon, they arrived at the rear mountains of the Divine Wind Palace, where a large prison cell lay secured behind a heavy iron door. Jiang Luo simply reached out with bare hands towards the iron gate, and with a forceful push, the steel-forged, indestructible door crumbled into fine powder. Subsequently, the father and son stepped inside. In the cold, damp prison, several thick iron chains bound an elderly woman with snow-white hair. Could this truly be his mother? Jiang Luo's eyes widened, disbelief washing over him. Xiao Wei. Upon seeing his wife in such a state, Jiang Xiao felt a tremor of emotion surge within him, tears streaming down his face. The woman he once knew was breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an extraordinary grace. Yet now, at merely 40, she resembled a frail old woman of 70 or 80. Oh heavens! What kind of cruel torment must she have endured to age so rapidly? At that moment, the weary old woman lifted her head and gazed at the two men who had entered. "Ah Xiao, is it truly you?" Jiang Wei trembled all over, overwhelmed with excitement. "It is I." Jiang Xiao was already in tears. He stepped forward and embraced his wife, the once stalwart man now transformed into a figure of tender affection. "Xiao Wei, you have suffered." Jiang Xiao extended his hand, stained with the blood of millions, gently caressing his wife's cheek. "They forced me to confess. Being with you, Ah Xiao, brings me immense joy. I feel no remorse. Yet, they tormented me, attempting to coerce me into renouncing that joy." Suddenly, Jiang Wei's expression shifted, realization dawning upon her. "Ah Xiao, how did you come to be here? Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly, flee." She knew all too well that the Shinfeng temple would not spare her husband. "Xiao Wei, this is Luo." Jiang Xiao smiled and gestured towards Jiang Luo. "Is this my Luo?" Jiang Wei exclaimed with great excitement. "Father, please take good care of mother. I shall seek justice for her." Jiang Luo's gaze was frigid. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had genuinely accepted both Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ning as his parents from the depths of his heart. Witnessing his mother subjected to such torment, a chilling fury surged within him. Only through merciless slaughter could he hope to quell the raging tempest of his wrath. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight. "Ah Xiao, hurry, bring Luo back." Jiang Wei cried out weakly. Jiang Xiao gently supported his wife and murmured, "Xiao Wei, please trust our son. He is remarkably capable now." In the Divine Wind Palace, a dozen figures were seated upon the surrounding thrones, each exuding an aura that rivaled the fourth tier of transcendence. Truly, they were among the sovereigns of the southern domain. Astonishingly, there were over 10 extraordinary cultivators above the fourth tier present. At the center, on an imposing golden throne, sat a middle-aged man clad in resplendent armor. Although age had graced him, his presence remained formidable, reminiscent of his youth. He was the lord of the Divine Wind Palace, one of the rare 8th-tier transcendents in the entire Lingshan small world. Why have we not received any news from the Divine Wind Knights, who have been resisting the Da Li for several days? The Divine Wind Knight furrowed his brow in inquiry. Separated by thousands of kilometers, and with Jiang Ning and his wife having obliterated the entire venue, it had been half a month without a single report reaching the Divine Wind Palace. "My lord, the Divine Wind Knights are one of the finest armies in the southern domain. They are unlikely to encounter any peril. Moreover, this operation involves the participation of the Xiantian sect and even touches upon the Xinghua dynasty. How could a mere Jiang Xiao possibly withstand this?" The Grand Elder remarked confidently. Despite this, to err on the side of caution, the Lord commanded, "Immediately dispatch scouts to investigate the situation with the Dali." At that moment, a formidable pressure began to envelop the Divine Wind Palace. "Those wretches of the Divine Wind Palace, come forth to meet your demise." A thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. "Friends have come to our Divine Wind Palace as guests. Let us go and greet them." The Lord of the Divine Wind Palace scoffed coldly. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Divine Wind Palace? Today, I shall flay you alive." An irate elder shouted. In a swift motion, several figures soared out of the Divine Wind Palace and confronted Jiang Luo. "Who are you, sir? Do you not fear death by coming to disturb my Divine Wind Palace?" The Lord of the Divine Wind Palace coldly inquired. "I am Jiang Luo, the heir of the Southern King." Jiang Luo's gaze swept across the crowd, brimming with murderous intent. "What? Are you the son of Jiang Xiao? Shouldn't you have been besieged by the allied forces, your entire clan annihilated? How could you possibly be here?" The elders of the Divine Wind Palace widened their eyes, their disbelief palpable. In an instant, astonishment engulfed them. How could the heir to the Prince of Southern Town, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly appear here? Did those imbeciles truly believe they could eradicate my clan? Jiang Xiao let out a cold laugh. "Since you managed to escape the siege of the allied forces, you should not have come to the Wind God Temple to meet your demise. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." At that moment, a red-haired elder made his move. With a mighty blade in hand, he unleashed a torrent of blade energy aimed directly at Jiang Luo. In the past, he too had been an admirer of Jiang Wei. The fact that a lowly commoner like Jiang Xiao had captured the heart of the saintess and even fathered a child filled him with immense jealousy. Now that Jiang Xiao's son had appeared, he could no longer restrain himself and was the first to strike. "Such a worthless fool, daring to attack me. Jiang Luo scoffed disdainfully. He unleashed a palm strike. To him, dealing with a practitioner at the 4th tier was as simple as slaughtering a chicken or dog. Boom. The overwhelming force obliterated the blade energy, then struck fiercely at the red-haired elder, Qiu Ran, of the Wind God Temple. A scream of agony escaped his lips as Qiu Ran, a 4th-tier practitioner, was instantly vanquished, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Luo, unable to comprehend how a mere gathering spirit realm brat could possess the strength to annihilate him in an instant. His death was so unjust, leaving him unable to close his eyes in peace. What? The members of the Wind God Temple were utterly astonished at the sight. Qiu Ran had been killed just like that? Jiang Luo is merely at the gathering spirit stage. How can this be possible? What kind of anomaly is this young man? Reaching the 9th level of gathering spirit at merely 16 is already astonishing enough. To think he can even vanquish 4 transcendent cultivators in an instant. The members of the Divine Wind Hall are struck with awe. This talent is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Luo, I offer you an opportunity. The master of the Divine Wind Hall said solemnly after a moment of contemplation. Being the son of Xiao Wei, you are considered one of our own. Should you choose to take me as your master, not only will I ensure your mother's release, but I shall also elevate you to the status of a holy son and nurture you with all my might. The next hall master shall undoubtedly be you. Witnessing Jiang Luo's astonishing potential, the master of the Divine Wind Hall resolved to recruit him. With such talent, should he join the Divine Wind Hall, they would surely trample the Xiantian sect and ascend to dominance in the southern region, perhaps even becoming the sovereign of the entire Lingxian small world. Master, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly attempted to object. It must be noted that the individual most likely to become the holy son of the Divine Wind Hall is none other than his own grandson. If Jiang Luo were to submit, his grandson would have no hope of ever leading the Divine Wind Hall. All his years of effort and aspirations would dissolve into nothingness. Grand Elder, there is no need for further words. The master of the Divine Wind Hall interrupted, waving his hand dismissively before turning his gaze back to Jiang Luo. He felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to recruit Jiang Luo. After all, refusal would equate to death. He believed that this was a wise individual who would not make an erroneous choice. By the way, I can still be considered your grandmaster. Your mother, Jiang Wei, was once the most cherished disciple of my master. Had Jiang Wei not been encumbered by personal entanglements in those days, today it would be her, not I, at the helm of the Divine Wind Hall. Ha ha, Jiang Luo scoffed with a derisive laugh. A humble, ant-like Divine Wind Hall believes it can accommodate a true dragon such as myself? To recruit me, a prince of the Supreme Divine Dynasty? It is nothing short of ludicrous. Jiang Luo's words left everyone momentarily stunned, enveloped in confusion. Could there truly be someone unafraid of death? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was filled with unrestrained joy. He had not anticipated Jiang Luo's arrogance and utter lack of discernment. Now it seemed, the competition for his grandson's position as the Holy Son was rendered devoid of any threat, easily within reach. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he hastily interjected. Jiang Luo, your audacity and ignorance in daring to insult the Divine Wind Palace are astonishing. No matter how exceptional your talents may be, until you have matured, even a true dragon must remain coiled. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the 7 tripod transcendence erupted forth. Above, the shadowy forms of 7 obsidian tripods materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. Sever, the Grand Elder bellowed. The 7 tripod shadows converged, coalescing into a fearsome black demonic figure behind him, radiating an intimidating might. This demonic avatar unleashed a beam of black deathly light, hurtling towards Jiang Luo. Old fool, Jiang Luo scoffed. You think you can slay me with such meager strength? Today, I shall make you profoundly aware that the realm of genius is an existence beyond your wildest imagination. Jiang Luo, with an air of pride and vigor, proclaimed confidently. In this chaotic realm, his innate talent could be regarded as one of the highest caliber. Moreover, possessing the pearl of divine talent allowed him to continually augment his potential. As the chaotic power erupted, an overwhelming majesty radiated from his being. This force seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence, threatening to crush the heavens and the earth with its terrifying might. Subsequently, the fearsome chaotic energy surged forth, directly suppressing the Grand Elder of the Divine Wind Temple. Boom! Their attacks collided, unleashing a formidable force akin to the thunderous roar of the heavens. The violent energy swept across the land, toppling towering trees in the nearby mountains. As the clouds of dust from the explosion dissipated, the lifeless body of the Grand Elder lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo stood unmoved in the void, a picture of unwavering composure. This scene left the members of the Divine Wind Temple in utter shock, their faces painted with disbelief. The Grand Elder was a transcendent cultivator of the seventh celestial realm, having manifested his. How could he be slain by a mere cultivator of the spirit-gathering realm? This shattered their understanding of the world. How could a cultivator at the ninth level of spirit-gathering possibly achieve such a feat? The master of the Divine Wind Temple found it difficult to accept this outcome. At that moment, Jiang Wei, who was observing from a distance, was equally astonished by the spectacle. Killing a cultivator at the Danding realm was as easy as slaughtering livestock. No wonder Xiao held such confidence in him. Could this truly be her son? For a moment, Jiang Wei found it hard to believe. At this moment, Jiang Luo was brimming with confidence, gazing defiantly at the heavens and the earth. Previously, he had been far from this state, merely an opponent of the third elder of the Xiantian sect, who also dwelled within the realm of the seven cauldrons. Yet now, under the tutelage of his father for merely half a month, he had effortlessly vanquished a transcendent cultivator of the seven cauldrons. The chasm between ordinary cultivators and the offspring of powerful factions was indeed vast. In cultivation, talent holds significance, but resources are even more paramount. The master of the Divine Wind Palace gritted his teeth and discreetly shattered a talisman, which transformed into a surge of energy that rushed toward the depths of the Divine Wind Palace. Soon after, a formidable aura erupted from the innermost sanctum, coalescing into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast awakening, exuding overwhelming might. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the source of this explosive energy, his heart swelling with excitement. Finally, a worthy adversary had appeared, one who could test the extent of his current prowess. The others within the Divine Wind Palace were mere trifles whom he could dispatch with ease, failing to provide any measure of his true strength. Yes, the old master has emerged. Who would have thought that the old master had successfully broken through, becoming the second nine-cauldron powerhouse in the southern region? The elders of the Divine Wind Palace were overwhelmed with emotion as they knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the old master. The disciples of the Divine Wind Palace followed suit, bowing deeply in utmost respect. Even 10 formidable cultivators at the 8 cauldrons level might not stand a chance against a 9-cauldron cultivator. 9 is the ultimate number, symbolizing perfection. Although the distinction between the 8 and 9 cauldrons is but a minor boundary, it represents the divide between the perfect and the imperfect. Even the slightest flaw creates an insurmountable gap between perfection. The old master's ascension to the 9 cauldrons signifies that the Divine Wind Palace can now vie for dominance in the southern domain, each heart ablaze with exhilaration. It was not merely a matter of being a typical 9-cauldron cultivator. He had already set foot on the threshold of the celestial realm. Had he not been compelled to emerge, he would likely have broken through within 3 to 5 years. He would serve as an excellent mentor for Luo. In the shadows, Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction. The others in the Divine Wind Palace were simply too weak, lacking even the qualifications to hone Luo. Oh no, it's the master. I hope Luo is not in danger. Jiang Wei's expression shifted, her worry becoming palpable. Jiang Xiao offered a comforting smile, reassuring Xiao Wei that Luo would be safe. With Luo's biological parents present, who could possibly harm her? Thousands of kilometers away, the void was torn asunder, leading to the complete annihilation of the Grand Xiantian sect. Such a terrifying and astonishing display of power resembled that of a deity. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of light shot forth. As the light settled, an elderly man with graying temples, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of ethereal grace, appeared, traversing the air with ease. He radiated an overwhelming authority. He was the venerable master of the Divine Wind Palace, Zhao Suzhen, in Jiang Wei's manner. Master, Jiang Wei said, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she gazed upon the figure before her. She had been raised by him. Yet the calamity they now faced was also of his making. Son, what has transpired? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, lest you wish to incur my wrath. Zhao Suzhen said, his brow furrowed, a hint of anger lacing his tone. Being forced to emerge from seclusion, he anticipated that it would take him several years to break through to the celestial realm. Ouyang Sun, the master of the Divine Wind Palace, fell to his knees with a thud, his face etched with sorrow. "Master, the esteemed elder has perished," he lamented. "Who dares to disturb my divine wind palace?" Zhao Suzhen's voice was calm, yet laden with an icy, murderous intent. "Jiang Wei and Jiang Xiao's son, Jiang Luo," Ouyang Sun declared, pointing towards Jiang Luo. "A mere boy in his teens? Surely you jest. How could he possibly have slain the elder of the seventh Ding realm?" Zhao Suzhen regarded Jiang Luo with disbelief. "Indeed. That old fool met his end by my hand," Jiang Luo replied without hesitation, crossing his arms defiantly and smirking. "You old man. Barely register in my eyes, a mere robust ant. Let us not squander time. Make your move." Fueled by excitement and a fierce fighting spirit, Jiang Luo was ready for battle. "If you seek your demise, I shall oblige," Zhao Suzhen retorted, clearly infuriated by Jiang Luo's arrogance. Above them, the phantom of 9 great cauldrons materialized. Powerful energy coalescing into a tempest that swept the surroundings. "Have you contemplated the manner of your demise?" Zhao Suzhen's chilling voice echoed. "Old fool. Do you truly believe that your mere 9th Ding realm renders you invincible?" Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh, taunting, seeking death. "Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of my divine wind hall." At that moment, Zhao Suzhen brandished a long azure spear, emanating formidable spiritual power. This was the treasured weapon of the divine wind hall, the third-tier spiritual weapon, the divine wind spear. Naturally, Zhao Suzhen could not afford to underestimate her opponent, especially when facing the esteemed elder of the Seven Cauldrons realm. The special artifact, the divine wind spear, possesses the ability to be disassembled for recharging. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in her mind, revealing that the grade of the thunderous purple lightning spear far surpassed that of the divine wind spear. Yet it could not be disassembled for recharging. Jiang Luo was immersed in deep contemplation. After a brief moment, a conjecture dawned upon him. The divine wind spear, a spiritual weapon left behind by the revered ancestor of divine wind, is renowned as the foremost spear of the spiritual realm, its reputation unparalleled. Thousands of years ago, the divine wind temple was established in the central region, standing as one of the dominant forces within the spiritual Xian small world. However, it later declined and was compelled to relocate to the southern region. The ancestor of divine wind, a being of the celestial realm, wielded the divine wind spear along with a set of divine wind techniques, rendering him invincible across the lands. It appears that to recharge a treasure, one must possess a relic of considerable fame. The chaotic heavenly art is well known throughout the vast expanse of the Xianhuang chaotic realm, certainly fulfilling the criteria for a renowned treasure's recharging. However, this remains but a hypothesis, requiring further validation. Currently, methods for infusing power into special materials and renowned treasures have been discovered. Yet, it remains uncertain what other means exist for empowering the Divine Pearl. The Divine Pearl is the foundation of his authority, enabling him to suppress an entire generation. It seems you are an adept marksman. Unfortunately, I share that expertise as well. Let us then test our skills and see whose spear reigns supreme. Jiang Luo spoke lightly, comparing his marksmanship to that of an ant attempting to shake a great tree, an absurdity born of overconfidence. Zhao Suzhen scoffed dismissively and immediately unleashed the divine wind spear technique, summoning a tempest that coalesced into a terrifying tornado, sweeping towards Jiang Luo. An ant shaking a great tree? He chuckled inwardly, eager to reveal who the truly overconfident one was. At that moment, the thunderbolt spear materialized in Jiang Luo's grasp. Simultaneously, the power of the sacred body surged forth, along with the might of imperial blood and the chaotic forces, all converging upon the spear. Zhao Suzhen's expression shifted as he sensed the extraordinary nature of this weapon, with the purple lightning enveloping it causing an unsettling thrill within him. Then, Jiang Luo soared into the air, executing an unparalleled supreme celestial spear technique, the first form of the annihilation thunderbolt spear technique, Thunder Roars. This was his most formidable strike thus far, and he was eager to see if it could obliterate a transcendent of the 9 cauldrons. Suddenly, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land. The terrifying power of thunder surged around them, instilling tremors of fear within the souls of the elders and disciples of the Divine Wind Palace. What kind of spear technique was this? Zhao Suzhen's demeanor became grave as he sensed the impending doom, his soul quaking in trepidation. Yet, it was too late. Endless thunder surged towards Jiang Luo like a tsunami, showcasing a spear technique of overwhelming might, one that could only belong to the legendary celestial tier. How could one so young have mastered such a celestial spear technique? Zhao Suzhen gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Jiang Luo had invoked a legendary skill. With a resounding boom, a colossal explosion erupted, obliterating everything in the vicinity with the terrifying power of lightning. Subsequently, a massive bolt of thunder pierced through Zhao Suzhen's chest, causing torrents of blood to spray forth. In a moment of despair and reluctance, this transcendent of the 9 cauldrons fell into a pool of his own blood. Master, ancestor. The onlookers from the Divine Wind Palace turned pale, collapsing to the ground at the sight of Zhao Suzhen's lifeless body. A transcendent of the 9 cauldrons had been annihilated. Today, it seemed the entire Divine Wind Palace was doomed to calamity. Had the Divine Wind Knights still existed, employing a strategy of sheer numbers, there might have been a chance to fight back. Jiangning, how is our son faring? Asked Jiang Xiao, her pride evident in her smile. He is managing, albeit just barely, leveraging certain advantages in spiritual weapons and combat techniques. If only he could slay a 9 cauldron transcendent with his bare hands, he would truly ascend to the ranks of the most elite prodigies. Jiang Ning spoke up with a critique. Considering that his son had only truly practiced for half a month, achieving such a commendable level is indeed remarkable. In your time, you too had your victories over those in the celestial realm, yet it was largely due to your advantageous spiritual weapons and combat techniques. Weapons and techniques are intrinsic aspects of one's strength. Jiang Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her husband. Could you not even offer a word of praise for our son? Today, the Divine Wind Palace shall be eradicated. Jiang Luo, wielding a long spear, hovered majestically in the void, his entire being entwined in crackling thunder, resembling a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. A Xiao, please persuade Luo heir to cease her actions. After all, the Divine Wind Palace has bestowed upon me the grace of nurturing. We must preserve a fragment of its legacy, Jiang Wei uttered weakly. Indeed, Jiang Xiao nodded. Subsequently, he revealed himself, saying, Luo, let us depart. Upon the king's decree, Jiang Luo also subdued her murderous intent. Thereafter, she led Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wei away, simultaneously storing the Divine Wind Spear within her spatial ring. Watching the trio depart, the members of the Divine Wind Palace finally breathed a sigh of relief, their lives preserved. The disassembly of the divine weapon, the Divine Wind Spear, was successful, and the charging process was complete. At that moment, a line of text emerged within the Divine Pearl, indicating the completion of the charging. Jiang Luo promptly activated the function of the Divine Orb. Shortly thereafter, a line of text materialized within the orb. Talent, Gun Mastery Divine, 4 stars. The 4-star talent did not evoke any surprise or disappointment in Jiang Luo. Although the Divine Wind Gun is a renowned weapon within the spirit mystic realm, it is, after all, merely a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon. To attain a 4-star talent is already quite remarkable. Jiang Luo felt a profound sense of contentment. The elevation of 1-star rating does not necessarily correlate with a significant enhancement of current abilities. Rather, what is most pertinent is the suitability to one's present circumstances. He practiced the art of spear mastery. Upon acquiring the divine talent of spear mastery, his current strength experienced a remarkable boost. It is no exaggeration to assert that after attaining divine spear mastery, Jiang Luo could effortlessly defeat Zhao Suzhen without unleashing his full power. However, it is worth noting that a 4-star talent is rather inadequate. As one ascends in rank, it will ultimately lose its efficacy. Yet, that is a matter for the future. For now, what matters is its applicability. Subsequently, Jiang Luo sensed that his understanding of spear techniques had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. With a mere flick of his spear, he could command immense power from the heavens and the earth. He even felt a sense of satisfaction as his combat prowess had significantly increased. Jiang Ning once again sliced through the void, returning Jiang Ning and the others to the Wangfu of the southern town. At this moment, Jiang Wei also learned that Jiang Luo was not her biological son. Her expression darkened, as if she had aged significantly. Father, mother, is there a way to restore my mother's youth? Jiang Luo asked, unable to bear the sight of the sorrowful Jiang Wei. Indeed, there is a way. Jiang Xiao replied with a smile. She extended a delicate, jade-white finger and touched Jiang Wei's forehead. An immense surge of life force instantly flowed into her body. Soon, the once withered and aged Jiang Wei, resembling an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s, regained her youthful visage, appearing to be in her early 20s. This miraculous scene left Jiang Xiao astounded. Such divine means. Thank you, sister, Jiang Wei said, gazing in excitement at her restored youth. I never expected you to possess an innate spiritual body, a water spirit body. Your natural talent is indeed remarkable, though it is unfortunate that the years have been squandered. Confined for over a decade, Du Gu Xiaoye remarked. She then proceeded to enlighten Jiang Luo and the others. In the vastness of the heavens, there exist countless physical constitutions, which vary in strength and rank. They can be broadly categorized into ordinary constitution, innate body, ordinary spiritual body, innate spiritual body, ordinary saint body, innate saint body, and chaotic saint body, totaling 7 ranks. There are also some exceptionally unique constitutions that defy classification, varying in strength. It is said that there are 3,000 types of innate saint bodies, while chaotic saint bodies are limited to a mere 72. Here, chaotic saint body refers to the highest level of constitution, distinct from Jiang Luo's own chaotic saint body. Nevertheless, Jiang Luo's chaotic saint body is indeed one of those 72. The water spirit body is already considered an innate spiritual body, and within a star domain. It is regarded as an exceedingly powerful constitution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo gained a clearer understanding of the star-level constitutions as delineated by the Divine Pearl. A 6-star constitution roughly equates to an ordinary saint body, such as his own fighting saint body. 7- and 8-star constitutions correspond to innate saint bodies, while a 9-star constitution represents a chaotic saint body, akin to his chaotic saint body. As for those above 10 stars, they are virtually non-existent, exceedingly rare throughout the history of the entire chaotic realm. As for the innate spiritual body, Jiang Wei's expression grew dim, her heart heavy with bitterness. She should have been in existence akin to a celestial prodigy, basking in countless glories, yet she found herself in the unfortunate plight of confinement. However, she would not elope with Jiang Xiao. Do not be troubled, sister. I possess a cultivation method perfectly suited for the water spirit body. Under my guidance, you will swiftly make remarkable progress. Du Gu Xiaoye observed Jiang Wei's sorrow and gently took her hand, offering comfort with a smile. The Jiang couple has bestowed kindness upon Luo, and she will naturally not forget this gratitude. A few days later, within the Divine Wind Palace, there was astonishment at the prowess of Jiang Luo, a mere 16-year-old youth, who proved more formidable than even the 9th-tier cultivators. Henceforth, within the entire Lingxian realm, no one would stand as a rival, and he was destined to become a supreme being, revered through the ages. Within the grand hall of the Divine Wind Palace, the discussions erupted fervently as the members struggled to recover from their shock. Fortunately, Jiang Luo refrained from unleashing a massacre, otherwise, the Divine Wind Palace would have faced obliteration. Regrettably, however, Qiu Ran, the Grand Elder, and the former palace master fell victim to Jiang Luo's might. Some disciples were injured due to the shockwaves produced during the confrontation between the former palace master and Jiang Luo. The members of the Divine Wind Palace remained in a state of trepidation, for had Jiang Luo truly unleashed a massacre, they would have been utterly defenseless. In his battle against the former palace master, it seemed that Jiang Luo had unleashed the legendary power of the sacred body. The master of the Divine Wind Palace pondered, recalling the ancient texts that spoke of a sacred body akin to that of the revered Lingxian ancestor. No wonder, at such a tender age, he exhibited such extraordinary strength. Possessing the sacred body, the elders of the Divine Wind Palace expressed their astonishment. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. What a formidable pressure! Could it be that Jiang Luo had returned to exact vengeance? The faces of the members of the Divine Wind Palace turned ashen. Let us venture forth to ascertain the truth. If Jiang Luo indeed seeks to annihilate our palace, we shall confront him with all our might. Even if it costs us our lives, declared the master of the Divine Wind Palace, his countenance grim. As the crowd emerged from the grand hall, they beheld an enormous airship traversing the void. What a colossal vessel, capable of flight! The disciples of the Divine Wind Palace were filled with awe at the sight of a flying ship, a legendary void vessel, heralding the arrival of an esteemed figure from beyond the Lingxian realm. The master of the Divine Wind Palace's expression shifted dramatically. In comparison to the chaotic vessel ridden by Jiang Ning and his spouse, this so-called void ship represented a vast chasm between a broken bicycle and a high-speed train. With a thunderous roar, the void vessel unleashed a torrent of energy as it swooped down, uprooting numerous structures of the Divine Wind Palace, sending disciples scrambling for cover. Finally, the ship anchored aloft, revealing a towering man with azure skin, adorned with a pair of horn-like antlers, his form rippling with muscle akin to a dragon, emanating an awe-inspiring might. The members of the Divine Wind Palace felt their souls tremble in fear, realizing they were in the presence of an extraordinarily terrifying powerhouse. Who was Zhao Suzhen? Step forth and face me." The towering figure of a muscular man gazed down from his elevated position, surveying those below. Behind him stood several individuals, exuding an aura of formidable strength. "My lord," the master of the Divine Wind Temple respectfully reported, "Zhao Suzhen is my master. He was recently slain." The muscular man furrowed his brow slightly. Death was inconsequential. What mattered was that the woman possessing the innate spiritual body remained alive. He then recounted their origins and the purpose of their visit. They hailed from the Azure Dragon Demon Temple, led by the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, a pureblood descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon. This temple was renowned as one of the sovereign powers within the Tianyuan star domain. The Azure Dragon had a penchant for consuming humans with extraordinary physiques, as such flesh was deemed the most delectable. Consequently, a multitude of Azure Dragon edicts had been disseminated across the star domain. Those who contacted the Azure Dragon Demon Temple via these edicts and offered humans with exceptional physiques would be rewarded handsomely. The Azure Dragon Edict belonging to Zhao Suzhen had been passed down from the Elder of the Divine Wind. Jiang Wei, unrepentant, resolved to abandon his beloved disciple, thus presenting her to the Azure Dragon Demon Temple. In return, he received a portion of resources that significantly enhanced his cultivation. Now, the Azure Dragon Demon Temple had finally dispatched individuals to retrieve the innate spiritual body belonging to Jiang Wei, and they would graciously bestow the remaining rewards. "My lord," the master of the Divine Wind lamented, "that person killed my master and then rescued the innate spiritual body?" "What?" The muscular man seethed with rage. "The innate spiritual body has been rescued?" "My lord, there is additional news regarding the sacred body," the master of the Divine Wind quickly interjected, a smile of flattery on his face. "The sacred body?" The man's expression shifted to one of delight. Even the most ordinary sacred body was a delicacy among delicacies, a rarity in the Tianyuan star domain, appearing only once in a century. Presenting one would earn him a personal reward from the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He momentarily cast aside thoughts of the innate spiritual body. "Speak quickly, where is the sacred body?" Once captured, the sacred body would yield immense rewards, ensuring his ascendance to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, possibly even allowing him to challenge the realm of inscriptions. The muscular man made a swift promise. Upon hearing this, the master of the Divine Wind rejoiced. Not only could he exact revenge, but he could also secure a substantial reward, elevating himself to the peak of the celestial realm. At that point, dominating the entire spiritual mysterious small world would be an effortless endeavor. Truly, a feat of dual accomplishment. "My lord, the sacred body is the individual who rescued the innate spiritual body. His name is Jiang Luo, the heir apparent of the southern town prince of the Greatly Dynasty." Upon receiving information about Jiang Luo, the burly man nodded and promptly commanded the void vessel to set course for the southern town prince's residence. Jiang Luo continued to follow his father in cultivating and enhancing his strength. Soon, he would ascend to the sacred land of Lingxian to settle accounts with the venomous woman, Lu Ruyan. Therefore, it was imperative that he possess the capability to slay those at the celestial realm. The sacred land of Lingxian, being the most formidable sanctuary within the Lingxian microcosm, harbored unfathomable depths and should not be underestimated. "Father, why must you prevent me from breaking through to the alchemy realm? Once I achieve that breakthrough, I will have absolute confidence in vanquishing the Celestials." Jiang Luo inquired with confusion. Nowadays, his father forbade him from advancing his cultivation. Within the gathering spirit realm, the challenge of further enhancing one's strength became exceedingly daunting. Jiang Ning remarked, "At present, I possess no resources that could facilitate your complete transformation. Should you break through now, your potential will be significantly diminished." He then elucidated to Jiang Luo. The Danding realm, also referred to as the extraordinary, is so named because after a breakthrough, one undergoes a profound metamorphosis, coalescing into an extraordinary physique. At this moment, one transcends the category of mortals, with a lifespan that can potentially double that of an average human. In theory, one could live up to 200 years. However, due to various factors such as injuries sustained in battle and diminished vitality, most individuals typically achieve a lifespan of just over 100 years before achieving enlightenment. The extraordinary physique, born from this transformation, is also classified by quality: inferior, average, superior, exceptional, and perfect. Ordinary cultivators typically manifest an inferior extraordinary physique, while those with a stroke of good fortune might achieve an average one. Across the entire star domain, superior extraordinary physiques are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, as his son, Jiang Ning naturally desires for Luo to enter the Danding realm of extraordinary in the most impeccable condition, forging a perfect extraordinary physique. If one could slay an adult pure-blooded divine beast descendant and utilize its essence to facilitate your transformation, combined with your imperial blood of the first rank, crafting a perfect extraordinary physique would be far from an insurmountable challenge. Jiang Ning remarked, even within the Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Imperial Clan, and the chaotic sacred land, forging a flawless transcendent body is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Curiously, he inquired, Father, is the perfect transcendent body the pinnacle of quality? Jiang Ning chuckled softly. Beyond perfection, there exists another form of transcendent body, known as the legendary Supreme Divine Body. Throughout the annals of the chaotic realm, spanning countless epochs, only a handful have succeeded in forging the Supreme Divine Body. The last individual to accomplish this feat did so 100,000 years ago. The perfect transcendent body is already a rarity among thousands. The Supreme Divine Body, however, exists only as a myth. A chapter of nearly 4,000 words. And what of the legendary Supreme Divine Body? Jiang Luo was instantly captivated. Jiang Ning smiled gently and said, Luo, do not dwell too much on the Supreme Divine Body. Even your father has not succeeded. The difficulty is simply insurmountable. Otherwise, throughout the endless years, there would have been but a handful of individuals capable of forging such a body. This is not to dishearten you, but rather to acknowledge the reality of its impossibility. Jiang Luo nodded. It had been 100,000 years since anyone had succeeded in forging a Supreme Divine Body. How could she possibly achieve it with ease? With a wry smile, she realized she had perhaps been overly ambitious. To be able to forge a flawless transcendent physique is already an extraordinary accomplishment. At that moment, a tremendous wave of energy surged toward Jingzhou City. A vast shadow loomed overhead, revealing a colossal flying vessel gliding through the air. Several enigmatic figures stood upon the deck, gazing down upon the Prince of Southern Zhen's residence. Heavens, look! A flying ship. What illustrious personage has descended upon Jingzhou City? The townsfolk, who had never before witnessed such a grand vessel, were filled with astonishment, even a tinge of fear. The aura emanating from those aboard the ship was terrifying, akin to that of deities, sending shivers through their very souls. Where is Jiang Luo? Come forth and meet us. The booming voice reverberated through the sky above Jingzhou City like the crack of thunder. Luo, it seems someone has come seeking trouble with you. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh, observing one being of the inscription realm and 7 from the celestial realm, with the foremost exuding an aura of demonic energy. It was evident that this entity did not belong to the spirit Xian small world. Is he a beast of the demon realm? Jiang Ning exclaimed in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with a shape-shifted demon beast. Indeed, it was a bizarre and wondrous cultivation world. Upon reaching the inscription realm, demon beasts could take on human form, facilitating their cultivation. Jiang Ning reflected, given his status, he had certainly encountered many shape-shifted great demons. Humanity is regarded as the essence of the world. The human form is the most optimal state for enlightenment and cultivation. Thus, demon beasts strive to assume human shapes whenever possible. However, it is typically in their original forms that their combat prowess reaches its zenith. Yet, how have I incurred their wrath? Jiang Luo was quite perplexed. Moreover, judging by the tone of the visitor, their intentions seemed rather malevolent. Wouldn't it be prudent to investigate further? Jiang Ning remarked, a great demon from the inscription realm? How laughable that it dares to trouble the son of one who is lesser than even an ant. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded. Soon, he found himself before the ethereal vessel. I am Jiang Luo. What business do you have? Jiang Luo inquired in a low voice. Was it you who rescued Jiang Wei, or are you the sacred body? The burly man with green skin questioned, his true form being that of a green bull, possessing strength akin to mountains, with terrifying power. Indeed, it was I who saved her, Jiang Luo replied coldly. At last, he comprehended why they had come to trouble him. However, he was perplexed as to when the Divine Wind Palace had established a connection with the formidable forces beyond the realms. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted aboard the void ship, as its occupants were rendered utterly astonished. Such youth, yet merely at the 9th level of spirit gathering, had managed to slay a half-step celestial being. Celestial practitioners, upon the elevation of their spiritual prowess, could perceive the realms of those weaker than themselves. Naturally, if one practiced special secret arts to conceal their level, Such perception would be thwarted. Are you the sacred body? The green-skinned man demanded fiercely. With such combat prowess, he was undoubtedly the sacred body. Though he had already formed an answer in his mind, he sought the utmost confirmation. What concern is it of yours whether I am the sacred body? Jiang Ning retorted with a cold laugh, choosing not to respond directly. Lord Green Bull, allow me to capture this brat and ascertain whether he possesses the sacred body. A venerable elder with yellow hair stepped forward respectfully. The Azure Dragon Demon Palace, though a force of the demon race, also employed many human servants. The yellow-haired elder was once a dominant ruler of a realm, later reduced to being a lackey for the demon kind. In the early stages of the celestial realm, it was a perfect opportunity for him to hone his skills. From his father's transmission, Jiang Luo discerned the elder's level. The celestial realm is divided into 3 tiers: human, earth, and heaven. In the celestial realm, one achieves unity with the celestial, transforming the mind into an ocean, cultivating spiritual power. The enhancement of spiritual perception reaches unprecedented heights, allowing one to calculate the rules of the world and create unique martial techniques. One can even launch spiritual attacks, transcending the physical realm, thus no longer fearing a multitude of foes. The human tier signifies the elevation of the spirit and a significant increase in perception. The earth tier denotes the solidification of spiritual power, enabling soul attacks. The heaven tier allows the soul to leave the body, traversing vast distances and striking enemies from afar. The yellow-haired elder, being merely in the early stages of the human tier, was the perfect opponent for Jiang Luo to validate his capability to contend against celestial powerhouses. Old man, come at me. You shall become the stepping stone for my name to resound throughout the world. A violet lightning spear materialized in Jiang Luo's hand, aimed menacingly at the elderly man with yellow hair. Such audacity, relying solely on a superior spiritual weapon, he sneered coldly. Once I subdue you, that spear shall rightfully belong to me. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a celestial being erupted, unleashing an overwhelming force that engulfed the vast expanse of Jingzhou City. The citizens felt their very souls tremble, their faces paling in terror. Some were so frightened they fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This was the psychological pressure exerted by a celestial powerhouse. It was precisely this reason why they no longer feared the tactics of overwhelming numbers. A mere mental pressure could render ordinary soldiers devoid of their fighting spirit. Of course, this did not apply to well-trained armies, which could still vanquish celestial beings. Such forces must possess a formidable military spirit, as their resolve remained unyielding against spiritual intimidation. The elderly man concentrated his potent spiritual energy into the sword held in his grasp. In an instant, the intent of the sword erupted forth, and a stream of sword energy formed a brilliant arc, slicing toward Jiang Luo. The celestial's strike far surpassed that of the Danding realm. The very foundations of Jingzhou City quivered under the might of this singular blow. A celestial being could indeed bring forth destruction. Jiang Luo, brimming with confidence, charged forward. With his extraordinary marksmanship, he wielded the thunderbolt spear with remarkable agility, as if he were a fish in water. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of thrusts, creating an impenetrable wall of spears. The clash resonated with a series of metallic sounds as both sides engaged in a fierce battle, which rapidly escalated, resulting in the destruction of a substantial expanse of buildings. Hidden in the shadows, the Jiang couple felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It appears our son possesses remarkable talent, Jiang Ning remarked. In such a short time, his marksmanship has ascended to the divine realm. Dugu Xiaoya expressed her astonishment, noting that merely days prior, Jiang Luo had only reached the master level of marksmanship, 2 tiers below the divine realm. The higher one ascends, the more challenging the breakthroughs become. To achieve such a leap in just a few days is nothing short of extraordinary. It seems we have underestimated Luo. Perhaps he is even more gifted than we had imagined. At his age, I had not yet attained the divine realm myself. Jiang Ning was equally taken aback, his heart aflame with excitement. Perhaps his son was not inferior to Jiang Xinkong. How could a mere boy in the gathering spirit realm possibly match him in strength? At that moment, a glimmer of fierce intensity passed through the eyes of the elderly man with the yellow hair. Youngster, he declared, I have only exerted 50% of my strength thus far. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the celestial realm. Just now, I refrained from using my full power, fearing it might harm the sacred body and complicate matters. Jiang Luo brandished a long spear, suspended in the void above. Ordinarily, only those who have ascended to the Danding realm can soar through the skies, and stand aloft in midair. However, this stipulation applies solely to ordinary cultivators. For prodigies, they are inherently beings that defy convention. The formidable power of chaos is more than sufficient to enable Jiang Luo to ascend into the heavens. I have merely exerted a fraction of my strength. Jiang Luo spoke in a calm tone. Witnessing Jiang Luo's audacity, the elderly man with yellow hair felt his face flush with anger, reaching a boiling point. What a profound humiliation. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful roar. A formidable force surged into the long sword as a dragon coiled around the blade, radiating an overwhelming aura. Kill! With a single swing of the sword, the dragon emerged from its sheath, opening its massive jaws, charging toward Jiang Luo. The dragon's assault, a celestial-grade combat technique. Jiang Luo no longer held back. The sacred body erupted, and the power of the imperial blood ignited. In an instant, his aura ascended to an unprecedented zenith, reaching its utmost peak. The essence of the sacred body unmistakably revealed that this young man was indeed a sacred body. The Azure Bull Messenger erupted into hearty laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. Presenting a sacred body was a prize beyond imagination. Jiang Luo concentrated all his strength into the thunderclap spear. He then unleashed the second form of the annihilation thundergun technique, the electric dragon of thunder. The mastery of the spear not only signifies Jiang Luo's unparalleled skill, but also embodies his extraordinary talent and comprehension in the art of spear fighting. The cultivation of such martial techniques is exceedingly swift. Within 3 days, he was more than capable of grasping the essence of the second form. Jiang Luo was surrounded by formidable purple lightning. With a single thrust of his spear, an infinite surge of electric light erupted, dazzling and intensely brilliant. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon emerged, emanating a powerful force that seemed capable of shattering the boundless cosmos. This is bad. The elderly man with golden hair's expression changed dramatically. How could he wield such a fierce spear technique? The azure serpent dared not act recklessly before the true dragon. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. The thunder dragon roared and charged forward. Boom! In an instant, it pierced through the chest of the elderly man with yellow hair. A copious amount of blood gushed forth. How could I, having painstakingly achieved the status of a celestial being, perish at the hands of a mere mortal from the gathering spirit realm? The yellow-haired elder's eyes widened as he succumbed to his intense unwillingness. Throughout the ordeal, the individuals aboard the ship showed no intention of intervening, appearing as though they were complete strangers. They gazed upon the lifeless body of the elder with indifference. Jiang Luo revealed a smile of satisfaction. He had finally slain a celestial being, matching his father's remarkable achievements, surpassing 2 major realms. Although the celestial cultivator his father had defeated was far superior to this elderly man with yellow hair, his father had grown up in the Supreme Divine Dynasty, benefiting from the finest resources for cultivation. In contrast, he had only truly practiced for a little more than half a month. With such accomplishments, he was not inferior to his father. Our Luo has indeed slain a celestial. Witnessing this scene, the couple was overwhelmed with excitement. This was not merely the death of a celestial cultivator. It symbolized boundless potential. The power of chaos truly deserves its reputation as the strongest spiritual energy in the world. It seems we have greatly underestimated Luo's innate talent and potential. I have a premonition that he will surprise us countless times in the future. Jiang Ning chuckled, revealing the contented smile of an old father. Of course, how could our children be anything less? Jiang Xiao wore an expression of pride, more delighted than by her own achievements. At that moment, the Azure Dragon envoy aboard the spaceship began to clap, a satisfied grin on his face. Truly worthy of the sacred body, capable of slaying even celestial beings. Such a prodigy of the human race is undoubtedly a delicacy, and the esteemed lord of the hall will surely relish it. However, as mere servants, we feel no sorrow at their demise. Mm? Jiang Luo furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean by that? The Azure Bull envoy explained with a smile, it is an honor for you, the sacred body, to be favored by the lord of the Azure Dragon Demon Hall, the illustrious Azure Dragon Saint. The Hall Master is a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon, a pure-blooded lineage. To be consumed by such a being is indeed a supreme honor. The human race, by consuming the flesh and blood of demon beasts, can enhance their cultivation. Likewise, the demon race can elevate their strength by consuming humans. However, only those with a unique physique can derive effective results from such consumption. Pure-blood divine beast lineage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face lit up with joy. Was he not just lamenting the difficulty of finding the essence of a pure-blood divine beast to establish a foundation for Luo, to forge a perfect transcendent body? This was serendipity, the arrival of a pillow when one was drowsy. Jiang Ning had not anticipated that the Azure Dragon Saint would come to him unbidden. Even if misfortune befell it, to dare to consume his son was to court death. Du Xiaoya's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Jiang Luo finally comprehended the connection between the Shrine of Divine Winds and themselves, realizing why they had sought him out. It was, in truth, to consume both him and his mother, Jiang Wei. The audacity of Zhao Suzhen, that aged wretch. To offer his own disciple as sustenance for others ignited a surge of indignation within him. The envoy of the Azure Ox gazed down upon Jiang Luo and declared, "Young human, surrender yourself willingly." Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. "You think you can take me away? With just that? Ha ha." The messenger of the Qingniu burst into laughter. "Child, do not delude yourself into thinking that slaying a celestial realm warrior renders you invincible. In my eyes, you remain as insignificant as an ant." Jiang Ning coldly smiled. "I am aware that you are a great demon of the inscription realm." The Azure Bull envoy was taken aback. "You know that I am a great demon of the inscription realm, yet you are not afraid?" Jiang Luo scoffed. "Why should I feel fear? I am a formidable demon of the inscription realm. You have already unleashed your full power, and at best, you merely match the capabilities of the human realm. Before me, you are akin to mere ants, easily subdued with a single strike." The Qingniu envoy sneered. Dismissing Jiang Luo's bravado, "Do not attempt to feign grandeur before me, hoping to intimidate us." He believed Jiang Luo was merely posturing. "Of course, Luo is not afraid of you, for we are here." At that moment, Jiang Ning and his wife, Du Xiaoya, made their entrance, casting sympathetic glances at the unfortunate Qingniu envoy and his companions. "Do you truly think you can oppose the Qinglong Demon Palace with your meager strength?" The Qingniu envoy laughed derisively. The sudden appearance of the couple did not instill fear in him. After all, he had the formidable backing of the Qinglong Demon Saint, the sovereign of the Tianyuan Star Domain. Such a powerful alliance left him utterly unperturbed. Even in the face of a supreme being, he remained fearless. In this world, one's background holds paramount importance. He was the chosen vessel of the palace lord. Did they dare to offer protection? The Qingniu envoy arrogantly proclaimed, "The Qinglong Demon Palace? Merely an insignificant force of which I have never even heard." Jiang Ning sneered. "You dare to insult the lord of the hall." The envoy of the Green Ox retorted angrily, "What is an insult? I am about to take his life." Suddenly, an overwhelming and apocalyptic force erupted from within Jiang Ning. What had been a blazing sunlit day was instantly engulfed in an interminable darkness. Before this immense power, all beings felt as insignificant as ants, poised to be annihilated at any moment. The envoy of the Green Ox finally displayed a look of terror. He had once sensed, from a distance, the oppressive aura of the Lord of the Azure Dragon, and this overwhelming pressure was no less formidable than that of the Lord of the Hall. It extinguished any semblance of resistance within him, compelling him to instinctively kneel and worship in reverence. "Very well, it is time for you to be on your way." Jiang Ning spoke softly, then lightly snapped his fingers. The entourage of the Azure Bull envoy instantly disintegrated into ash, as if they had never existed. Such was the simplicity of taking a life. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luo felt a surge of envy. One day, she too aspired to possess such formidable power, to reduce all to nothingness with but a gesture. Soon after, Jiang Ning and his wife approached Jiang Luo. "Luo, we must depart for a time, but we shall return shortly. I will hunt the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, slay it, and extract its essence to forge a perfect transcendent body," Jiang Ning declared. He had not anticipated finding a pure-blood divine beast descendant so swiftly. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Though the Azure Dragon Demon Saint was merely a quasi-saint, its pure-blood lineage endowed it with strength far surpassing that of ordinary quasi-saints. While he himself was not afraid, the task of slaying it was daunting, thus requiring the combined efforts of the couple. "Qingli, come forth and meet your little nephew," Du Xiaoya beckoned. Suddenly, a massive black vortex materialized in the void. From it emerged a girl clad in a black dress, her hair adorned with a red ribbon, appearing no older than 16 or 17. With feet as white and pure as jade, she stepped forth upon a black lotus, exuding an ethereal beauty as if she had descended from a mythical realm, an existence so flawless that it seemed impossible. Transcendent and otherworldly, she captivated Jiang Ning's attention. his eyes fixated upon this unexpectedly manifesting maiden. Alas, her true visage remained concealed. Her face, alabaster and delicate, was obscured by a ghostly mask, revealing only her pair of crystalline, captivating eyes. It was difficult to fathom the breathtaking beauty that lay hidden beneath the mask. Qing Li is your little aunt, an orphan we encountered on our journey, who has sworn sisterhood with me. Upon our departure, she will safeguard your well-being, Dugu Xiaoya introduced with a smile. Though their absence would be temporary, they remained concerned for their son's safety, as long as a supreme being did not intervene. Qing Li was more than capable of ensuring Luo'er's protection. Born under extraordinary omens, Qing Li was an unparalleled prodigy, seemingly bound by immense karmic ties. Consequently, Dugu Xiaoya dared only to form a sisterly bond with her, refraining from adopting her as a daughter or servant, lest she attract overwhelming karma that could lead to her premature demise or an ominous fate in her later years. The ghostly mask she wore was innate, with neither Jiang Ning nor Dugu Xiaoya having glimpsed her true countenance. Qing Li was, by nature, an enigma. Qing Li, once we depart, your duty is to ensure Luo'er's safety, Dugu Xiaoya said with a smile. Rest assured, sister, I will protect Luo'er diligently, Qing Li affirmed. Qing Li smiled faintly, her eyes clear as autumn waters. Such enchanting beauty in her gaze alone captivates the heart. If she were to reveal her transcendent visage, who could possibly resist? Perhaps this is the reason she dons a mask of a ghost. Mother, why does my aunt wear such a frightful mask? The exquisite fairy, cloaked in a terrifying and grotesque guise, conceals a breathtaking countenance. What a pity, one might think. The appreciation for beauty is innate to all. It is not born of any lewd intentions but merely a pure desire to behold elegance. From the moment of my birth, I have worn this mask, and no one has ever glimpsed my true face. Thus, I was deemed a malevolent spirit, abandoned by my parents and hunted by my kin. Fortunately, my brother-in-law and sister came to my rescue, preserving my life. Before Dugu Xiaoya could speak, Qing Li took the initiative, her voice akin to celestial music, exquisite, vibrant, and melodious. Yet, interwoven within it was a trace of weariness, a profound depth, as if she had traversed endless cycles of time. With an ethereal grace, her figure was enchanting, her skin as luminous as jade, and her voice so captivating. What a loss that her true form remains concealed. One can only wonder at the unparalleled beauty that lies beneath. A sigh, Jiang Luo exhaled, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. Were it not for the fear of dire repercussions, he would not hesitate to unveil the mask. Qing Li smiled softly, her mesmerizing eyes fixed directly upon Jiang Luo. He was startled and quickly shook his head, expressing his curiosity yet refraining from any action. Even his parents feared such consequences. Naturally, he would not dare to unmask her. It appears that Qing Li's origins are far from ordinary. Is this not preferable? The more extraordinary the kin, the grander one's own background. In this world, connections are paramount. Jiang Ning, shall we set forth tomorrow? I wish to spend the evening with Luo'er, Dugu Xiaoya declared. Though her departure would be brief, she felt a deep reluctance as she had only just found her son. The decision not to bring him along stemmed from concerns of danger. They were about to confront a pure-blooded divine beast of quasi-saint caliber. Its power was formidable, and even in their combined strength, they felt confident yet cautious. After all, a pure-blooded divine beast descendant is no simple foe. Had it been an ordinary quasi-saint, Jiang Ning alone would suffice to handle it. Yes, we shall depart tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, as there was no shortage of time for that day. That evening, Dugu Xiaoya left her husband to guard the empty house and went to her son's room, intending to keep him company for the night. This initially made Jiang Luo feel a wave of awkwardness and tension, leaving him restless and uneasy. It was, after all, his first experience sharing a bed with a woman. However, considering that this was his mother, who showered him with affection, he eventually calmed his tumultuous thoughts. In this life, he was fortunate to have parents who loved him dearly. The following day, Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiaoya boarded the chaotic flying vessel bound for the Qinglong Demon Palace. Luo'er, I shall immerse myself in cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties, I will undoubtedly appear, Qing Li declared. Her fervent dedication to cultivation bordered on madness, as she was unwilling to squander even a moment of time. Deep within her, there was an undeniable urge to grow stronger rapidly. Otherwise, she sensed that misfortune might soon befall her. Although she was merely a year older than Jiang Luo, her strength had already reached an unparalleled level, where she stood invincible unless the Supreme intervened. With a delicate gesture, she extended a jade finger, and touched Jiang Luo's brow. In an instant, a black lotus mark materialized upon his forehead. Should he face life-threatening danger, the Black Lotus Guardian mark would automatically activate, allowing her to sense his peril. Remember, do not leave the Lingxian small world. Otherwise, even if you find yourself in danger, I may not be able to rescue you in time. Qingli cautioned before vanishing from sight. Curiosity lingered in his heart. What astonishing beauty lay beneath that mask? Watching Qingli's disappearing figure, Jiang Luo stroked his chin, still filled with intrigue. He then touched the mark on his forehead, which, to his astonishment, vanished mysteriously. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Lotus was Qingli's life-bound treasure. The Black Lotus Guardian imprint could only be condensed once, and bestowing it upon Jiang Luo signified her recognition of him as family. Now, it was time to ascend to the Lingxian sacred land and seek vengeance against Lu Ruiyan. This cold-hearted woman dared to strike against the adoptive father who had nurtured her. Jiang Ning's eyes turned icy. After resolving this matter, it would be time to return to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty with his parents. He sought to witness the boundless expanse of the heavens and earth, to compete with the extraordinary prodigies of myriad races. However, before journeying to the sacred land of Lingxian, he must first make a trip to the imperial city of Dali to eliminate that wretched emperor. Jiang Ning spoke coldly, declaring that the grudge of having his legs broken could not simply be overlooked. Moreover, the tragic death of the ninth princess was also a consequence of his actions. Subsequently, Jiang Luo took his leave from his father, Emperor Jiang Xiao, expressing his intention to journey to the Great Li dynasty. Jiang Xiao did not impede her. After all, what was the mere Great Li dynasty compared to having vanquished the Shinfeng Palace's Luo heir? Boarding the void ship seized from the Qinglong Demon Palace, Jiang Luo soared towards the imperial city of the Great Li. The void ship, with its astonishing speed, traversed several towering mountains in the blink of an eye. As she approached the Great Li imperial city, Jiang Luo prudently reduced the vessel's velocity. Otherwise, she would have zipped past the city in an instant. The void ship was designed for interstellar navigation, and its sheer speed was beyond imagination when operating at full capacity. Suddenly, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted. In an instant, a slender figure clad in purple surged onto the ship. It was a woman of exquisite beauty and graceful stature, draped in flowing purple garments, her skin radiantly pale, embodying unparalleled elegance. However, she was covered in blood, appearing utterly disheveled, clearly having been pursued. Shortly thereafter, several figures followed in hot pursuit. Jiang Luo furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with such reckless behavior. "This is disastrous," the woman in purple said, her face pale. How could such a precious void ship be occupied by merely a boy? She had been pursued by her sect and had thought she had encountered the legendary void ship, expecting it to harbor significant figures. Thus, she resolved to take a gamble and rushed into the vessel. "Sister Ziyin, you cannot escape now. Come, let us return to meet our master." Upon discovering that the ship housed only a young boy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "That old wretch is no human. I will never return with you," Lu Ziyin retorted, her teeth clenched. "Then do not blame us for our ruthlessness," the 5 assailants declared as they sprang into action. All being extraordinary practitioners of the Danding realm. Lu Ziyin gripped a slender, purple sword tightly, its gleaming edge meeting the confrontation head-on. Amidst the battle, she cast a furtive glance at the young boy beside her, noting his lack of intent to intervene, which inevitably stirred a sense of disappointment within her. Jiang Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining indifferent as he surveyed the scene before him, devoid of any intention to intervene. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress struck him as nothing short of absurd. Such matters, entirely unrelated to him, warranted no attention. Moreover, given his current status and background, should he desire the company of a woman, even the most divine princess would be compelled to seek him out. Though Lu Ziyin was formidable, she found herself gradually succumbing to the onslaught of 5 cultivators of the same realm, one of whom surpassed her in strength, leading her to falter. Her graceful and alluring form bore the marks of additional injuries. "You have forced my hand," she declared, her beautiful eyes gleaming coldly as a surge of terrifying radiance erupted from within her. "Sunshine of purple smoke," she pronounced with icy clarity. Above, a blazing sun ascended into the firmament, as the entire sky became shrouded in a dreamlike veil of purple mist. The purple haze billowed ominously, emanating an overwhelming aura. Such an extraordinary spectacle left the onlookers in stunned silence. This is indeed the manifestation of a rare and celestial phenomenon. Jiang Luo was taken aback. The physique of an innate anomaly is indeed one of the rarest attributes. Encountering such a remarkable phenomenon, it is clear that this unique constitution is formidable. He never anticipated that a chance meeting with a mere woman would reveal her as one possessing an extraordinary physique. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in his mind, emanating from the divine pearl within. The text read, "Daughter of Destiny, Lu Ziyan, capable of devouring or possessing energy." In the following moment, a torrent of profound information surged into his consciousness. Energy of destiny? Child of fortune? Female? Jiang Luo stood frozen in place, taken aback by the sudden feedback from the divine orb. At that moment, he finally comprehended the entirety of the orb's charging methods. The first method involved charging with special substances, the second with renowned treasures, and the third with fortune. Among these, fortune charging was deemed the most advantageous, guaranteeing the acquisition of a talent physique of 10 stars or higher. In the vast realms, there exist but a handful of individuals who, under the protection of the Great Tao, possess immense fortune. By harnessing their fortune, one could channel it into the divine orb for charging. To obtain the fortune of a fortunate individual, there are two primary methods. The first is to slay them and devour their fortune, while the second involves direct possession, engaging in close proximity to absorb their fortune. However, forcibly seizing or killing would result in divine retribution, causing a backlash of fortune, rendering the orb incapable of absorbing energy. Therefore, prior to any attempt at slaying or devouring, one must devise means to diminish their fortune. Once sufficiently weakened, one may strike to eliminate them. Possession is a simpler affair, requiring only the absence of resistance from the other party, who must willingly acquiesce. Naturally, this approach is applicable only to the opposite sex. The reasoning is straightforward. If the fortunate individual is the protagonist, then their harem of wives would serve as the female leads, inherently endowed with fortune themselves. However, with the empowerment of the divine orb, Jiang Luo would share in the entirety of the fortune possessed by the fortunate woman, thereby successfully charging the orb. Originally, the intention was to create a system akin to a golden finger, yet the system could not be categorized within traditional fantasy, precluding participation in related events. Thus, it mutated into a golden finger of the 7 divine orbs. For those readers who find it perplexing, they may simply interpret it as a system golden finger. Ultimately, the goal remains the same, to continually assist the protagonist in becoming stronger. In light of this, am I destined to become a great villain in the future? Jiang Luo smiled softly. However, one must exercise caution when opposing the children of fortune. Those endowed with innate great luck are not only difficult to vanquish, but also possess countless opportunities, their strength formidable beyond compare. Absent any anomalies, they are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the worldly hierarchy. Of course, the children of fortune here, unlike the protagonists in novels, are far from comparable. They merely enjoy the protection of the great fortune of the Tao, granting them greater opportunities than others. If they were of protagonist caliber, Jiang Luo would not dare to confront them lightly, for they are virtually invincible. As the sun shone fiercely, a dreamlike purple mist enveloped the entire sky. This potent force surged towards the 5 extraordinary cultivators like a raging tsunami. The 5 individuals' expressions shifted drastically, their hearts racing with trepidation. They immediately summoned their full strength to resist. However, despite their efforts, they ultimately could not withstand it, spitting out mouthfuls of blood that stained the void crimson. Yet, Lu Ziyan was not faring well either. With her cultivation level too low, forcibly invoking the phenomenon of sunshine-producing purple mist had taken a toll on her vitality, causing her to cough up blood as well. Nevertheless, she still managed to smile, for the 5 were injured far more severely, losing their combat effectiveness entirely. Truly useless. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man with a protruding belly floated into view. 7th rank extraordinary. The 3rd elder. Lu Ziyan's complexion turned pale. She had not anticipated the 3rd elder's arrival. This was, indeed, a dire predicament. Lu Ziyan, the sect master has ordered me to bring you back. Do not resist any further, the 3rd elder said in a deep voice. He had not expected Lu Ziyan to be so formidable, fortunately. The sect master had dispatched him as a precaution. He had remained hidden, wary of attracting the attention of the Xiantian sect, given their past grievances. Now, he had no choice but to reveal himself and take action. Even if I die, I will not allow you to succeed, Lu Ziyan declared. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Humph. The 3rd elder sneered. Die? Before me, you lack even the qualification for self-destruction. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Ziyan entirely. At this moment, Jiang Luo knew it was his turn to intervene, just as the third elder was about to strike and seize Lu Ziyan. A figure in white appeared before her. The man, draped in flowing garments, resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, his eyes sparkling like stars. Hands clasped behind his back as he stood protectively before Lu Ziyan. With an unparalleled elegance and striking features, he exuded a lofty charisma. "Who are you?" The third elder inquired, perplexed as to why this stranger would meddle in his affairs. He furrowed his brows, momentarily hesitant to act, as he could not discern the background of the individual who had just appeared in a flying vessel. "I initially had no intention of intervening, but I have changed my mind. As for who I am, merely an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of spirit gathering." Jiang Luo maintained a serene expression, her tone gentle. "Indeed, one who possesses great fortune is unlikely to meet an untimely demise. I had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern me. Yet here I am, having intervened to save her. Had I not ventured to Dali City today, or if I had not acquired the void ship, Lu Ziyan would surely have met her end. Such is the serendipity of life, allowing me to be present at the opportune moment to rescue the daughter of destiny." "Hee," chuckled the third elder. "A mere mortal with the ability to cultivate dares to involve themselves in matters of the extraordinary?" Jiang Luo spoke lightly. "Why do you not dare to take action? Even mortals can slay the extraordinary. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, your lives will be in jeopardy." "Such audacity!" Elder San sneered. "To claim that mortals can vanquish the extraordinary. Let us see if you possess such capability." Jiang Luo's expression was serene. Her deep-set eyes glimmered with a subtle smile. "If you do not believe, feel free to make your move." "Very well, let us see what audacious prowess you possess." The third elder ceased his idle chatter and immediately took action. Above him, 7 colossal cauldrons floated, from which countless rays of crimson light erupted. Subsequently, they coalesced into a gigantic fiery hand that descended upon Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk, a disdainful smile gracing his features. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very air to tremble. The third elder's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. A resounding crash echoed as Jiang's fist struck forth, sending the third elder flying, blood staining the sky crimson. A transcendent cultivator at the 7th rank was thus obliterated in an instant. There was no embellishment, merely a casual punch that resulted in annihilation. This was the formidable prowess Jiang Luo now possessed. The third elder is dead? Run. The 5 injured individuals, gripped by terror, hastily fled the scene. Lu Ziyan, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Luo, could scarcely comprehend that a mere mortal from the gathering spirit realm had truly slain the third elder. A transcendent cultivator of the 7th rank, one who had manifested a Dharma aspect. "Why did you save me?" Lu Ziyan inquired calmly. She had just witnessed the cold indifference in his gaze, which did not belong to a passionate youth capable of heroic deeds. There must surely be an ulterior motive. Jiang Luo smiled, his expression imbued with an air of arrogance and dominance, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "You possess a rare innate constitution. That is commendable. You are worthy of being my woman." As a royal scion of the Divine Dynasty, he certainly had the audacity to speak with such bravado. For Lu Ziyan, it would be ideal to win her over, as she could serve as a valuable ally in the future. After all, the progeny of destiny is destined for remarkable achievements. Should she prove unyielding, Jiang Luo would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures to eliminate her potential. No one could deter his determination to attain the coveted 10-star gifted physique. "You are rather straightforward," Lu Ziyan interjected. "Moreover, I perceive no hint of impurity in your gaze. You do not strike me as a lecherous individual." Jiang Luo smiled, uttering words of formidable authority. "In my lifetime, I have 2 passions. One is to collect the world's exquisite beauties, and the other is to gather renowned treasures from across the globe. All the stunning beauties and famous treasures in this world should rightfully belong to me. You undoubtedly qualify as one of the world's exquisite beauties. Having you by my side would indeed be a delightful prospect." With his extraordinary lineage, he certainly had the audacity to make such a statement. Moreover, both of these treasures were precisely what he sought. Lu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, her heart trembling. She had not anticipated such arrogance and pride from this individual. What was his origin? "Very well, I can agree to become your woman, even if it means being merely a concubine." To her astonishment, Lu Ziyan readily acquiesced, without a hint of hesitation. "However, I have one condition." Jiang Luo nodded. "Speak." At that moment, Lu Ziyan's expression turned vengeful. "I was originally the disciple of Zhao Wuji, the sovereign of the Sun and Moon Divine sect, a dominator of the Eastern region. When I was very young, he inadvertently discovered that I possessed the 16 physique, the finest vessel for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo was slightly taken aback. A dual special constitution? Truly, she is a woman of fortune. The woman with the 16 physique, often referred to as the 16 maiden, harbors an exceedingly powerful special constitution. For men, she possesses an irresistible allure. It is said that acquiring the 16 energy within her can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Lu Ziyan continued, thus, that old wretch slaughtered my entire clan and raised me by his side to cultivate me as a vessel for his breakthrough into the celestial realm. Consequently, I managed to escape. My request is simple. Assist me in annihilating the Sun and Moon Divine sect. That place is already tainted, filled with corruption. Her eyes brimmed with an aura of vengeance. The enmity of having her clan exterminated could not go unavenged. Very well, Jiang Luo smiled, surprised at how straightforward the request was. I shall grant your wish. After the Sun and Moon Divine sect is destroyed, I shall offer you the 16 energy residing within me, Lu Ziyan proclaimed respectfully. In that moment, she accepted her fate. If she did not comply, not only would she find it difficult to exact her revenge, but she might also lose her life. Furthermore, the young man before her, at such a tender age, already possessed the ability to slay formidable foes. Such talent, how could she not be his servant? What girl does not yearn for a partner who is a peerless hero, a figure of great stature? A promise is a promise. However, before venturing to the Sun and Moon Divine sect, I must first eradicate the Dali royal family. Jiang Luo chuckled softly. He was no Lu Xiaohui, who would be courteous when bestowed with the company of an exquisite woman and the opportunity to enhance one's prowess. Only a fool would exhibit such restraint. In his past life, as an orphan devoid of wealth, he had never even dared to touch a woman's hand. Yet in this life, endowed with an unparalleled background, was he to live as a monk? The world's beauties were his to claim. What harm was there in that? Soon, the two arrived at the grand city of Dali. After anchoring the void ship just outside the city, Jiang Luo promptly stored it within his spatial ring. This ring, a precious gift from his parents, was of the highest grade and extraordinarily valuable, with an immense capacity. For it to accommodate the sizable void ship was merely a trifling feat. Upon entering the city of Dali, Jiang Luo did not hasten to the palace. Instead, he made his way to the nearest tavern, Yapinju. During his time studying in the imperial city, the original owner frequented this establishment for meals. He ascended to the finest private room on the 9th floor and ordered a sumptuous feast of exquisite wines and dishes. The young attendant recognized Jiang Luo and was taken aback. It was rumored that the crown prince of the Zhen Nanwang had been imprisoned in the dungeon. How could he possibly be here? Perhaps, considering the Zhen Nanwang's meritorious service, His Majesty had pardoned his transgressions. Begone, Jiang Luo said nonchalantly. Yes, Your Highness. The attendant quickly nodded before departing. Once the attendant left, Lu Ziyan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, why not storm the palace directly? Her thirst for vengeance overshadowed her appetite. The sooner they eradicated the royal family of Dali, the sooner they could set forth to the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Wait, Jiang Luo replied, seeking an opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Having spent many years in Dali City, he was well aware of when the court meetings convened. He was biding his time for the Dali court assembly, intending to capture all the civil and military ministers along with the emperor in one fell swoop. Do not rush. Let us first satiate ourselves. Jiang Luo smiled lightly, then unceremoniously seized a roasted chicken and began to feast upon it. In the realm of human pleasures, few experiences rival the delight of savoring a sumptuous meal. After a considerable time had elapsed, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside the elegant room designated for heavenly gatherings. Indeed, the young master of Tianzi had arrived. The innkeeper's resigned voice resonated. Ha! Who dares to encroach upon my territory in the capital? Came a disdainful voice from a young gentleman. Subsequently, his bodyguard forcefully pushed open the door. The innkeeper cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Luo, his expression filled with regret. The world, before the innkeeper could finish his sentence, Jiang Luo spoke with a calm demeanor. You may leave. Yes. The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly, visibly relieved, and hurriedly exited. Both individuals were not to be trifled with. To his surprise, the young gentleman had not anticipated encountering such a stunning woman in the grand city of Dali. Upon entering, he beamed with delight, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ziyan. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes upon. You may leave at once, but I shall keep the lady. As I am in a good mood, I shall refrain from causing you any trouble, the young gentleman declared arrogantly. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh and remarked indifferently, I am merely aware that if you do not depart immediately, you shall face dire consequences. Are you aware of my father's identity? He is none other than the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Li Gang. Furthermore, he is the patriarch of the Li family, the foremost among the 4 great clans of Li, making him my uncle. Am I doomed? Ha! That is the most amusing jest I have ever heard, boasted Li Tianyi, exuding arrogance. It was evident that the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Li Gang, was a prominent official governing a region, recently reassigned to serve in Li City. Otherwise, Li Tianyi would not have been unfamiliar with Jiang Luo. However, Jiang Luo chose to disregard this pompous fool and instead gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace. The hour had arrived, and they had just set forth on their journey, which included your father, Li Gang. A glint of icy coldness flashed in Jiang Luo's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he ascended into the sky, directly tearing off the roof of the first-class residence. Standing upon the void, he gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace. The thunderbolt spear manifested in his hand, and he executed the first move, rumbling thunder, directed towards the palace. In an instant, a torrent of lightning surged forth like a tsunami, heading towards the imperial palace. In the central hall, the Emperor of Li sat high upon his throne, surveying his civil and military officials. Your Majesty, we have received news from the spies we sent to the Xiantian sect, reported the commander of the Golden Blade Guard, trembling as he knelt. The Golden Blade Guard, being the Emperor's personal troops, represented the pinnacle of Li's military power. Speak quickly. Did the Xiantian sect agree to send people to eliminate Jiang Xiao? The Emperor inquired urgently. He was already aware that the 30,000 troops dispatched to eradicate Jiang Xiao had been completely annihilated. Now, all hope rested upon the Xiantian sect. Your Majesty, the commander's complexion turned pale in an instant. The spies reported that the Xiantian sect has become a wasteland. Everyone is dead. It seemed as if uttering these words had drained him of all his strength. He could hardly believe that the Xiantian sect had been so easily destroyed. What? How can this be? Exclaimed the Emperor. The Xiantian sect is the overlord of the southern region, who possesses the power to reduce it to ruins. Upon hearing this, the court erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The Xiantian sect had a legacy spanning a millennium, with profound foundations. How could it possibly fall so effortlessly? This is dire. The Emperor suddenly changed countenance, feeling a chill run through his soul. At that moment, the ministers also sensed something amiss, collectively turning their gazes towards the sky beyond the hall. A multitude of purple lightning surged towards the imperial palace. They were taken aback, and in the midst of their terror, an endless thunder descended. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the sky. The central palace, along with the nearby structures, was instantly reduced to ruins. The Emperor of the Great Li, along with hundreds of civil and military officials, perished beneath the devastation of the relentless thunder. Even many of the concubines met a tragic end under the storm. Hovering in the sky, Jiang Luo turned his gaze towards the ancestral hall. Subsequently, he once again brandished the thunder spear, unleashing the thunder annihilation marksmanship. Within the ancestral hall resided numerous elder powerhouses of the Great Li royal family, and most of the royal descendants dwelled within its confines. The might of a single shot transformed the entire ancestral hall into a wasteland, with all royal members meeting a gruesome fate. Witnessing this scene, the once arrogant Li Tianyi now sat paralyzed on the ground, utterly terrified, and lost control of himself. Merely 2 shots had turned the palace and ancestral hall into debris. My heavens, such a formidable individual, and I had just offended him. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he fainted on the spot. Let us proceed to the eastern domain, to the Sun and Moon Divine sect, Jiang Luo declared. Surely, there were still a few remnants left, but Jiang Luo had little desire to pursue them. To eradicate the roots of the grass only to have it regrow with the spring breeze? The thought of them seeking revenge was nothing short of a ludicrous joke, not to mention his invincible background, even with Jiang Luo's talent. Their attempts at vengeance would be nothing more than a fanciful dream. Very well, let us set forth now, Lu Ziyan said, her face alight with excitement. This day had been long awaited. Jiang Luo was eager to obtain Lu Ziyan and subsequently complete the fortification of his destiny, aiming for at least a 10-star talent physique. Thus, he pushed the speed of the void ship to its utmost limit. The vast distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was traversed in no time, and they swiftly arrived at the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Here we are, Lu Ziyan remarked, pointing downwards from the void ship. Through the thick mist, a series of majestic and towering peaks came into view. Among them, one mountain stood particularly high and perilous, atop which resided the ruler of the eastern domain, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded as he gazed upon the sect's grand entrance. Boom! The void ship plunged downwards, stirring up immense waves of energy and pressure as it soared above the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, immediately inciting a commotion within the sect. Is that a flying ship? For many, it was their first encounter with a void ship, leaving them utterly astonished. Who is this esteemed guest visiting our Sun and Moon Divine Sect? Boom! Boom! At that moment, 3 figures ascended into the sky, approaching the void ship. They were none other than Zhao Wuji, the sect master, along with the first and second elders. Their demeanor was exceedingly respectful. As the helmsman of a top-tier sect in the Lingxin minor world, they had certainly heard of the void ship. Anyone eligible to board such a vessel must be an extraordinarily significant figure, and they dared not show any disrespect. Seeing the imposing and magnificent ship, their hearts trembled. It seemed a powerful being from beyond the realms had descended, wondering what business such an esteemed figure had with the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. Zhao Wuji spoke with utmost reverence. If there is anything you require, our sect shall do everything in our power to fulfill your wishes. At that moment, Jiang Luo and Lu Ziyan stepped forth together. Lu Ziyan? The 3 figures displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the individuals aboard the ship included the traitor. Lu Ziyan. Zhao Wuji, you wretched old thief, today I shall avenge my entire clan. Lu Ziyan declared, her eyes filled with murderous intent and unbridled fury. You traitor. Do you think you can slay your master? Zhao Wuji scoffed coldly. At that juncture, Jiang Luo stood on the deck with his hands clasped behind him, and spoke in an unperturbed manner. I promised Miss Lu that I would obliterate the Sun and Moon Divine Sect and avenge her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others responded, Esteemed one, do you not fear the ridicule of the world for wielding such power against the less formidable? Moreover, this is a matter between my disciple and me. We kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. Although Zhao Wuji felt a surge of anger at the enigmatic Jiang Luo, he still managed to suppress it. Jiang Luo smiled gently, stating, I am merely 16, an ordinary mortal at the 9th level of spirit gathering. How can it be deemed as using strength to oppress the weak? Subsequently, she willingly revealed her own cultivation level. The Grand Elder interjected. If you compel the guardian behind you to take action, is that not an instance of the strong bullying the weak? With just my strength alone. Extinguishing your Sun and Moon Divine Sect poses no challenge. Is there truly a need to involve the guardian? Jiang Luo scoffed disdainfully. Lu Ziyan, ha ha ha. I had thought you had brought back some formidable ally. It turns out to be merely a youth at the gathering spirit realm, and an exceedingly arrogant madman at that. Zhao Wuji burst into laughter. Without a protector, a mere mortal at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm attempting to annihilate the Sun-Moon Sect. What a colossal joke. Do you truly intend to act alone, without a powerful guardian at your back? Lu Ziyan was equally astonished. She had assumed Jiang Luo possessed a formidable background, with protectors safeguarding him. Regret began to creep into her heart for seeking vengeance. Had she not just delivered herself to him? Despite Jiang Luo's extraordinary talent in slaying the 3rd Elder, the idea of obliterating the Sun-Moon Sect with a mere 9th-level cultivator was utterly preposterous. Just myself? Jiang Luo replied earnestly, nodding. Lu Ziyan felt utterly speechless, her expression darkening. It was disastrous. She had encountered a lunatic. Miss Lu, I shall eradicate the Sun-Moon Sect at once. Tonight, I shall enter the bridal chamber and revel in a beautiful world for 2. Jiang Luo gazed at the breathtaking Lu Ziyan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His heart brimmed with anticipation regarding the extraordinary 10-star talent he might acquire. The 9-star chaotic saint body would allow him to ascend to the echelon of unparalleled prodigies within the chaotic realm, securing a place on the celestial ranking. Should he attain a 10-star talent, could he possibly breach the top 10 of the heavenly list? Child, while women may be alluring, they can also be venomous. Leading to your demise, Zhao Wuji scoffed, a cold smile curling upon his lips. It became evident that this young man was merely coveting Lu Ziyan's beauty, thus daring to make his presence known. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. After all, Lu Ziyan was his carefully nurtured furnace, cultivated over 20 years to break through to the human realm. No outsider dared to trespass. Death, Jiang Luo declared with utmost confidence, exuding an air of dominance. In this world, no one possesses the right to speak of death in my presence. Armed with an unrivaled background and extraordinary innate talent, he believed that henceforth, His words and actions should embody a certain audacity befitting his status. In his past life, as an orphan, he had often been bullied, living a life of meekness. In this life, blessed with a superior lineage, why should he still remain low-key? The experiences he could not savor in his previous existence were to be fully enjoyed in this one. You are far too arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. The second elder bellowed. Noise. Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. His eyes flickered as they swept over the second elder. He then raised his hand, channeling chaotic energy, and aimed to suppress the second elder. The air itself quivered violently. Poof. The second elder, at the eighth pillar realm, was instantly obliterated, offering not even the slightest resistance. It should be noted that even formidable beings of the human realm had fallen to Jiang Luo. Slaying a pillar realm cultivator was akin to killing a chicken. What? The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine sect gasped in astonishment. The sheer magnitude of his power was astounding, capable of annihilating the second elder on the spot. Witnessing this spectacle, many disciples cried out in shock. At the same time, confronted by Jiang Luo's overwhelming might and arrogance, they felt a chill creep into their bones, their bodies trembling in trepidation. He indeed possessed some prowess. However, a mere mortal aspiring to obliterate the Sun and Moon Divine sect is nothing but a delusional fantasy. Zhao Wujia's body radiated an icy aura, brimming with murderous intent. Elders, join me in confronting this foe. Immediately, dozens of elders from the pillar realm soared into the sky, converging with Zhao Wujia to besiege Jiang Luo. Today, you shall witness the realm of genius, a strength beyond your wildest imaginings. Jiang Luo spoke with an air of indifference, the thunderbolt spear materializing in his grasp. Enveloped by an endless tempest of purple lightning, he transformed into a colossal figure of thunder. The very fabric of the void, along with the mountains beneath him, trembled violently. Within the storm, Jiang Luo resembled a sovereign commanding vast realms, gazing disdainfully at the heavens, exuding unparalleled might. The second form of the thunderbolt annihilation spear technique, electric dragon. With a resounding roar, an incandescent thunder dragon, stretching 100 feet, surged forth, its presence imposing. It charged towards the elders of the Sun Moon Divine sect with overwhelming power, crashing into the assembly with a thunderous impact. In a flurry of crimson mist, the transcendent cultivators of the Pill Cauldron realm were reduced to mere clouds of blood, saturating the air. How could this be? He is but a mere mortal. Zhao Wujia, a formidable being of the Nine Tripod realm, felt a chill creep into his heart. The might of the Thunder Dragon was insurmountable, sweeping away all in its path, leading to the demise of countless elders of the Sun Moon Divine sect. Cursed be Lu Ziyan. I should have slain you years ago. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed with despair and resentment as the Thunder Dragon pierced through his form. The overlord of the Eastern Domain, the sect master of the Sun Moon Divine sect, Zhao Wujia, fell from grace. Father, mother. Lu Ziyan knelt upon the deck, her face streaked with tears, finally avenging her parents. She then soared forth, her sword materializing in hand, directing her gaze towards Zhao Wujia's lifeless body, shattering it into countless pieces. Soon, all the elders of the Sun Moon Divine sect met their end at Jiang Luo's hands. He then turned his attention to the disciples of the sect, unleashing the first form of the Thunderbolt Annihilation Spear technique in rapid succession. Boom, boom. In an instant, numerous disciples of the Sun Moon Divine sect fell victim to the onslaught, as buildings crumbled, transforming into mere ruins. Possessing the chaotic sacred body, which could continuously generate chaotic energy, Jiang Luo's internal power surged like an infinite sea of stars, boundless and vast. Therefore, he could unleash the thunder surge repeatedly against the Sun Moon Divine sect without fear of exhausting his spiritual energy. His greatest advantage lay in his ability to unleash devastating attacks upon hordes, sweeping away large swathes with a single thrust. After executing dozens of thrusts of the thunder surge, the Grand Sun Moon Divine sect had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, with all its elders and disciples lying amidst pools of blood. Even summoning a peak heavenly realm powerhouse would be insufficient to annihilate the thousands of disciples within the Sun Moon Divine sect. Such was the dread of the chaotic sacred body, an inexhaustible source of chaotic power, a true instrument of slaughter. Upon obliterating the Sun Moon Divine sect, Jiang Luo claimed its treasured relic, the twin swords of Sun and Moon. Indeed, within the divine orb, a line of text materialized. Special artifact, twin swords of Sun and Moon, can be charged and decomposed. The dual swords of Yin and Yang are renowned within the ethereal realm. When paired with the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the Sun and Moon Sword formation, established by the revered founding couple of the Sun and Moon Divine sect, once swept across the entire world. The dual swords of yin and yang have been successfully assembled and charged. Constitution, innate sword body, 4 stars. A 4-star talent, though modest, is still a blessing. With the innate sword body, Jiang Luo possesses remarkable aptitude in the sword arts. Subsequently, Jiang Luo returned to the void spacecraft. I am profoundly grateful to you, my lord, for avenging the deep-seated enmity of Xian, Lu Xian expressed, kneeling upon the ground with a face full of gratitude. Jiang Luo smiled lightly, proclaiming that the best way to repay me was to take a bath and change clothes, waiting to serve me well in the evening. He then asserted with commanding authority, "From this day forth, you, Lu Xian, shall be my woman." With unwavering determination, Lu Xian replied, "From this moment on, I shall be solely yours, my lord, forever unfaithful." She did not even seek a title. She understood that behind such an extraordinary being, there must be an astounding background. And she had no desire for recognition. "My lord, I shall now bathe. Please wait a moment," Lu Xian said shyly, her face flushing as she spoke. Fully aware of what was to come. "Wait a moment," Jiang Luo suddenly interjected. "Let us go together." Lu Xian nodded gently, lowering her head shyly, her gaze almost touching the floor. The celestial vessel was immense, filled with numerous rooms, including a bathhouse that was far from ordinary, a large hot spring. Surrounding the spring were spiritual trees bearing many ethereal fruits, and the hot spring itself was meticulously arranged with a spiritual gathering formation. The waters contained an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing for both bathing and cultivation simultaneously, indulging in the attentive service of spiritual fruits while soaking. At this moment, Jiang Luo was already immersed in the hot spring, eyes closed in bliss. Lu Xian approached, her delicate and exquisite figure completely unveiled, with her snow-white skin and graceful curves laid bare before Jiang Luo. Typically cool and ethereal, Lu Xian's enchanting eyes now shimmered with allure, her cheeks flushed. With a slender waist and long, straight legs, she stepped gracefully into the hot spring, her bare, snow-white feet and petite, rounded toes captivatingly charming. Petals from the spiritual peach tree fell continuously, drifting onto Lu Xian's form and sliding down her smooth skin, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. This moment left Jiang Luo momentarily entranced. "My lord, I have come to attend to you," Lu Xian said with a radiant smile, her cheeks blooming with warmth and vitality. She had completely surrendered to her fate, and being near such an extraordinary being was indeed a stroke of fortune. She then extended her delicate hands, gently massaging Jiang Luo's shoulders and body, as he closed his eyes to relish the service of this exquisite beauty. Indeed, it was a gentle haven, a hero's grave. In his past life, he had never had the chance to indulge in such pleasure. This was his first experience, nearly engulfing his entire being. Yearning to remain in this bliss eternally. No wonder throughout history, many emperors have favored beautiful women over their kingdoms. The allure was simply irresistible. Enough. Let us commence with the important matters. Jiang Luo was eager to complete the fortification of his fortune. "From this day forth, Ziyin shall belong to you, my lord. I implore you not to forsake me," Lu Ziyin said with a pitiful expression. "A peerless beauty like you, how could I ever abandon such a treasure?" Jiang Luo chuckled. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a line of text appeared within his mind's eye. "The possession of the fortune bearer, Lu Ziyin, has been achieved. The fortification of fortune is complete." Jiang Luo was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his entire being. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the function of the divine orb. Soon, a line of text materialized before him. "Talent, Supreme Divine Body." In an instant, Jiang Luo sensed a profound transformation within his corporeal form, as if he were undergoing a rebirth. Remarkably, he had attained the legendary Supreme Divine Body. In the vast expanse of the Xianwang Chaos Realm, throughout countless epochs, only a handful of individuals had managed to forge such a peerless divine physique. Jiang Luo was utterly astonished. With a wry smile in his heart, he reflected on how his parents had gone to great lengths, even slaying the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, to forge a perfect and extraordinary physique. Little did they know that he had undergone a profound transformation, attaining an unparalleled divine body. He could only imagine the extent of their astonishment upon discovering this. One divine pearl had bestowed upon him such remarkable achievements. He wondered what heights he could reach if he were to acquire several more. At this moment, Jiang Luo's desire to seek out the remaining 6 divine pearls intensified. After the creation of his supreme divine body, he had completely undergone a metamorphosis, experiencing a cataclysmic change. Jiang Luo has become increasingly formidable. It is worth noting that the Supreme Divine Body is an unparalleled and extraordinary physique that occurs once in an eternity. Its might is indeed self-evident. At this moment, he has undergone a profound transformation. Finally, he has stirred the 16 veins within the 16 maiden, giving rise to an abundance of 16 energy. Boom. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming surge of energy surged into Jiang Luo's being, causing him to feel as though he might erupt. Fortunately, with the bloodline of the Supreme Divine Body coursing through him, he is spared from being overwhelmed. Were he an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at this juncture. The 16 maiden is truly extraordinary, far beyond the grasp of an average person. Now that I have forged the Supreme Divine Body, I am free from concerns of breaking through the Danding realm. Let this immense power of 16 energy assist me in transcending to a higher realm. Jiang Luo silently contemplated. Subsequently, his entire being erupted with a radiant glow. His aura began to ascend steadily. The young master is on the verge of a breakthrough, Lu Ziyan realized in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a transformation at this moment, and her cheeks flushed with color. With the formidable support of the 16 energy, Jiang Luo effortlessly manifested a grand cauldron above his head. He successfully ascended to the realm of Danding, transcending the mortal plane and becoming an extraordinary being. Though he had achieved the Danding realm, the immense 16 energy remained undigested within him. Jiang Luo continued to push the boundaries of his realm. Soon, a great cauldron materialized above his head once more. It was not until the third cauldron was successfully formed that the ominous energy of the 16 was temporarily exhausted. In one breath, he had remarkably ascended to the third cauldron realm. The potency of the 16 energy was indeed formidable. Naturally, the 16 energy within the 16 maiden was inexhaustible and continuously flowing. At present, the 16 energy consumed by Jiang Luo was merely what had been generated at this moment. As the 16 maiden's cultivation level increased, the 16 energy she could produce would become ever more magnificent. At that moment, Qing Li, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed something. Her exquisite celestial features, concealed behind a mask, furrowed in concern. Her sister had yet to return. Why was Luo eager to break through to the Danding realm? Subsequently, she vanished from her location. In an instant, she appeared before the startled Lu Ziyan. Upon seeing her, Jiang Luo offered an awkward smile, and, at this moment, the awkwardness reached its zenith. He could scarcely have anticipated Qing Li's appearance at such a time. However, Qing Li did not feel any embarrassment. Regarding matters between men and women, her heart remained unperturbed, devoid of any emotional turbulence. It was as if she was born solely for the path, untouched by any desires or ill thoughts. As for Lu Ziyan, she felt her face burn with embarrassment and hurriedly fled from the bathing chamber. To be encountered by the young master's elder in such a compromising situation was utterly mortifying. Jiang Luo hastily donned her garments. The daughter of the 16. No wonder you broke through the Danding realm uncontrollably. Qing Li's expression turned icy as she gazed at the fleeing Lu Ziyan. She was well aware of the terror that the daughter of the 16 embodied. That Luo did not perish in a catastrophic explosion was indeed a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Luo, it is your lust that has propelled you prematurely into the Danding realm. Thus, a significant chasm has emerged between you and the top prodigies of the Chaos realm. Confronted with this young nephew, she bore an expression of frustration at his lack of ambition. How could they present their care of Luo to her brother-in-law and sister? She sensed the anger radiating from her aunt, Qing Li. Jiang Luo did not offer an explanation but promptly unleashed the formidable pressure of the Supreme Divine Body. Having forged such an unparalleled entity and transcended the Danding realm, was this not a natural progression? Initially, he anticipated that his aunt Qing Li would express astonishment. However, she merely responded with a casual "Oh. So, you have forged the Supreme Divine Body. That is of no concern." This left Jiang Luo perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Aunt, I have forged the Supreme Divine Body, a transcendent form unparalleled in the ages. Shouldn't you feel a hint of surprise?" In response, Qing Li wore a puzzled expression and questioned, "Why should I feel surprised? This is, after all, the legendary Supreme Divine Body." Jiang Luo endeavored to exaggerate her expression as much as possible. Qing Li remarked nonchalantly, "From the moment of my birth, I was not an ordinary being. I possess a supreme divine physique." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo was struck with immense astonishment. To be reborn with a transcendent body from birth? Goodness, what kind of extraordinary entity could this be? It was no wonder that she showed no surprise at having forged such a divine body. In fact, at this moment, Jiang Luo found herself questioning the true identity of her aunt Qing Li. Could it be that in her past life, she was an extraordinary figure, gazing down upon the heavens? Heavenly, if that were the case, she must seize this opportunity tightly. Once Qing Li regains her memories from her previous life, Jiang Luo would be able to traverse the realms with complete impunity. You guessed correctly. I have an inexplicable intuition that my past life was anything but ordinary. Jiang Luo's thoughts were instantly laid bare, eliciting a smile from Qing Li that was both enigmatic and teasing. This caused Jiang Luo's face to flush with embarrassment and his entire being to break into a cold sweat, startled by the revelation. Good heavens! What manner of creature is Qing Li that she can so effortlessly penetrate the depths of his mind? Before such a terrifying figure, capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts, every hair on his body stood on end. Yet, it seemed he possessed a formidable rival, which spurred him to train relentlessly, sparing not a moment for idleness. The implications of forging a connection with him, whether beneficial or detrimental, were uncertain. He feared that his very existence might endanger her, leading to an untimely demise. With a voice as ethereal as the mist, Qing Li spoke, her beautiful eyes, the only feature visible beneath her mask, reflecting an ancient weariness as though she had lived through eons. Since our fates are intertwined in this life, with you as my little nephew, there is no need to fear the burden of association. Once I have matured, I shall stand beside you to confront our mutual adversaries. Jiang Luo declared, his gaze resolute. Some destinies, once entangled, demand courage in the face of adversity, and retreat is not an option. Qing Li smiled, a captivating charm emanating from her demeanor. Dear nephew, seeing you so obedient, I shall share with you a secret, one that has the potential to illuminate your path and earn you renown across the heavens. Jiang Luo was taken aback, displaying a hint of skepticism in his gaze. What is it? Do you doubt my words? Qing Li smiled, inquiring. Jiang Luo hastily inquired. What exactly is this secret? Qing Li replied with a serious demeanor. The Supreme Divine Body, the true method of cultivation. Ordinary practitioners in the Danding realm merely condense a singular great cauldron. Those with better innate talents can imbue their cauldrons with elemental powers, while exceptional prodigies can manifest 2 or 3 types of elemental forces. However, the cultivation method of the Supreme Divine Body allows each cauldron to cultivate a formidable attribute of power. Once engaged in battle, it is akin to facing multiple foes, thus creating a significant advantage in numbers. This is the true strength of the Supreme Divine Body. The world acknowledges that the Supreme Divine Body is unparalleled throughout the ages, the most potent, extraordinary physique. Yet, few comprehend how to unlock its full potential. It represents not merely a latent talent, but a formidable path of cultivation. How did you come to possess such a method of cultivation? Jiang Luo asked, intrigued. I was born with it. Do you believe me? Qing Li replied with a mysterious smile. Of course I believe you. Your very being is shrouded in secrets, so it is only natural for extraordinary events to unfold. Jiang Luo nodded earnestly. Now, I shall not waste time with idle chatter. I will impart to you the true cultivation method of the Supreme Divine Body. This technique is named the Supreme Scripture, the most powerful method across the realms, leading directly to invincibility. Qing Li gently placed her fingertip upon Jiang Luo's forehead. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a sensation akin to his head being torn apart. However, this pain swiftly dissipated. The Supreme Scripture? Such an imposing name, the mightiest technique in the realms, leading directly to invincibility. After receiving the inheritance of the Supreme Scripture, Jiang Luo was instantly filled with fervent excitement. Luo, from now on, you may cultivate the Supreme Scripture exclusively, without the need to practice any other techniques. He then glanced toward Lu Ziyan, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. Cherish the daughter of the 16. It will greatly aid your future cultivation. With that, Qing Li vanished, unwilling to squander her precious training time. Once Qing Li departed, Lu Ziyan emerged, her face a mask of astonishment. Young master, I feel as though a new technique has suddenly manifested in my mind. The 16 Heart Sutra, perfectly aligned with my constitution. Jiang Ning spoke. It must be passed down to you by Aunt Qing Li. Devote yourself to cultivating, and you shall undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Indeed, Lu Ziyan replied earnestly, nodding her head. I shall not be a burden to you, my lord. Ever since her fortune had been shared with Jiang Luo, her heart had been solely occupied by his presence. For him, she was willing to sacrifice everything. The fates of the two seemed eternally intertwined. Ziyan, protect me as I enter seclusion for my cultivation. Jiang Luo commanded. Yes, my lord, responded Lu Ziyan with utmost respect. The void vessel docked amidst a grand mountain range. Subsequently, Jiang Luo seated himself upon a colossal boulder, commencing the absorption of the celestial essence, diligently cultivating the Supreme Sutra. Mastery of the Supreme Sutra enables the manifestation of an attribute-specific cauldron with each breath taken. Such attribute-infused cauldrons are referred to as spirit cauldrons or divine cauldrons. The majority of practitioners can only produce cauldrons of the spirit level. It is only those with extraordinarily potent attributes and immense power that earn the designation of divine cauldrons. To successfully condense a divine cauldron is to be considered an exceptional prodigy. In the world, the mightiest prodigies have managed to condense but 2 or 3 divine cauldrons. However, the cultivation of the Supreme Sutra allows one to transform every cauldron into a divine cauldron. Thus, when contending against practitioners of the same realm, Jiang Luo possesses an undeniable advantage. Of course, the determinants of combat prowess are manifold. The strength of the cauldron is merely one factor. It does not guarantee victory over all practitioners of the same realm. Jiang Luo concentrated all the chaotic power into a grand cauldron, forging the Chaos Divine Cauldron, a creation of divine caliber. In the second cauldron, he infused it with imperial blood, resulting in the Emperor's Divine Cauldron. The third cauldron was imbued with the devastating power of thunder, culminating in the Thunder Divine Cauldron. The Chaos Divine Cauldron, the Emperor's Divine Cauldron, and the Thunder Divine Cauldron. Jiang Ning has transformed his 3-legged cauldron into the Divine Cauldron, amplifying his own power by more than 10-fold. His strength has surged remarkably, and with every gesture, he feels as though he could shake the very heavens and earth. Such might is truly formidable. When I reach the realm of the 9 cauldrons and coalesce 9 divine cauldrons, what extraordinary heights of power shall I attain? In Jiang Luo's gaze, there resided a profound sense of longing. Subsequently, he concluded his cultivation and piloted the void ship towards the sacred land of Lingxian. Having practiced the supreme scripture, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to suppress the entire sacred realm through his own strength. Lu Ruoyan, you venomous-hearted woman. I have come on behalf of my father to seek justice. Are you prepared? A chilling smile graced the corners of Jiang Luo's lips, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The void ship soared swiftly, traversing towering mountains that pierced the clouds and spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, until at last it arrived at the revered Lingxian Holy Mountain. This mountain, the pinnacle of the Lingxian small world, is saturated with spiritual energy and serves as a sanctuary for all practitioners across the realm, a coveted haven for cultivation. Let us first visit Lingxian Holy City, Jiang Luo declared. At the foot of the Lingxian Holy Mountain stands a grand and magnificent city, bolstered by the sanctity of the mountain itself, where commerce thrives in abundance. Here, even spiritual weapons can be procured, provided one possesses ample wealth, drawing countless souls to settle within its bounds. Lu Ruyan, burdened by the desire to avoid the stigma of ingratitude, fratricide, and betrayal, must first face her own disgrace. Subsequently, the pair descended into a desolate forest, stowing the void ship within a spatial ring before entering Lingxian Holy City. The city sprawled magnificently, vast and expansive. Having withstood the ravages of time since its establishment 3,000 years ago, remaining unscathed and resilient, it is one of the oldest cities in the world. Upon entering the city, Jiang Luo immediately sensed its vibrancy, with streets crisscrossing, bustling with the flow of vehicles, and shops lining the thoroughfares, all resonating with the clamorous sounds of vendors. For the first time, Jiang Luo witnessed such a vast and prosperous city. If the Lingxian Holy City is already so grand and bustling, one can only imagine the magnificence of the great summer capital of the Xia Divine Dynasty. It is simply beyond comprehension, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Once his parents returned, they would set forth towards the great summer capital, where he would finally behold the true pinnacle of prosperity in the chaos realm, an astonishing sight indeed. As he journeyed, Jiang Luo sensed numerous powerful auras around him. It appeared that many formidable beings had recently flocked to the Lingxian sacred land, but the reasons behind this influx remained unclear. When the two strolled onto the main street, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, an endless sea of bustling life. With his keen 6 senses, Jiang Luo caught the sound of storytelling drifting through the air, causing a subtle smile to curl at the corners of his lips. Xian, let us head to that inn, he suggested. Jiang Luo's gaze fell upon an inn, its sign proclaiming Heavenly Inn. Upon entering the establishment, he discovered that the space was already filled with numerous patrons. At the forefront, a venerable gentleman clad in a cerulean robe wielded a folding fan, passionately recounting the exploits of the revered ancestor Lingxian. Meanwhile, the audience buzzed with lively discussion. Jiang Luo sat at a table, attentively listening with keen ears. The Saintess of Ruyan was the most formidable genius in the Lingxian small world. Her celestial grace surpassing even that of the venerable ancestor of Lingxian from years past. The Saintess of Ruyan? Jiang Luo chuckled coldly, taken aback that this venomous woman had ascended to the status of a saintess in the sacred land. No wonder the ninth prince of the Xingluo dynasty heeded her commands and acted on her behalf. The astonishing talent of the Saintess of Ruyan had indeed caught the attention of the formidable extraterrestrial power, the Tianyuan divine sect, which sought to recruit her as a true disciple. Are you aware of why the star domain in which the Lingxian small world resides is referred to as the Tianyuan star domain? It is because the Tianyuan divine sect, stationed in the Tianyuan great world, reigns as the foremost sovereign of the Tianyuan star domain. Merely dispatching an ordinary elder from their ranks could obliterate the entire Lingxian sacred land. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony where the Saintess of Ruyan will formally join the Tianyuan divine sect, as a prominent figure from the sect is sent to escort her. This time, the Lingxian sacred land has invited numerous influential forces to witness the event, showcasing their formidable backing. This accounts for the presence of many powerful auras in the holy city. The Tianyuan divine sect? Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan would encounter such astonishing circumstances. However, recalling his own formidable background, he smirked slightly, dismissing it entirely. Although the Tianyuan divine sect held dominion over a star domain, it paled in comparison to the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Moreover, his lineage was far more complex than merely being associated with the Daxia Divine Dynasty. He resolved to confront Lu Ruyan before the Tianyuan divine sect and shatter her myth. Jiang Luo resolved to rest for a night in the holy city before proceeding to the Lingxian sacred land the following day. It is whispered that many of the younger generation have arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the divine maiden. To be frank, although I have surpassed 70 years of age, I too long to behold the ethereal beauty of the celestial being. I must etch her visage into my memory, so that during the restless nights, when discomfort envelopes me, I may find solace in the reverie of her countenance. The white-haired elder chuckled lewdly, embodying the adage that while one may age, the heart remains youthful. Old fool, do you not fear that your lewd words may reach the ears of the Lingxian sacred land, leaving you with no place to rest in death? Someone remarked. To die for the maiden is to die without regret, the elder replied nonchalantly. The maiden, Ruyan, is unparalleled in grace, a prodigy of the Lingxian microcosm. A beauty seldom seen in a millennium. Clad in white, she resembles a celestial being from the Moon Palace, strikingly exquisite. She seems to have emerged from a mythical realm, captivating all who gaze upon her. Who would not succumb to such stunning beauty? Who would not yearn to witness her splendor firsthand? Such a divine figure. It remains a mystery who may one day bask in her favor, inciting envy among many. Expressions of admiration adorned the faces of the crowd. Rumors circulated that the esteemed ancestor of Lingxian had become an elder of the Tianyuan divine sect. Impossible. The Lingxian ancestor was a prominent figure 3 millennia ago. How could he still be alive? I cannot say. It is merely hearsay, the crowd murmured, sharing the snippets of information they had gathered. They occasionally indulged in gossip regarding the tales surrounding the Ruyan maiden. Enough. I can bear it no longer. I shall retire to my room for rest, declared the elder. I possess a portrait of the Ruyan maiden, rumored to be genuine, crafted by the hand of a disciple from the sacred land, and I offer it to you at a modest price. Are you interested? Deal. The elder, clutching the questionable portrait, retreated to his chamber. Jiang Luo cast a disdainful glance at the elder before securing a room to share with Lu Ziyan. In the sacred land of Lingxian, the ethereal beauty of Lu Ruyan, adorned in a flowing white gown, finally emerged from her seclusion. Suddenly, a magnificent array of 10 resplendent cauldrons materialized above her head. Should this spectacle be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. The pinnacle of the Danding realm is marked by the consolidation of 9 cauldrons, a feat well known to many. It is beyond imagination that Lu Ruyan has managed to condense 10 cauldrons. A radiant divine pearl appeared in the palm of her hand. With this pearl, I shall attain the true zenith of the Danding realm, manifesting 10 cauldrons. Furthermore, I must devise a means to acquire the additional 6 divine pearls. At that time, in all the realms, who could possibly rival Lu Ruyan? I shall become the unparalleled goddess, a figure of reverence for countless beings. Lu Ruyan declared with an air of dominance as night descended. Jiang Luo stealthily infiltrated the storyteller's chamber. Who goes there? The storyteller exclaimed, startled. Possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, he intended to retaliate. However, Jiang Luo merely unleashed a hint of his oppressive aura, rendering him utterly immobile. This left the storyteller astounded. How could someone so youthful possess such immense strength? Merely the pressure exerted was enough to incapacitate him. What brings you to seek my presence? Young one? The storyteller forced a smile and inquired. Take this. Jiang Ning tossed him a storybook of his own composition. At the break of dawn tomorrow, you are to narrate the tales contained within, divided into 9 segments, tirelessly throughout the day, ensuring that the entirety of the sacred city of Lingxian is made aware. The storyteller hastily picked it up for a glance, only to be taken aback. To slander the holy maiden is a capital offense. The elderly man dared not proceed. The narrative within depicted how the holy maiden Lu Ruyan was ungrateful and conspired to harm her father and brother. Slander? Jiang Luo let out a cold scoff. Every tale pinned within was a mere reflection of reality. Lu Ruyan, that venomous woman, feigned virtue to deceive the masses. Should you dissent, I shall end your life this very moment. Furthermore, I have already dispatched individuals to locate your family. Should you refuse, they will all accompany you to the grave. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient, I shall ensure your safety. Jiang Luo spoke with unwavering confidence. Under his relentless pressure, the storyteller could only reluctantly acquiesce. The following day, at the break of dawn, the storyteller ascended the stage, trembling with trepidation. After tapping the wooden platform, he nervously began to speak. It is said that the saintess of like smoke, an orphan, was taken in by the southern king Jiang Xiao of the Great Li Dynasty, and from a young age was betrothed to the heir Jiang Luo. This woman, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, upon becoming the saintess, became ungrateful and plotted to harm her foster family. Such explosive revelations instantly stirred the patrons of the inn. What? The saintess of like smoke is a hypocritical and malevolent woman? Surely not. This is slander. Does that old man not fear the consequences of his words? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. You old fool, you are courting death by tarnishing the reputation of the saintess. One young man, who regarded Lu Ruyan as a goddess, was incensed. Drawing his sword, he charged directly at the storyteller. Begone! At that moment, Jiang Luo intervened, merely uttering a command. And a surge of formidable energy erupted towards the young man. Blood instantly stained the ground. What? Has someone been killed? The youth's strength was astonishing. The crowd was left in utter shock. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the city lord's guards. A multitude of heavily armored city guards stormed in, their formidable presence palpable. Those who dare to slander the saintess, seize them all. Commander Jean bellowed. Subsequently, the guards rushed forward, intent on apprehending the offenders. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh, and with a mere gesture, he unleashed an astonishing power that commanded the heavens. Channeling an overwhelming force, he suppressed the city guard. The air was filled with agonizing cries, and blood stained the sky. The entire city guard fell victim to Jiang Luo's ruthless onslaught. Even the extraordinary Commander Jean was annihilated with a single strike. Then, Jiang Luo gathered a bolt of purple lightning, hurling it towards the city lord's mansion. With a thunderous roar, the entire mansion, along with the city lord and numerous formidable experts, was engulfed before they could even escape, perishing on the spot. Such a bloodthirsty display of slaughter instilled profound fear and trepidation in the eyes of all who witnessed. Who exactly is this youth? How dare he wreak havoc on the sacred grounds of the Lingxian Holy Land? Could he be the protagonist of the tale, the heir of the southern king, Jiang Luo? The betrothed of the saintess Lu Ruoyan? The crowd speculated in hushed tones. Yet, they could scarcely believe that someone so young possessed such extraordinary prowess. At this moment, doubts began to creep into their minds regarding the veracity of the story. Is it truly factual? Fratricide is considered the gravest of sins in this world. Xian, you shall remain here to protect the master and ensure he speaks for an entire day, revealing the true nature of the treacherous woman Lu Ruoyan to all the inhabitants of the holy city. I will venture alone into the Dongxian Holy Land. Jiang Luo spoke. Indeed, young master. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Luo soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, racing towards the Lingxian Holy Land nestled atop the mountain peak. The Lingxian Holy Land, an esteemed sanctuary within the Lingxian small world, is regarded as the premier site for cultivation. The expansive plaza of the sanctuary was already filled to capacity with esteemed guests from various powerful factions. The air buzzed with lively chatter and exuberance. The disciples of the Holy Land stood tall and proud, radiating an air of triumph. At this moment, the Lingxian Holy Land had become the object of admiration throughout the Lingxian small world. Their saintess, the divine Lu Ruyan, was on the verge of joining the Tianyuan divine sect to become a true disciple. The Tianyuan divine sect, a supreme authority dominating the vast cosmos, commanded unparalleled respect. With this formidable backing, the Lingxian Holy Land had completely overshadowed the other four dominant powers, the Dajin dynasty, the Tianma sect, the Xingyun Pavilion, and the Thunder Clan. Henceforth, the disciples of the Holy Land could roam freely and unchallenged within the Lingxian small world. Jiang Luo mingled within the crowd, entering the sacred land of Lingxian, awaiting the arrival of those from the Tianyuan divine sect to escort Lu Ruyan. My friend, you too have come to witness the unparalleled beauty of the Holy Maiden, have you not? A young man clad in purple smiled slightly, revealing his distinguished identity as a disciple of the Starfall Pavilion, one of the five dominant forces named Jiang Yi. Noticing Jiang Luo's extraordinary demeanor, he approached to engage in conversation. I am here to defeat her, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. My friend, you cannot be serious, Jiang Yi responded. Taken aback for a moment, do I appear to jest? Jiang Luo said earnestly. Is this not a delusion? The Holy Maiden Ru Yin is peerless in grace, and at such a tender age, her prowess far surpasses that of many seasoned veterans. To challenge her is akin to a fledgling attempting to shake a great tree, utterly foolish. Jiang Yi scoffed. Initially drawn to Jiang Luo's remarkable presence, he was disappointed to discover he was merely a deluded zealot. Jiang Luo merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Yi, in disdain, distanced himself from her. Before long, the centerpiece of the day, the divine maiden Lu Ruyan, made her grand entrance, captivating the attention of all present, leaving them utterly astonished. Clad in a flowing white gown, her skin like fine jade, she exuded an unparalleled elegance, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Hovering gracefully in midair, her exceptional aura radiated purity, rendering the onlookers feeling small and insignificant in her presence. Lu Ruyan gazed upward, her eyes fixed upon the starry expanse, awaiting the arrival of the celestial vessel from the Tianyuan divine sect to transport her away from this diminutive world. Memories of her myriad experiences surged within her mind. She pondered whether the ninth prince had succeeded, as she had remained in seclusion, devoid of any news. The visages of Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo resurfaced in her thoughts. With a sense of detachment, she mused, Father, Luo, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your mediocrity, which obstructed my path to the supreme way. In her eyes, Jiang Xiao, Jiang Luo, and all the myriad of insignificant beings were indistinguishable. Jiang Xiao adopted himself. He has only himself to blame for his insistence on performing good deeds. They are utterly insignificant, mere specks of dust in the vast cosmos. Why should he be burdened with a mediocre father and a husband as inconsequential as an ant? They even obstruct his path to cultivation, deserving of their fate. The emotionally detached Taishang Wangqing felt not a shred of remorse. Indeed, Lu Ruyan was likely born a selfish and heartless individual. Suddenly, a tremendous rift tore open in the sky above the Lingxian sacred land. A colossal void ship, adorned with golden patterns, emerged, crushing the boundless waves of energy in its wake. The ship was embellished with various palace-like structures, resembling a miniature city, exceptionally magnificent in terms of rank and decoration. This void ship far surpassed the one Jiang Luo had seized from the Qinglong Demon Palace, as the status of the Qingniu messenger there was quite low. In contrast, those arriving from the Tianyuan divine sect held considerable prestige, entirely on a different level. The formidable figures of the Tianyuan divine sect had arrived. The once bustling square fell into a profound silence, as all gazes turned toward the immense ship in awe. The dominant force of the Tianyuan star region, the immortal great sect. In the presence of such a colossal entity, the Lingxian small world felt as insignificant as an ant. Merely one inner sect disciple could sweep through the entire small world. This exemplifies the vast disparity. The Lingxian small world, when viewed in the context of the entire chaos realm, is indeed exceedingly diminutive, akin to a grain of sand in an endless desert. At last, they have arrived. Lu Ruyan's excitement was palpable, her face flushed with exhilaration. The Lingxian small world was far too small. With her current strength, she could easily dominate the entire small world without any difficulty. Only the boundless stars could serve as her stage. With the divine pearl in her possession and the Tianyuan divine sect as a stepping stone, she might very well compete with the top prodigies of the realms. Her future was destined to be resplendent. Henceforth, Lu Ruyan's name would surely resonate throughout the chaos realm. The void ship hovered majestically in midair, and a dozen practitioners descended, their presence formidable and unfathomable. The leader among them was particularly astonishing. Though seemingly youthful, the mere hint of his aura sent shivers through all present. My word. I cannot fathom the realms of these individuals. They all surpass me. Zhang Dongxian, the Lingxian sacred master, was astounded by this scene. The grandeur of the sovereigns of the star domain was indeed remarkable. Welcome, esteemed members of the Tianyuan divine sect. Under Zhang Dongxuan's guidance, everyone bowed in respect. The youthful leader, wearing a broad smile, appeared exceedingly warm and cheerful. Who was junior sister Lu? He hastily inquired. On the young man's forehead, there lay a fiery mark, radiating a scorching brilliance, undeniably formidable. It was evident that he was one of those extraordinary prodigies. I am Lu Ruyan, acquainted with the disciples of the divine sect. She respectfully announced. Ha ha ha, the fiery youth chuckled. I am Huiyun, a descendant of the Flame God clan, having joined the Tianyuan divine sect as a true disciple. By the command of my master, I have come to escort junior sister Ruyan. Huiyun's voice was notably gentle. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother, Lu Ruyan replied. No need for such formality, junior sister. From now on, I shall be your third senior brother. After all, he was a prodigy personally designated by their master to be a direct disciple and would naturally not treat this lightly. Huiyun then turned to inquire. Who is the Lingxian holy master? I am Zhang Dongxian, honored to have met the esteemed individuals of the Tianyuan divine sect. Zhang Dongxian responded with respect. In the realm of cultivation, the strong are revered. Although he was considerably older than Huiyun, he bowed like a junior. You are too modest, holy master Zhang, Huiyun smiled. In fact, we are of the same lineage. My master is the Lingxian ancestor of your, now the second elder of the Tianyuan divine sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongxian was taken aback. Has our revered ancestor truly not passed away? He found it hard to believe. This was a figure from 3,000 years ago. Limited by his perspective, he struggled to accept that someone could live for over 3 millennia. My master, the celestial saint body, fortuitously entered the Tianyuan divine sect and has now glimpsed a fragment of the power of laws, nearing the quasi-saint realm. Thus, living for 3,000 years is not a daunting feat, Huiyun proudly stated with admiration. Typically, the lifespan of a quasi-saint is around 3,500 years. A quasi-saint is indeed a formidable being capable of dominating a star domain. It seems the Lingxian ancestor has not perished, Lu Ruyan mused. She had traversed through the life and death gate of the Lingxian Holy Land before receiving her admission notice from the Tianyuan divine sect. Clearly, this life and death gate was a legacy left by the Lingxian ancestor. She felt a surge of excitement within, knowing she had a quasi-saint powerhouse as her backing. Her path to growth would undoubtedly be much smoother. This is a reward bestowed by my master. Please accept it, holy master Zhang. Huiyun directly tossed a spatial ring to Zhang Dongxian. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Zhang Dongxian trembled with both hands. He was unaware of the resources it contained. But even the ring itself was a treasure absent from the entire Lingxian minor world. Junior sister, it is time. Our master awaits. Let us depart now. Huiyun said softly with a smile. Yes, third senior brother, Lu Ruyan nodded. Just as she prepared to board the vessel, boom. Suddenly, the sky was ablaze with violet lightning, illuminating the entire sacred ground. The thunder roared across the heavens, resembling a terrifying apocalyptic scene. What had transpired? At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the cataclysmic thunderclouds, they felt the hairs on their necks stand on end, their souls trembling in fear. Lu Ruyan, our matters remain unresolved. How can you leave? A chilling voice echoed through the sky. It was then that they noticed a figure emerging in the heavens, enshrouded in violet lightning. Akin to a celestial deity descending upon the earth, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Who are you? Lu Ruyan furrowed her delicate brows, sensing an unsettling familiarity. When she departed, Jiang Luo was still under 10 years of age, and in that fleeting moment, she naturally failed to recognize him. I am your Luo brother, your betrothed. How could you not recognize me? Jiang Luo smiled, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Lu Ruyan displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Are you surprised that I have not perished and have appeared here? Jiang Luo inquired. Is this the betrothed of the Saintess Ruyan? How can that be? I have never heard of such a thing. The sudden appearance of Jiang Luo stirred the crowd into a frenzy, igniting fervent discussions. Lu Ruyan, you conspired to commit patricide and fratricide. Today, I, Jiang Luo, have come to seek justice. Will you confess your sins before the world? Jiang Luo exclaimed loudly. Lu Ruyan's expression turned ashen, for she had not anticipated Jiang Luo publicly denouncing her crimes. Was the revered Saintess Lu Ruyan truly such a person? Committing patricide and fratricide, being ungrateful, is a heinous crime. With such a malevolent heart, How could she be regarded as a goddess in our hearts? Soon, the tales circulating within the Lingxian holy city began to spread among the people. Listening to the disparaging remarks, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned icy. Filled with a murderous intent toward Jiang Luo, hadn't she meticulously plotted to avoid bearing the infamy of patricide and fratricide? To her astonishment, Jiang Luo had not perished but had come forth to expose her transgressions. At that moment, Huiyun stepped forward, addressing Jiang Luo. I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, yet it is undeniable that the junior sister has plotted against you. Your weakness and ordinariness obstructed her path to greatness, making you mere stumbling blocks on her road to cultivation, and thus, you deserve to perish. You? He scoffed, a mere third-tier cultivator. What gives you the right to be the junior sister's fiancé? It is utterly laughable. You should be the one to die. His tone dripped with disdain and mockery, which relieved Lu Ruyan. As long as the Tianyuan divine sect remained indifferent, why should she care about the opinions of these insignificant beings from the Lingxian minor world? The crowd, previously criticizing Lu Ruyan, quickly fell silent. Indeed, I cultivate the supreme emotionless art, and you have impeded my path. You deserve to perish, Lu Ruyan boldly admitted, showing no remorse. The junior sister speaks true. You are but mere ants. What right do you have to be her fiancé? What right do you have to obstruct her cultivation? Huiyun chuckled derisively. The lofty ones among them cared only for talent, cultivation level, and strength. Any obstacle to their ascendance could be eradicated without a second thought. Naturally, they would not concern themselves with Lu Ruyan's desire to eliminate two insignificant ants. Since you have survived, why does Luo come to court death? He continued. At your age, reaching the Danding realm is already commendable. What a pity. Lu Ruyan fixed her gaze on Jiang Luo, seething with murderous intent. Dressed in white, she floated like an ethereal being, exuding an unmatched grace that made others feel small in her presence. Yet, this exquisite beauty harbored a venomous heart. Lu Ruyan, you are overly confident, believing I am no match for you? Jiang Luo retorted with a cold laugh. Today, it may well be you who meets your end. Filled with confidence and an air of authority, such arrogance is palpable. You are not yet worthy to challenge Lu Ruyan. Allow me to deal with you. At this moment, an elder from the sacred land at the 7th Ding's level bellowed. Lu Ruyan, having soared into prominence after joining the Tianyuan divine sect, naturally elicited his eager flattery. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Luo stood resolutely in place, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that bore down upon the elder of the sacred land. In an instant, the elder, who had reached the pinnacle of the 7 cauldrons realm, was torn asunder, transforming into a mist of crimson. There was no possibility of survival. What? The elder of the 7 cauldrons was slain in such an instant? What kind of formidable power is this? Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in exclamations, chills coursing through their very bones. Even the esteemed disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect, Huiyun, displayed an expression of incredulity. Luo, it seems I underestimated you. No wonder the 9th prince and his companions failed, allowing you to emerge unscathed. Your talent is astonishing. However, this is where it ends. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between you and the true apex of genius, Lu Ruyan declared with an air of unyielding confidence. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from her being, manifesting as a fierce gale that enveloped the arena. At the pinnacle of the Danding realm, a half-step away from the celestial realm, the saintess Lu Ruyan, who is merely 19 this year, possesses a talent that is utterly shocking. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How could the light of a firefly hope to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Lu Ruyan declared coldly, brimming with arrogance. A long sword materialized in her hand, and with a single stroke, she cleaved towards Jiang Luo. Let us see who truly embodies the overreaching firefly, Jiang Luo chuckled softly. Boom. A terrifying tempest of lightning surrounded him, as the purple thunder spear manifested in his grasp. Thunder roiled. With a fearsome thrust, he unleashed a strike aimed directly at Lu Ruyan, the sheer force radiating throughout the arena, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear, their souls quaking. A 7th-grade spiritual weapon. Paired with a supreme celestial spear technique, it appears this young man possesses significant fortune, Huiyun mused with a somber gaze. Boom. The terrifying strike obliterated Lu Ruyan's attack, causing her countenance to shift in disbelief. In the aftermath, she was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through a swath of structures. Now, one can discern who the true firefly is. An overwhelming and domineering aura emanated from Jiang Luo, instilling a shiver in the hearts of all present. How could a mere youth exude such a tyrannical and forceful presence? He has even defeated the illustrious Ruyan, known as the strongest genius in the history of the Lingxian minor world. In the beautiful eyes of Lu Ruyin, a glimmer of coldness flashed. Though she had been forcefully thrown away, she remained unscathed, which startled Jiang Luo slightly. It is worth noting that he had previously slain a celestial being in the spirit-gathering realm. Although the power of the sacred body and the imperial blood had yet to be unleashed, he now stood at the Triding realm. The fact that Lu Ruyin survived his attack indicated her formidable nature. Luo, do you truly believe you have triumphed so easily? I admit I underestimated you. But this battle ends here. I shall send you on your way shortly, Lu Ruyin declared, her porcelain-like face etched with a chilling intent to kill. Oh, Jiang Luo chuckled, inviting her to reveal any remaining trump cards. As you wish, Lu Ruyin replied coldly. With a resounding crash, Lu Ruyin hovered in midair, gazing down upon the world as if she were an unparalleled empress. Clad in garments as white as snow, her flowing dress danced gracefully around her elongated and enchanting form, captivating all who beheld her. In an instant, 10 brilliant purple glowing cauldrons appeared, suspended above her head, spinning with an air of majesty. The overwhelming pressure emanating from them shook the very heavens and earth, creating a terrifying storm that swept many off their feet, unable to withstand such immense force. How is this possible? Gasped the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was it possible that after a night of indulgence, he had conjured up visions from exhaustion? A young man, noticeably round in the belly, exclaimed in astonishment, dark circles under his eyes and his complexion pale. The legendary Ten Ding realm. It was no wonder that the junior sister was so highly regarded by their master. Her talent was truly astonishing. Even Huiyun was left dumbfounded by the revelation of the Ten Ding realm. Jiang Luo, too, was deeply shocked. He no longer held back his strength. 3 cauldrons immediately manifested before him. One radiated an ancient chaotic aura, another exuded unmatched imperial might, and the last crackled with the destructive power of lightning. The terrifying energy from the 3 cauldrons enveloped the surroundings, the overwhelming force making everyone feel as if their bodies might tear apart. Despite being at the Triding realm, each cauldron seemed extraordinary and not to be underestimated, Zhang Dongxian remarked, his heart racing. Even he, a being of the celestial realm, felt an intense trepidation in the presence of these 3 cauldrons. Interesting, it seems this young man is quite remarkable as well, Huiyun observed darkly, directing a glowering gaze at Jiang Luo. With a graceful flick of his hand, Jiang Luo sent 3 enormous cauldrons crashing down simultaneously. The overwhelming force compelled everyone to retreat hastily. Lu Ruyin, clad in flowing white, let out a sharp command as she summoned the 4th-grade spiritual weapon, the Ling Xian Holy Sword. The combined power of the 10 cauldrons surged into her sword, igniting a dazzling radiance that pierced the heavens. With a delicate lift of her hand, she brandished her sword to confront Jiang Luo. Boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash, a spectacle that left onlookers utterly astounded. This was no mere battle between 2 practitioners at the Danding realm. Even among celestial beings, such formidable might was rarely witnessed. Amidst the fervent combat, Jiang Luo wielded his thunderous purple lightning spear with relentless vigor. Each thrust of his spear unleashed tremendous power, forcing Lu Ruyin to retreat repeatedly. Confident in her ability to unleash the full strength of the 10 cauldrons, she found herself at a disadvantage. Windslash! Lu Ruyin exclaimed, and in an instant, dozens of ethereal sword images formed around her, their blade-like winds soaring into the sky, sending shivers through the hearts of spectators. A collective gasp echoed as onlookers marveled at the young saintess Lu Ruyin, who had cultivated the Ling Xian sword technique to such an advanced level at such a tender age, an astonishing display of comprehension. Within the Ling Xian sacred grounds, several elders bowed their heads in embarrassment, realizing they were outmatched by a mere 19-year-old junior. The Windslash, a technique they had failed to fully grasp for over a century, now lay effortlessly within her command. Jiang Luo let out a disdainful sneer. The power of the sacred body surged forth, enveloping him in a more intense tempest of lightning. He brandished the purple lightning thunder spear and unleashed the 3rd form of the annihilating thunder gun technique, ninefold thunder surge. Thunder rumbled as 9 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, encircling Jiang Luo and forming a formidable electric domain. With a single thrust, he released an overwhelming force of nature, pressing forward with unrivaled might. The sacred body's power. He truly possessed the sacred body. The fire cloud was left utterly astounded. What calamity had befallen this small world to give rise to 2 monstrous prodigies? Boom. The tremendous power of lightning obliterated dozens of sword chi infused with the essence of wind, instantly dissipating them, before crushing toward Lu Ruyin, sending her hurtling away. Uft. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat forth, her long skirt torn in numerous places, revealing a significant expanse of flawless skin, a sight that could drive one to madness. Jiang Luo, I will make you pay for this. Witnessing her grievous injuries, Lu Rian descended into utter madness, her voice rising in a furious roar. She understood that if she did not personally eliminate Jiang Luo today, he would become her inner demon, severely hampering her future cultivation. Thus, she resolved to employ her mightiest trump card, the power of the Divine Pearl. The Divine Pearl possessed three extraordinary capabilities. First, it could condense the essence of heaven and earth, accelerating the speed of cultivation. Second, it allowed each realm to be refined to its utmost limits. Third, it could instantly amplify her strength severfold. However, after use, it required a month to recharge before it could be utilized again. Boom. The Divine Pearl in her mind radiated with resplendent light, unleashing boundless power that coursed through her body. At that moment, as the power of the Divine Pearl erupted, Jiang Luo sensed something amiss, his expression transforming into one of profound shock. The aura of the Divine Pearl. Could it be that Lu Rian possessed a Divine Pearl? No wonder her strength was so formidable. She had a Divine Pearl in her possession. The search for the elusive treasure has borne fruit, and I have finally discovered the whereabouts of the second Divine Pearl. Little did I anticipate that Lu Rian would bring me such an astonishing surprise. Jiang Luo's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy, reaching the pinnacle of excitement. A single Divine Pearl catapulted him into the ranks of the most exceptional prodigies. What marvels might accompany the acquisition of a second Divine Pearl? He was resolute in his determination to obtain it, regardless of the cost. At that moment, empowered by the Divine Pearl, Lu Rian's strength surged to an astonishing fivefold increase. Her formidable presence caused even the formidable Huayun to change countenance, utterly astonished. Jiang Luo must perish. With her newfound power, Lu Rian struck at Jiang Luo with a single, lethal sword swing. Jiang Luo did not dare to be careless and unleashed his most formidable strike. Boom. The two ultimate attacks collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that devastated a significant portion of the Lingxian Holy Land. What? Jiang Luo's expression changed dramatically as he realized that his power was utterly incomparable to that of Lu Rian at this moment. His attack was instantaneously dissolved. Lu Rian revealed a seductive smile, for Jiang Luo was finally on the brink of death. A formidable force surged into the long sword, aimed directly at Jiang Luo. He could no longer withstand the strike. Indeed, Jiang Luo was unable to fend off the sword. The three great cauldrons were obliterated, and the essence of his being shattered. The powerful thrust was aimed straight at his heart. Lu Rian displayed a triumphant grin. Jiang Luo's demise is unequivocal. Just then, when the long sword was but an inch away from Jiang Luo, poised to claim his life, the dark lotus mark on Jiang Luome's forehead erupted with a brilliant radiance. Subsequently, it manifested into a colossal shadow of the black lotus, enveloping Jiang Luome in a protective embrace. Lu Rian's formidable sword struck the black lotus, only to be instantaneously obliterated. How could this be? Lu Rian's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept such an outcome. Although the Divine Pearl could amplify her strength manifold in an instant, the duration of this enhancement was painfully brief. At this moment, the Divine Pearl in her mind had dimmed to a mere shadow, entering a month-long period of recharging. Lu Rian, you have been defeated. Sensing the aura around Lu Rian weaken dramatically, it reverted to its previous state. Jiang Luo realized it was time for him to strike back. Perhaps the sudden surge of power he experienced was the result of the Divine Pearl's influence, further solidifying his determination to seize the sacred gem. Jiang Luo unleashed his full strength, channeling all his energy into the purple thunder spear. Instantly, a dazzling radiance erupted, enveloping the surroundings in violet lightning. With a thunderous roar, the spear surged toward Lu Rian. The strike cleaved through the air, rendering the world dim, eclipsing the sun and moon as the very fabric of the void trembled. Echoing the lamentations of celestial beings, Lu Rian's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily raised her sword in defense. However, bereft of the power bestowed by the Divine Pearl, she was utterly incapable of withstanding Jiang Luo's formidable thrust. With a resounding crash, the sheer force of the strike sent her hurtling through the air, blood staining the heavens. Her once white gown was completely drenched in crimson. "This is bad," exclaimed Huayun and Zhang Dongxian, their faces paling as they rushed to her aid. Yet, even Zhang Dongxian, at the pinnacle of human realm, was flung back at the mere touch of Jiang Luo's might, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how he could be defeated by mere intimidation. This young man was indeed an extraordinary prodigy. Only Huayun, a being of great power, effortlessly raised his hand, completely neutralizing Jiang Luo's assault. How could I, who have cultivated to the unparalleled Tin Cauldron realm, be bested by Jiang Luo? Lu Ruyin's face turned pale, her gaze unfocused as she shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality before her. Had the Saintess of Smoke truly been defeated? The legendary figure she was had indeed succumbed. The crowd was engulfed in profound shock. Struggling to grasp the enormity of the situation, Jiang Yi stood frozen, recalling how he had just mocked him for his overconfidence. Just moments ago. He could not believe that this youth could vanquish the Saintess of Smoke, thinking him mad and distancing himself. Yet, to his astonishment, he had genuinely triumphed over her. Lu Ruyin, you once regarded me as insignificant, yet now you comprehend who the true Firefly is. Before me, you were utterly defenseless. It was never that I was unworthy of you, but rather, you were unworthy of me. Jiang Luo stood above, gazing down at Lu Ruyin, confidently and assertively declaring, "This venomous woman claims to be but an insignificant ant, unworthy of my attention, obstructing my path." Now, having publicly defeated her and shattered her confidence, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In response to Jiang Luo's mockery, Lu Ruyin's complexion turned ashen, leaving her speechless. At that moment, Huiyun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Luo. "Young man," he said, "as a disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect, I am not one to be easily humiliated. As a practitioner of great prowess, I exist like a deity within the realm of the spirit Xian's small world, and naturally, I do not regard you with any seriousness. Are you truly intent on meddling in our grievances? Do you not fear igniting a conflagration?" Jiang Luo offered a faint smile, facing the formidable power with not a hint of trepidation. "Even if I intervene, what can you do to me? I can see that your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages, and among the younger generation, few can rival you. However, you have yet to rise to your full potential. Such arrogance and disregard for others are unwarranted. In the myriad of worlds, one's background is also a facet of strength. The TNYU divine sect is the foundation of my junior sister, and your attempts to bully her are futile. In my eyes, you remain as insignificant as an ant." The fiery clouds hung suspended in the void, engulfed in flames. Standing like a deity, confidently and domineeringly declaring, Jiang Luo shook his head, a mocking expression etched upon his face. Once, he could have lived by minding his own business. But now such a fate was no longer attainable. With the formidable support of Huiyun, Lu Ruyin straightened her back, exuding newfound confidence. "Jiang Luo, your remarkable talent indeed surprises me. However, you possess a woeful inability to conceal your brilliance. Lacking a powerful background, you are ultimately no different from an ant." Lu Ruyin remarked lightly. Regardless of who took action, once Jiang Luo met his demise, her inner demons would naturally dissipate. "Today, I shall slay you in place of my junior sister," removing the obstacles from her path to cultivation. Upon finishing her declaration, the flames enveloping Huiyun blazed even more fiercely, a terrifying aura of murderous intent descending upon Jiang Luo. In that moment, a clear and enchanting voice resonated from the heavens above, akin to the sound of celestial music. "You speak true. Background is indeed a facet of strength." The sudden emergence of this divine voice astonished the crowd, prompting them to gaze skyward. As they beheld a striking figure descending from the sky, they soon realized it was a woman clad in a gown of snow. Her beauty was unparalleled, her presence extraordinary, as if she had stepped forth from a mythical realm, transcending reality itself. The onlookers stood frozen in awe, utterly captivated by the ethereal grace of the woman in the snow dress. Even Huiyun, who had seen much of the world, exhibited a look of astonishment, questioning whether such a transcendent being truly existed. Lu Ruyin, renowned as the goddess of Lingxian, appeared pitifully ordinary in comparison to this woman, akin to a mere mortal standing beside a celestial being. Regrettably, she concealed her otherworldly beauty behind a fearsome mask. "Who are you? Do you seek to rescue Jiang Luo?" Huiyun inquired, his arms crossed behind his back, his tone indifferent. "Should you wish to harm Luo, you shall not succeed. He must be slain," Qing Li replied, her voice calm yet imbued with a chilling ferocity. "You are merely at the pinnacle of the inscription realm." "Huh, what audacity to think you can kill me." Huiyun's relief was palpable upon discerning the visitor's cultivation level, and he laughed arrogantly. "I am Qing Li, a woman born with immense karma. How dare a mere junior practitioner in the great power realm threaten my nephew? You shall perish." Qing Li's words were imbued with an unmatched dominance, causing the hearts of many to tremble. Preposterous, arrogant, ignorant. Huiyun was nearly consumed by rage. A girl of the inscription realm dared to act so brazenly before him, displaying utter disregard. Ignorant? Qingli chuckled coldly. It is you who should be deemed ignorant. She then turned her gaze to Lu Ruyin, offering a disdainful smile. You just attempted to oppress Luo'er with your background. Now allow me to enlighten you. The so-called background you boast of appears utterly ridiculous in the presence of Luo'er. I assure you, you will ultimately regret this decision, for it will stand as the most grievous mistake of your life. Furthermore, the supreme emotionless technique you have cultivated is laughable when measured against Luo'er, rendering it utterly insignificant. Initially, as the fiancée of Luodi, your future was boundless. Alas, you have made the most erroneous choice. Truly, it is laughably absurd, Lu Ruyin coldly remarked. The one who should feel regret is you, daring to stand forth like a mere man is attempting to stop a chariot. Both you and Jiang Luo are doomed. She too felt a sense of astonishment in her heart. When did Jiang Luo encounter an ant from the realm of inscriptions? Without further ado, allow me to take action and demonstrate my strength, observing your formation. Hua Yun laughed arrogantly, channeling a surge of energy that coalesced into a flaming great sword, aimed directly at Qing Li, intent on cleaving the ghostly mask from her face to reveal her breathtaking beauty. As a true disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect, with a master who is a quasi-saint, Hua Yun looked upon a mere inscription realm cultivator with disdain, despite her extraordinary talent. As Hua Yun struck, the flaming sword descended upon Chang Li. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was the sacred fire of the Yin god clan, known as Tian Yin, possessing an overwhelmingly fearsome power. However, the ensuing scene left Hua Yun, brimming with confidence, wide-eyed in disbelief. As the flaming sword approached Qing Li, it seemed to be frozen in time, halted in midair, unable to advance any further. Then, with a sharp sound, the fiery blade exploded into countless sparks that scattered across the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Qing Li remained utterly unmoved, simply by her aura. She had quelled the assault from the mighty Hua Yun. Hua Yun was struck with astonishment. His Tian Yin had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. How could this be? It is well known that even formidable opponents of the same realm must exert their utmost just to withstand his Tian Yin. How had this enigmatic masked woman achieved such a feat? How can you possibly withstand Tian Yin? Hua Yun exclaimed in shock. Your understanding cannot fathom the true terror of an unparalleled genius. Unfortunately for you, I, Qing Li, am such a prodigy. You have made your move. Now it is my turn to strike. Her words radiated with an air of dominance and disdain. Qing Li appeared chillingly serene, reminiscent of a millennium-old ice. Yet, with every gesture, there was an undeniable forcefulness, an overwhelming confidence, as if she were the sovereign of this realm. Beneath her mask, her alluring eyes shimmered, releasing a blinding violet light. With a mere glance, the great Tao roared, and the heavens trembled, as her formidable might descended upon Hua Yun. This is bad. Hua Yun's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the looming presence of death. He hastily summoned a treasured artifact, a golden bell, placing it directly in front of him. In an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped the vast area. Boom! Qing Li's gaze struck the golden bell, producing a resonant clash. Instantly, this incredibly resilient innate treasure was reduced to powder. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from the mouth of the fire cloud. Fortunately, the golden bell shielded most of the assault. Otherwise, a mere glance from Qing Li would have been sufficient to annihilate him. Witnessing this spectacle, all those present became exceedingly agitated, utterly astonished by Qing Li's formidable display. Who on earth is she? To vanquish a true disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect with just a gaze is simply inconceivable, especially considering her youth. The atmosphere was charged with shock, and the air was filled with a cacophony of gasps. Zhang Dongxuan's face turned pale, his heart racing, struggling to maintain his composure. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. Even Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, utterly incredulous. His curiosity regarding Qing Li's origins intensified. Lu Ruyin's heart skipped a beat, her countenance ashen. Fire Cloud was her greatest reliance, and she had never anticipated such a complete and utter defeat, devoid of any resistance. It was evident to all that the disparity between the two was vast, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Indeed, you possess a precious innate treasure for self-preservation, and you have not yet perished. Qing Li smiled gently, her voice as melodious as celestial music, enchanting to hear. All weapons, including imperial artifacts, are crafted from postnatal materials. In contrast, innate treasures are born from the essence of the sun and moon, nurtured by the earth, imbued with boundless power and unique abilities. The value of a superior innate treasure is comparable to that of a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, you are limited to merely one innate treasure, and you still cannot escape the clutches of death, Qing Li remarked. Jiang Luo broke into laughter. Is this the thrill of having connections? The powerful protect oneself, sweeping away and suppressing all opposition. Of course, while possessing an invincible background, one's own strength must not lag behind. Ultimately, it is the might of one's own abilities that reigns supreme. Even with guardians, there are moments of vulnerability. Just as Qing Li prepared to strike a decisive blow, a colossal spatial vortex suddenly materialized in the skies above the sacred land. You dare to harm my disciple? A voice, imbued with authority and age, resonated from within the vortex. It is our master. Master has come to rescue us, Huiyun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Salvation was at hand. Ancestral master, we pay our respects. The people of Lingxian's sacred land knelt in fervent reverence. Little did they expect to witness the founding ancestor after 3 millennia. Quasi-saint. Is this the terrifying power of a quasi-saint? Even across billions of kilometers, their might can still be projected. Lu Ruyan's face flushed with excitement, her yearning for power reaching its zenith. Lo, my dear brother, she mused, in terms of background, I still surpass you. Jiang Luo's heart skipped a beat, a surge of fear coursing through him. After all, his parents were not by his side, and should a quasi-saint intervene, they would be utterly defenseless. However, Qing Li exhibited no signs of trepidation, calmly stating, with your capabilities, you can only take one person. Here are your 2 disciples. Choose whom you shall take. After all, separated by endless starry expanses and billions of kilometers, even a quasi-saint's power diminishes significantly. Are you not afraid that one day I shall descend in my true form and slay you, this unparalleled prodigy? The chilling, furious voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. It was unexpected that he would personally intervene and seek to annihilate his own disciple. Qing Li scoffed disdainfully, old fool. If you dare, descend in person. A quasi-saint? I fear you not. Luo's parents were in the Tianyuan star region, capable of arriving at any moment. To an ordinary quasi-saint, they were utterly insignificant. You seek death. The terrifying voice shook the very foundations of the world. I am weary of your prattle. Today, you must make a choice. Qing Li declared coldly. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura erupted from within her, enveloping her entire being in an infinite radiance. She then launched an assault toward Huiyun and Lu Ruyan. Our enmity has been irrevocably established, the venerable Lingxian bellowed in fury. Subsequently, from the swirling void, an enormous hand emerged, reaching for Lu Ruyan and whisking her away into the abyss. Huiyun was left in a state of shock, disbelief etched across his face. Utterly dumbfounded. How could the master not choose to save me? His heart was consumed by confusion and resentment. Lu Ruyan was merely a newly initiated disciple. While he had accompanied the master for many years, deeply cherished, the bond was entirely different. Why, in the end, did he not choose to save me? Despair enveloped his heart. Boom. Ultimately, Huiyun was torn apart by Qing Li's strike, dissolving into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his existence. Even those who had followed him were annihilated without mercy. Jiang Luo's father, Jiang Ning, once remarked, as long as the Supreme does not emerge, Qing Li shall remain invincible. There can be no error in this assertion. It is truly astonishing that Qing Li, at the pinnacle of the inscription realm, possesses such extraordinary combat prowess. Jiang Luo was profoundly shaken, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. The venerable Lingxian had chosen to save Lu Ruyan, rendering him temporarily unable to acquire the second divine pearl. Were they all insane? The Tianyuan divine sect stood as a supreme overlord within the starry expanse, and Jiang Luo's aunt had slain one of their true disciples, forging an irreconcilable enmity. No matter where they fled, from the ends of the earth to the corners of the sky, they would meet a fate devoid of burial grounds. Witnessing the brutal slaughter of Huiyun and others sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. This act had undoubtedly enraged the Tianyuan divine sect, inviting catastrophic consequences without a glimmer of reprieve. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Jiang Luo smirked disdainfully. In this world, was there anyone with a more formidable background than his own? Although the Tianyuan divine sect was a dominant force in its star region, it was utterly insignificant in the presence of the great Xia divine dynasty. Gazing upon the multitude of corpses, Qing Li smiled. Well, everything has been resolved. Luo, the remaining matters are yours to handle. With that, Qing Li vanished from the scene, unwilling to squander a single moment of her cultivation time. Indeed, Aunt, travel safely. Jiang Luo replied with a smile. He then directed his spear towards Zhang Dongxian, his icy gaze fixed upon the members of the Lingxian sacred land. Jiang Luo, This matter has nothing to do with our Lingxian sacred land, Zhang Dongxin hastily interjected. With even the prominent figures of the Tian Yuan divine sect slain, should Jiang Luo unleash his wrath, the entire Lingxian sacred land would face annihilation. Jiang Luo chuckled coldly, declaring that his nemesis, Lu Ruyan, was the saintess of their holy land. Furthermore, he had now offended the founder of the Lingxian Holy Land. If they were not eliminated, they could potentially cause significant trouble. Although Jiang Luo held the Lingxian Holy Land in low regard, he was nonetheless concerned about possible retaliations against the southern town prince's manor. It was imperative to eliminate any lurking threats. Though he had yet to consult Jiang Xiao, Jiang Luo could sense his reluctance to return to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. Thus, every factor that posed a threat must be addressed. The tempest surges forth. Jiang Luo harbored no compassion. He was no saint, overflowing with benevolence. In his endeavors, he sought only clarity of mind and spirit. He believed in repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. His killings were resolute. An endless tempest of thunderous power descended upon the sacred land of Lingxian, akin to a cataclysmic divine punishment. Form the array, repel the enemies. Zhang Dongxian shouted in panic. Yet, even the combined might of the entire sacred land of Lingxian could not withstand it. It is worth noting that prior to his breakthrough, Jiang Luo was capable of slaying celestial beings. Now, having ascended to the third Ding realm and cultivated the supreme scriptures, he had condensed 3 divine Dings. The ensuing chaos was a massacre devoid of any resistance. It's over. It's over. The once indomitable sacred land, standing for 3 millennia, was destined to vanish without a trace. Ha ha. Zhang Dongxin, his hair disheveled, laughed in despair. Having initially believed that accepting Lu Ruyan as a disciple would elevate the glory of the sacred land, fate had played a cruel trick. For her presence had led to the downfall of the entire Lingxian sacred land. His face bore the utmost expression of despair. What was meant to be a day of triumph for the sacred land had turned into its apocalyptic end. Bang! In the depths of despair and unwillingness, an overwhelming surge of thunder engulfed him, causing Zhang Dongxuan's body to explode, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Soon, the vast expanse of the sacred land was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Many from other factions who had come to witness the event perished in the chaos. Those who survived dared not display any semblance of complaint. With the obliteration of the Lingxian sacred land, how could they afford to offend Jiang Luo, the harbinger of death? Filled with fear and terror, their eyes were fixed upon Jiang Luo, who loomed in the air like a fallen demon. Subsequently, Jiang Luo collected his spoils and departed with grace. The void ship of Huiyun became his prize, replacing his previous vessel. It was akin to upgrading from a Wuling Hongguang to a BMW or a Mercedes. Another treasure he claimed was the Lingxian sacred sword, the ultimate artifact of the sacred land, which fell into his hands after defeating Lu Ruyan. The Lingxian sacred sword was successfully refined and charged. Talent: sword heart clarity, 5 stars. Jianxin Tongming possesses an extraordinary talent for the sword, demonstrating exceptional aptitude in the art of swordsmanship, reaping rewards that far exceed the effort invested. Despite his limited innate potential, Jiang Luo's current cultivation level is sufficiently adequate. However, his singular mastery of the Thunder Annihilation Spear technique leaves him somewhat vulnerable. Should he encounter a practitioner capable of countering his spear techniques, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. It is imperative that he acquires additional martial skills to enhance his advantages in battle. Upon the return of his parents, he intends to request instruction in a sword technique, ensuring that his innate gift for swordsmanship does not go to waste. Aboard the void ship, Jiang Luo and Lu Ziyan journey toward the southern town prince's mansion, with all matters in the Lingxian world resolved. The training bestowed by his parents can be deemed a resounding success, leaving no lingering concerns. Once his parents return, they can set forth together back to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty, which is, in truth, his grand stage. After all, with Jiang Luo's current talent, even the most gifted individuals across a star domain would find it challenging to rival him. Only by casting his gaze across the vastness of the Chaos Realm may he encounter formidable opponents. On the ship, Lu Ziyan remarked, "Young master, having just emerged from a fierce battle, you must be weary and drenched in sweat. Why not indulge in a soothing bath in the spirit spring, allowing me to attend to you and alleviate your exhaustion?" Her cheeks flushed. She began assisting Jiang Luo in loosening his garments, fully embracing the role of a devoted servant. She did not seek to claim a formal title, content merely to remain by his side in service, possessing a clear understanding of her own identity. Jiang Luo offered no resistance, instead closing his eyes to relish the ministrations of Lu Ziyan. Before long, amidst the ethereal spring, the two found themselves entwined in each other's embrace. It remained uncertain how much time had elapsed. Jiang Luo gazed at the enchanting and bashful Lu Ziyan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the realms of tenderness and valor were not mere fabrications. Ziyan, he remarked, you are well aware of my passions. I am captivated by the exquisite beauty of the world and the renowned treasures it holds. Henceforth, there shall be many beauties by my side. Would you find this objectionable? If so, I can release you now. He could never forsake the fortune of other extraordinary women for the sake of one. Regardless of how many beauties would surround him in the future, Ziyan resolutely declared, I shall never abandon you. What Jiang Luo was unaware of was that, after the sharing of fate, Lu Ziyan had become irrevocably bound to him, vowing never to betray him. In her heart, amidst countless people and affairs, none held greater significance than Jiang Luo. She would not hesitate, even unto death, for his sake. The power of the divine pearl had, imperceptibly, already influenced Lu Ziyan. Henceforth, her gaze would be solely for Jiang Luo, rendering all else inconsequential. Indeed, Jiang Luo smiled contentedly, I shall not treat you poorly. At that moment, the spaceship came to a halt above the estate of the Southern King. As they entered the royal residence, a figure rushed forth in haste. Kneeling on the ground and lamenting, young master, dire news. The prince and princess have been abducted. Who could possess such audacity to seize my father and mother? Jiang Luo's eyes widened in fury, an uncontrollable rage emanating from him, creating a formidable shockwave that caused those around him to involuntarily spew blood. The crowd was struck with profound astonishment. They never anticipated such a remarkable transformation in the prince within a mere month. He radiated an aura of unparalleled supremacy, akin to a true dragon soaring above the heavens, surveying the world with disdain. The steward hastily remarked, just moments ago, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky, from which a colossal hand emerged. This gigantic hand seized the prince and the princess, a spectacle that horrified the entire populace of Jingzhou. After all, such a dreadful occurrence had never been witnessed before. Damn it, it must be that scoundrel, the ancestor Ling Xian, who has intervened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo instantly deduced the identity of the perpetrator. Although the ancestor Ling Xian's distant intervention could not harm Qingli, dealing with Jiang Xiao and his wife was utterly effortless. Lu Ruyin had already been rescued, and discovering her identity was hardly a challenge. I shall not rest until this den is eliminated. Jiang Luo clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with a fierce expression. If his father and mother were to perish because of him, he would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. At that moment, Qingli reappeared. Luo, you need not worry. Your adoptive parents are merely ordinary cultivators and are insignificant when faced with a quasi-saint. The ancestor Ling Xian has taken them primarily for your sake, and they are not in immediate danger of losing their lives. Once your parents return, you can rescue them from the Tianyuan divine sect. Qingli comforted the agitated Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo could only nod helplessly. He had to make a journey to the Tianyuan divine sect, not only to seize the divine pearl from Lu Ruyin, but also to rescue his parents. Will father and mother return? Jiang Luo inquired. Qingli replied, with their strength, it should not take long for them to return. Although Jiang Luo was anxious, he understood that he must wait for their return before attempting to rescue them from the Tianyuan divine sect. In the time that followed, Jiang Luo did not slacken his efforts and entered a state of seclusion to enhance his strength. Within the supreme scripture, there existed a powerful secret technique, the 9-tripod heaven suppression. By condensing 3 divine tripods, he would meet the cultivation standards. The ultimate attainment would be to summon all 9 tripods, thereby suppressing the entire cosmos. Jiang Luo sat cross-legged, his entire being suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. He resembled a blazing sun, hanging in the heavens, radiating an intense and formidable might. Above him, the divine emperor's cauldron, the thunder cauldron, and the chaos cauldron stood majestically, each towering 10 zhang high, akin to divine mountains, emanating an unparalleled divine authority. This exemplified the might of the divine cauldron. Ordinary cauldrons and spirit cauldrons existed merely as illusions. Only the divine cauldron could materialize, taking on a tangible form. Time flowed by, though its passage was indeterminate. Jiang Luo has finally grasped the profound essence of the 9-tripod towning of heaven. He has united 3 divine tripods into one, manifesting a colossal tripod towering 100 feet high. Thunder crackles around it, exuding an imperial majesty, while chaotic energy envelopes its entirety. The newly formed tripod seamlessly merges the 3 potent forces. Jiang Luo beamed with joy, having finally succeeded in his cultivation. The nine-tripod heaven suppression embodies the fusion of the powers of all divine tripods, unleashing an unparalleled strike. With the mastery of the nine-tripod heaven suppression, he effectively wielded a formidable ace in his arsenal. 3 days have elapsed since Jiang Luo embarked on his cultivation. The couple Jiang Ning has yet to return, however. The members of the Tianyuan sacred sect have already arrived in the Lingxian small world. Above the city of Jingzhou, an enormous void ship hovers, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. The previously bright sky is suddenly shrouded in darkness. Among the vessels traversing the star regions, there exist 4 types of flying crafts: the void ship, the void divine ship, the chaos flying boat, and the chaos divine vessel. The void ship is the lowest in rank, while the chaos divine vessel ranks the highest, comparable to the most exquisite innate treasures. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it can also launch attacks. On the deck of the void divine ship stand numerous figures, each exuding unfathomable auras. Looking down imperiously upon the Wang residents of the southern town, the citizens of Jingzhou are so terrified that they prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in chaos. They had not anticipated that the Tianyuan sacred sect would come knocking first. Jiang Luo's gaze is frigid. On the deck, a purple-eyed maiden, adorned in a flowing purple gown, with hair to match, emanates a striking beauty. Jiang Luo, come out at once. The purple-eyed maiden commands, her voice resonating powerfully, causing the entire city of Jingzhou to tremble. Jiang Luo emerged from the courtyard, ascending into the air and arriving before the void divine ship. You are Jiang Luo? The violet-eyed maiden regarded him with an air of haughtiness. She was statuesque, with a breathtaking countenance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with purple radiance, exuding an imposing presence. I am indeed Jiang Luo, he replied in a deep voice. I am the 7th disciple of the venerable Lingxian. My master has stated that should you triumph over me, I may temporarily spare your parents' lives. However, should you be defeated, you will face a harrowing choice, the life of your father or that of your mother. The violet-eyed maiden displayed a radiant smile. Qing Li instructed the venerable Lingxian to rescue only one, and now she intended to compel Jiang Luo to make a torturous decision. Her face radiated an overwhelming confidence. And with a disdainful, playful smile, she remarked, you might as well make your choice now. You are no match for me. I am naturally endowed with purple eyes, possessing astonishing power, and after 23 years of cultivation, I have reached the pinnacle of the heavenly human realm. Your talent is indeed formidable, and I am quite pleased. Heh, I shall subdue you and make you my steed, my servant. The thought of a saintly body genius as my mount is simply exhilarating. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. Unfortunately, I have never allowed a woman to be my steed, nor do I wish to experience such a thing. Humph. What arrogance and ignorance. The violet-eyed maiden snorted disdainfully, transforming into a streak of light as she charged towards Jiang Luo. Behind her, a lingering shadow remained, a testament to her astonishing speed. Jiang Luo's gaze was frigid as the power of the battle saint body surged forth, enveloping him in a radiant golden light as he charged forward. With a thunderous clash, the two collided, unleashing an astonishing force. Thunder roared. The purple lightning spear was unleashed, swung with ferocity. The electric brilliance surged, utterly formidable. Such a powerful thrust. It seems I have underestimated you. The violet-eyed maiden transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading the strike with grace. She then initiated her counterattack. Falling stars. In her hand, a long sword materialized, and with a sweeping motion, it cleaved to the heavens like a rainbow. Countless meteors rumbled down from the sky, hurtling mercilessly towards Jiang Luo. Ninefold thunder. Jiang Luo was enveloped in a brilliant radiance of lightning, transforming into a colossal figure of thunder. The spear in his grasp danced wildly, forming an impregnable wall of weapons that repelled the meteoric onslaught directed at him. This immense force shattered the surrounding edifices, reducing them to mere ruins. Remarkable. Who would have thought that a mere pill-dinging realm cultivator could withstand my lethal strike? The purple-eyed maiden's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, she declared that the battle would cease here, for she intended to reveal her true prowess. With an air of unparalleled confidence and a beaming smile, the purple-eyed girl proclaimed, "Kneel before me, so that I may ride you like a steed." Ha! What of the holy body? You shall still be my mount, my male servant. She erupted into triumphant laughter. In that moment, the purple-eyed maiden, Li Qingwei, unleashed her full power. Her enchanting violet eyes radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to a glorious sun or moon, adorned with countless runes that exuded an imposing and chilling might. Li Qingwei finally unveiled her purple-eyed abilities. You are the only one younger than me who has compelled me to display the might of my purple eyes, This is a source of great pride, she declared. Her demeanor replete with arrogance and confidence. With a thunderous roar, the full force of her purple-eyed power erupted forth. Her gaze transformed into a vast expanse of starry sky, within which 360 celestial bodies spun in a cosmic dance. Thunder and lightning clashed with overwhelming ferocity, cloaked in dazzling purple radiance. Boom! The immense might of her gaze surged directly toward Jiang Luo. Crackle! The void trembled violently, as if the very fabric of existence had succumbed to a cataclysmic spectacle, instilling a profound sense of awe. Boom! Jiang Luo unleashed the full extent of his power, emitting a resonant roar akin to that of a true dragon. For the first time, he showcased the formidable might of the Supreme Divine Body. Standing tall in the void, he was enveloped in an infinite radiance of 7 divine colors. The overwhelming power of his divine form erupted forth, making him appear as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an unmatched grandeur. What kind of extraordinary physique is this? Such immense power is astonishing. On the celestial vessel, the members of the Tianyuan divine sect were utterly astounded. The Supreme Divine Body was a rarity throughout the annals of the Chaos Realm, with only a handful ever having manifested. Naturally, they could not immediately recognize that Jiang Luo had forged such a divine body. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 3 cauldrons appeared in the air, their vast might suppressing heaven and earth. The 3 cauldrons rapidly fused, forming a massive cauldron of 100 feet. The cauldron bubbled and radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an intense heat. Dang! The sound of the golden cauldron resonated, deep and profound, as if echoing through the eons of time. The 9 cauldrons subdued the heavens, ready to strike. With a thunderous shout from Jiang Luo, the colossal cauldron concentrated a beam of golden divine light, akin to divine retribution, piercing through the void and traversing the ages. Directly aimed at Li Qingwei. Boom! The clash of their attacks resulted in an immense shockwave. The entire realm trembled, and all beings were filled with terror. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect on the deck displayed expressions of astonishment. Jiang Luo is merely 16 years old? This talent is truly extraordinary. Had he not offended the second elder, they would have taken him into the Tianyuan divine sect without hesitation. They were astounded, witnessing a 16-year-old youth possessing such astonishing prowess. Elder Tianlong, Jiang Luo's strength has exceeded our expectations. Should we intervene? Inquired a golden-haired elder. You are well aware of Li Qingyue's temperament. If we interfere, she will lose face and hold a grudge against us. Given her talents, it will be no challenge for her to become a supreme in the future. It is best that we refrain from intervening. Jiang Luo poses no threat to her life, replied Tu Tianlong solemnly. He was the most powerful figure sent by the Tianyuan divine sect, a formidable noble known as the Heavenly Butcher Marquis. You still have hidden cards? Li Qingyue's face darkened. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of humiliation, unable to subdue a mere 16-year-old at the Danding realm. It was a great disgrace. You treacherous woman. Did you not wish to capture me as a mount? Then allow me to first sample the experience of being a woman estate. Jiang Luo burst into laughter, his physical strength surging as he lunged towards Li Qingwei. This provoked an unparalleled fury within her, as she had never faced such humiliation. In response, her entire being was enveloped in a radiant purple light, and she charged at Jiang Luo with her sword. This was the moment. Observing Li Qingwei advancing towards him, Jiang Luo wore an enigmatic smile. Moments ago, he had intentionally held back, creating the illusion that he posed no threat to her life. Thus, the elders of the Tianyuan divine sect would refrain from intervening. Once he was close enough, he intended to deliver a lethal strike, ensuring they would be unable to save her in time. He smirked coldly within. If he were to lose his life today, he would take someone down with him. This was the resolve of Jiang Luo. Even in death, he would seize a piece of flesh from his adversary. As they closed the distance, Jiang Luo revealed his true power, fervently igniting the imperial blood coursing through him. In that moment, he resembled a true dragon soaring through the skies, exuding an unmatched aura. The formidable energy of his imperial blood coalesced around his spear, owing to the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations. The elders of the Tianyuan divine sect were oblivious to the impending danger. By the time they became aware, it was too late. Trouble! Li Qingwei is in peril, exclaimed Tu Tianlong, his expression shifting dramatically with urgency. Alas, it was too late for any intervention. With a thunderous crash, the distance was too short for Li Qingwei to evade. She was pierced directly by Jiang Luo's formidable spear, its length and indestructibility rendering her defenseless. Crimson blood flowed incessantly, staining the void with patterns resembling plum blossoms. How was this possible? Li Qingyue's violet eyes widened in disbelief. A look of terror etched upon her face. She felt her body growing colder, an icy chill enveloping her, and she could scarcely comprehend that death was imminent. The proud daughter of the Tianyuan divine sect succumbed to fear and began to weep. With a resounding explosion, her body disintegrated, blood splattering in all directions. Thus fell the illustrious Li Qingwei, the violet-eyed prodigy. Jiang Luo was astonished to discover that the divine orb suddenly began to flicker with brilliance, spinning at an incredible speed while voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. Soon, a line of text emerged within the orb. Special substance, purple eye, charging, 100. Physique, purple gold thunder eye, 6 stars. Purple gold thunder eye, a naturally mutated eye, exhibiting a purple gold hue. With a mere glance, it possesses an exceedingly terrifying destructive power. Achieving 6 stars is equivalent to the level of an ordinary sacred body, placing it on par with the battle saint body he initially obtained. Although the power of an ordinary sacred body had diminished in its impact on his talent, potential, and combat prowess, it would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation once he accumulated thousands of ordinary sacred bodies. Therefore, attaining the standard of an ordinary sacred body 6 stars is indeed a commendable achievement for Jiang Luo. The fact that he could acquire a 6-star physique indicates that the girl with the purple eye is no ordinary individual. No wonder she exudes such confidence. Had he not mastered the alchemical secret art 9 tripod suppressing heaven, he might have indeed found himself at a disadvantage. However, what astonished Jiang Luo even more was his newfound ability to effortlessly control the purple gold eye. When he concealed the purple gold thunder eye, his gaze appeared entirely normal, allowing him to go unnoticed despite the changes occurring within him. The death of Li Qingwei incited unparalleled fury among the members of the Tianyuan divine sect. How could they report to the second elder? Jiang Luo, you dare to slay a disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect. Your sins are beyond measure. And even 1,000 deaths would not absolve you of your heinous crimes, the enraged members of the sect declared vehemently. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh, mocking. As if sparing Li Qingwei would lead the heavenly Yuan sect to spare me. Tu Tianlong chuckled derisively, his sharp tongue lashing out. I shall no longer concern myself with the reputation of bullying the weak. I will personally suppress you, you arrogant butcher. The might of nobility erupted, causing tremors for miles around. The wrath of a noble is truly terrifying. This is an ancient being capable of living for millennia. Old fool, are you tired of living? How dare you lay a hand on Luo? At that moment, the extraordinarily graceful Qingli appeared. Upon seeing the woman in the ghostly mask approaching, Tu Tianlong smiled. My true target is you. A mere youth from the Pill Cauldron realm hardly warrants such personal attention from a noble. Qingli's eyes were filled with disdain. You are not even worthy of a battle with me. Enraged, Tu Tianlong scoffed. Arrogant fool, you are but at the pinnacle of the inscription realm, not even at the level of a formidable being. What gives you the right to look down upon a noble? With unmatched force, he conjured a blood-red great sword, towering 100 feet, and slashed towards Qingli. She stood her ground, unmoving. As the crimson blade approached, a radiant light enveloped her. Clang! Instantly, the unparalleled sword dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Throughout the encounter, Qingli did not even flinch, effortlessly deflecting the noble's strike. Impossible! How could this be? Tu Tianlong was filled with disbelief and terror. Old fool, you are not worthy to capture me, Qingli stated coldly. She extended a single finger, a magnificent power descending upon Tu Tianlong. In an instant, he felt excruciating pain as his flesh was torn apart, letting out a terrified scream. No. Soon after, his entire body exploded. A noble was thus effortlessly slain by Qingli, whose overwhelming and astonishing prowess left the remaining members of the heavenly Yuan sect in utter terror. Jiang Ning commented on her, declaring that beneath the Supreme, she is invincible. Tu Tianlong has merely just stepped into the realm of kings and lords, making it evident that he is no match for Qingli. The sky rumbled violently, and a formidable pressure descended, enveloping the entire Lingxian small world in an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. This overwhelming force was terrifying beyond measure. The void tore asunder, revealing a figure of astonishing might who stepped forth with measured grace. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, with piercing eyes and clad in white garments, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. An aura of sheer terror emanated from him. Those who have slain members of the Tianyuan divine sect shall perish. The dreadful intent to kill reverberated throughout the cosmos. The Supreme had made his move. Qing Li's expression finally shifted. The powerful pressure enveloped Qing Li and Jiang Luo. Qing Li could still withstand some of it, but Jiang Luo, a mere alchemist, stood no chance against the might of the Supreme. With a resounding crack, the protective Black Lotus mark shattered in an instant. For the first time, he felt the chilling proximity of death. The starry sky Supreme, unrivaled in his supremacy. Truly, his power was astonishingly overwhelming. Suddenly, from afar, Jiang Ning and his spouse sensed a disturbance. Their expressions changed dramatically. Luo was in peril. Although there existed the extraordinary protection of Qingli, how could they possibly neglect to leave behind some contingency plans for their beloved son after their departure? Taking advantage of the moment spent sleeping beside her child, Jiang Xiao inscribed a mark within him. This mark would allow her to sense any imminent life-threatening danger at the earliest opportunity. In the Lingxian small world, within the city of Jingzhou, a colossal figure of supreme authority appeared in the sky, resembling a deity. Confronted by the terrifying might of the supreme being, Jiang Luo found himself utterly powerless to resist. Even Qingli could only manage to fend off a fraction of the overwhelming force. This was merely the pressure emanating from the supreme, who had yet to unleash any direct attack. Yet it was already astonishingly fearsome, a testament to the sheer strength of the supreme being. Fortunately, Jiang Luo had forged an unparalleled divine body and possessed the imperial vein, along with the protection of the Black Lotus mark to withstand some of the force. Otherwise, a mere fraction of the Supreme's pressure would have obliterated him in an instant. However, beneath the overwhelming weight of the Supreme's aura, he could not endure for long. Just as Jiang Luo was on the verge of succumbing, the entire Lingxian small world was engulfed in darkness. The sun and moon lost their light, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. With a resounding roar, an immense spatial fissure, stretching billions of kilometers, tore open across the boundless starry sky. An incomprehensibly powerful pressure emanated from this vast rift. Under this formidable force, all beings in the world appeared as insignificant as ants. The inhabitants instinctively felt their legs weaken. Their souls trembled, and they fell to their knees, overwhelmed by panic as if the apocalypse were imminent. "Lower, your parents have returned," Qingli exclaimed with excitement. "They have returned." At last, Jiang Luo felt utterly exhausted as he lay on the ground, a smile gracing his lips. Finally, he was liberated from the oppressive might of the Supreme. This time, the couple Jiang Ning and his wife were thoroughly enraged. The entire world was shrouded beneath their overwhelming power. If Jiang Ning so wished, he could obliterate the world in an instant. The disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect bore the brunt of this calamity, suffering the most grievously. Within the void ship, the disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect screamed in agony, pushed to the brink of despair. Their physical forms were ruthlessly torn apart under the immense pressure. Then, with a thunderous roar, the disciples aboard the void ship were crushed by the formidable force, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. No, the Supreme of the Tianyuan divine sect let out a terrified roar. He was unwilling to bow beneath this overwhelming might, refusing to prostrate himself before an adversary he had yet to confront. Yet, how could he resist such an immense force? Thud, as he desperately fought back. He felt his blood surge violently, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he could no longer withstand it. His body completely betrayed his will. Uncontrollably, his legs buckled, bringing him to his knees before the 16-year-old Jiang Luo, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. It was akin to a sinner, burdened by his transgressions, kneeling before the statue of the Buddha to confess his sins. This brought an overwhelming sense of humiliation to the Supreme of the Tianyuan divine sect. He was, after all, a Supreme, an elder of the Tianyuan divine sect. When had he ever endured such disgrace? Like a dog, he crawled before a younger generation. Two beams of divine light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of two formidable figures, their immense presence rendering time and space seemingly frozen. Witnessing their son once again in peril, the couple, vowing never to allow the tragic events of that day to repeat, were consumed by an uncontainable fury. Their terrifying intent to kill was potent enough to devastate vast expanses of starry realms. For the first time, they unleashed such overwhelming pressure. "I am the Supreme of the Tianyuan divine sect. Do you not fear the consequences of your actions?" The kneeling Yun Tian Supreme bellowed in furious indignation. Commanding a great world and reigning as a sovereign of a star realm, his strength was formidable. Even a Supreme would be akin to a moth drawn to the flame, incinerated in an instant before him. Thus, emboldened by his status, Yun Tian Supreme felt no fear. Little did he know the astonishing background of Jiang Ning and his wife. To them, the Tianyuan divine sect was merely a minuscule force, insignificant in their eyes. The Tianyuan divine sect? Jiang Ning scoffed, realizing that from this moment forth, its existence in this world was no longer necessary. With a single utterance, he decreed the rise and fall of a great power that dominated a vast star realm. Arrogance! The Supreme of Yuntian, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Do you truly believe you are the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, or the Sovereign of the chaotic sacred land? Or perhaps the Patriarch of the Supreme Divine Clan?" He could not even fathom the reality before him. The individual standing there had a father who was the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, a mother who was the Sovereign of the sacred land, and an uncle who was the Patriarch of the Supreme Divine Clan. Jiang Ning, why waste words on such a trivial character? To wish harm upon my son is to invite your own demise. In a fit of rage, Dugu Xiaoye acted decisively. Extending a delicate finger, she pressed down upon the Supreme of Yuntian. At that moment, the previously defiant Supreme, who had thought himself safe from her wrath, was struck with panic. Faced with the impending doom of her fingertip, he felt his soul tremble in fear. You all. With a wretched scream, the Supreme was reduced to ashes, utterly vanishing from existence. Though he too was a Supreme, the disparity in strength was staggering. The Supreme had attained the 9th transformation, while Jiang Ning had reached the 8th, and Dugu Xiaoye, the 9th transformation. In terms of age, Dugu Xiaoye was significantly older than Jiang Ning. "Luo, are you all right?" Dugu Xiaoye inquired, her face etched with concern as she rushed to her son's side. Jiang Luo smiled gently. "Mother, I am perfectly fine." The Supreme effortlessly crushed everything with a mere finger. Indeed, in this world, one's background is of paramount importance. Without a formidable backing, even possessing the divine pearl as a golden key would likely lead to an untimely demise, extinguished in its infancy. Only with unparalleled talent combined with an invincible lineage can one be truly regarded as a peerless prodigy. "Father, mother, shall we proceed in this manner? Should we not return to rally support?" Jiang Luo inquired with a sense of perplexity. Although his parents were exceptionally rare talents, unparalleled in their generation, they were still quite young. Could they truly contend with a sovereign who commanded an entire star domain? "I have already sent a message to your grandfather. He will intervene at a crucial moment." Jiang Ning smiled, fully aware that it would be folly to rely solely on the two of them to eradicate the Tianyuan divine sect. After all, on the surface, the sect boasted 4 quasi-saints, not to mention the possibility of hidden saints lurking in the shadows. Thus, he had already sent a message back to the great Xia Divine Dynasty, imploring his father for assistance. As the emperor of an unparalleled divine dynasty, he held dominion over the universe, his power situated at the zenith of the entire chaotic realm. Even without manifesting his true form, his could effortlessly annihilate any adversary. Once his grandfather intervened, no matter how formidable the Tianyuan divine sect might be, it would be reduced to ashes. Jiang Ning smiled with confidence. On the other hand, the face of Dugu Xiaoye was suffused with a chilling aura and murderous intent. "The Tianyuan divine sect seeks to harm my son. This time, we shall utterly sever their lineage. Even the most insignificant ant within their ranks, every worm, and even the fragile eggs must be crushed. All shall be obliterated without exception." The ethereal beauty declared, her voice laced with fury. She would not permit her beloved child to suffer any further harm. "Sister, since you have returned, my task is complete. I shall not partake in the venture to the Tianyuan divine sect." With that, Qingli vanished from sight. Alas, the sister of mine is so devoted. Unwilling to squander even a moment on cultivation, Dugu Xiaoye thought with a resigned smile. It was as if she were born solely for the path of the Tao. "By the way, Luo, how did you manage to break through to the Danding realm? Were you not instructed to wait for our return to forge a perfect transcendent body using the blood of pure-blooded divine beast offspring?" At this moment, Jiang Ning realized that his son had already reached the 3rd Ding realm. "Luo, by hastily pursuing this breakthrough, you will find it difficult to compete with the top prodigies." Dugu Xiaoye expressed her concern. Jiang Luo smiled gently and reassured his parents. "Do not worry, my dear father and mother. I am certainly not one to act rashly." With that, he unleashed the formidable power of the Supreme Divine Body. "This is the Supreme Divine Body." The couple stood frozen in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Aha! Splendid. Truly worthy of being our son," they exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "This marks the first Supreme Divine Body to emerge from the Jiang family. My son Jiang Luo possesses the might to suppress the ages, embodying the stature of an emperor." "Ha!" Jiang Ning laughed proudly. What parent does not aspire for their child to achieve greatness? A son's excellence brings more joy than surpassing one's own limits. Dugu Xiaoye, filled with curiosity, asked, "Luo, how did you forge the Supreme Divine Body? After all, The creation of a perfect and extraordinary physique typically requires the blood of pure-blooded divine beast descendants as a catalyst. Jiang Luo, with a bewildered expression, remarked, I am unsure why, but while cultivating alongside Xian, I inadvertently forged the supreme divine body. As for the matter of the divine pearl, I shall refrain from disclosing it to anyone for the time being. Xian? The two were perplexed. Subsequently, Jiang Luo introduced Lu Xian to his parents. Upon meeting the esteemed couple, Lu Xian, feeling anxious, respectfully bowed. She had not anticipated that her suitor's parents would possess such formidable power. The supreme being could extinguish life with but a snap of the fingers. How inconceivable was such strength? What an admirable young woman, commented Jiang Xiao, her face adorned with a smile. Apart from the extraordinary divine body, she is also the maiden of 16, making her worthy of being with Luo. Even the maiden of 16 cannot forge a supreme divine body. However, there was no need to delve deeper. After all, this was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Furthermore, the supreme divine body is exceedingly rare, with only a handful of individuals achieving it throughout history. It was entirely reasonable for the two of them to be unable to comprehend it fully. Luo, your grandfather and father both carried on the lineage in a singular manner. The glorious duty of ensuring the prosperity of our bloodline now rests entirely upon you. Your mother has many exquisite friends, all breathtaking fairies of unparalleled grace, whom I shall introduce to you in due time. Should you encounter any princesses or holy maidens, I shall promptly seek their hands for you. Jiang Xiao said with a cheerful demeanor. You are rather selfish, are you not? Father has arranged several matches for me with daughters of imperial families, princesses of divine dynasties, and holy maidens, yet you have muddled the waters with your ambitions. They say a man should have but one woman in his life. That is the mark of a true gentleman. Observing his wife's fervent desire to arrange numerous matrimonial prospects for their son, Jiang Ning could not help but pout in discontent. His current demeanor was in stark contrast to his previous declarations. At this, Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed with indignation, Jiang Ning, do you desire other women? Witnessing the fierce wrath of his tiger mother, Jiang Ning hastily shook his head, vehemently denying, No. Jiang Xiao asserted with authority, You may only have one woman, for you are my Jiang Ning's man. Luo, on the other hand, may take multiple wives, for he is my son. My son is a peerless prodigy, unmatched in the world. Thus, it is only natural for a hero to be accompanied by several extraordinary women. Moreover, do you not wish for more grandchildren? Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ning and Jiang Luo nodded vigorously, too intimidated to counter her. Their son had already forged the supreme divine body. It seemed their previous efforts had been in vain. The Azure Dragon Demon Sage had not anticipated such a pure bloodline, second only to that of a true divine beast's offspring. If given time, he would undoubtedly become a genuine demon sage. To eliminate him, your mother and I have exerted considerable effort. Jiang Ning lamented, had I known it would come to this, I would not have sent them to toil in the pursuit of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Father, I require the blood essence of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint for my cultivation. May I have it? Jiang Ning inquired, harboring a hypothesis that required validation. Of course, came the reply, it was originally prepared for you. Consequently, Jiang Ning transferred the corpse of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint into Jiang Luo's spatial ring. I shall enter seclusion for a while, and then set forth towards the celestial origin divine sect, Jiang Luo declared, within the confines of the secret chamber. Jiang Luo unveiled the corpse of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Its immense form, stretching 100 feet in length, was entirely adorned with azure dragon scales, crowned by a pair of formidable dragon horns. A dragon. This was indeed Jiang Luo's first encounter with a true dragon, the special substance. The pure bloodline of the Azure Dragon was fully charged at 100%. Upon extracting the essence, a line of text manifested within the divine orb. As I had surmised, the essence of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint was indeed a special substance. Jiang Luo chuckled. This time, he opted not to enhance himself with an additional talent or constitution. Instead, he chose to experiment with upgrading his imperial lineage. Shortly thereafter, a line of text emerged within the divine orb. Upgrade successful, bloodline, pure blood imperial lineage, 9 stars. To his astonishment, it had succeeded. Aha! The bloodline within me has now transformed into a pure blood imperial lineage. Jiang Luo was undoubtedly exhilarated. It is well understood that, in theory, only the offspring of emperors have the potential to awaken a pure blood imperial lineage. To his astonishment, He had successfully attained a pure-blood imperial lineage through the power of the Divine Pearl. Subsequently, Jiang Luo devoted 3 days to diligently cultivating his skills, elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier, thereby acquiring the ability of instantaneous movement. Furthermore, he materialized the 4th divine cauldron, the Azure Dragon Cauldron. His cultivation method was the Supreme Scripture, the most formidable technique available. His capacity for instantaneous movement surpassed that of other cauldron cultivators by a factor of 10. Typically, a cauldron cultivator could only teleport a distance of 100 meters. However, Jiang Luo's teleportation could exceed 1,000 meters. The greater the distance he could traverse instantaneously, the more advantageous he became in combat, significantly enhancing his ability to evade harm. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier represented a qualitative leap, resulting in a substantial increase in his prowess. Jiang Luo, filled with exhilaration, tightly clenched his fists, sensing the immense and potent energy coursing through his veins. Subsequently, he emerged from his seclusion. He had preserved the corporeal form of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, whose flesh was indeed a remarkable source of nourishment, not to mention that of a divine beast lineage. Luo has emerged from his retreat. Let us proceed to the Tianyuan divine sect to settle the score. I intend to make it abundantly clear that my son, Jiang Ning, is not to be trifled with by anyone, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Jiang Ning asserted with an air of authority. With a swift motion, he rent asunder the celestial expanse, and then, accompanied by Jiang Luo and Lu Ziyan, he vanished into the void, seamlessly traversing through the ether towards the celestial origin divine sect. Such prowess is beyond the capabilities of even a quasi-saint. Jiang Ning cultivated the remnants of the Void Emperor's Sutra, enabling him to master the void with a profundity that rivals that of a sage. Upon learning of his intention to annihilate the heavenly origin divine sect, Lu Ziyan was filled with exhilaration and fervor. An unparalleled sect that dominates an entire starfield. To extinguish it at will is truly an embodiment of overwhelming power. Jiang Luo's gaze turned icy, and he silently vowed, Lu Ruyen, the divine pearl in your possession shall undoubtedly be mine. Although Jiang Ning possessed only fragments of the Void Emperor's scripture, his extraordinary talent and profound comprehension of the void had already reached an unfathomable depth. Time danced, the sun and moon revolved, and the galaxy surged with grandeur, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. The heavenly origin divine sect lay billions of kilometers away in the ethereal realm of Lingshan. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Jiang Luo and others, tore through the fabric of the cosmos, making their way to the heavenly Yuan divine sect. Shortly thereafter, with a sweeping gesture, the celestial expanse trembled, time shimmered, and the void was rent asunder. He then emerged with the 3 companions before an unimaginably vast planet, whose size dwarfed the spirit Xian's small world by tens of thousands of times. This was the heavenly Yuan Great World. Within the entire Chaos Realm, there existed 3,000 such grand worlds, collectively forming 3,000 star domains. Among these, the heavenly Yuan Great World occupied a lower echelon, ranking approximately in the 2,000 range. Gazing upon the immense world, Jiang Ning let out a cold chuckle. Remarking on the audacity of those who dared to bully his child, such folly would surely lead to their demise. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led the 3 into the heavenly Yuan Great World, arriving at the heavenly Yuan divine sect. We have arrived. Jiang Luo gazed in astonishment. Could it truly be a distance of at least 100 light years? Remarkably, he arrived in an instant. The power of a top-tier cultivator is indeed terrifying. At this moment, he cast his gaze downward. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist lay a series of mountains, coiling like true dragons, vast and serpentine. A total of 99 colossal peaks converged, forming a summit teeming with formidable experts. Above the peaks, ethereal violet mist lingered, while celestial fog enveloped the area, and the spiritual energy surged skyward. Auspicious spiritual beasts and birds circled gracefully around. Towering spiritual trees were abundant, and the entire mountain radiated a brilliant glow, exuding an aura of sanctity and peace. At the pinnacle of the mountain resided the heavenly origin divine sect, boasting 1,000,000 disciples, unmatched in strength. Who dares to trespass upon the heavenly origin divine sect? As Jiang Luo and his companions drew near, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Soon after, a colossal giant, towering at 100 feet, wielding a massive warhammer, and bearing a fearsome visage with green skin and sharp fangs, emerged before them, obstructing their path. This sight startled Jiang Luo, for he had never imagined that such enormous giants existed in this world. Indeed, the grand stage beyond the Lingxian small realm was extraordinarily wondrous, teeming with myriad races, each giving rise to diverse beings. They had come to settle accounts with your Tianyuan divine sect. Jiang Ning spoke fiercely. How audacious! Have you grown weary of life by causing trouble at the heavenly origin divine sect? The colossal figure, filled with rage, swung a massive hammer down upon Jiang Ning with tremendous force. The ignorant abyssal giant, with a mind as simple as it is no wonder it has become a mere guard dog. Jiang Ning let out a mocking smile. It appeared that the heavenly origin divine sect was indeed seeking trouble, undoubtedly possessing formidable strength that he could not contend with. With a mere gentle extension of a finger, he exerted an overwhelming force. An immense and unparalleled pressure bore down upon the giant. At that moment, the abyssal giant's expression shifted drastically as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Good heavens! What manner of terrifying powerhouse was this? Instantly, a suffocating sense of impending death enveloped his entire being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! As the finger descended, the powerful supreme-level abyssal giant was violently propelled away. His body ruptured, blood gushed forth, and he was irrevocably doomed. Such an overwhelming display of might naturally stirred the entire heavenly origin divine sect, triggering the surrounding formations. Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, waving his sleeve, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the surrounding formations. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky turned dark, with bolts of lightning descending relentlessly like divine retribution. Beneath the surface, torrents of magma surged forth from the depths of the earth, painting the landscape in a scarlet hue, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. In an instant, numerous disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect perished under the weight of celestial might. Despite being only at the 8th stage of the supreme realm, Jiang Ning's power was terrifyingly potent. After all, he had even slain the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, a remnant of a divine beast with a formidable bloodline and quasi-saint status. Who dares to disturb the Tianyuan divine sect? The disciples of the sect were utterly bewildered. What is this place? The sovereign of the Tianyuan star domain, bolstered by the presence of 4 quasi-saints, who would dare to act with such audacity? It was unfathomable who possessed such boldness. Amidst the thunderous skies, a colossal vortex appeared. From within it emerged 3 venerable elders, their white hair flowing, exuding an overwhelming aura. They were all formidable beings at the 9th stage of the supreme realm. How audacious to dare to provoke the celestial might of the Tianyuan divine sect. Do they truly wish to court death? A thunderous voice echoed, resonating like a clap of thunder. Summon the ancestor Lingxian forth. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to unleash a massacre. Jiang Ning proclaimed with an air of dominance. Despite his fervent declarations that he could easily crush an ant from the Tianyuan divine sect or cleave a worm into 1,000 pieces, the notion of annihilating 100,000 disciples was, in truth, far from feasible. It was entirely acceptable to eliminate the principal offenders, the venerable Ling Xian and Lu Ruyan. The second elder, however, was not someone to be summoned at will. As remarked by the elder of the Tianyuan divine sect with a disdainful snort, then I shall continue my pursuit until he appears. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh before charging forward. In an instant, a brilliant radiance engulfed everything around him. The formidable force reverberated throughout the vast world. With a resounding thud, the 3 nine-turned supreme beings were sent reeling back, blood spurting from their mouths. They were filled with terror. How could 3 of them, united, be unable to contend with a mere junior of the 8-turned supreme? It was utterly inconceivable. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect were equally stunned and terrified, their faces pale. What kind of powerhouse, what extraordinary talent was this? With a mere gesture, he had vanquished the 3 elder 9-turned supremes. It was beyond belief. One must remember that these elders of the 9-turned supreme were regarded as divine beings in their eyes, unshakable forces of strength. Who could possibly impede my quest for retribution against ancestor Lingxian? Jiang Ning proclaimed with unparalleled authority, since you seek the old man, why not reveal yourself? Suddenly, a voice imbued with the weight of age reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. It was the voice of the second elder, indeed, a quasi-saint. In a resounding boom, a celestial palace materialized in the sky above. Moments later, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an awe-inspiring presence emerged from the palace, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman of remarkable stature. My lord, regardless of any past grievances between us, should you dare to harm anyone within the Tianyuan divine sect, you shall be subdued today, declared the venerable Ling Xian ancestor, his tone infused with both authority and an undercurrent of fierce anger. Master, that person is Jiang Luo. It appears they have come to defend him, noted Lu Ruyan, her gaze narrowing as she spotted Jiang Luo behind Jiang Ning. A flicker of icy malice flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, Jiang Luo, I never imagined you would dare to present yourself so boldly. This time, you are surely doomed. Though the adversary possessed considerable strength, the Tianyuan divine sect was numerous and powerful, with 4 quasi-saints standing guard. What could 2 mere sovereigns possibly stir up? The cold, penetrating gaze of the Lingxian ancestor also turned towards Jiang Luo. Indeed, it is him, he uttered, his voice laced with lethal intent. This brat has slain Huiyun and Li Qingwei and extinguished the Lingxian holy land I once established. With his vengeful nature, I have long yearned to eliminate Jiang Luo. Had it not been for my inability to leave the Tianyuan divine sect, I would have personally descended upon the Lingxian small world. The ultimate ambition of quasi-saints is to attain the realm of laws and become a saint. Thus, they are often either in seclusion or seeking opportunities. However, it is imperative that the Tianyuan divine sect retains a quasi-saint to oversee matters, necessitating one to remain behind. With the turn of events, it is now Lingxian ancestors' duty to preside over the Tianyuan divine sect and quell all nefarious foes. At that moment, Jiang Luo's gaze met Lu Ruyan's, his heart racing with exhilaration, for she possessed the second divine pearl he had long coveted. Surely, her ability to cultivate to the 10th cauldron realm and her rapid surge in power must be attributed to the pearl's influence. Do you wish to kill my son? Jiang Ning spoke with an air of indifference. The revered Lingxian coldly remarked, so it is your son. It seems that not only must this little creature be eliminated, but his parents as well. Heh, Jiang Ning scoffed mockingly, you possess quite the confidence. Lingxian, in a domineering tone, declared, though I am not a true sage, I have indeed touched upon the realm of laws, a quasi-saint, far surpassing the existence of a supreme being. What do you possess to contend against me? Is being a quasi-saint truly so remarkable? After all, they are not without their share of slayings. Jiang Ning's words were exceedingly arrogant and imposing. His reckless boasts made one wonder if he truly believed himself to be His Highness, the Ningguang of the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. The Lingxian ancestor let out a cold laugh. The renown of the Ningguang had long since echoed throughout the Chaos realm. Naturally, Lingxian ancestor, unless deaf, had also heard of it. Jiang Luo was acutely aware of his own background and naturally found it implausible that he possessed an extraordinary lineage. Moreover, the Tianyuan divine sect was formidable enough. Why would it cower before others? Was he to sacrifice the dignity of a quasi-saint? Upon hearing the mention of the Ningguang, Jiang Ning merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. He resolved to test his strength against the Ningguang. As he spoke, Jiang Ning made his move. His mastery of the sword had reached unfathomable depths, his profound sword intent enveloping the arena, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld it. With fingers poised like a blade, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy directed at the Lingxian ancestor. Prepare to witness the might of the realm of laws. Boom. The surrounding void fell into a profound stillness, ensnared within the endless realm of laws. It felt as though everyone had lost control of their own bodies. Such was the power of the laws. The Lingxian ancestor gathered an overwhelming force of law, coalescing it into a brilliant beam aimed at Jiang Ning, radiating a dazzling light and exuding an awe-inspiring might. Boom. In an instant, their attacks collided. The astonishing force of the laws was swiftly annihilated by the formidable sword energy, reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. You cannot be serious. The Lingxian ancestor was struck with an overwhelming disbelief. After all, he was a quasi-saint, while his opponent was merely an 8-turn supreme. Jiang Ning did not relent. The formidable sword energy surged forth relentlessly. Puff! The venerable Lingxian, a quasi-saint, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, being sent flying. He subsequently coughed up blood, a gaping hole appearing in his chest, blood gushing forth. Had it not been for the robust vitality inherent in quasi-saints, he might have perished by now. A quasi-saint, such as he, dares to act so arrogantly before me. What right does he possess? Jiang Ning proclaimed with an air of dominance, for he was the unparalleled prodigy of his generation. Among his peers, none could withstand even a single strike from him. Ordinary quasi-saints stood no chance against his prowess. At this moment, the members of the Tianyuan divine sect were left utterly astounded. How could the invincible quasi-saint, the second elder, be vanquished in but a single exchange? This was nothing short of incredulous. No one dared to believe or accept such an outcome. Who are you truly? Elder Lingxian quivered in fear. Finally realizing that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, So young, yet at the 8th transition of the Supreme Realm. Possessing such astonishing combat strength, such a genius was indeed a rarity throughout the chaotic realm. What does it matter who I am? If you wish to harm my son, you shall pay with your life. Jiang Ning's gaze was as frigid as ice. Humph, do you truly believe you can trample upon the entire Tianyuan divine sect? Witnessing the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, the venerable Ling Xian ancestor was consumed by unparalleled fury. After all, the Tianyuan divine sect stood as the sovereign of a star domain. It deserved at least some respect. Subsequently, he released a distress signal without hesitation. Although the other 3 quasi-saints, the sect master, the grand elder, and the third elder, were either in secluded meditation or wandering afar, they would undoubtedly emerge at the first sign of peril threatening their sect's annihilation. After all, even when traveling, they remained within a reasonable distance from the Tianyuan divine sect. Indeed, it was not long before 3 colossal spatial vortices manifested in the sky. Following that, 3 formidable figures, exuding an awe-inspiring presence akin to deities descending from the heavens, stood resolutely in the firmament. Second elder, what has transpired? Inquired the Tianyuan sect master, draped in a regal purple-gold robe, his countenance radiating authority. He seeks to annihilate our Tianyuan divine sect, and I am no match for him, replied the venerable Ling Xian. The Tianyuan sect master cast a cold glance at Jiang Ning. Do you truly intend to obliterate my Tianyuan divine sect? If you are determined to interfere, then what of the destruction of the Tianyuan divine sect? Jiang Ning let out a soft, derisive laugh, showing no regard for the leaders of the Tianyuan sect. Arrogance. He could hardly believe that a mere supreme could contend with 3 quasi-saints. At that moment, the 4 quasi-saints launched their attacks simultaneously, surrounding Jiang Ning. If a junior were to suppress them, how could the Tianyuan divine sect maintain its standing before the world? Therefore, they would never permit Jiang Ning to slay the second elder. Since you 4 old fools choose to overwhelm with numbers, I shall also take action. Dugu Xiaoya stepped forward, joining her husband's side. She was the saintess of the celestial realm, the unparalleled beauty of chaos, the moon goddess. She stood proudly among her peers, a generational prodigy with unmatched combat prowess. I do not care who you are. Those who dare to look down upon the Tianyuan divine sect must accept the fate of being subdued. The 4 quasi-saints basked in the glow of their laws, exuding an aura of divinity, their power terrifying. With every gesture, it seemed as though they could rend the very fabric of space and time. Suppress me? Huh. Jiang Ning chuckled. In the realm of chaos, no one had yet been born capable of subduing him. Throughout his journey, countless formidable foes had sought to eradicate the prodigy of the Divine Dynasty, yet they ultimately paved the way for his ascendance. Heaven above, the 4 quasi-saints had manifested simultaneously. How would he still dare to be arrogant now? With the 4 quasi-saints of the sect taking action, anyone would be destined for annihilation. Witnessing this spectacle filled the disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect with immense excitement and exhilaration. The 4 saints soaring through the air was a sight they had never encountered before. Truly magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Luo, with the 4 quasi-saints joining forces. I refuse to believe your parents can come to your aid, Lu Rian sneered. Jiang Luo had become the heart demon on her path to cultivating the Taishang Wanqing Ju, and it was imperative to eradicate it. Boom, boom. At that moment, the 6 individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Above in the sky, laws, runes, lightning, and radiance intertwined, creating a spectacle of immense grandeur and power. The ferocity of the battle was astonishingly terrifying, even causing the Supreme to tremble with trepidation. Heavens! It feels as though the entire firmament is on the brink of shattering. This is overwhelmingly powerful, someone exclaimed. This scene ignited a fervor within Jiang Luo. She wondered how long it would take for her to possess such formidable strength. Only then could she truly stand proudly over the universe. In the midst of this, Jiang Ning summoned his sacred sword. An unparalleled aura of sword intent enveloped the entire arena. It then transformed into 36 golden sword energies, surging towards the 4 quasi-saints. What? This is the sword intent of a saint. How could a mere supreme unleash such power? The Tianyuan sect master was struck with dread. In an instant, 2 saints were overwhelmed by the sword intent, spewing forth torrents of blood. Behind Dugu Xiaoya, a resplendent full moon emerged, its formidable power descending like falling stars, utterly fearsome. Boom. The remaining 2 quasi-saints were also sent flying. The couple, Jiang Ning and his partner, united in their strength, rendering even the 4 prospective saints powerless against their brilliance. How can they possibly be so formidable? What is their true identity? the master of Tianyuan sect. Blood at the corner of his mouth and an expression of terror on his face, found it hard to believe. Reveal all the hidden depths of your Tianyuan divine sect, so that it may not be said that I am taking advantage of you. Jiang Ning let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Such an audacious display of arrogance was truly overwhelming, rendering the members of the Tianyuan divine sect visibly distressed. Was this not exceedingly presumptuous? Had they the ability to subdue him, they would have already acted decisively to eliminate him. Young man, your arrogance is excessive, and it bodes ill for you. I advise you to leave the Tianyuan divine sect at once. I can pretend you were never here. At that moment, an immensely powerful voice resonated, enveloping the entire realm in an aura of formidable sanctity. Indeed, the Tianyuan divine sect still harbored a genuine sage of the realm. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave. This was precisely why he sought aid from his father, the emperor. At present, he was no match for a true sage. The saying that beneath the sage, all are but ants has echoed through the ages. Finally, his master made a move. The ancient ancestor Ling Xian exclaimed in delight. In his youth, he had entered the fold of the previous master of the Tianyuan sect as the son of the sacred body. Now, he had fully comprehended the realm of laws, ascending to become a sage of the starry sky, unparalleled and revered as the azure origin sage. Haha. To think our Tianyuan divine sect possesses a genuine sage. The elders and disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect were overwhelmed with excitement. Then, the void split open, and a figure emerged. Contrary to expectations, he was not an elderly man with white hair, but rather appeared remarkably youthful, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. Clad in azure robes, he stepped forth, each stride seemingly creating a world. His presence was terrifying, akin to a divine sovereign descending. The entire realm seemed to fall under his dominion. Should you not retreat swiftly, I shall immediately suppress you here, the azure origin sage proclaimed with authority. Had he not been aware of Jiang Ning's background, he might have already taken action to subdue him. Huh, what of a sage? Does that grant one the right to be arrogant? Jiang Ning scoffed, and then sent a signal for help to the emperor of the great Xia. This figure stood at the pinnacle of the chaotic realm, a true entity capable of exerting pressure across the universe, transcending all beings. The azure origin sage's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening with anger. Who was he? A true sage of the starry sky, a supreme being mastering the realm of laws. To be mocked by a junior was a blow to his pride. Young one, do not provoke the inevitable. Though your talent is remarkable, the chasm between you and a true sage is vast, and you are far from a match. The azure origin sage spoke sternly, radiating boundless divine light, akin to a celestial being, filled with the supreme pressure to dominate the entire starry sky. Haha. Jiang Ning laughed. I apologize, but I am a stubborn person. If others urge me to comply, I shall do the opposite. I strongly advise you to surrender the ancient ancestor Ling Xian and Lu Ruyan, or calamity shall befall you. Given his status, he had encountered countless beings far more formidable than the azure origin sage. Jiang Ning would hardly be intimidated by a mere ordinary sage. Your arrogance and ignorance dare you to converse with a sage in such a manner. The might of a sage is not something a mere ant-like you can hope to challenge. The master of Tianyuan roared, his face contorted with rage, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ning. Humph. At last, the fury within the Qingyuan sage was fully ignited. You have successfully provoked a sage. Regardless of who you are or the formidable status you hold, today this seat shall suppress you here. So you may comprehend that the wrath of a sage is beyond provocation. Boom. In an instant, the Qingyuan sage unleashed a formidable aura of his domain, his entire being radiating a brilliant azure light, illuminating the surroundings. In mere moments, his form rapidly enlarged, towering like a great mountain above the void. The overwhelming sanctity of his presence suppressed the very fabric of time and space. Beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Even the extraordinary Jiang Ning, in the face of such sage-like might, found himself in discomfort. Jiang Luo was engulfed in profound terror, his heart racing with astonishment. Is this the power of a sage? Incomprehensibly formidable. Young man, do you now grasp the magnitude of the sage's might? I shall subdue you here. Your own folly and arrogant ignorance have led to your downfall. The esteemed Qingyuan sage proclaimed, his presence enveloped in an aura of divine light, exuding a sanctified majesty. Is that so? Do you truly believe that a humble sage can suppress my descendants? At this moment, a voice that resonated with tranquility yet brimmed with authority reverberated throughout the vast realm. Who dares? At this instant, the expression of the Qingyuan sage shifted dramatically, his body trembling in fear. Merely the sound of that voice instilled dread within him. How powerful could it be? Father, the emperor has arrived. Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiao displayed smiles. Is this grandfather? The emperor of the Great Xia? One of the most formidable beings in the entire chaos realm. Jiang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is only with a formidable background that one can navigate the world unscathed. Given the arduous path to becoming a sage, should you kneel and apologize to my descendants? I might overlook past grievances. A voice imbued with authority reverberated throughout the vast realm. Though you are powerful, how can you intervene in matters here from across the boundless starry expanse? The sage of Qingyuan scoffed. As a sage, he possessed his own dignity and would never bow in supplication to a junior. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that anyone could transcend the immeasurable distance of the cosmos to subdue a sage such as himself. It appears you are the one who foolishly invites punishment while refusing to accept a toast. In my eyes, you are utterly insignificant, pitiable, and inconsequential. Akin to dust clinging to fabric, easily brushed away with a flick of the sleeve. This voice, though calm and detached, exuded an air of superiority that regarded all worldly matters with disdain, embodying a spirit of unrivaled dominance. How brazen and arrogant you are. If you possess the capability, then suppress me. The sage of Qingyuan retorted with a fierce laugh. Being so openly belittled as a dignified sage incited his profound fury. Despite the vast distance of light years between them, he could strike you down with a mere gesture across the void. As his domineering voice faded, a colossal spatial vortex emerged in the starry sky. Amidst the tumultuous glow, a massive golden hand descended, radiating an overwhelming pressure. As if the entire universe were on the brink of annihilation. I do not believe that you, from millions of light years away, can truly obliterate me. The sage of Qingyuan bellowed. Above him floated 36 divine swords, while behind him loomed a towering manifestation of the law. The 36 swords formed an unbreakable sword formation, enveloping him in a protective barrier. The Qingyuan sword array was the sage's renowned ultimate technique. Boom! The giant hand fell, shattering the sword formation as effortlessly as one might crush tofu or tear a sheet of paper. The entire cosmos seemed to wither and perish, the overwhelming might instilling terror that threatened to rend the very souls of all present. The sage of Qingyuan was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body stained with crimson, a clear indication of his grave injuries. This scene left everyone in shock. Good heavens, what an immense power! From millions of light years away, a single strike had vanquished a sage. Grandfather is truly formidable, utterly invincible. Jiang Luo stood frozen in place, confronted by astonishment and disbelief. Lu Xian's mouth fell agape. Utterly shocked, she had presumed that the young master's lineage stemmed from a prominent family within a certain star domain. Yet she never imagined it could be of such unimaginable magnitude. Even a saint had been vanquished by a mere gesture from the distant void. How could her revered master, the ancestral figure, be so easily defeated? He is, after all, a saint. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect turned ashen, overwhelmed by incredulity and terror, unable to accept the reality before them. Lu Rian's expression was one of sheer dread, her heart filled with resentment. Why was Jiang Luo's grandfather so extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly overpowering even a saint? Was he truly the greatest obstacle on her path of cultivation? Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiao displayed no signs of astonishment. After all, they were well aware of the immense power possessed by the emperor of the Great Xia. Who exactly are you? The Holy One of Qingyuan inquired in terror. To be able to defeat him with a mere gesture from afar, few in the entire chaos realm could match such might. He was filled with dread at the identity of the figure before him. The emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Luo. The voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, resounded once more. What? The emperor of humanity. At that moment, the Holy One of Qingyuan was struck with an indescribable fear, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, experiencing a terror unlike anything he had ever encountered before. With a resounding crash, an immense pressure descended, solidifying the space within 1 billion kilometers. An unparalleled force enveloped the area, causing everyone to feel as if their minds had been struck by thunder, plunging them into darkness and rendering them unconscious. Gradually, they began to regain their senses. They then turned their gazes towards the distant starry sky, where a majestic figure stood tall, cloaked in radiant golden light. A colossal 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around him, enhancing his formidable presence. The powerful aura caused the surrounding void to melt away, transforming into streams of particles. This was the unmatched might of the Emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Is this the might of the Emperor? They gasped, Heavens! Though we are sovereigns, we appear no different from insignificant insects. It was said that the emperor of the Divine Dynasty suppressed the chaos realm, having reached the pinnacle of power. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate an entire star domain. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect were filled with terror as they beheld the legendary emperor of the Divine Dynasty, the formidable emperor of the Great Xia, who was their own grandfather. Jiang Luo clenched his fists in excitement. With such a formidable support behind him, who would dare to bully him? He could truly navigate the chaotic realm with impunity. With such an elite background and the divine pearl in his possession, which could suppress an entire era, it merely indicated his own inadequacy. Father, I never imagined that grandfather would descend in person, Jiang Luo remarked. Jiang Ning smiled. Your grandfather, as the emperor of the Great Xia, must oversee the fortune of an entire nation. His true self would not easily depart. What has descended now is merely a manifestation of his. Upon entering the realm of laws, one can create their own. When circumstances render the true self unable to intervene, such matters will be entrusted to the. Jiang Luo was utterly astonished. The formidable might of the Dharma body was so astounding. One could only fathom the unfathomable strength of the true form. It was beyond imagination. I pay my respects to His Majesty, the human emperor. The saint of Qingyuan immediately bowed in utmost reverence. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect hastily prostrated themselves, exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Majesty, the human emperor. They could not suppress their trembling. It was crucial to understand that the individual before them was indeed the human emperor, one of the paramount figures standing atop the chaotic realm. Humph! The human emperor's Dharma body emitted a cold snort. Having granted you an opportunity, if you fail to cherish it, the entire Tianyuan divine sect is no longer warranted to exist. A profound intent to kill rendered the countenance of all within the Tianyuan divine sect ashen. Some were so overwhelmed that they fainted on the spot. You, esteemed as the human emperor, cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent, leading to the suffering of countless lives. This tarnishes the illustrious reputation of the human emperor. The saint of Qingyuan implored in terror, having not anticipated that the human emperor sought to annihilate the Tianyuan divine sect. How do you speak? Does your Tianyuan divine sect presume to negotiate with me? The human emperor retorted with disdain. In the past, I descended into the abyss, spilling blood over millions of kilometers. A river of blood flowed, and corpses piled high, with countless lives extinguished without a flicker of remorse. To ascend as the human emperor, one must be resolute in slaughter. Hands stained with the blood of countless victims. When the human emperor is enraged, the floating corpses stretch across billions of miles. Please, Your Majesty, spare us. Allow the legacy of the Tianyuan divine sect to endure, the saint of Qingyuan pleaded, overwhelmed by the human emperor's fierce intent. If my grandson possessed no backing, would you spare his life? When one can fight, they are arrogant and overbearing. When one cannot, they kneel and plead for mercy. Is there such a favorable circumstance in this world? The human emperor's Dharma body sneered, devoid of hesitation, his gaze as cold as ice. He summoned a colossal hand, casting it down upon the entire Tianyuan divine sect. Where it passed, all things were annihilated. The void shattered, mountains toppled, and the earth cracked in a scene of utmost horror. No, with a cry of unwillingness from the saint of Qingyuan, under a single palm, the once mighty Tianyuan divine sect was reduced to ashes. Such was the might of the human emperor. Only the utterly stunned Lu Rian remained, her complexion pale and her heart gripped by terror, standing frozen in place. Perhaps, at that moment, a sense of regret began to stir within her. Of course, before the destruction of the Tianyuan divine sect, Jiang Xiao and his wife had already been rescued by the human emperor. Jiang Luo watched this scene, swallowing hard. It was simply terrifying. Over 100,000 cultivators had perished just like that. It is but a mere strike. Before the formidable cultivators, ordinary practitioners are akin to mere weeds, susceptible to demise at any moment. This further solidified Jiang Luo's unwavering resolve. He refused to be but an insignificant insect in this vast universe. Even though he had attained invincibility within the chaotic realm of Xianhuang, it did not imply that there were no beings or forces more powerful beyond the chaotic domain. Good grandson, at last, I have laid eyes upon you. The once imposing and murderous emperor's Dharmakaya now bore a countenance filled with affectionate warmth. After all, this lineage is one of solitary inheritance. Jiang Lan has but one son, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning has only one son, Jiang Luo, and only one grandson. How could he possibly neglect them? Had he not been fortuitously in seclusion at that time? His beloved grandson would not have faced such dire tribulations. Jiang Luo promptly bowed respectfully, addressing, "I have come to pay my respects to your majesty, the emperor." Oh, the sovereign of the divine dynasty. This formidable ally must be embraced tightly. In doing so, I shall navigate the entirety of the chaos realm with unparalleled confidence. I have heard of your remarkable feats, having not only reawakened the imperial bloodline but also possessing the chaos sacred body, forging an unparalleled divine physique. Splendid, splendid indeed. My grandson possesses the bearing of an emperor, and I eagerly await the day you shall dominate an era. The emperor's incarnate smiled joyously, thoroughly satisfied with the performance of his sole grandson. Although their lineage was singular, each bearer was endowed with extraordinary gifts. Yet, the emperor remained unaware that Jiang Luo's bloodline had evolved into a pure imperial lineage. Subsequently, the emperor waved his hand, and Lu Ruyan appeared before him. "Grandson, is this woman not intent on your demise? I shall leave her fate in your hands," the emperor declared. This was also the reason he spared Lu Ruyan's life. "Luo, in our past, we shared a bond akin to siblings. For the sake of our former ties, could you grant me mercy?" Lu Ruyan, her complexion pale, lowered her proud head, pleading for her life under the threat of death. Jiang Luo scoffed coldly. "Did you spare my father and me? A venomous woman, indeed." Jiang Xiao sighed beside them. After all, he had regarded Lu Ruyan as his own daughter. Witnessing her impending demise stirred his heart, yet he refrained from speaking further. Everything would be decided by Luo. "For your father's sake, I shall temporarily spare your life." Jiang Luo noticed Jiang Xiao's reluctance. He was not merely acting out of pity, but rather, he wished to keep the matter of the divine pearl hidden from others. Should he kill Lu Ruyan now to seize the pearl, it would inevitably reveal its existence to his grandfather and parents. Thus, he pretended to spare Lu Ruyan for his father's sake, intending to seek an opportunity later to eliminate her and claim the pearl. However, while death may be a mercy, lesser punishments are inescapable. A faint smile graced Jiang Luo's lips. "You must remain by my side like a loyal hound. Ruyan, do you understand? Is this woman not one who looks down upon me from her lofty perch?" Feeling unworthy and overwhelmed with despair, one contemplates ending their own life. Yet, there lies a desire to humiliate the object of their affections first. Jiang Luo's character harbors a vengeful spirit, deeply resentful. Lu Yuyan seethes with indignation, forced into a position of subservience. However, the thought of survival compels her to grit her teeth. With the divine pearl in her possession, she vows that one day she shall exact her revenge on Jiang Luo. For the sake of vengeance, she must endure this current humiliation. Just as Lu Yuyan sheds tears of disgrace, preparing to kneel before Jiang Luo like a docile creature, a sudden rumble reverberates through the sky. A colossal vortex appears, from which a gigantic hand emerges, reaching for Lu Yuyan. "The Supreme Heavenly Palace." A voice booms, filled with wrath. "Dare you rescue one whom I intend to punish? Do you fear my might against your insufferable sect?" The Emperor of Humanity's fury is palpable. This is akin to extracting a tooth from a roaring tiger. Yet, it seems this young girl is not as simple as she appears. Otherwise, the Supreme Heavenly Palace would not intervene so brazenly. As the Emperor's anger swells, the immense hand continues its pursuit of Lu Yuyan. He raises his hand, channeling a dazzling golden light that solidifies the void before striking the giant hand. A thunderous crash ensues. Although the Emperor's strike obliterates the hand, Lu Yuyan has mysteriously vanished. A clever diversion indeed. The Emperor scoffs, realizing that the rescue was orchestrated by two individuals, one to draw his attention, and the other to facilitate the escape. "Father Emperor, why has the Supreme Heavenly Palace intervened?" Jiang Ning inquires, perplexed. This young girl is undoubtedly linked to the Supreme Heavenly Palace, perhaps explaining why the Tianyuan divine sect has gone to such lengths to protect her. The Emperor muses darkly, feeling his authority undermined. "What shall we do, Your Majesty? Will we simply allow Lu Yuyan to roam free?" Jiang Luo spoke with great urgency, expressing his fervent desire to acquire the divine pearl. "Do not fret, my dear grandson. No one can wrest away what belongs to me," the Emperor declared with unwavering confidence. "I shall personally visit the Wajishan Palace to retrieve the individual in question. They would not dare refuse me. Father, the Wajishan Palace is a formidable and immortal sect, not to be underestimated. Are you truly intent on going alone? Moreover, this is merely a manifestation of your essence. Your true self must remain in the capital." Jiang Ning cautioned. The Wajishan Palace is renowned throughout the Chaos Realm for its immense power, capable of subduing entire star regions. Only the ancestor of Wajishan gives me pause. The others are but insignificant beings, hardly worthy of mention. With the ancestor currently absent from the celestial realm, none can prevent me from taking Lu Ruyan. The emperor's voice, though calm, resonated with an air of supreme authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression brightened with joy. Congratulations, father, on your recent breakthrough. Your strength has undoubtedly surged. In the entire chaos realm, few could rival you now. If you establish your presence in the great Xia capital and harness the supreme fortune of our divine dynasty, none would dare provoke us. The emperor's true strength lies not solely in his cultivation, but in his ability to unify the fortune of the entire dynasty, which is why his name commands such respect across the chaos realm. Fear not, my grandson. I shall retrieve Lu Ruyan for you. The emperor's manifestation smiled before tearing through the void and stepping into the spatial portal. Let us await good news from your grandfather, Jiang Ning said to Luo. Indeed. Jiang Luo nodded, then approached to check on the well-being of his father and mother, concerned for the hardships they may have endured during their capture by the Tianyuan divine sect. The Wujishan Palace is situated upon a vast chaos continent, within the chaos realm. Alongside the great and minor worlds, akin to floating celestial bodies, there are numerous exposed plains devoid of atmospheric protection. The larger ones are referred to as chaos continents, while the smaller are known as chaos islands. Together, the great worlds, minor worlds, chaos continents, chaos islands, and chaos mysteries contribute to the prosperity of the chaos realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the land, enveloping the entire chaos continent. In that instant, the emperor's divine form appeared, akin to a celestial deity, descending upon the Wujishan Palace. A five-clawed golden dragon coiled around him, enhancing his majestic presence. With the arrival of the Summer Emperor, let the Wujishan Palace bask in glory, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Having long anticipated the arrival of the emperor, the master of the infinite palace gracefully ascended to the starry expanse to greet him. Clad in white, he exuded an ethereal presence. Enough of this prattle, surrender the young girl you rescued, or you shall face the wrath that I can unleash. The emperor spoke in a solemn tone. To be candid, Lu Ruyan is the reincarnation of my junior sister, the unfeeling sage. In her previous life, she succumbed to mortal emotions, leading to the emergence of a formidable inner demon while practicing the supreme forgetting emotions technique. Consequently, she resorted to secret methods, risking her very existence to be reborn. I implore your majesty to show mercy and spare her this once. As for your grandson, Jiang Luo, the infinite heavenly palace is prepared to offer substantial compensation, the master of the infinite palace beseeched. It was revealed that Lu Ruyan's former self was indeed the unfeeling sage of the infinite heavenly palace. This elucidated why the esteemed ancestor Lingxian had chosen to forsake his deeper affections for Huoyun when faced with a critical decision at the Lingxian sacred land. He had no choice but to save Lu Ruyan, for her demise would mean forfeiting the support of the infinite heavenly palace. However, it was unforeseen that Lu Ruyan's fate would lead to the annihilation of the entire Tianyuan divine sect. The emperor pondered deeply, refraining from immediate judgment. Instead, he reached out telepathically to Jiang Luo. Luo, the infinite heavenly palace is willing to offer considerable compensation for you to spare Lu Ruyan. Would you consent to this? The sudden voice startled Jiang Luo, who had not expected his grandfather to reach out across such vast distances. Grandfather, I only wish to capture Lu Ruyan. I seek no compensation. Jiang Luo hastily conveyed his thoughts. What compensation could possibly be more precious than the divine pearl? Grandfather understands. Since the grandson has made a choice, the Emperor of Humanity shall naturally provide unconditional support. He cast a glance at the master of the Wujigong, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Our great Xia Divine Dynasty possesses boundless star domains, its foundation beyond imagination. Does my only grandson truly lack resources for cultivation? Let us dispense with idle chatter. Either surrender Lu Ruyan willingly, or I shall raise the supreme heavenly palace and seize her myself. At this moment, the Emperor of Humanity displayed his domineering resolve, decisive and unwavering. The five-clawed golden dragon roared in unison, emitting a resonant dragon's cry that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Xia Emperor, I acknowledge your prowess, yet you are merely an incarnation. Do you truly believe you can rescue anyone? Observing the Emperor's unwavering intent, the master of the Wujigong's expression darkened, and he spoke coldly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Wujigong is still a prestigious and immortal sect. The Emperor's actions are profoundly disrespectful. An incarnation alone is sufficient to subdue you. The Emperor replied, his demeanor exuding an air of disdainful superiority. should the true body of the emperor descend. This palace would naturally refrain from making a move. But as it stands, I would appreciate your guidance on a few matters. Instantly, thousands of sword shadows enveloped the master of the Wujigong, forming a circle that trapped him at the center, emanating an unfathomable might that tore through the void. You have indeed achieved remarkable insights into the Wujijian Tao. Quite commendable, the emperor praised. However, that is all it amounts to. An incarnation is fully capable of suppressing you. Boom. The golden dragon roared, a tremendous and terrifying imperial might erupting from the emperor's being. Truly, the emperor of a divine dynasty possesses such formidable strength even as an incarnation. The master of the Wujigong's countenance grew grim as he prepared to unleash his strongest sword strike to confront the emperor's incarnation. The master of the Wujigong concentrated the immense power of his swordsmanship into the Wujishing sword, subsequently unleashing dozens of terrifying sword energies directed at the emperor's incarnation. The essence of Wujigong lies in the void, where all is ephemeral, and heaven and earth can be transformed into one sword. Your swordsmanship remains merely at the surface level of wielding a blade. You have yet to grasp the true profundities of Wujiji. You are utterly unworthy and lack the qualifications to stand against me. Boom. A vast surge of imperial power erupted. In an instant, the master of the Wujigong's most powerful sword strike was obliterated. He was further sent flying by the emperor's overwhelming strength, spitting a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Not even a single strike could be withstood? The lord of the infinite palace's countenance changed dramatically, unable to reconcile with such a stark reality. He was aware of the formidable prowess of the emperor of the Great Xia, yet he never anticipated it to be of such an outrageous magnitude. A mere incarnation suffocated him, effortlessly vanquishing him. What now? Do you still wish to impede my taking away Lu Rian? The emperor's voice was chillingly indifferent. In the absence of the ancestor, there was no one capable of withstanding the emperor's might. The lord of the infinite palace's face turned ashen, a visage of utter dismay. Compared to the ancestor, the others in the infinite heavenly palace were significantly weaker. The awe-inspiring reputation of the infinite heavenly palace that once dominated the entire chaos realm relied solely on the ancestor's support. With fury, he retorted, "Emperor, do you not fear the enmity you provoke against my infinite palace? Enmity? Do you truly believe your infinite palace is worthy of it?" The emperor scoffed disdainfully. While the infinite palace was formidable, it paled in comparison to the divine dynasty with its imperial legacy. Observing that the ancestor had failed to subdue the emperor, he invoked another figure. Wu Qing has reincarnated, entangled in emotions with that individual. That person is notorious for his disregard for rules and possesses terrifying strength. His feelings for Wu Qing are profoundly intense. Are you, Emperor, truly unafraid of him? That individual undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the chaos realm. He once shared a bond with Lu Rian's former self, the saint of Wu Qing. Ultimately, the saint chose his path of indifference over love and the great Tao. Reincarnating and forgetting that past, diligently cultivating the supreme emotionless technique. Our great Xia divine dynasty has never been daunted by anyone, the emperor remarked nonchalantly. As if recalling a certain individual, Luo's backing is not solely reliant on myself. Should that man choose to intervene, it would not be impossible for him to suppress all opposition. The lord of the infinite palace was taken aback by the emperor's apparent lack of trepidation towards that individual, rendering his expression even more ghastly. Emperor, are you truly harboring animosity for your grandson Jiang Luo? Do you not fear for his potential demise? With no other recourse, the lord of the infinite palace resorted to threatening the younger generation, for one must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. The emperor replied with a cold chuckle. In a conflict amongst peers, according to the rules, it is not my place to interfere. However, should an elder dare to act against my grandson, I would not hesitate to ignite a chaotic war, spilling rivers of blood throughout the chaos realm. Battles among peers serve as a crucible for the growth of our younger generation. Without the experience of life and death struggles, how can they possibly mature and uphold the weight of a realm? Only by nurturing the younger generation can the enduring prosperity of a power be assured. Thus, if it were a contest among equals, even with deep affection for his grandson, the emperor would refrain from intervening. The world of cultivation is merciless, intolerant of the complacent and the inept. Emperor, you are overly confident. Does your grandson truly possess the ability to look down upon his peers? This generation is indeed a golden era, brimming with prodigious talents, unlike your son Jiang Ning's time, when potential dwindled and none among his peers could withstand a single strike from him. In this age, the Wujishan Palace has also produced numerous exceptional individuals. Among them, One stands out with astonishing innate abilities, ranking prominently on the celestial list and possessing the prowess to suppress his contemporaries. Named Wu Jie. His designation reflects the lofty expectations placed upon him. With a resounding slap, the Emperor of Humanity refrained from direct dialogue, instead delivering a sharp rebuke to the master of Wujishan Palace, sending him reeling and spilling blood, far from his original position. He then declared with authority, "Dare you threaten me? This shall serve as your punishment. If your Wujishan Palace harbors any outstanding talents, let them come forth. My grandson can withstand them all. With an unparalleled divine physique and a supreme imperial lineage, do you think my grandson is easily trifled with? Rest assured, it will not be long before my grandson Jiang Lan's name resounds throughout the chaos." Struck publicly, the master of Wujishan Palace's face flushed with indignation, his fury reaching its zenith. After all, he was the leader of an immortal sect, and the emperor's actions were utterly intolerable. "Hand over Lu Ruoyan at once. My patience is finite. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands, and blood will flow like rivers," the emperor stated calmly. Despite his profound resentment, the master of Wujishan Palace had no choice but to comply in the face of the emperor's overwhelming might. He promptly commanded that Lu Ruoyan be brought forth. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan appeared pale and filled with despair, having believed that her salvation lay within the Wujishan Palace. Little did she anticipate that even a revered immortal sect could not safeguard her. Falling into Jiang Luo's grasp, even if she were to survive, she would endure the fate of becoming her dog, suffering immense humiliation. While the Green Mountains remain, I shall fear not the absence of firewood. I must play my part well as this dog, to vex Jiang Luo. With the divine pearl in hand, grant me time, and I shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of the chaotic realm. Revenge upon Jiang Luo will come in due course, Lu Ruoyan resolved in her heart. Upon the return of the Wujishan ancestor, he conveyed to her that should she seek vengeance for her disciple, she could always seek him out. However, if he dared to lay a hand upon the emperor's descendants, he would learn the wrath of the emperor. Countless corpses would float upon the waters. After uttering these words, the emperor seized Lu Ruoyan and vanished into the starry expanse. You have heard it. The Summer Emperor is indeed excessively tyrannical. If you possess any semblance of dignity, seek justice for my Wujishan Palace. Whoever can defeat the Summer Emperor's grandson Jiang Luo shall become the future heir of the Wujishan Palace. The master of Wujishan Palace proclaimed, his countenance dark and filled with rage. Boom! The void erupted, and a towering, elongated figure materialized before the master of the Infinite Palace, bathed in divine radiance. He resembled a celestial deity standing resolutely, his aura akin to that of a true dragon, unmatched in strength. His flowing purple hair set him apart strikingly. He was none other than Wu Ji, the most formidable disciple of the Infinite Heavenly Palace. Master, I shall defeat the grandson of the Emperor and vindicate the honor of the Infinite Heavenly Palace, Wu Ji proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This was a testament to his innate talent and immense strength. Very well, I shall await your auspicious tidings, the master replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In his heart, he thought, Emperor, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall surely be repaid through your grandson in due time. At the ruins of the Heavenly Origin Divine Sect, a thunderous sound erupted as a vortex of time and space manifested in the sky. Grandfather has returned so swiftly, he mused. Jiang Luo felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain whether his grandfather had captured Lu Ruoyan. This matter held significant implications for his acquisition of the second divine pearl, and his heart raced with apprehension. Ha, Luo, I have brought Lu Ruoyan back. The emperor's laughter echoed, followed by the abrupt throwing of Lu Ruoyan at Jiang Luo's feet. This delighted Jiang Luo, for the second divine pearl was now within his grasp. All he needed was to find a moment to eliminate Lu Ruoyan privately. Once the master perished, the pearl would automatically become a possession without an owner. To his astonishment, Lu Ruoyan, ethereal and cold as if descended from the heavens, knelt before him, shedding her former haughty demeanor. Luo, I was wrong. Misled by others, I sought to eliminate both my father and you for the sake of my cultivation. Please forgive me this once, for the sake of our past bond. Lu Ruoyan knelt before Jiang Luo, her demeanor pitiful and pleading. Any ordinary man would likely feel his heart soften at such a sight. Yet, observing Lu Ruoyan's feigned humility, Jiang Luo merely scoffed. What kind of sycophant was he? The moment a woman admitted her faults, one would hastily forgive her. Such individuals were foolish. Father, I have wronged you, and Luo, my actions were compelled. Had I not eradicated my inner demon, my practice of the supreme forgetting emotion technique would surely lead me astray. Jiang Ning remained unmoved by her words. Lu Rian quickly shifted her hopes to Jiang Xiao, knowing well the depth of their father-daughter bond. Perhaps he would intercede on her behalf. This matter is entirely in Luo's hands. You need not plead with me. Some actions, once taken, must be accepted along with their consequences. And one cannot blame others for them. Jiang Xiao spoke with an unmistakable indifference. Though her heart was filled with reluctance, he was, after all, the infamous butcher of the Great Li, a blood-soaked executioner who had claimed the lives of millions. How could he possibly show compassion, extending a plea for this venomous woman? Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale. She clenched her teeth, resolving firmly in her mind. Should Luo Di consider this leniency towards me, harboring unresolved grievances? I am willing to become your loyal hound, submissively at your beck and call, without daring to resist in the slightest. To be reduced to a mere hound is the utmost humiliation. Yet, for the sake of survival and the possibility of future vengeance, I must willingly accept such degradation. A cold laugh welled up within her. To serve as his hound? In truth, it is merely a desire for my beauty. Otherwise, the daughter of 16 would not have found herself by Jiang Luo's side. Lu Ruyan remained confident in her celestial beauty, knowing that even the most ordinary man would find it difficult to resist. Jiang Luo's desire for her own body is not an unusual matter. Lu Ruyan, since you're so shameless, then remain by my side for the time being and act as a loyal companion. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. Initially, he had no intention of publicly slaying Lu Ruyan to obtain the divine pearl. After all, it was a matter of great significance, representing his most formidable trump card. Until he had matured sufficiently, he would not divulge this secret to anyone. Since you wish to act like a dog, let me hear you bark a couple of times. Jiang Luo remarked. Having nearly lost his life due to this woman, he felt compelled to humiliate her first. He was not a person of saintly disposition. What woof? Lu Ruyan shed tears of humiliation. Jiang Luo nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the emperor's avatar prepared to depart. Luo, my avatar must take its leave now. Following this, your parents will escort you to the divine capital of the Great Xia. We shall meet again, my grandson, the emperor chuckled gently. I bid farewell to you, grandfather. Jiang Luo replied with a respectful bow. Now that you have attained the supreme divine body, you must have begun your cultivation of the supreme scriptures, correct? The emperor smiled knowingly, clearly aware of Qing Li's circumstances. Before his departure, he bestowed upon you a fragment of imperial energy to aid in the formation of your divine cauldron. With that, he extended a finger towards Jiang Luo. Suddenly, a surge of magnificent imperial energy flooded into Jiang Luo's being. Jiang Luo promptly assumed a meditative posture, channeling the supreme scriptures for his cultivation. Shortly thereafter, a resounding boom echoed as a radiant golden cauldron emerged above his head, ensconced by a majestic five-clawed golden dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of imperial authority. Jiang Luo has successfully ascended to the realm of the five cauldrons, having condensed 5 divine cauldrons. It is essential to note that each cauldron he has forged is a divine artifact, imbued with immense power. Consequently, his advancement through a minor boundary signifies a far greater enhancement in strength compared to ordinary practitioners of the Danding realm. Such formidable power. Clenching his fists and savoring the overwhelming force coursing through him, Jiang Luo smiled with exhilaration. Luo, grandfather has departed. The emperor's divine form tore through the starry sky, then vanished without a trace. Father, mother, let us journey together to the divine capital of Great Xia, where the environment for cultivation is far superior. Jiang Luo remarked. He was aware that it was time to return to the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Jiang Xiao smiled gently and said, let us not go. The Supreme Divine Dynasty stands as one of the most formidable forces in the world, and I, along with your mother, am but a mere insignificant figure. It is far more reassuring for us to reign over the Lingxian small world. He was acutely aware of their own frailty and did not wish to become a burden to Jiang Luo. The greater the power, the more intricate the circumstances within it. Despite Jiang Luo's repeated entreaties, the king remained resolute in his decision, prompting a deep sigh of resignation from him as he chose to yield. Since Jiang Xiao's mind was firmly made up, we shall first escort you back to the Lingxian small world. Subsequently, Jiang Ning tore through the fabric of the void, returning everyone to the Jin Nanwang mansion. Jiang Luo resolved to remain with his father and mother for 3 days before departing from the Lingxian small world. After all, this farewell was shrouded in uncertainty regarding when they would reunite. Jiang Xiao was the first person to make Jiang Luo feel the warmth of paternal love, leaving him with a tinge of reluctance. In the king of Junnan's residence, within Jiang Luo's chamber, he dismissed everyone, leaving only Lu Ruyan. It was time to eliminate Lu Ruyan and acquire the second divine pearl. With no one else around, a sense of foreboding gripped Lu Ruyan's heart. She understood that something was about to transpire. Had this lecher finally lost his restraint, driven by an insatiable desire for her body? Determined, she resolved to serve Jiang Luo well, to lower his guard and ensnare him, thus securing a future opportunity for vengeance. Lu Ruyan, come here. Jiang Luo spoke softly. As Lu Ruyan lifted her foot, intending to approach Jiang Luo furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent as she remarked, "Is it appropriate for a creature of your ilk to approach me?" Before her demise, Lu Ruyan sought to humiliate her. Lu Ruyan paused momentarily, a cold sneer forming within her heart. She decided to indulge Jiang Luo for the time being, biding her time until her strength was sufficient to repay her tormentor tenfold, even 100-fold, rendering her unable to live or die at her own will. Subsequently, she lowered herself to the ground, crawling on all fours until she reached Jiang Luo's presence, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Master. She had cast aside all remnants of shame and pride, prepared to shed her garments willingly. Yet, Jiang Luo's next words rendered her utterly speechless. Lu Ruyan, only now do I realize how despicable you are. Unworthy even of being a dog. I can only bring about your end. Jiang Luo revealed a smile, one that concealed a blade within its warmth. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, her voice escaping her lips in shock. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Luo. Was it not her own beauty that had captivated him? Despite her overt advances, her enchanting allure, why was he utterly unmoved? Master, you are not jesting with me, are you? Lu Ruyan's face drained of color, her body weakening. A genuine fear gripped her heart, apprehensive that Jiang Luo might indeed wish to harm her. If that were the case, the humiliation of her submission would be rendered utterly futile. She felt on the verge of tears from her mounting desperation. How could Jiang Luo be so fickle? Is it possible that he truly possesses no allure whatsoever? Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. When have I ever jested with you? Today, I shall take your life. There is no one around, and the secret of the divine pearl remains unknown to all. I am willing to serve you, to submit to your every whim. Do you not have a fondness for exquisite beauties? Lu Ruyan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I have an affinity for women, especially those of unparalleled beauty. The more, the merrier. However, at that time, you, Lu Ruyan, were not worthy of being counted among the ranks of such transcendent beauties. Jiang Luo did not hold back in his scornful remarks. Only the daughter of destiny is deemed worthy to be regarded as the unrivaled beauty that Jiang Luo covets. With the premise of drawing power from the daughter of destiny, it is inevitably destined to form a harem, though typically comprising only a handful, never exceeding 10. For readers who cannot accept the notion of a harem, the author is left with no recourse. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan erupted into a fit of laughter, realizing she had been played. The notion that by becoming your loyal servant, I might be granted mercy was merely a ruse to humiliate me in my final moments. I had been foolish enough to fall for it. A deep-seated resentment surged within her, wishing fervently to rend Jiang Luo into 1,000 pieces. Lu Ruyan, meet your demise. Jiang Ning showed no semblance of courtesy as he gathered his strength to suppress Lu Ruoyan. In a desperate bid for survival, Lu Ruoyan unleashed the full force of her 10 cauldrons, driven by an instinctual desire to resist. However, the disparity between her strength and Jiang Luo's was insurmountable. She was utterly unable to withstand his assault, and blood spewed from her mouth. In the throes of life and death, a sudden awakening of memories occurred. She finally comprehended her true identity. No wonder the Magician Palace had intervened to rescue her. After obtaining the divine pearl, Lu Ruoyan had only awakened the memories of the Taishang forgetting emotion technique through its power. This time, forced by the brink of death, she fully awakened the consciousness of her former life as the emotionless saint. Jiang Luo, I have awakened the memories of my past life. I am the emotionless saint of the Magician Palace. Once, I fell in love, allowing emotions to cloud my judgment, which led to the emergence of inner demons and the cessation of my path to greatness. Unwilling to accept this fate, I chose to reincarnate. The one I loved was a madman. Upon learning of my demise at your hands, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you, relentless and unyielding. Even with your formidable background, it will be difficult to thwart his assassination attempts. Lu Ruoyan spoke weakly, clutching at her last thread of hope. That man was exceptionally powerful, rivaling even the emperors of the Divine Dynasty. A madman? Let him come. I welcome the challenge, Jiang Luo replied with indifference, a smile gracing his lips. No one would deter him from his resolve to acquire the second divine pearl. With the pearl in hand, he would swiftly enhance his strength, and at that point, he would fear no one. He then unleashed the might of 5 divine cauldrons, overwhelming Lu Ruoyan with a force that intensified her agony. Her body beginning to tear as her life force rapidly waned. "Jiang Luo, you will accompany me in death." Lu Ruoyan screamed in defiance, her heart filled with resentment. The divine pearl was still in the process of cooling and recharging. Had it been ready, she might have taken Jiang Luo with her, descending together into hell. Ultimately, consumed by bitterness, despair, and profound hatred, Lu Ruoyan collapsed into a pool of her own blood. The divine pearl, which had granted her formidable power and talent, had become both her blessing and her curse. Had she not obtained it, she would not have awakened the Taishang forgetting emotion technique. Nor would she have exhibited such extraordinary prowess that led her to seek the demise of Jiang Xiao and his son. In the end, it was all the will of fate. With Lu Ruoyan's death, the divine pearl hidden within her body transformed into an object without an owner, soaring from her corpse to hover in the air. The second divine pearl. Jiang Luo trembled with excitement, swiftly seizing the second divine pearl. He settled into a meditative posture, commencing the process of refinement. Before long, he successfully assimilated the pearl, and a torrent of profound information surged into his mind. At last, he comprehended the pearl's significance. Firstly, it could assist in cultivating each grand realm to its utmost limit, enabling Lu Ruoyan to reach the 10th cauldron realm. Secondly, it granted an instantaneous enhancement of one's strength severfold, albeit with a cool-down period of 1 month. Acquiring this second divine pearl was truly akin to gaining wings, bringing me immense joy. Jiang Luo burst into joyous laughter. The second divine pearl, he designated as the limitless divine pearl. Suddenly, the 2 divine pearls suspended in his mind erupted simultaneously with a brilliant divine light. A beam of radiance connected the 2 pearls, causing them to spin rapidly within his consciousness. An influx of information surged into his mind once more. It became evident that the divine pearls could indeed enhance one another. Jiang Luo was elated, utterly taken aback by the unexpected surprise of acquiring the second divine pearl. With the augmentation of the limitless pearl, the talent pearl significantly enhanced his comprehension, reaching an extraordinarily formidable level. At that moment, as Jiang Luo perused other martial arts and techniques, he distinctly felt that they had become remarkably simpler, making cultivation significantly easier. Thus, it appeared that the more divine pearls one obtained, the greater one's understanding became. Empowered by the talent pearl, the instantaneous enhancement of strength granted by the limitless pearl surged to 10-fold, with the cooldown period reduced to a mere 20 days. The more divine pearls acquired, the stronger the instantaneous boost in power and the shorter the recharge time. This exemplified the mutual reinforcement between the divine pearls. The greater the number of pearls obtained, the more formidable and prodigious one became. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The ability to unleash tenfold strength in an instant could serve as a powerful trump card for a decisive counterattack, one that he would not easily reveal to others. Jiang Ning emerged from the courtyard and conveyed the news of Lu Ruoyan's demise to Jiang Xiao, stating that Lu Ruoyan had intended to assassinate him, only to be subsequently slain by his hand. Jiang Xiao let out a sigh, uttering no words, merely instructing others to ensure that Lu Ruoyan was given a proper burial. After all, they shared a bond as father and daughter. He was not truly devoid of sentiment. The 3 days swiftly elapsed. The Jiang family is about to embark on their journey back to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. "Father, mother, do you truly not wish to accompany us?" Jiang Luo inquired once more. Jiang Xiao smiled softly. "In the Supreme Divine Dynasty, we are but humble and insignificant beings. It would not be appropriate to reign supreme in the Lingshan small world, would it? Henceforth, I shall strive to unify the Lingshan small world. I not only wish to avoid becoming a burden or encumbrance to Jiang Luo. Jiang Xiao is indeed a person of great pride. Unwilling to accept the role of one who needs protection, he aspires to forge a career of his own, with the unification of the Lingshan realm merely serving as his starting point." "MHM," Jiang Luo nodded, ceasing to press the matter further. "Brother Jiang, these are the resources I leave for you. I am grateful for your nurturing of Luo'er over the past 16 years. This kindness shall forever be etched in the hearts of my spouse and me." Jiang Ning handed a spatial ring to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Luo is also my son. What need is there for gratitude?" Without hesitation, he accepted the space ring, for indeed, cultivation necessitates resources. The chaotic flying vessel set sail, departing for the vast ocean of stars, amidst the reluctant farewells of Jiang Xiao and his wife. Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming excitement, as she was finally able to witness the most exceptional talents of the chaotic realm, competing alongside them in the same era. What a fascinating and exhilarating experience this was. Aboard the chaotic vessel, Jiang Luo unveiled the Tianyuan sacred sword, a treasure of the Tianyuan divine sect, the sole trophy he claimed. This is an immortal sacred weapon, renowned throughout the Tianyuan star domain. Once disassembled and charged, it is expected to grant him an innate sacred body of 7 or 8 stars. When the day arrives that he possesses myriad sacred bodies, who in the heavens could possibly rival him? Swiftly, the chaos-flying ship traversed the expanse of star domains, heading towards the distant Daxia divine capital. The disassembly of the Tianyuan sacred sword was completed, and the charging was a success. Physical constitution: innate primordial sword body, 7 stars. Innate primordial sword body, possessing an extraordinary talent in the sword path, naturally mastering the primordial sword chi. Observing the words inscribed on the divine pearl, Jiang Luo beamed with joy. As anticipated, he acquired an innate sacred body, augmenting his strength and hidden prowess. Currently, his endowed physical constitutions are as follows. Ordinary sacred bodies include the Battle Saint body, 6 stars, and the Purple Gold Thunder Eye, 6 stars. Innate sacred bodies include the innate primordial sword body, 7 stars. Chaos sacred bodies comprise the Chaos sacred body, 9 stars. His talents feature the Supreme God body, 10 stars. Clear Sword Heart, 5 stars. Divine Spear Path, 4 stars, and Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 2 stars. His bloodline boasts the Pure Blood Emperor bloodline, 9 stars. There are 6 kinds of talent constitutions and bloodlines above 6 stars, each capable of producing a peerless prodigy. It is astonishing that all of these have manifested in a single individual. The magnitude of this power is unfathomable. With only 6 thus far. When the day comes that he acquires thousands more, who among the myriad heavens could stand against him? Jiang Luo's face was adorned with a radiant smile, as her mind began to envision the arrival of that day. Father, I wish to pursue the path of the sword. Jiang Luo sought out Jiang Ning, requesting a tome on swordsmanship. With the innate physique of the primal chaos sword body and the talent of a clear sword heart, such gifts must not be squandered. Luo, are you not practicing spear techniques? You should understand the wisdom of not biting off more than you can chew. Jiang Ning advised his son. I merely wish to experiment and ascertain whether you possess an innate talent for the swordsmanship. If such a talent exists, you may consider transitioning to the path of the sword. Jiang Luo casually remarked, very well. Jiang Ning nodded and replied, within the void scripture, there exists a fragmented sword technique. Through my explorations and insights, I have devised a new sword manual called the Void Sword Scripture. Today, I shall impart it to you. Upon receiving the Void Sword Scripture, Jiang Luo eagerly retreated into seclusion for his cultivation. The Void Sword Scripture, having been derived from the Imperial Scripture, is undoubtedly a formidable and fearsome sword technique. 3 days later, Jiang Luo, leveraging his heightened perceptiveness and the innate mixed Yuan sword body, along with his extraordinary talent for clarity of sword intention, has successfully cultivated the Void Sword Scripture to a foundational level. Such rapid progress would undoubtedly astonish Jiang Ning if he were to become aware of it. Jiang Luo wielded his finger as if it were a sword, concentrating the essence of sword energy. With a resounding chime, a dark-hued sword energy materialized at his fingertip. This was the void sword chi he had meticulously cultivated. Almost immediately, he summoned another blade of azure energy on the fingertip of his other hand, representing the primordial sword chi. Subsequently, Jiang Luo merged these 2 forms of sword energy into one. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the very fabric of the void, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force. What an astonishing strike! Jiang Luo was elated. The fused sword energy was named the primordial void sword chi. Its power was not merely doubled but had increased severalfold. In addition to the thunder annihilation gun technique, I had acquired yet another formidable killing move. In battle, it is not solely a contest of cultivation level, talent, or treasured weapons. One must also compare the techniques honed in practice. A powerful killing move can exponentially enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Just as Jiang Luo continued to comprehend the Void Sword Classic, he was called out by Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiaoya. Father, mother, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Luo spoke. Jiang Ning remarked, the star domain we currently traverse is known as the Skywind Star Domain, home to the Swiftwind Sword Sect. At this opportune moment, the realm of winds has opened, and I wish to take you there in hopes of fortune, to see if we can forge the Wind Divine Cauldron. The realm of winds is a chaotic secret realm, teeming with an abundance of exotic winds. These winds harbor immense energy and are exceedingly rare treasures. The realm of winds, the exotic winds? Jiang Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps this peculiar wind is a unique substance capable of energizing the talent divine pearl. Thus, he nodded resolutely, and we set forth. Jiang Ning smiled lightly. And then I shall present the door plaque. The Windsword sect stands as the supreme sovereign of the Tianfeng Star domain, originally named the Three-Sword sect. It was established by three formidable figures who had ascended to the realm of laws, the Windsword Saint, and the. However, for reasons unknown, the legacies of the and the vanished, leaving only the heritage of the Windsword Saint. Consequently, the Three-Sword sect was renamed the Windsword sect. In the vast world of Tianfeng, at the foot of the Windsword sect's mountain gate lies Wind City, now bustling with a multitude of influential figures. Immortal sects. Imperial clans, families established by quasi-emperors, while those founded by true emperors are termed supreme imperial clans, ancient royal lineages. And even mystical beings have all sent their younger generations to seek entry into the Wind Realm. Typically, the Windsword sect opts to grant free admission to top-tier forces, thereby forging extensive connections. Conversely, for lesser factions, such affiliations hold little value. They are required to pay a substantial entrance fee to gain access. The Windsword sect profits immensely from the entrance fees alone, as those cultivating wind attributes are compelled to concede to their demands in pursuit of a rare wind. At this moment, all eyes were drawn skyward. An elderly man clad in a long green robe, accompanied by a retinue, hovered in the air as if awaiting the arrival of an esteemed guest. The leader was none other than the sect master of the Windsword sect, a pinnacle quasi-saint. The others, adorned in the garb of the sect's influential elders, seemed to be welcoming an eminent personage. The spectacle astonished the onlookers in Wind City. Suddenly, a colossal chaotic flying vessel pierced the heavens. Shortly thereafter, four figures emerged, a handsome man and a woman of ethereal beauty, leaving the crowd spellbound. The arrival of the prince of the great Xiao dynasty illuminated the Windsword sect with grandeur. The sect master greeted him with a warm smile, while the other elders bowed in reverence. My goodness, it is indeed a member of the royal family of the great Xiao Divine Dynasty. The Prince Ning? Incredible! It is the black-clad divine King Jiang Ning, the one who has dominated an era, consistently holding the top spot on the celestial rankings since his debut, instilling fear in all who dared to challenge him, an unparalleled prodigy, the black-clad divine king. The crowd was utterly astonished. Among them were numerous admirers of Jiang Ning. His unparalleled legend and astonishing talents had long echoed throughout the chaos realm, establishing him as a monumental figure deserving of reverence. After all, in any era, there had never been a peer capable of matching him even in a single move. It was truly remarkable. Many fans, overwhelmed with excitement, were beside themselves with joy at the sight of the black-clad divine king. Jiang Ning had always donned black attire, and the title of divine is one of the highest honorifics. Moreover, he was the king of the great Xiao Divine Dynasty, thus earning the moniker of the black-clad divine king. The master of the Gale sect expressed his courtesy, stating, "I have come to intrude with my wife and children." Jiang Ning smiled politely, revealing that the woman in white was none other than the wife of the black-clad divine king, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Many women who admired Jiang Ning wore expressions filled with envy and jealousy, silently lamenting why the woman by the black-clad divine king's side was not themselves. Had they known that Dugu Xiaoye was the renowned first beauty of chaos, the holy maiden of the moon, their hearts would have been liberated from any envy. For her excellence was such that it inspired admiration rather than jealousy. She and the black-clad divine king, Jiang Ning, were undoubtedly a match made in heaven. Moreover, the young man accompanying them must surely be the son of the black-clad divine king. He possessed striking good looks, reminiscent of the divine king in his youth. Yet his talents remained a mystery. One could only hope he would not tarnish the illustrious reputation of the black-clad divine king. It was indeed enviable that he had the fortune to be born as the son of such a figure. In the realm of rebirth, I would concede my admiration solely to him, with no exceptions. Thanks to Jiang Ning, even Jiang Luo, who had just stepped out of the Lingxin small world and had yet to establish any reputation, garnered considerable attention. Haha. Congratulations to the Ning King for finding his beloved son. This is truly a cause for celebration, chuckled the lord of the Swiftwind sect. The events that transpired in the divine capital of the great Xia had long been the talk of the town. As the leader of an immortal sect, how could he be unaware of the disappearance of the Ning King's son? At that moment, a young man clad in blue stepped forward, accompanied by a youth of tender years. The boy sported an explosive mane of hair, which set him apart. The blue-clad youth approached with a smile, saying, "Ning King, we meet again." He was none other than Zhou Long, the strongest prodigy from the previous generation of the Swift Wind Sword sect. Jiang Ning shook his head, perplexed, and inquired, "My good sir, do we happen to be acquainted?" He bore no recollection whatsoever. The figure in blue was momentarily taken aback, her complexion flushing crimson as a forced smile crept upon her lips. Internally seething with rage, she thought to herself, despite my defeat all those years ago, how could Jiang Ning be so dismissive? He completely disregarded my presence. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Ning seemed to recall something. "Ah, I remember now. You are Zhou Long. I sincerely apologize. I tend not to retain memories of opponents whom I effortlessly dispatch with a mere flick of my hand." Although Jiang Ning wore a countenance of regret, Zhou Long perceived it as nothing short of blatant mockery and humiliation. "Prince Ning," he thought, "after losing to you all those years ago, I have come to understand that I shall never surpass you in this lifetime. However, I am not one to easily concede defeat. Though I may not be your equal, if my son can vanquish yours, I shall consider myself victorious." He then smiled as he introduced the young man beside him. "This is my son, Zhou Xiao. At the tender age of 18, he has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, making him the most formidable genius of our generation in the Swift Wind Sword sect. His Swift Wind Sword technique has even attained the profound level of mastery. I wonder if he might be fortunate enough to receive guidance from Prince Ning's heir?" Prince Ning's son, having lost his imperial bloodline and grown up outside, had only reached the Danding realm. Should Zhou Xiao publicly defeat him, it would serve as a fitting retribution for past grievances. Years ago, when Zhou Long challenged Prince Ning, he was met with disdain, told he was unworthy of such a challenge. Ultimately, he had been forced to take action, only to be sent flying with a single strike, an experience that left him feeling humiliated and belittled, unable to restore his own honor. He could only place his hopes upon his son. "Zhou Long, you must not be disrespectful," admonished the leader of the Swiftwind sect. "Prince Ning's heir is merely at the Danding realm. Is it not an act of bullying for Xiao to challenge him?" On the surface, this was a reprimand, yet it subtly belittled Prince Ning's son in comparison to Zhou Xiao. Zhou Long replied with a smile, "A tiger's cub does not grow into a mere dog. Prince Ning, you fought at a higher level with ease, much like one would eat or drink. I trust that your son will not be lacking in prowess." He continued, "Of course, if the young master is fearful and dares not engage, then let us consider this conversation void." Zhou Xiao pointed at Jiang Luo and coldly declared, "I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Should Prince Ning's heir publicly decline, he would suffer a loss of face. Observing the sarcasm and derision emanating from Zhou Long and Zhou Xiao, Jiang Luo simply smiled faintly. "Your father lacked the qualifications to challenge my father. Today, you too lack the standing to challenge me." At this, Zhou Xiao scoffed. "Are you afraid? Hence your audacious words?" Jiang Luo shook his head dismissively and remarked, "You cannot even withstand a single strike from me." "What?" Zhou Yasu exclaimed in fury. "Do you dare to claim that I cannot counter your attack? Such arrogance! Your reluctance to engage reveals you to be a cowardly turtle, a mere braggart who speaks lofty words without the courage to act." He drew his sword and pointed it menacingly at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. "Since you have said so, I must take action." With a resounding impact, he unleashed a simple yet powerful punch directed at Zhou Yasu. The terrifying force twisted the very fabric of the void. Zhou Yasu's expression shifted subtly, realizing that the son of the Prince of Ning was far from ordinary. He promptly executed the fierce wind-severing strike from the Gale Sword technique, instantly transforming into a tempest of sword energy that enveloped Jiang Luo. A thunderous crash echoed shortly thereafter, and Zhou Yasu was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. He coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his body battered and in disarray. "What is this? Just a single move?" Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. "Ha! Zhou Yasu truly overestimated himself, daring to challenge the son of the black-clad god king, only to invite his own suffering. A tiger begets no dog." The son of the black-clad god king is indeed a paragon of excellence. Hey, while we may not be able to pursue the black-clad god king, perhaps chasing after his son could yield success for us. At that moment, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Jiang Luo remarked coolly, "I merely stated the obvious. You cannot even withstand a single move from me. What a waste of time." Du Gu Xiaoya interjected with a mocking tone, "You are indeed correct. Like father, like son. You are no match for my husband, and your son is no rival to mine." This left Zhou Long with a grim expression, thoroughly embarrassed. Zhou Yasu, filled with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, his anger reaching its zenith. This incident had truly stripped them of all dignity. "Prince Ning, We have prepared splendid guest rooms for you. Please follow me. The leader of the Stormwind sect hastily interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Thank you, Jiang Ning replied with a smile, before departing with his wife and child. Just before leaving, Jiang Luo inadvertently cast a glance at a young man clad in black, whose handsome face bore an air of determination. He carried a massive axe on his back. Within the Divine Pearl of Destiny, a line of text emerged, Child of Fortune, Xiao Feng, capable of devouring and energizing. Jiang Luo was taken aback, realizing that the Child of Fortune had made his appearance. A smile broke across his face as he contemplated how to absorb that fortune for himself. This would grant him an innate talent of at least 10 stars. The Crown Prince of Ning, indeed formidable, was a match for none in the current generation of the Swift Windsword sect, renowned for its exceptional talent. Such immense talent, coupled with a powerful background, was truly enviable. Observing Jiang Luo's silhouette, Xiao Feng felt a pang of admiration. As an ordinary individual without any influential backing, he had endured countless tribulations to attain resources that were easily accessible to the sons of noble families. Fortunately, his share of fortuitous encounters had led him to his current achievements. The imperial family of the great Emperor's Divine Dynasty was not one to tolerate idleness. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within Xiao Feng's mind. Yet, do not underestimate yourself. With the inheritance of the wind-devouring technique from my Wind God sect, there will come a day when you will stand equal to these prodigies of the imperial clans. The opening of the Wind Realm is your opportunity for ascendance. As long as you devour sufficient exotic winds, the wind-devouring technique will continue to grow, and your realm will rise accordingly. The rarest exotic wind within the Wind Realm is the legendary Heavenly Extremity Wind. It remains to be seen if you will have the chance to acquire it. Xiao Feng nodded, casting his gaze upon an ancient ring adorning his finger, which bore the insignia of a mighty wind. Master, I shall strive with all my might. What does it matter if the Crown Prince of Ning stands before me? I, Xiao Feng, shall not be inferior to you in the future. His fist clenched tightly, his expression resolute. With a steadfast character and an indomitable spirit, he would never be defeated by adversity. The heirs of these grand powers were merely starting from a higher point. By exerting tenfold the effort they did, he would have the opportunity to catch up. Good, chuckled the Elder Wind. Now this is the disciple I cherish. Elder Wind was the last patriarch of the Wind God sect. However, the sect had been destroyed, leaving him with only a remnant soul as he fled with the Wind God ring. He had entrusted all his hopes for vengeance upon this disciple. The Swift Wind Sword sect prepared the finest guest accommodations for Jiang Ning and his companions. Young master, please enter, Lu Zian said, extending her delicate, jade-like hands to gently push open the door. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, she exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a gentle breeze through slender bamboo, her elegance unparalleled. Upon entering the room, Lu Zian began to prepare a warm bath, ready to attend to Jiang Luo's needs. Soon, both had shed their garments and found solace within the embrace of the bath. Jiang Luo closed his eyes, relishing the exquisite service of the enchanting beauty before him. Alas, it is a pity that he is the child of fortune, not the daughter of destiny. He must be eliminated. In Jiang Luo's heart, he mused quietly. The arrival of the child of destiny did not incite urgency within him. Rather, he pondered ways to eliminate this threat at the opportune moment. He was confident that their paths would inevitably cross within the Wind Realm. Moreover, it was not prudent to strike down the individual immediately upon meeting. He needed to gradually deplete the child's fortune until it reached a critical threshold, allowing him to strike decisively and let the Divine Pearl absorb the fortune thereafter. Zian, shall we commence our cultivation? Jiang Luo smiled. Lu Zian shyly nodded. Possessing the Sixine body, she could swiftly elevate her cultivation level while practicing the undulating technique, which proved highly beneficial. After a period of cultivation, Lu Zian made significant progress, almost stepping into the realm of celestial beings. In contrast, Jiang Luo had only solidified some foundational aspects without making any strides forward. This was the price of cultivating the supreme scriptures. Traditional methods of cultivation were utterly inadequate for him to successfully condense the divine cauldron. He required extraordinary and potent materials or energies as mediums to facilitate his breakthrough. Thus, Jiang Ning had urged Jiang Luo to enter the Wind Realm, seeking opportunities to condense the Wind Divine Cauldron. The Wind Realm would officially open in 3 days. According to the regulations of the Gale Sword sect, only those under the age of 30 from the younger generation of cultivators were permitted entry. This was also the reason why various factions dispatched their prodigies. After all, the younger generation possessed limited cultivation prowess and would not inflict significant losses upon the Wind Realm. The Gale Sword sect could thus safeguard this treasure trove and continue to reap profits. My lord, it is rumored that within Wind City, there exists a delicacy known as wind spirit fish. While other fish grow in water, the wind spirit fish thrives in the air, resulting in its exquisitely flavorful flesh. Tonight, I shall prepare a braised fish for you. Lu Ziyan dutifully addressed Jiang Luo, smiling as she spoke. Go ahead. Jiang Luo nodded. Upon reaching the marketplace, Lu Ziyan headed straight for the wind spirit fish shop, the only one of its kind in the entire Wind City. The wind spirit fish was remarkably swift and difficult to catch, rendering it scarce and exceedingly expensive. However, for Jiang Luo, no matter the cost of ingredients, he could afford them. Coincidentally, only the last fish remained that day. As she negotiated the price and was about to make the purchase, a group of people approached. At the forefront stood a young man, exuding an imposing and commanding presence. I'll take that wind spirit fish. Be gone, he declared arrogantly, his demeanor brazen and overbearing. Lu Ziyan frowned slightly, casting a discontented glance at the young man. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Haha. The young man laughed, perceiving her words as the greatest jest. First come, first served? In my worldview, such a concept does not exist. Whatever I desire shall undoubtedly belong to me. Arrogance knows no bounds. Who do you think you are? The sheer audacity of the opponent nearly pushed Lu Ziyan to the brink of explosion. The non-Li imperial clan. The Jiang family, Jiang Xiao. I shall take this wind spirit fish. Do you dare to object? This is a family with the legacy of a quasi-emperor, undeniably powerful. Hence, Jiang Xiao exhibits such brazen arrogance and tyranny. I am but a maidservant to the crown prince of Ning. This wind spirit fish is for my young master. Do you dare to impede me? Do you wish to court death? Lu Ziyan uttered coldly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiao continued to laugh haughtily. You are merely a lowly maidservant, daring to flaunt your authority in front of a direct descendant of the imperial clan. This slap is a lesson for your disrespect towards your elders. Subsequently, Jiang Xiao delivered a resounding slap across Lu Ziyan's face. He was infuriated. How could a maid have the audacity to assert herself before him? It left him feeling utterly humiliated. Lu Ziyan's eyes turned crimson as she covered her cheek, her fury reaching its zenith. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she chose to endure, turning away to leave. She was no match for this group, and remaining would only invite further humiliation. Jiang Xiao spat disdainfully. A mere maid dares to intimidate me? She must be tired of living. He could not fathom that the crown prince of Ning would show any respect to someone from the imperial lineage. Lu Ziyan had just returned. Jiang Luo gazed at the handprint on his face, and his expression darkened instantly. Ziyan, what on earth transpired? Jiang Luoxin tenderly caressed her cheek, and in an instant, the wounds upon her face healed. How dare anyone lay a hand on his beloved? Do they not value their lives? Young master. Lu Ziyan recounted the events with a sense of grievance. Jiang Luo gently spoke. Do not feel wronged. I will stand up for you. Lu Ziyan expressed her concerns. But he is a direct descendant of the imperial family. I fear that I may bring trouble to my lord. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. Speaking with unabashed arrogance, the mere non-Li imperial clan is nothing but a triviality in my eyes. Ignoring Lu Ziyan's objections, he seized her hand and departed the room, displaying his protective nature. At the Fengyu Tower, Jiang Xiao invited several friends to indulge in the exquisite wind spirit fish, boasting about his own exploits before them. He had slapped the maid of the crown Prince Ning Wang, indignantly exclaiming, How dare such a lowly maid act insolently before me, unable to recognize her own place. As he drank, his voice boomed loudly. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the entire Fengyu Tower. What is happening? The crowd's expression shifted dramatically as they looked up, witnessing a colossal hand descending from the heavens, crashing down upon the tower with immense force. Run! The crowd exerted every ounce of strength to flee. With a resounding crash, the Fengyu Tower was reduced to mere ruins. Moments later, Jiang Luo descended from above, accompanied by Lu Ziyan. His tall, elegant figure exuded an extraordinary charm, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Jiang Xiao, the crown prince Ning Wang, paled noticeably. You are well aware she is my maid. How dare you strike her? Jiang Luo's voice was imbued with an icy indifference, resonating with an undercurrent of lethal intent. She was merely a maid. Yet did the crown prince of Ning truly disregard the dignity of the non-Li imperial clan? Jiang Xiao's expression soured as he spoke. Even a mere dog at my side holds more value than all the members of your non-Li imperial clan combined. Jiang Luo spoke indifferently. You. This nearly drove Jiang Xiao to the brink of fury. If you struck her, I shall return the blow. Life and death are left to fate. Jiang Luo spoke no further, summoning a magnificent golden hand, poised to strike at Jiang Xiao. Despite Jiang Xiao's age, he was no match for even Zhou Yasu, making it impossible for him to defend against such an assault. Crown Prince Ning, cease your actions. At that moment, a voice filled with fury and age echoed through the air. It was an elder from the Nanli imperial clan intervening. Ha ha ha, my uncle has arrived. I need not fear for my life any longer, Jiang Xiao exclaimed with palpable excitement. The pressure exerted by the Crown Prince Ning had been overwhelmingly intense, leaving him drenched in sweat. No one can impede my desire to eliminate those I wish to. Jiang Luo's expression was frigid, devoid of any hesitation as she struck towards Jiang Xiao with a resounding slap. You dare, young one. Her voice seethed with fury as she made her move. What business do you have intervening in the affairs of juniors? Do you truly believe that the imperial family of Great Xia is without capable members? At that moment, Jiang Ning intervened, deftly deflecting the impending attack. No, Jiang Xiao screamed in terror, unable to fathom that he might pay with his life for tormenting a mere maidservant. With a thunderous crash, his body was reduced to a mist of blood. Very well, Prince Ning. You uttered those words. The conflicts of the younger generation are not to be interfered with by their elders. Await your reckoning. At this juncture, a venerable voice echoed with profound rage. For the sake of a maid, one would slaughter the direct lineage of the non-Li imperial clan. Such insolence is intolerable. This grievance, no matter what, is hard to swallow. In conflicts among peers, elders naturally refrain from intervening. Let any prodigy of the non-Li imperial clan come forth, and we shall see. Jiang Luo, filled with unparalleled arrogance, spoke with commanding authority. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. The crown prince of the Ning kingdom, in a fit of rage for a maidservant, executed members of the non-Li imperial clan, becoming a celebrated tale in Wind City. Many women looked upon Lu Zian with great envy. At last, 3 days have passed. The chaotic secret realm, the Wind Domain, is about to be unveiled. In the chamber where Jiang Luo resided in Wind City, he said, Luoer, the Wind Domain is about to open, and your mother and I will accompany you there. Jiang Ning spoke. The realm of wind is a chaotic secret domain, suspended amidst the stars. We must first depart from the heavenly wind, great world. Exercise utmost caution. Should we encounter peril, we must be prepared. Dugu Xiaoya wore a concerned expression, for once her son vanished from her sight, a mother's instinct compelled her to worry. Father. Mother, I bear the mark of the black lotus upon my brow. As long as it is not a supreme being intervening, my safety should remain assured. Jiang Luo chuckled. Furthermore, the prodigies who enter the realm of wind are not exceptionally formidable. I possess ample confidence to surpass them all. The black lotus mark of Qing Li is indeed powerful, a feat that even I cannot achieve. Jiang Ning could not help but express his admiration. However, the chaotic secret realm is, after all, one of the most perilous locations. Remember not to be overly ambitious. It is sufficient to forge the wind god cauldron. Indeed. Jiang Luo nodded, smiling. Father, rest assured, I value my life more than anyone else. Young master, may I accompany you inside? At that moment, Lu Zian implored. Zian, you should remain here. This time, there may be those who will target me, and your presence would pose a risk. Moreover, without the cultivation of a celestial being, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the raging winds within the wind realm. Jiang Luo declined. Should he take the life of Jiang Xiao, the non-Li imperial clan would undoubtedly retaliate, dispatching their own prodigies into the realm of wind to confront him. I, Lu Zian, felt a twinge of sadness. Bowing my head in despair, I was unable to assist my lord. Although I am the daughter of fortune, blessed with formidable talent, I am still at the nascent stage with limited resources, naturally falling short of the heirs from the great powers. Furthermore, I do not possess a golden opportunity akin to Jiang Luo's. However, grant me a moment, for as one endowed with great fortune, I shall surely surpass my peers and ascend into the ranks of the supreme prodigies. Zian, accompany me in your cultivation, with your innate talent. You shall make remarkable strides in no time, thus becoming a support for Luoer, Dugu Xiaoya said, noticing Zian's distress and immediately offering her comfort with a smile. Thank you, my lady, Lu Zian replied, her face brightening with excitement. In the city of Wind, the residence of the non-Li imperial clan, Zhang Ling spoke coldly. Waiter, Whether we can restore the honor of the non-Li imperial clan depends on you this time. He was the esteemed elder of the non-Li clan. Jiang Wei responded confidently. Though the Prince of Ning is formidable, he is merely at the Danding realm, whereas I have already advanced into the inscription realm, having condensed the path of fire within me. My purpose in entering the realm of wind is to forge the path of wind. How could the Prince of Ning possibly be my adversary? Clad in a flowing green gown, she appeared both elegant and graceful, her figure tall and lithe. Very well. Let the Prince of Ning know that the non-Li imperial clan is not to be trifled with. Zhang Ling's gaze turned frigid. At the city lord's mansion, the Swift Wind Sword sect also dispatched dozens of disciples. Although Zhou Yasu was the most gifted, his youth rendered him less experienced compared to some elder brothers and sisters. Thus, among the numerous disciples, 2 inscription realm practitioners joined the expedition. The Prince of Ning has humiliated us. We must avenge this grievance. Though we cannot kill him due to his status, should we encounter him, we shall do our utmost to hinder him from acquiring any of the exotic winds. Zhou Long declared publicly. Even if we cannot slay him, causing him discomfort will still provide us with some satisfaction. The great Supreme Divine Dynasty would not take offense against the Swift Wind Sword sect over such a trivial matter. Yes, the disciples responded in unison with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was also prepared, boarding the airship arranged by the Swift Wind Sword sect. His heart raced with excitement and anxiety. The realm of wind would undoubtedly be the crucible for his rise. The name Xiao Feng would one day eclipse those of the imperial clan prodigies, including the Prince of Ning, Jiang Luo. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless void ships, celestial vessels, and even chaotic skiffs departed from the city of wind, heading towards the realm of wind. Soon, they gathered before the entrance to this realm. The Lord of the Gale produced a token and invoked a series of arcane gestures, causing a brilliant explosion of light. The cosmos trembled in response, revealing a swirling vortex of space. This was the passage into the realm of wind. As the passage opened, a fierce gale surged forth, stinging the faces of those present. The realm of wind is now accessible. Life and death are fated, and fortune lies in the hands of destiny. Whether you seize the opportunities you desire depends solely on your own fortune, the Lord of the Gale proclaimed loudly. In that moment, all the young cultivators rushed eagerly towards the passage, as though being the first to enter the realm of wind would bestow upon them unparalleled fortune. Father, mother, I am entering, exclaimed Jiang Luo, transforming into a streak of light as he propelled himself forward. Upon entering the realm of wind, he was immediately engulfed by an expanse of unending gusts. The relentless winds battered his face, making it painful to endure, while his eyes struggled to remain open. And walking became an arduous task. His mind echoed with the howling of the tempest. As soon as they stepped into the realm of wind, the group dispersed. After all, the realm was filled with various strange winds, and there was no need for them to remain together, each setting off to seek their own fortunes. Jiang Luo's fortunes were rather favorable. Before long, he obtained a medium-grade anomalous wind known as Azure Lotus Tempest. This wind resembled a blooming azure lotus, and when unleashed, it would conjure a tempest of unprecedented ferocity, sweeping away all in its path. For other cultivators, acquiring such a treasure would likely prove arduous. However, with Jiang Luo's current prowess, he effortlessly subdued and claimed it. The peculiar substance, anomalous wind, charged 1. After the divine pearl devoured the Azure Lotus Tempest, a line of text materialized. As I had surmised, the anomalous wind indeed qualifies as a special substance capable of charging. Yet, the efficiency of this charging process seems rather abysmally low, with only one anomalous wind contributing a mere 1% charge. How many varieties of such winds must one conquer to complete a single charge? In the depths of his heart, Jiang Luo contemplated. Just as he intended to depart and continue his quest for a myriad of fiery runes materialized in the sky, shimmering brilliantly, coalescing into a cage that encircled them. Subsequently, a figure clad in a flowing green gown emerged from the tempest. Enveloped in blazing runes, she resembled an expansive ocean, swirling around her, emanating a powerful and overwhelming presence. Jiang Luo, she proclaimed, I am Zhang Wei of the non-Li imperial clan. You dared to slay my kin, Jiang Xiao, for the sake of a mere servant. Today, I shall subdue you, so you may understand that the non-Li imperial clan is not to be trifled with. Zhang Wei spoke with an air of haughtiness, her demeanor cold and exuding an ethereal strength. Many have sought to overpower me, yet you lack the requisite qualifications. Jiang Luo spoke coldly. Indeed, the people from the southern Li imperial clan had come to seek trouble. However, he felt no fear, observing her lost in thought. Surrounded by runes, it was evident she had stepped into the realm of inscriptions. During his time in the Spirit Xin small world, he had been capable of defeating the peak of the celestial realm, Li Qingwei. Now, with his strength greatly amplified, he was eager to see if he could suppress the realm of inscriptions. Even if he were to be outmatched, he still possessed the trump card of the Divine Pearl, which could unleash tenfold power in an instant. Suppress. Jiang Wei uttered not a word more, her voice a mere whisper. Yet her gaze ignited with a fierce intent as she launched an attack against Jiang Luo. A multitude of fiery runes coalesced into a blazing spear, radiating a brilliant light as it swiftly hurtled towards Jiang Luo. Alas, the Southernly Imperial clan was destined to lose yet another prodigy. Boom. Jiang Luo unleashed his full power, transforming into the formidable fighting saint body. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, unparalleled in its radiance, as he morphed into a Tinjiang-tall golden figure, standing majestically in the air like a deity. His fingers curled, forming a colossal golden fist that struck fiercely towards Jiang Wei. From within the fist, a thick crimson beam of light surged forth, piercing through the void in an instant, causing the surroundings to tremble violently and resonate with thunderous roars. Killing Emperor Fist, he concentrated all his strength into a single punch, its destructive force astonishingly immense. Boom. The fist collided with the fiery spear, erupting in the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks, both magnificent and beautiful. The terrifying might shattered the omnipresent gales, creating a rare moment of calmness. To be able to withstand my strike, you have done quite well, Jiang Wei remarked coldly. The fiery spear, obliterated by the fist, scattered into a myriad of radiant runes, which began to coalesce once more. This time, they formed a massive mountain of flames, bearing overwhelming power as it descended upon Jiang Luo, the Tinjiang golden figure. Around him, a vast sea of fire ignited, encircling Jiang Luo and significantly curtailing his ability to evade. Jiang Luo no longer concealed his formidable prowess, as four colossal cauldrons levitated above his head, exuding an overwhelming aura. The thunderbolt spear manifested in his grasp, instantly enveloping him in boundless thunder, obliterating everything in his vicinity. Ninefold thunderclap. The terrifying power of lightning coalesced upon the spear, which he then swung with great force, piercing towards the flame mountain. Boom. In an instant, the unleashed force reverberated through the heavens and shook the earth. As he gazed upon the flame mountain, Jiang Luo's eyes transformed into a resplendent shade of purple gold, crackling with electricity. Subsequently, two bolts of purple gold lightning shot forth from his eyes, crashing towards the flame mountain. The mountain erupted, disintegrating into a myriad of celestial patterns, akin to a sky adorned with countless stars. The dual powers of the sacred bodies astonished Jiang Wei. This was her final move. She prepared to unleash her deadly strike. In her hand appeared an enigmatic and resplendent sword, gleaming brilliantly with an imposing presence. Her delicate fingers coalesced a transcendent sword intent, unleashing a formidable burst of sword energy. Heavenly Toad swallowing the moon. Thunderous roars erupted as runes scattered in abundance, dense and astonishing. Soon, a colossal toad materialized, surrounded by countless sword shadows. The toad opened its vast maw, poised to devour the moon itself. Kill. With Jiang Wei's commanding shout, the toad's enormous mouth lunged towards Jiang Luo. Prince of the Ning Kingdom, your marksmanship has been displayed. Now let us see how you contend with my heavenly toad. A triumphant smile graced Jiang Wei's lips, for she felt victory was firmly within her grasp. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Who said I am only skilled with firearms?" Jiang Wei remarked, "At your age, to have cultivated your marksmanship to such an extraordinary level is truly remarkable. Aspiring to attain greater proficiency in other realms than in marksmanship is not only challenging, it is nothing short of a delusion." Jiang Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk, a wicked smile gracing his features. "Then let us put my swordsmanship to the test, and see if it rivals the prowess of my marksmanship. For an ordinary individual, such a feat would be utterly impossible. However, for one who possesses the might of a golden finger, the realm of possibility expands infinitely." Boom. At that moment, he held nothing back and unleashed the power of the innate primordial sword body. Instantly, a formidable aura of primordial sword energy enveloped him entirely. The innate chaos sword body. 3 sacred bodies in one. How could this be? What kind of prodigy is the crown prince of the Ning Wang? Jiang Wei was completely astounded by this spectacle. While a common person might be fortunate to possess a single sacred body, to her astonishment, the crown prince of Ningguang possessed 3. No wonder he demonstrated such formidable strength even at the Pill Cauldron realm. With her discerning eye, she failed to recognize Jiang Luo's chaotic power. Had she done so, her astonishment would have deepened, realizing he harbored the 4 great sacred bodies within him. Void Sword Technique. Jiang Luo wielded his fingers as if they were a sword, merging 2 forms of sword energy to create the primordial Void Sword Qi. This energy coalesced into a 100-foot-long sword beam, cleaving toward the toad with a terrifying might, as if intending to rend the chaotic secret realm in twain. With a resounding boom, the celestial toad erupted into a myriad of sparkling fragments. What? My swordsmanship has been thwarted? Zhang Wei's complexion turned pale, overwhelmed by uncertainty. No wonder she continued to be astonished, amidst the collision with the celestial toad. The primordial Void Sword Qi, transformed into a torrential rain of swords, was already surging towards her. Crack! Crack! The precious garments adorning her were incessantly torn, revealing inch after inch of her smooth, luminous skin. Jiang Luo noted that she had not been slain, gaining a clearer understanding of his own prowess. Should he employ some hidden cards, defeating Zhang Wei would not pose a challenge. However, to eliminate her entirely seemed nearly impossible. Had Zhang Wei merely been an ordinary early-stage inscription realm cultivator, Jiang Luo would certainly possess the strength to dispatch her in an instant. Yet, Zhang Wei belonged to the ranks of prodigies, her combat prowess far exceeding that of typical cultivators. Generally, when cultivators enter the inscription realm, they coalesce runes within their bodies. Those with extraordinary talent, however, can form higher-order Dao patterns. Although Zhang Wei had just entered the inscription realm, she had already manifested the fire Dao pattern within her. Beyond Dao patterns, there exist even more formidable divine patterns, which can only be successfully coalesced by unparalleled geniuses. Thus, Jiang Luo found himself capable of easily dispatching ordinary inscription realm cultivators. Prince of the Ning Kingdom, your strength is commendable. We shall battle again in the future, Zhang Wei declared, preparing to depart. Who said you could leave? Jiang Luo retorted coldly. What will it be? Another fight. Neither of us can truly best the other. Continuing this duel would merely squander time. She had not forgotten to conjure a second inscription, the Wind Dao pattern. The moment you struck at me, your fate was sealed. Having played enough, it is time to send you on your way. In Jiang Ning's eyes, an astonishing intent to kill erupted. Anyone harboring thoughts of murder against her would find no mercy if given the chance. Zhang Wei, intent on her demise, would never allow her to escape. What hidden cards do you possess? Jiang Wei's complexion changed dramatically as she looked at Jiang Luo with a hint of terror. The card that will end your life. The limitless divine pearl in her mind suddenly radiated an unparalleled brilliance. In an instant, Jiang Luo felt her strength amplify tenfold. It was overwhelmingly powerful. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and aimed to suppress Zhang Wei. How is this possible? Zhang Wei cried out in fear and disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Luo's power could surge so dramatically in a moment. Regret flooded her heart as she realized she should never have provoked the peculiar air of the Ningguang. Yet, alas, it was too late for remorse. Under such formidable strength, she had no means to resist. In an instant, her physical form was obliterated, and the exquisite beauty transformed into a mist of blood. To the southernly imperial clan, I shall see how many prodigies you dare to send forth. I wonder if it will be sufficient to quench my thirst for blood. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh before departing from the spot, continuing his quest for the extraordinary winds. Special substance, gentle rain and light breeze. Charging. 2. Special substance, heavenly flame and fierce wind. Charging. 10. Special substance, earthly divine wind. Charging. 95. In a brief span of time, Jiang Luo had swept through dozens of extraordinary winds. Should the members of the Swift Windsword sect become aware of this, one could only imagine their astonishment. After all, acquiring one type of extraordinary wind makes it exceedingly difficult to subdue another. The fact that one individual had gathered dozens of such winds would undoubtedly incite their wrath if discovered. The charging process is nearing completion. Having devoured such a multitude of extraordinary winds, the gifts bestowed upon me by the divine pearl should not disappoint, should they? The corners of Jiang Luo's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, upon entering the realm of wind, Xiaofeng felt as if he were a fish in water, utilizing the wind-devouring technique. He incessantly consumed the foreign winds, significantly elevating the technique's rank and making remarkable strides in his cultivation. Both he and Jiang Luo were capable of devouring the alien winds, sweeping through the realm of wind with abandon. Should the Swift Windsword sect become aware of this, one could only imagine the agony they would endure. Perhaps they would even harbor thoughts of killing the two. The realm of wind had been open for many years, yet it had never suffered such a considerable loss. Master, I have successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The next step is to challenge the inscription realm. Xiaofeng exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Given his humble origins, achieving such a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the celestial realm by the age of 20 was indeed a tremendous fortune. Your next task is to seek the heavenly extreme wind, the sole unparalleled foreign wind in the realm of wind. Once you obtain it, you shall soar to great heights. The voice of Elder Feng resonated in Xiaofeng's mind. As the embodiment of the wind god, you possess an innate affinity for all winds, which will assist you in locating the heavenly extreme wind. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng nodded. Master, I will find the heavenly extreme wind. Jiang Luo encountered the strange wind once more. This wind, a pale moonlit hue, exuded an extraordinarily frigid aura. The biting cold penetrated to the bone. Any cultivator of lesser strength might have perished on the spot. The moonlit chill, this peculiar wind. Jiang Luo smiled. Once the divine pearl had absorbed the moon's shadow wind, the charging process would be complete, marking the time for his harvest. The exotic winds encompassed all manner of rare treasures, categorized into tiers: inferior, average, superior, exceptional, extraordinary, and divine. Just as Jiang Luo was preparing to subdue the moon's shadow-cold wind, disciples from the Swift Wind Sword sect rushed forward, encircling him. The moon's shadow-cold wind belongs to us. The crown prince of Ning shall not take it away, proclaimed Zhou Yeso with a loud voice. Beside him stood a man and a woman, exuding an exceptionally fierce aura. They were the talented disciples of the Swift Windsword sect, Lang Qifeng and Feng Lan. Having largely acquired the exotic winds they sought, they now had the leisure to entertain the crown prince of Ning, ensuring he would leave the wind realm empty-handed. Gazing at Zhou Yeso, Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Is seeing it equivalent to possessing it? Zhou Yeso scoffed. Even if you have subdued it, as long as you remain within the wind realm, we can seize it at any moment. His tone was brazen. The wind realm served as their trump card. In this tempestuous environment, even a dragon would have to curl up, rendering them formidable opponents. The disciples of the Swift Windsword sect practiced wind-based techniques and combat skills, enhancing their fighting prowess in such a turbulent setting. In contrast, other cultivators faced significant limitations due to the resistance posed by the fierce winds. This interplay left the disciples of the Swift Windsword sect unchallenged by the elites of other factions within the Wind Realm. Are you truly intent on opposing me? Jiang Luo's gaze turned frigid. Haha. Zhou Yeso laughed heartily. You are correct. We have indeed come to provoke you. Crown Prince of Ning, with us here. You shall not attain any exotic wind in the Wind Realm. If he knew that Jiang Luo was not empty-handed, that the Divine Pearl had already absorbed dozens of exotic winds, one could only imagine the fury it would incite, leading him to madness. As Jiang Luo's expression darkened, it became evident that he had deliberately sought out trouble. Prince Ning, I wish to challenge you once more, declared Zhou Yasu, eager to redeem his previous humiliation. What qualifications do you possess to challenge me, you who have tasted defeat? Jiang Luo replied coolly. This is the realm of wind, where the relentless gales amplify my strength. How could I lack the qualifications to confront you? In the unique environment of the Wind Realm. Zhou Yasu brimmed with confidence. Without granting Jiang Luo a moment to respond, he unsheathed his sword and charged at him. Devastating gale slash. Zhou Yasu bellowed, summoning a fierce vortex of sword energy that surged toward Jiang Luo. Ultimately, a defeated foe remains just that, a defeated foe, unworthy of mention. With a swift motion, Jiang Luo unleashed the thunderous lightning spear. The terrifying power of lightning shattered the fierce winds. Boom! The self-assured Zhou Yasu was sent flying, crashing violently against a massive rock. Crack! The rock disintegrated into powder. Zhou Yasu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. How is it possible that in the special environment of the Wind Realm, I was still defeated by you in a single blow? His face flushed with humiliation as he grappled with the reality of being bested by Jiang Luo not once, but twice. What right did he have to be hailed as the strongest prodigy of the Galesword sect? After vanquishing Zhou Yasu, Jiang Luo wasted no time and directed his efforts towards suppressing the Moonshadow Coldfire. Brothers, let us unite and seize the Moonshadow Coldfire, Zhou Yasu shouted fervently. No matter what, they must ensure Jiang Luo left the Wind Realm empty-handed. Your Highness, relinquish the Moonshadow Coldfire, or we shall not hesitate to take action, warned the formidable inscription realm experts. Lang Qifeng and Feng Lan, as they encircled Jiang Luo along with their disciples. Jiang Luo's countenance darkened, filled with indignation. You seek death. Faced with the assault of two formidable individuals from the inscription realm, along with a band of celestial prodigies, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. The four divine cauldrons hovered in the air, unleashing the full might of the four sacred bodies, and the power of his pure-blooded imperial lineage surged forth in its entirety. At this moment, Jiang Luo transformed into a war deity descending from the heavens. His eyes, opening and closing, emanated a terrifying authority capable of obliterating all existence. Remarkably, he also possessed the Sword Dao sacred body. The disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect were left astounded by the overwhelming sword intent radiating from Jiang Luo. Let us join forces. Cold Chi Feng and Feng Lan, the two inscription prodigies, were the first to strike, their bodies enveloped in resplendent, searing runes. What they had condensed within was merely runes, not Dao patterns, illustrating that even compared to Zhang Wei, there existed a significant disparity. Boom, boom. Jiang Luo radiated with an intense electric brilliance, his primordial sword body materializing into a formidable longsword. With each swing, the sword unleashed a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect were struck by the sword's aura, causing them to spurt blood. However, bolstered by their sheer numbers and the advantage of the fierce winds, Jiang Luo felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. Jiang Luo forged an unparalleled divine body, possessing the four sacred physiques, and being of pure imperial bloodline, his strength is formidable beyond imagination. He still holds the upper hand. The battle between the two is exceptionally intense, shaking the very heavens and earth. Great Void Slash. Jiang Luo unleashed a formidable sword strike against Lang Qifeng. In response, Lang Qifeng executed the Gale sword technique. Puchi. Following their clash, Jiang Luo sent him flying, causing him to cough up blood. Such extraordinary swordsmanship, could this truly be a mere 16-year-old? Lang Qifeng was utterly astonished. Before him, Jiang Luo appeared as an invincible deity of war. Form the array. Whirlwind sword formation. Zhou Yasu urgently commanded. Subsequently, the disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect gathered together, establishing the formation. With the enhancement of the array, their combat prowess surged, successfully countering all of Jiang Luo's advances. Jiang Luo bellowed, unleashing the full force of the primordial sword body. He conjured a magnificent sword, 100 zhang in length, and swung it towards the disciples of the Windstorm Sword sect. Zhou Yasu and his companions simultaneously made their move, stirring the heavens above into a violent whirlwind. Boom! The mightiest strikes from both sides collided, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. At that moment, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth were on the brink of collapse. The ground shook fiercely, fracturing and splintering. Countless streams of magma erupted from beneath the earth. To their astonishment, the onlookers discovered that amidst the torrent of lava lay a grand hall, remarkably majestic, ancient, and profound. What was happening? The disciples of the Windstorm Sword sect were utterly bewildered. Even Jiang Luo stood frozen in place, filled with curiosity. The Three-Sword Hall. It was the legendary temple constructed by the Three-Sword Saints of yore. It was said that within the Three-Sword Hall resided the supreme sword teachings of the Three-Sword sect, lost to time for countless years. How could it possibly reemerge? Feng Lan recalled an account from an ancient text, feeling an overwhelming shock. The Prince of Ning possessed the innate primordial sword body, which resonated with the sacred sword body, thus bringing forth the Three-Sword Hall. Zhou Yasu spoke solemnly. Only the sacred sword body could summon the Three-Sword Hall. Yet, it was regrettable that the Windstorm Sword sect had suffered a decline in talent, and no sacred sword body had emerged in a long time. The legendary Three-Sword Hall held the highest sword teachings within. The disciples of the Windstorm Sword sect were filled with excitement and fervor. Some, overwhelmed by temptation, rushed towards the Three-Sword Hall, eager to enter. However, as they approached, a multitude of sword energies surged toward them. Cries of anguish erupted, and soon, these disciples lay lifeless in pools of blood. Everyone, do not rush, Feng Lan shouted, preventing others from advancing. The Three-Sword Hall can only be entered by the sacred sword body. Forcing your way in will only lead to certain death. Zhou Yasu pondered deeply, feeling a profound sense of frustration. At long last, they had encountered the legendary Three-Sword Hall, yet alas, he was not a sacred sword body and thus could not gain entry. Only the sacred sword body may enter? Jiang Luo pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to take the plunge. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Three Swords Palace. Indeed, Due to Jiang Luo possessing the sacred body of the sword path, the palace did not launch an assault against him. Instead, it opened its grand doors wide. Zhou Yasuo truly did not deceive me. Jiang Luo revealed a smile. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive, fearing that Zhou Yasuo had deliberately spoken thus to lure him into the three-sword palace, intending to slay him under the guise of its esteemed title. It appears he had overthought the matter. Ning Wang's heir, the three-sword palace is the pinnacle of my sect's heritage, as you are not a disciple of our sect. You must not trespass. As the grand doors of the three-sword palace swung open, Zhou Yasuo was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. Sensing the emergence of the three-sword palace through the resonance of the primordial sword body, this was indeed the opportunity of this heir. I shall enter first. You may wait outside at your leisure, he declared, before dashing into the three-sword palace. The grand doors had swung open, and with a fierce determination, he resolved to take a chance. Upon seeing the gates ajar, some disciples were filled with reluctance and charged forward once more, only to be swiftly pierced by countless swords, paying the ultimate price with their lives. Soon after, the doors of the three-sword palace began to close slowly. How infuriating! An outsider has breached the sanctity of our three-sword palace. Zhou Yasuo seethed, consumed by rage. Our sect's legacy has fallen into the hands of a stranger. Junior brother Yasuo, we shall remain vigilant outside. When the son of King Ning emerges, we will strike together and compel him to reveal the inheritance he has acquired within the palace, Cold Chi Feng asserted in a solemn tone. Indeed, Zhou Yasuo nodded in agreement. Thus, all disciples of the Tempest Sword sect positioned themselves resolutely outside. The interior of the palace was shrouded in dimness. Jiang Luo promptly activated the purple-gold thunder eyes, and instantly, two beams of light emanated from his gaze, illuminating the entire grand hall. He advanced steadily and soon arrived at an expansive plaza. In the center of the plaza stood three towering statues. Could it be that these represent the three revered sword saints of the three-sword sect from bygone days? In the depths of Jiang Luo's heart, a realization struck him. Suddenly, a crimson divine elephant emitted a radiant beam from its brow, which surged directly into Jiang Luo's mind. This was the long-lost incantation of summoning demons, the legacy of the celestial sword demon. Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming loss of control over his body, as he instinctively assumed a cross-legged position, initiating the incantation of the demon summoning technique. He became enveloped in a powerful aura of crimson light, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell after vanquishing countless foes. This sight filled Jiang Luo's heart with profound dread. For the automatic cultivation of the demon summoning technique raised uncertainties about its implications. Should the ethereal energy he cultivated clash with the chaotic force within him, peril could ensue. Fortunately, his apprehensions did not materialize. Time seemed to blur, and through his remarkable insight and innate talent, Jiang Luo successfully grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Above him, a fifth grand cauldron began to coalesce, radiating a deep scarlet hue. Jiang Luo successfully ascended to the realm of the six cauldrons, his strength significantly amplified. Moreover, due to his cultivation of the demonic invocation sutra, the power of the sixth cauldron far surpassed that of the other five divine cauldrons. Haha! Jiang Luo laughed heartily, realizing that the divine pearl could harmonize the diverse spiritual energies within him, allowing him to cultivate multiple techniques. By practicing the techniques corresponding to each divine cauldron, he could substantially enhance their power. Generally, cultivators are limited to practicing a single technique. Otherwise, the collision of two distinct energies would result in a repulsion reaction, leading to severe injury or even death. Thus, even when switching techniques, one must adopt a technique of a far superior level. This enables the cultivation of a more potent energy that can absorb the previously cultivated energy, preventing any repulsion and harm to oneself. Jiang Luo soon discovered that the ultimate divine pearl could indeed prevent the repulsion of different energies within him, signifying that he could simultaneously cultivate multiple techniques and augment his power. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Had it not been for the divine statue compelling him to forcibly practice the demonic invocation sutra, he would have never unearthed this secret. This was an extraordinary gain. Each divine cauldron, when paired with its dedicated technique, would unleash an exponential surge of power. The enhancement of his strength would be inconceivably vast. The realization that he could cultivate multiple techniques concurrently marked Jiang Luo's greatest achievement in this journey. This would enable him to maximize the energy output of each divine cauldron. For instance, he could cultivate a technique primarily focused on defense, thereby condensing a defensive divine cauldron. Similarly, he could cultivate a technique centered on speed, thereby forming a speed divine cauldron. In battle, this would afford him unparalleled agility and advantage. As Jiang Luo concluded his cultivation, a thunderous rumble erupted. The statue of the celestial sword demon began to tremble violently, subsequently shattering into fragments. Upon the complete disintegration of the statue, a blood-red sword, enveloped in formidable demonic energy, materialized before him. The sword emitted an exceedingly terrifying aura, causing Jiang Luo's soul to tremble. Could this possibly be the sacred weapon, the sword of divine wrath? Jiang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly wrath sword was the sacred weapon once wielded by the sword demon of sealing heaven. In that moment of bewilderment, the heavenly wrath sword transformed into a streak of crimson light and seamlessly fused into Jiang Luo's body, recognizing him as its master. Jiang Luo was utterly astonished. Within the heavenly wrath sword lay a remnant of the sword intent left behind by the sword demon who once sealed the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly seated himself in meditation, seeking enlightenment from this divine sword intent left by a sage. At that moment, Jiang Luo was enveloped in a radiant crimson light, as if he had emerged from a mountain of countless corpses, exuding an aura of bloodlust. This ancient sword intent, bestowed by a sage, continuously tempered his flesh, spirit, sword intent, and spiritual power. His entire being seemed to undergo a profound metamorphosis, elevating to an unprecedented state. As time passed, several days went by. Suddenly, Jiang Luo opened his eyes. An astonishing and terrifying sword energy erupted from his gaze. In an instant, brilliant sword light illuminated the entire grand hall. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth dimmed, the sun and moon were swallowed, and gods and demons fell. Reaching an apex of terror, the three-sword hall seemed on the brink of being cleaved asunder by this strike. This was the fruit of Jiang Luo's comprehension over the past days, a formidable technique. The sage's sword intent, the heavenly wrath slash. Such a powerful sword, capable of piercing through the cosmos and annihilating all existence. Yet, this was to be expected. For it was a technique forged from the very essence of the sage's sword intent, its might could hardly be deemed weak. Jiang Luo chuckled lightly. After concluding his cultivation, he turned his gaze towards the two other statues. It was evident that the legacies of the Gale Sword Saint and the Peerless Sword Maiden were concealed within these figures. However, as he approached the statues, a formidable sword intent propelled him backward. It seems I am fated to have no connection with them, Jiang Luo sighed ruefully. It appeared he had only garnered the acknowledgement of the sealed Heaven Sword Demon, acquiring the legacy of the Demon Summoning Sutra. The other two techniques remained beyond his reach. Nevertheless, his gains within the three-sword hall were substantial. He had uncovered the hidden secrets of the Extreme Divine Pearl, obtained the Demon Summoning Sutra, mastered the Heavenly Wrath Sword, and comprehended the Saintly Sword intent, culminating in the creation of a formidable technique, the Heavenly Wrath Slash. Furthermore, he had refined the Celestial Devouring Demon Cauldron, stepping into the realm of the six cauldrons. With that, he pushed open the grand door, preparing to depart from the three-sword hall. Although less than 10 days had passed, Jiang Luo's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The level of cultivation was not the sole criterion for assessing one's prowess. Before reaching the pinnacle, top-tier prodigies often disregarded cultivation levels, with some even deliberately suppressing their realms to solidify the foundation at each stage. They aimed to cultivate every realm to its utmost potential, thereby maximizing their combat effectiveness and future potential. Regrettably, the Heavenly Wrath Sword, being a sacred weapon second only to imperial artifacts, was far beyond the control of a mere Dan-Ding realm cultivator. As the great door of the three-sword hall swung open, the crown prince of the Ning King stepped out. The disciples of the Gale Sword sect, who had been waiting outside, erupted into shouts, determined to seize the legacy he had obtained from the three-sword hall. This legacy belongs to our Gale Sword sect. No outsider shall be permitted to take it away. Zhou Yasu clenched his fists tightly. Whoosh! As Jiang Luo stepped out of the Three Swords Hall, he was immediately encircled by the disciples of the Swiftwind Sword sect. You truly are a relentless presence. Jiang Luo's gaze turned icy as he calmly addressed the crowd. Crown Prince of the Ning Wang, relinquish the legacy you obtained from the Three-Sword Palace. It rightfully belongs to my Swiftwind Sword sect, Zhou Yasu declared with unwavering conviction, exuding an aura that demanded obedience. Very well, I shall surrender it to you, Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. This response left Zhou Yasu and his companions utterly bewildered. When did the Crown Prince of Ningguang become so accommodating? Should you falter, do not blame me, he added, with a sharp exclamation. Jiang Luo unleashed a torrent of crimson light from within, conjuring a blood-red divine sword in the void above. The intent of the saintly sword, the wrath of heaven, was born. Under Jiang Luo's command, the blood-red sword erupted with an earth-shattering power, its celestial essence surging towards the heavens, stirring the very rivers of stars. What manner of sword technique is this? At that moment, the disciples of the swift-wind sword sect trembled in fear, their faces ashen. The might of this strike was overwhelming. With a resounding boom, the terrifying sword aura surged forth like a colossal tsunami, engulfing all in its path. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone, including the tranquil cold Qingfeng and Wind Lan of the inscription realm, was sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They all gazed at Jiang Luo in terror, unable to fathom how, in just a few short days, he had grown so immensely powerful. It's impossible, Zhou Yeso bellowed. Jiang Luo remarked with a hint of disdain. A group of inept individuals. I entrusted you with the legacy acquired from the Three Swords Hall, yet you are incapable of handling it. In response to his derision, the disciples of the Swift-Wind Sword sect grew increasingly incensed. Ultimately, Jiang Luo chose not to slay them, for this was indeed the territory of the Swift-Wind Sword sect. Moreover, they harbored no intentions of killing him. Nevertheless, he seized their acquired anomalous winds, including the moon shadow cold wind, as a form of punishment. If they wished to leave him with nothing, then he would ensure they were equally bereft. Subsequently, Jiang Luo soared into the skies. Special substance, golden flame swift wind. Charging. 100. Charging complete. Jiang Luo still had 3 types of anomalous winds remaining that had not been dissipated for energy: moon shadow cold wind, thunderous gale, and ice storm. With time running short for further charging, he resolved to utilize them himself. Unable to absorb the forces of 3 anomalous winds, he relinquished the thunderous gale and moon shadow cold wind, opting instead for the ice storm. Jiang Luo did not intend to utilize the ice storm for himself. Rather, he planned to bestow it upon Lu Ziyan. As one of his own, Lu Ziyan's strength would greatly enhance his influence. He must also devise ways to bolster her power. After all, as a young master possessing the most esteemed lineage, it would be inconceivable for him to attend to every matter personally. It is essential to cultivate a few formidable and trustworthy individuals to handle certain affairs on his behalf. It is worth noting that heirs from prominent factions typically gather a select group of followers to assist them. Regrettably, he had yet to discover the exquisite and rare wind of absolute quality, the celestial wind, which hindered his ability to forge the divine cauldron of wind. In Jiang Luo's heart, he mused that the only truly beneficial wind for him was the celestial wind. Meanwhile, Xiao, aided by his exceptional fortune in the physique of the wind god, successfully discovered the celestial wind. However, misfortune struck as he encountered Zhou Yeso and his companions. Their coveted winds had been seized by Jiang Luo, forcing them to embark on a new quest for their desired powers. After all, one can only enter the realm of wind once. If the time elapsed without finding a suitable wind, they would emerge empty-handed. The celestial wind! Zhou Yeso exclaimed with a chilling tone. We have indeed found the legendary celestial wind. Boy, relinquish it. It rightfully belongs to my Windblade sect, our treasured artifact. Xiao Feng's expression darkened. How unfortunate that members of the Windblade sect had arrived. Talent: Fury of the Wind God 7 stars. Fury of the Wind God summons the formidable power of the Wind God, with the strength of the summoned power increasing alongside the user's realm. Indeed, this is a potent offensive talent. Jiang Luo was exceedingly satisfied. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of combat energy approaching him. This wave of battle was unlike any other. Could it be that a formidable force had emerged, causing a fierce contention among the crowd? I must investigate. Naturally, Jiang Luo would not allow an opportunity for something valuable to slip by. With the newfound power of the Wind God, his speed increased dramatically. He swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident. At this moment, the ground was littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. The disciples of the Swift Windsword sect, including Zhou Yeso, had all perished here. What could have transpired? Jiang Luo gazed ahead, astonished to find another living soul before him. It was none other than the fated son, Xiao. Truly, a man of great fortune. He had seized an extraordinary opportunity within the realm of winds, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength that allowed him to eliminate all the disciples of the Swift Windsword sect. Prince Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Luo approach, Xiao Feng's brow furrowed, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The thought of silencing Jiang Luo crossed his mind, for he knew that if the Swift Windsword sect were to learn of his survival, his fate would be sealed. Before he could act to slay the prince, a tremendous roar echoed through the skies of the realm of winds as a colossal vortex materialized. The sect master of the Swift Wind sect and a cadre of elders, filled with righteous fury, appeared in response to the death of so many disciples. They had sensed the calamity and hastened into the realm. What is the meaning of this? The sect master bellowed in wrath. Who dares to slay the disciples of my swift-wind sword sect? His anger was palpable. While the loss of a single disciple might be deemed a misfortune, the complete annihilation of all disciples within the realm of winds was an unbearable tragedy. These were prodigies. The future of the swift-wind sword sect, and the pain was excruciating. It was Prince Ning who murdered them, Xiaofeng hastily accused, attempting to shift the blame onto Jiang Luo in a bid to secure his own escape. How dare you kill disciples of my swift-wind sword sect? The sect master was incensed beyond measure, disregarding his status as he lunged at Jiang Luo. Do not harm my son. At that moment, Jiang Ning and the couple, Dugu Xiaoya, entered the realm of winds, interposing themselves between Jiang Luo and the sect master. Prince Ning, it is natural for young ones to spar among themselves. But must all be slain? The sect master insisted resolutely. Today, Prince Ning must provide an explanation to the swift-wind sword sect. If we relent now, how shall we maintain our dignity in the chaotic realm henceforth? Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and inquired, Luo, what on earth has transpired? Although he held no fear of the Stormblade sword sect, he was acutely aware that they were presently on foreign territory. Jiang Luo remarked lightly, in any case, I did not commit the murder. You speak falsely. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Xiaofeng retorted hastily. To preserve his life, he felt compelled to implicate the crown prince of Ning. Humph. Do I need to resort to deception given my status? The Wind Sword sect does not possess such authority. Jiang Luo replied with a cold smile. The formidable spiritual power of the Wind sect master enveloped Xiaofeng, seeking to extract his memories. However, he was abruptly met with a force that impeded his access to those recollections. Furious, he bellowed at Jiang Ning, Crown Prince. An explanation to the Wind Sword sect is imperative today. He mistakenly believed that Jiang Ning was obstructing his attempt to delve into Xiaofeng's memories. Moreover, he was aware that Zhou Yeso and others, feeling aggrieved, would once again challenge the Crown Prince. It was entirely natural for conflict and bloodshed to ensue between the two factions. Jiang Ning proclaimed with immense authority, Your swift-wind sword sect lacks the standing for the royal descendants of the Divine Dynasty to fabricate lies. However, it does cause him to furrow his brow, as he is indeed unable to access the memories of this young man. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation from the Swift-Wind Sword sect today, I shall ensure that, even at the risk of offending the Emperor, your entire family remains here. Should a saint from my sect intervene, even the Prince of Ning, a once-in-a-generation prodigy, would find it impossible to withstand the might of a saint. The leader of the Swift-Wind sect was enveloped in fury. You may be unable to access his memories, but I can reflect upon the events that transpired here. It is not that I fear the Swift-Wind Sword sect. Rather, I wish to spare Luo from unjust suffering. At that moment, a round, ancient mirror materialized in the hands of Dugu Xiaoya. The supreme treasure, the Haotian mirror. The leaders of the Swift-Wind sect were taken aback. Isn't this the supreme treasure of the Chaos Holy Land's heavenly realm? How could it be in the hands of the Princess of Ning? They were astonished. This is not the Haotian mirror, merely an imitation, however. It is sufficient to reflect events from an hour prior. Dugu Xiaoya explained. The true Haotian mirror can project events from a millennium ago, as long as there are no causal obstructions or special powers at play. Oh heavens, it is merely a replica of the Haotian mirror, Fenger. You are in grave danger now. It seems you may not escape calamity today, Feng Lao despaired. This revelation darkened Xiaofeng's heart. As the Haotian mirror was unveiled, its brilliance enveloped the entire area. Soon, the image of Xiaofeng slaying Zhou Yeso and others in a bid for supremacy was projected within the mirror. So it was you who did the killing. The leader of the Swift-Wind sect glared at Xiaofeng, filled with murderous intent, yet he felt a sense of relief. If the royal descendant had indeed committed the act, it would have posed a significant dilemma to address, considering he was the grandson of the emperor. They sought to kill me and seize the wind of the celestial pole. What right do they have to prevent my retaliation? Furthermore, your disciples from the Swift-Wind Sword sect besieged me, and I retaliated. Now you wish to summon the elders to intervene? The Swift-Wind Sword sect truly lacks capable successors, resorting to bullying the weak. Xiaofeng taunted, employing provocation in hopes that these old men would retain some semblance of dignity. Enough with your flowery rhetoric and cunning arguments. You have slain over a dozen talented disciples of my Swift-Wind Sword sect. Today, you must be subdued. Had it been merely one disciple who perished, he would not have acted. However, the loss of several talented disciples was tantamount to severing the foundation of the Swift-Wind Sword sect. The desire for vengeance surged. With little regard for face. It is over, Xiao Feng lamented internally. Wait, Jiang Luo interjected. What business does the royal descendant of Ning have? Do you intend to shield the murderer? The leader of the Swift Wind sect spoke sternly. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. This person had unjustly accused the heir of this realm, and I shall not let him escape unscathed. Allow me to take action first. Very well, nodded the leader of the Gale sect, conceding to Jiang Luo's request. Furthermore, it would not reflect well on them to intervene in the conflicts among the younger generation. It is better to allow the young prince of Ning to handle this matter. Jiang Luo slowly approached Xiao Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although it was currently impossible to eliminate the Son of Fortune, defeating him and seizing his opportunities would undoubtedly deplete his luck. Xiao Feng, you dared to wrongfully accuse me. For your actions, you shall pay a heavy price. Jiang Luo declared. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage in battle, Xiao Feng replied, his body brimming with the spirit of combat. Defeating the Prince of Ning and using him as a hostage was his sole hope for escape. Observing Xiao Feng, who was radiating fierce determination, Jiang Luo chuckled softly. It seems you are quite confident. Do you truly consider me akin to the worthless disciples of the Windblade sect? Upon hearing this, the sect leader and his disciples flushed with anger, yet they dared not retort. For a group of them had been vanquished by an unknown youth they had never heard of. What face did they have left to argue? With a disdainful sneer, Xiao Feng declared, I shall demonstrate that even the exalted heirs of the Divine Dynasty will fall before me. At present, having mastered the art of devouring winds, he held those lofty powers in utter contempt and felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why should they, from the moment of their birth, possess boundless resources? Jealousy surged within him. If only he had access to such elite resources, he would not constantly risk his life to fight for even the slightest advantage. He would stand even higher than they. The heavens were unjust. Now, ensnared in a life-and-death crisis, Xiao Feng's heart twisted in madness, consumed by envy. He harbored an intense hatred for those lofty and powerful prodigies. If he were endowed with the Prince of Ning's background, would he find himself in peril? At this moment, fueled by jealousy and a distorted psyche, his animosity towards Jiang Luo reached its zenith. With a swift motion, the two ceased their idle banter and ascended into the sky, confronting each other. Let us begin, Jiang Luo urged. Jiang Luo smiled lightly, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Kill. Xiao Feng showed no hesitation, unfastening the massive axe from his back. With a thunderous roar, he swung it fiercely toward Jiang Luo. This move was imbued with immense power, terrifyingly profound, causing the very void to tremble. This young man appeared to possess no notable background and was of relatively tender years. It was unexpected that he harbored such remarkable talent. Even Jiang Ning could not help but express his admiration. Jiang Ning's lips curled into a subtle smile. He wielded his finger like a sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that transformed into a colossal blade, cleaving through the air, causing the very void to tremble. This was the void sword technique. He never anticipated that Luo heir could comprehend it to such a profound extent. Jiang Ning was taken aback. The void sword scripture was his own creation, and he was acutely aware of the arduousness involved in its cultivation. The fact that one could attain such a profound realm in a short span of time indicated an exceptional talent for the sword path. His previous concerns about Luo being unable to handle too much were now rendered unnecessary. Boom. Their attacks collided with immense force, sending Xiao Feng hurtling back several hundred meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Crown Prince of Ning was remarkably powerful, and yet he was merely at the Danding realm. A wave of astonishment surged within Xiao Feng. Fight! He bellowed, unleashing the secret technique wind movement of the nine heavens, elevating his aura to its utmost peak. Behind him, a terrifying Dharma manifestation materialized, its power shaking the very heavens and earth. In its grasp, a colossal axe took form, raised high above his head before it was brought down with tremendous force upon Jiang Luo. This strike seemed as if it could cleave the entire universe asunder. This technique was inspired by a massive axe mark he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin. Through observing that mark, he had achieved sudden enlightenment, giving birth to this formidable maneuver. The mere existence of that axe mark had led him to comprehend such an astonishing technique, showcasing the extraordinary might of the individual who had left it behind. Boom! The heaven-swallowing demon cauldron hovered above him, under Jiang Luo's command. It transformed into a blood-red great sword. The sword intent of the sage surged forth, ready to unleash the heavenly wrath slash. With a resounding roar, Jiang Luo unleashed the blood-red great sword, cleaving through the air. The heavens and earth trembled violently, enveloped by an aura of terrifying destruction. This was the essence of the demon summoning scripture. This move was the heavenly wrath slash. Had the Prince of Ning truly located the Three-Sword Hall? The Stormwind Sword sect was utterly astonished. For years, they had been in search of the elusive Three-Sword Hall. Boom. The clash of blades erupted in a cataclysmic shockwave. Xiao Feng was no match for his opponent, sent flying and spitting blood. Though formidable enough to single-handedly vanquish all disciples of the Stormwind Sword sect, he could not withstand the might of the stronger Jiang Luo. Aha! I never anticipated that Luo would possess such fortune, chuckled Jiang Ning, alongside his wife. Xiao. The demon summoning scripture and the heavenly wrath slash were renowned techniques and lethal moves from ancient times. Swoosh! At that moment, despite his grievous injuries, Xiao Feng summoned all his strength and, without hesitation, transformed into a streak of light, seeking to escape. Jiang Luo did not hesitate and pursued him. Although he could not eliminate the Son of Fortune at this moment, he could certainly seize his golden finger, effectively crippling him and diminishing his luck. Master, this distance is sufficient to confidently capture the Prince of the Ning Kingdom as a hostage. After flying for a while, Xiao Feng smirked, revealing a charmingly sinister smile. He was merely feigning escape, intentionally increasing the distance so that the Prince of Ning would be unable to intervene immediately. With the assistance of his master, he could then hold the prince as a captive, affording him a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Xiao Feng ceased his flight, hovering in the air. Coldly gazing at Jiang Luo, Prince of Ning, since you are so aggressively confrontational, I shall have no choice but to reveal my trump card, Xiao Feng declared indifferently. Oh, you possess a trump card? Then do unveil it, so that this prince may witness it. With a radiant smile adorning his face and arms crossed, Jiang Luo awaited Xiao Feng's move. As the child of destiny, under the auspices of great fortune, he naturally possessed an array of hidden cards. A fact he had anticipated long ago. However, with the protection of the Black Lotus mark, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, devoid of fear. Even though it was typical for a child of destiny to have hidden strengths, possessing supreme power seemed rather excessive. Prince Ning, you shall come to deeply regret your dismissive demeanor. Xiao Feng's gaze turned frigid to the extreme. At that moment, his aura began to surge uncontrollably, climbing to new heights. 3 distinct winds manifested before him. Heaven's Wrathstorm. This was the most destructive move within the wind-devouring technique. By merging the powers of various winds, it unleashed a cataclysmic tempest that engulfed the very heavens and earth. The might of this technique was comparable to apocalyptic devastation. A ferocious whirlwind instantly swept across the realm, as if the void itself were about to be torn asunder. Prince Ning, though you dwell in lofty heights and possess formidable backing, do you truly believe yourself invincible? I shall demonstrate that even one of humble origins can suppress the proud scions of your mighty factions. Heaven's Wrathstorm, I command you to subdue. Xiao Feng's long hair danced wildly as he fervently shouted. His entire being was enveloped by an unparalleled force of strange winds. As the 3 winds converged, they erupted with terrifying energy. A tempest so powerful it could rend the heavens and split the earth surged forth, enveloping Jiang Luo. He was determined to subdue Prince Ning, proving that his humble origins were not inferior to the favored heirs of great powers. Is this your hidden card? Then I too shall unveil some of my own. Jiang Luo smiled faintly, casting a glance at the frenzied and sinister countenance of Xiao Feng, who sought to subjugate her. You aspire to prove yourself. How tragically ironic it is that you will ultimately realize the vast chasm that separates us. Jiang Luo taunted. In that moment, the power of the wind god within her began to awaken. The howling winds surged forth as the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Before them, a towering, azure manifestation of the wind god coalesced in the void, rising to an impressive height of 100 zhang. In the presence of this divine form, both Jiang Luo and Xiao Feng appeared as insignificant as mere ants. Wrath of the wind god. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Luo unleashed the formidable power of the wind god, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, bearing down upon Xiao Feng. It is essential to recognize that this is the realm of wind, where gales rage unceasingly. In such a unique environment, the invocation of the wind god's fury magnifies its might manifold. How could this be possible? Xiao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that the young master of the Ning family could unleash such tremendous force. The clash of these 2 immensely powerful energies reverberated throughout the entire Chaos Secret Realm. At that moment, the leaders of the Gale sect looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom that the confrontation between these 2 youths could yield such astonishing might. Confronted with the wind god's fury, Xiao Feng found himself utterly incapable of withstanding it. With a sickening splatter, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His body was marred with numerous wounds, blood seeping incessantly from his injuries. With a resounding crash, Xiao Feng plummeted from a great height, landing heavily upon the ground. Disheveled and tattered, his form was drenched in blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Is this all? Do you truly believe you can subdue this young master? To challenge the mighty is but a foolish endeavor. Jiang Luo coldly mocked, huh? Xiao Feng suffered a severe blow to his confidence, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had been filled with self-assurance, believing he could defeat the crown prince of the Ning kingdom, thereby proving his worth and using him as a hostage to escape his dire situation. Little did he expect to be ruthlessly trampled and humiliated beneath the other's foot, leaving him momentarily unable to accept the reality. At that moment, the talent orb in Jiang Luo's mind revealed a line of text: defeat the child of fortune. Shatter his confidence, fortune charge, Xiao Feng 5. If the charge reached 99, and he subsequently executed the final blow, he would successfully complete the fortune charge. As I had surmised, by undermining the confidence of the child of fortune, one could deplete his luck. Jiang Luo felt a surge of joy within. The enhancement of luck was upon him, and he would undoubtedly acquire a 10-star innate talent. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The last time he experienced such an enhancement, he attained the Supreme Divine Dynasty, which allowed him to cultivate the Supreme Sutra. Master, what should we do? Xiao Feng inquired anxiously, fully aware that Elder Feng was his only hope for escape. Fenger, I shall channel all my strength into your body. You must seize Prince Ning's heir with utmost swiftness. Elder Feng replied solemnly. Thank you, Master. I promise to find numerous treasures that nourish the soul for you, Xiao Feng vowed, his icy gaze now fixed on Jiang Luo. Prince Ning's heir, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe victory is assured? With that, Xiao Feng's aura surged exponentially. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, he was the child of destiny, possessing an abundance of hidden cards. He yearned to evade the confrontation, yet faced with the significantly enhanced prowess of Xiao Feng, escape proved impossible. Boom. In that critical moment, the Black Lotus mark was activated, unleashing an immense force that sent Xiao Feng flying. How could this transpire? Xiao Feng was engulfed in despair, fury, and resentment. This was his final opportunity. And yet he had failed to capture the Prince of Ning. Was it truly his fate to perish here today? He could not accept such a conclusion. He had yet to earn renown in the Chaos realm, nor had he realized his aspirations, only to meet an untimely demise. It became apparent that a formidable remnant soul lingered within him, explaining the inability to access its memories. Jiang Ning's expression was icy and somber. The couple swiftly appeared beside Jiang Luo, ready to prevent any further attacks. Father, eliminate the remnants of his soul within him. Jiang Luo exclaimed in haste. This young man's extraordinary fortune was none other than the old grandfather, the son of destiny bearing the mantle of the Flame Emperor. If only he could obliterate this golden finger, the fortune would undoubtedly wane significantly. Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, suppressing Xiao Feng and seizing his lingering soul. Ah, ah, ah. The anguished cries of Elder Feng reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Although he had once been a formidable figure who had stepped into the realm of loss, how could a mere remnant of a soul withstand Jiang Ning's might? His essence was effortlessly grasped by Jiang Ning's hand. With a decisive squeeze, Elder Feng's soul was reduced to nothingness. Teacher, Xiao Feng cried out in despair. The mentor who had guided him to defy fate and ascend the path of brilliance was now irrevocably lost. His heart was consumed with murderous intent and deep-seated resentment. Jiang Luo rushed forward. Xiao Feng, engulfed in despair, closed his eyes, fully aware that he was beyond salvation. Linger, I can no longer seek you, he lamented, believing that Jiang Luo had come to end his life. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Luo did not strike him down. Instead, he unleashed a surge of sword energy, severing one of Xiao Feng's fingers and seizing the treasured wind god ring of the wind god sect. Ah! Xiao Feng cried out in agony, as blood gushed forth from the severed digit. The fateful opportunity to alter the destiny of the Chosen One was extinguished, resulting in a substantial depletion of his fortune energy. 50. Jiang Luo was filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that his progress would soar to 50, reaching the halfway mark. This young lord grants you an opportunity to cultivate further and then challenge me after a few years, Jiang Luo coldly remarked. There will be opportunities in the future to deplete Xiao Feng's fortune. Having slain Elder Feng, severed his finger, and seized the wind god ring, he was untroubled by the thought of Xiao Feng seeking him out. Xiao Feng stood there in a daze, perplexed as to why the Prince of Ning would spare his life. You let me go. Are you not afraid I will seek vengeance? Xiao Feng spoke, his eyes filled with hatred. Jiang Luo scoffed disdainfully. You wish to seek revenge on this heir? It would take you 10 lifetimes to accomplish such a feat. You are but an ant, hardly worthy of my consideration. Such a condescending attitude severely wounded Xiao Feng's pride. Luo, I perceive something extraordinary in this individual. Should we truly let him go? Du Gu Xiaoye remarked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiang Luo smiled gently and said, Mother, I know my own limits. Moreover, at this moment, it is utterly impossible to kill him. It may even result in a backlash. If it were truly feasible to eliminate Xiao Feng, I would not hesitate. Yet, the time is not ripe for such an act. What more can we do but let him be? Fortunately, his golden opportunity has already been destroyed. Du Gu Xiaoye nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall not interfere. The crown prince of the Ning Kingdom, you will undoubtedly come to regret today's choice. Xiao Feng declared with a face full of hatred. He then gritted his teeth against his injuries, attempting to depart. However, the members of the Stormwind Sword sect had no intention of allowing Xiao Feng to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. They swiftly surrounded him. Young man, just because the crown prince of the Ning Kingdom has spared you does not mean that our grievances will go unavenged. You have slain over a dozen of my disciples. If we do not eliminate you here today, how shall the Stormwind Sword sect retain any dignity in the Chaos Realm? The sect leader of the Stormwind Sword sect proclaimed furiously. As Xiao Feng beheld the encroaching members of the Stormwind Sword sect, his complexion turned ashen. It dawned on him why Jiang Luo had so benevolently spared him. She understood that the disciples of the Stormwind Sword sect would never let him off the hook. He felt as though he were a pawn in a cruel game. His resentment towards Jiang Luo intensified further. If you wish to kill, then do so. 18 years from now, I, Xiao Feng, shall rise once more as a valiant man. He shouted, trying to bolster his own courage. Faced with death, fear and trepidation are natural to all. Sect leader of the Stormwind sect, it will not be so easy to take Xiao Feng's life. You may even find yourself in dire straits. You must consider this carefully. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. The master of the Stormwind sect remarked, What misfortune could befall me because of a mere youth? I have no doubt that he cannot escape from my grasp. Since the crown prince of the Ning Kingdom has spared him, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. He truly could not fathom the possibility of Xiao Feng eluding capture, suspecting instead that the crown prince was merely attempting to intimidate him by granting Xiao Feng a reprieve. Jiang Luo merely smiled, refraining from further conversation. If the other party sought death, there was little he could do to save them. Moreover, he wished to verify whether the fabled child of destiny could indeed not be slain before their fortune was entirely expended. With a resounding crash, the master of the Gale sect conjured a colossal hand, which descended upon Xiao Feng. Just as everyone believed Xiao Feng was doomed, an exceedingly formidable energy erupted from within him. This energy surged forth, ruthlessly striking at the members of the Gale Sword sect. What is happening? This power is formidable. Their eyes widened in shock as their expressions shifted dramatically. They hastily attempted to defend themselves, but against such might, resistance proved futile. One by one, they spat out blood, and some of the less powerful elders were directly annihilated. In that moment, bolstered by this mysterious force, Xiao Feng tore through the void and escaped at lightning speed. The master of the Gale sect, now injured with blood at the corner of his mouth, turned to Jiang Luo, his anger palpable. Prince Ning, was it you who ordered assistance for Xiao Feng? My disciples have been slaughtered, and now an elder has perished as well. I have yet to avenge my grievances. Yet I have suffered losses both in men and in honor. The depth of the master's fury was evident. Master, I did offer you a warning, yet you sought to blame me? Jiang Luo retorted. Furthermore, why would I save Xiao Feng, who harbors an intense hatred towards me? Jiang Luo let out a cold snort. Did he truly believe himself to be so easily bullied? Accusations were being heaped upon him without merit. This only confirmed his suspicions. The child of destiny was indeed difficult to vanquish. In perilous moments, some unforeseen circumstance would invariably arise to save him. Henceforth, he must approach the child of destiny with utmost caution. At this moment, Jiang Ning spoke up. There is no one whom the Divine Dynasty cannot protect. If we truly wish to rescue Xiao Feng, we would not stoop to clandestine schemes. His voice resonated with unparalleled authority and confidence, clearly conveying to the Swift-Wind Sword sect that their intention to save someone was far too noble to resort to underhanded tactics. We shall rescue him openly and with integrity. What can your Swift-Wind Sword sect do about it? The Wind Realm was to be brought to an early conclusion. The expression on the Swift Windsword sect's faces turned grim. Faced with such a significant upheaval, there was no longer any necessity to proceed with the Wind Realm. Luo, how do you know that Xiao Feng cannot be killed? Asked Jiang Xiao, her curiosity piqued. I observe that he is enveloped by great fortune. As long as that fortune remains, it is exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise. Should one attempt to forcibly slay him, there is a high probability of suffering a backlash from that very fortune. Jiang Luo spoke candidly, revealing no secrets. After all, being a bearer of great fortune is not considered a significant secret in the chaotic realm of Shuangguang. He was indeed the fabled individual endowed with extraordinary luck. Now that Luo heir had become his sworn enemy, was it not perilous? Jiang Xiao furrowed her brow. As the saintess of the chaotic sacred land, she had certainly heard of the terrifying power of those who possess great fortune through ancient texts. Yet, what of the child of fortune? I remain confident in my ability to suppress him. Jiang Luo spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that no matter how formidable one's fortune might be, it pales in comparison to steadfast determination. Very well, my son possesses ambition, Jiang Ning remarked with a pleased smile. History is replete with accounts of great fortunates meeting their demise. Though they may be challenging to vanquish, it does not imply they are invincible. The essence of great fortune lies in the divine favor and protection bestowed by the heavenly path. As cultivators, we defy the heavens. If we are undeterred by the celestial order, why should we fear its chosen? As a paragon destined to dominate an era, Jiang Ning exuded an equally formidable presence. What of the children of destiny? Sooner or later, the heavens themselves shall be subdued. Upon receiving the news of the premature conclusion of the Wind Realm, many voiced their grievances. After all, they had paid an entrance fee and yet found themselves empty-handed. However, in the face of the formidable might of the Swift Windsword sect, they dared not stir trouble, for it is a venerable and immortal order. They had also heard that the Swift Windsword sect had not only lost numerous disciples but had also suffered the fall of several esteemed elders. At such a juncture, it would be unwise to invite misfortune upon oneself and become a target for the sect's ire. Jiang Ning, Jiang Luo, and the enigmatic Jiang Xiao had just emerged from the realm of wind. At that moment, the master of the Swift Wind sect approached with a smile. Noble Prince Ning, the celestial wind that Xiao Feng obtained must be contained within the ring you seized. This treasure is the sacred relic of our Swift Windsword sect, and we kindly request its return. The entire sect would be immensely grateful. Just recently, during the temporal reversal of the Haotian mirror, I witnessed Xiao Feng placing the celestial wind into the spatial ring. This is an extraordinary wind that our Swift Wind sect has sought for countless years. Acquiring the celestial wind would enable the mastery of the Swift Wind technique to its utmost pinnacle, perhaps even leading to profound enlightenment. Jiang Luo smiled and said, Master, this is my trophy, I cannot relinquish it to you. He intended to harness the celestial wind to forge the sixth divine cauldron, the cauldron of wind. The master of the Gale sect furrowed his brow and replied solemnly. There was an agreement made before entering the realm of wind. Any extraordinary winds acquired may be taken away, but the celestial wind is the sole exception. It is the most precious of all extraordinary winds within the realm of wind and holds immense significance for the Gale Sword sect. Naturally, it cannot be permitted to fall into the hands of outsiders. Jiang Luo calmly replied, Indeed, such regulations exist. However, I did not acquire it from the realm of wind, but rather from Xiao Feng. You should seek him for it, rather than attempting to seize my spoils. Once a treasure is within my grasp, how could I willingly relinquish it? That is simply not in my nature. Besides, with my formidable background, what could the Wind Sword sect possibly do to me? You. The leader of the Wind sect seethed with rage upon hearing Jiang Luo's sophistry. Regardless of the circumstances, you must surrender the celestial wind. Jiang Xiao fiercely positioned herself protectively in front of her son and coldly retorted, And what if we refuse? Do you intend to resort to violence? My husband and I are not to be trifled with. Her resolve was unwavering. Surrender was out of the question. The leader's face flushed with anger. And just as he pondered his next course of action, a ripple in the void revealed a spatial passage. An elderly man, his white hair flowing like a masterful sword, emerged. Greetings, ancestor. The leader of the Wind sect quickly bowed in respect. Chi Feng Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiao furrowed their brows. This was the revered sword saint who held dominion over the Wind Sword sect. Little one, if you hand over the celestial wind to me, I will owe you a favor, Feng Qingyang said with a gentle smile. A favor from a saint is indeed a rare and invaluable commodity. Chi Feng Sword Saint. In my great Supreme Divine Dynasty, we have countless saints who dominate the entire chaos realm. Do we truly lack for a saint's favor? Jiang Ning spoke with a hint of disdain, questioning how a mere sage could threaten them into surrendering the celestial wind. Youngster, although you are a prince of the divine dynasty, you must not show disrespect to a sage. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. When facing the might of a sage, one must possess a fundamental sense of reverence. Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of the Emperor of Humanity. Feng Qingyang furrowed his brow, growing increasingly irate as the terrifying aura of the sage erupted forth. Ninger is indeed correct. Your goodwill as a sage holds no weight before my grandson. At that moment, a voice of unparalleled authority resounded from the heavens above. The avatar of the great Xiao Emperor, Jiang Luo, descended once more. With a resounding roar, the entire cosmos trembled violently. Gradually, a figure began to materialize. Stepping forward as if traversing from the distant reaches of the starry sky, the very laws of this realm quivered in his presence, as if in submission. A formidable and unparalleled might emanated from him. With each step, the paths of the universe thundered, and the stars quaked, making him appear as the sole sovereign of the celestial expanse. As the Emperor of Humanity who suppresses the realms, his mere avatar could crush an entire immortal sect. Father, grandfather, the crowd bowed in reverence. Those from the various powers within the realm of wind were struck with sheer terror, unable to fathom that the legendary Emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty had personally descended. Despite their noble lineage, they were but insignificant specks in the Emperor's eyes. The elder of the Nanli imperial clan dared not inquire about Zhang Wei's whereabouts, hastily fleeing in fright, believing that Zhang Wei had slain the son of the Ning royal family and provoked the great deity, Emperor Jiang Luo. The once formidable sword Saint Qingfeng now appeared as meek as a grandson. He dared not dismiss Jiang Ning, regardless of his lofty status or prodigious talent. He was still not a sage. The notion that all beneath the sage were mere ants had long been ingrained in their minds. Yet before the Emperor of Humanity, they scarcely dared to breathe. You wish to teach my son a lesson? The Emperor inquired coldly. I do not dare. Feng Qingyang quickly apologized. Humph. The Emperor snorted dismissively. The celestial wind is a trophy earned by Luo'er and rightfully belongs to her. Should you dispute this, I shall offer you an opportunity. When my grandson comes of age and begins his trials, if any of your disciples from the Swift Windsword sect can defeat Luo'er, you may reclaim the celestial wind. The Emperor's actions were undoubtedly aimed at honing his grandson's skills. The royal family of the great Xia has a tradition. Upon reaching the age of 18, legitimate heirs must undergo a coming-of-age ceremony and subsequently be exiled for 5 years to gain experience before they can return. During this period, they will face challenges from their equally gifted peers. Now, as Jiang Luo is merely 16, he has 2 more years until he officially reaches adulthood. Since the Emperor has made this decision, the Windsword sect has no objections. Feng Qingyang smiled. After all, it is better to have an opportunity than none at all. Although the Crown Prince of Ning possesses remarkable talent, older disciples could be dispatched to confront him. Anyone under the age of 50 is still considered a peer. 50 years, though regarded as the twilight of life for mortals, is but a fleeting moment for cultivators who enjoy lifespans extending over a millennium. In these 2 years, the entire sect can devote its resources to nurturing a prodigy, one capable of reclaiming the title of the wind of the celestial realm. With this course of action settled, the Emperor turned his gaze towards Jiang Luo. Luo'er, you must have acquired the demon summoning sutra from the Three-Sword Hall, along with the Sword of Heavenly Wrath. As a person standing at the pinnacle of the world, a mere glance at Jiang Luo was enough for him to discern that the Sword of Heavenly Wrath was indeed in his possession. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded. Grandfather, I have indeed obtained the Sword of Heavenly Wrath. You shall entrust it to me. Jiang Ning did not hesitate and handed over the weapon to the Emperor. Whoosh! A grand, blood-red sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, soared into the Emperor's grasp. The Sword of Heavenly Wrath. The Sword Saint of the Clear Wind gasped, his breath quickening. This was indeed a sacred weapon of their Gale sword sect. However, with the Emperor present, even if envy stirred within, none dared to claim it. After all, it was the Sword of Heavenly Wrath that had chosen the Crown Prince of the Ning dynasty, offering no grounds for demand. Among all sacred weapons, the Sword of Heavenly Wrath ranks among the foremost in terms of offensive and destructive capability. Nevertheless, it bears the flaw of consuming the wielder's mind. Henceforth, you must diligently fortify your spiritual strength. Subsequently, as he caressed the blade, numerous seals were inscribed upon it. Luo'er, I have placed several seals upon the sword. Each time you transcend a significant realm, one seal shall be unbound, until you reach the quasi-saint level, at which point all seals will be lifted. Thus, you shall wield this sacred weapon in battle. A sacred weapon is a formidable armament, second only to imperial weapons. Given Jiang Luo's current alchemical realm, he was, of course, incapable of mastering it fully. Only by sealing away most of its power could he barely manage to wield it in combat. Afterward, he returned the sword of heavenly wrath. Grasping it, Jiang Luo rejoiced, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Emperor." The emperor nodded, and soon thereafter, his ethereal form vanished from sight. Jiang Ning, accompanied by his wife and children, embarked on a journey aboard the chaotic flying vessel, heading towards the Divine Xiao dynasty. The members of the Swift Wind Sword sect bore grim expressions, for they had suffered immense losses this time. Not only had they lost lives, but 2 of their treasured artifacts had also been taken. A month later, a grand competition among the disciples would be held. Whoever emerged victorious would receive the full support of the sect for cultivation. He vowed to reclaim the celestial wind and the sword of heavenly fury from the hands of the Prince of Ning. The voice of the sword saint of the clear wind resonated throughout the sect, igniting fervor among all disciples, who began to prepare eagerly for this golden opportunity to soar to greatness. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng found himself transported by a mysterious force to a dim, primordial forest. Initially believing his fate was sealed, he was astonished to find himself saved. "Who rescued me?" Xiao Feng pondered aloud. At that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the entire forest, revealing an ethereal and breathtaking figure, the true visage of a woman obscured in mystery, manifesting before him. "Who are you? Why have you saved me?" Xiao Feng inquired, his voice rising with urgency. "I am the Storm Empress, Feng Ruyan," she replied, her lips parting gracefully to reveal her name. "What? You are the Storm Empress?" Xiao Feng was taken aback, overwhelmed by the revelation. As a disciple of the last patriarch of the Wind God sect, he was certainly familiar with the Storm Empress, the founding ancestor of the sect and a legendary figure from ancient times, a being of immense power. She was on the verge of attaining the status of a great emperor. During the ancient era of the Golden Age, when countless prodigies arose and saints roamed freely, she was deemed the most likely candidate to ascend to the rank of emperor, her strength far surpassing that of ordinary quasi-emperors, making her one of the mightiest beings beneath the great emperor. This was a person of unparalleled legend, an idol whom Xiao Feng had long admired. "I pay my respects to the ancestor," he exclaimed, kneeling in reverence. "Rise," Feng Ruyan said with a nod. "Ancestor, how have you survived from ancient times until now?" Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. Feng Ruyan shook her head. "I was once a deceased soul, merely a remnant trapped within the wind-devouring technique. It was your ability to absorb a vast amount of foreign wind energy in the realm of winds that released my lingering spirit. The origins of the wind-devouring technique are shrouded in mystery, said to come from the enigmatic heights of the 9 heavens. If you dedicate yourself to your cultivation, great achievements await you. In the future, avenging your master and reclaiming honor may not be beyond your reach, though only a remnant of a soul remained." Feng Ruyan still radiated an unparalleled grace and beauty. "I shall strive diligently in my cultivation," Xiao Feng declared with determination. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. The haunting image of his master's demise lingered vividly in his mind, an indelible mark that he could never erase. Consumed by an overwhelming hatred, he vowed that if he did not exact vengeance in this lifetime, he would not be worthy of being called a man. With determination, perseverance, and innate talent coursing through him, Yan Ruyuan nodded with satisfaction. Although his opponent was the royal grandson of the Divine Dynasty, there was no need for despair. Fortune favored him, and the Taoist blessings were upon him. In this life, he even harbored the hope of becoming an emperor, surpassing the founder of the Jiang clan. When that time came, avenging against Jiang Luo would pale in comparison to annihilating the entire Divine Dynasty of the Great Xia. "From this day forth, I shall personally train you, nurturing your growth." As one who nearly achieved the title of emperor, his confidence was evidently profound. "Ha ha!" A wild laughter erupted within Xiao Feng's heart. Though he had lost his master, fate had not forsaken him. Instead, a more formidable ancestor had emerged. "Jiang Luo, I will seek you out. The humiliation you inflicted upon me, the profound enmity towards my master, and the vendetta for my severed fingers, I shall repay you 100-fold. 1,000-fold, in due time. You shall find no escape from your suffering." Xiao Feng's fist remained tightly clenched, his inner resolve ignited a flame. Revenge was imperative. He would ensure that Jiang Luo lay crushed beneath his feet. Note: the protagonist currently possesses the Chaos Divine Cauldron, the Emperor's Divine Cauldron, the Thunder Divine Cauldron, the Azure Dragon Divine Cauldron, the Royal Dao Divine Cauldron, and the Sky-Devouring Demon Cauldron, marking the realm of the 6 cauldrons, not 5. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo remained unaware that Xiao Feng's fortuitous advantage had transformed from an elderly gentleman into a breathtaking empress. Even if he were to learn of this, he would not be astonished. As a child of destiny, it is only natural that opportunities abound. In truth, the child of destiny could be likened to a bountiful and robust chive. Moreover, once harvested, it will soon sprout anew. After all, their fortunes are exceedingly favorable. With various treasures effortlessly presented before them, the celestial wind and the wind god ring can be considered as the chives Jiang Luo has gleaned from the child of destiny. He awaits the day when these chives regrow, anticipating the moment to reap once more. After giving the frost storm delusion, Jiang Luo entered the secret chamber to engage in seclusion. He retrieved the wind god ring and prepared to extract the celestial wind, aiming to forge the divine cauldron of wind and elevate his cultivation to the 7th cauldron realm. This marked yet another significant turning point. Attaining the 7th cauldron realm would enable him to manifest greatly augmenting his power. Jiang Luo prepared to extract the celestial wind from the wind god ring. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of divine wind energy rushing into his body. This force was unparalleled in its might, causing him immense discomfort, his entire being flushed crimson, radiating a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the wind god mark on his forehead shimmered with an extraordinary luster, exuding an aura of terrifying power. What is happening? Jiang Luo was utterly astonished, completely unaware of the unfolding events. He could only perceive himself as an immense vessel, continuously absorbing the divine wind energy contained within the wind god ring. Time seemed to lose its meaning. After completely siphoning the divine wind energy from the ring, Jiang Luo discovered that the potency of wrath of the wind god had significantly intensified, and its rank had ascended from 7 stars to 8 stars. Even outside the unique environment of the wind realm, the power unleashed by the wrath of the wind god would likely rival that experienced within its confines. To think that possessing the wind god ring would grant me such a formidable opportunity. Jiang Luo displayed an expression of immense joy. Indeed, the child of destiny. This particular leak flourished most abundantly. It was truly a fortuitous surprise. The aptitude shifted from 7 stars to 8. Though the difference spanned merely 1 star, it represented an insurmountable chasm, a divide of unimaginable proportions. Subsequently, Jiang Luo turned his gaze once more to the wind god ring. Having lost the power of the wind god, the ring had transformed into an ordinary spatial ring. Upon opening it, he discovered the celestial wind indeed resided within. Additionally, it housed numerous treasured scriptures of the wind god sect. Among them was the sect's foundational technique, the wind god formula, which was also included. The wind god formula. I can now cultivate a second technique, perfectly harmonizing with the wind god cauldron I am on the verge of refining. Jiang Luo was filled with immense joy. There exists a specialized cultivation technique, which enhances the power of the divine cauldron that has been forged. Jiang Luo's chaotic power is inherent to him due to his chaotic divine body. It is not the result of any cultivated technique. Thus, the demonic invocation scripture is regarded as his initial method of cultivation. The wind god technique, which he intends to practice thereafter, will be his second. As for the other techniques that complement the divine cauldron, he plans to acquire them upon his return to the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Given the formidable foundation of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, obtaining these techniques will undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor. He has commenced his cultivation journey. Jiang Luo sat suspended in midair, adjusting his state to perfection before retrieving the heavenly polar wind. The thunderous heavenly polar wind emanated an incredibly formidable and fierce energy. Jiang Luo hastily activated the wind god technique to subdue it, employing the unparalleled divine body, the chaotic sacred body, the pure-blooded imperial lineage, the combat saint body, the purple golden thunder eye, and the primordial sword body in concert to exert their might. Even the most exquisite of unusual winds could not withstand the formidable power of the 4 sacred bodies combined with the unparalleled divine body and the pure-blooded imperial lineage. Before long, Jiang Luo successfully tamed it. Subsequently, he commenced the process of refining and cultivating, striving to penetrate the realms of the 7 tripods and the Dharma manifestation. Jiang Luo sat suspended in midair, emanating an unparalleled and formidable aura. Surrounding him was a radiant and intense divine light, akin to a blazing sun, casting brilliant beams in all directions. He continuously absorbed the energy of the celestial wind, diligently practicing the wind god technique. Time elapsed, though its measure was lost to him. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Jiang Luo erupted with a dazzling brilliance of secretive patterns, illuminating the skies with resplendent hues. Following this, an extraordinarily terrifying power surged forth from within him. Centered around his being, a cataclysmic wave of explosive energy radiated outward with tremendous force. Instantly, countless beams of light ignited around him, adorned with intricate runes. The protective array of the training sanctuary had been activated. Almost immediately, a colossal cauldron materialized above his head. Enveloped in fierce winds and radiant light, the wind god cauldron had been successfully condensed. Jiang Luo officially stepped into the realm of the seven cauldrons. In an instant, his aura surged exponentially, undergoing a transformation of monumental proportions. At this moment, Jiang Luo chose not to conclude his cultivation. Instead, he focused on consolidating the embodiment of the law. The heavens and the earth radiated with brilliance as boundless spiritual energy surged towards him from behind, while luminous secret patterns shimmered around him. Soon, he conjured a colossal embodiment of a storm. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow, pondering that his supreme Dharma form should not merely be the Gale Dharma form. Although this incarnation is undeniably powerful, it fails to meet his expectations. Furthermore, having directly cultivated the divine cauldron of seven attributes, how could he possibly manifest only the wind attribute Dharma form? He summoned the forces of other attributes, attempting to see if he could conjure a new Dharma form. Soon, a magnificent thunder erupted behind him, awe-inspiring and formidable. The thunder Dharma form materialized. I am not limited to the manifestation of a single Dharma form. This must be related to the supreme scriptures I have cultivated. Jiang Luo continued to consolidate his. The chaotic, the emperor, the azure dragon, the imperial golden dragon, the celestial demon. One after another, they materialized before him. In addition to the storm and the thunder, he successfully manifested seven distinct. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Luo unleashed all seven simultaneously. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. They began to merge into one. Subsequently, a colossal emerged behind him, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, radiating an unparalleled divine authority. The fusion of culminated in the Supreme. Jiang Luo was utterly astonished, having unexpectedly fused into a new Dharma manifestation. At this moment, the Supreme Celestial Sovereign's Dharma form continued to ascend, 10 zhang, 20 zhang. It ultimately ceased at a staggering height of 100 zhang. This magnificent and colossal Dharma figure emanated an awe-inspiring and terrifying pressure. In that instant, it felt as though the entire chaotic realm lay submissively at its feet. In the cosmic expanse, I alone reign supreme. The Supreme Celestial Sovereign is truly formidable. Jiang Luo was utterly astonished. His mere breakthrough in the Danding realm, a minor level, imparted the sensation of achieving a significant advancement. Each small breakthrough heralded tumultuous changes, akin to a complete metamorphosis. This was a testament to the solid foundation he had laid, as it allowed him to fully harness the maximum potential of each realm. This explains why extraordinary prodigies often choose to suppress their cultivation levels. The more profound their accumulation, the greater the enhancement of their power upon breaking through. Whoosh! The chaotic flying vessel sped towards the divine dynasty of Great Xia at an astonishing pace. During the journey, Jiang Luo wasted no time, immersing himself entirely in his cultivation. After acquiring the legacy of the Wind God sect, he selected two techniques for his practice. The Wind God leg, a technique of the immortal rank, was exceptionally suited for wind attribute cultivators. Moreover, possessing the unparalleled divine wind of the celestial extremity, Jiang Luo could significantly amplify the power of the Wind God leg. The wind moves 9 heavens, a secret method for temporarily boosting one's strength, had been employed during his battle with Xiaofeng. Luoer, you may exit your retreat. We are about to arrive at the Great Xia Imperial Star. He had no idea how much time had elapsed when his father's voice resonated in his mind. Thus, he concluded his cultivation and emerged from the secluded chamber. Young master, I have successfully refined the ice storm and ascended to the human realm. As soon as he stepped out, he heard Lu Ziyan boasting in his ear. Congratulations! Your strength has greatly increased. Jiang Luo smiled. As the daughter of fortune, Lu Ziyan possesses remarkable talent. Now, under the guidance of Dugu Xiaoye, she has experienced tremendous enhancement. Here lies a martial technique known as the Pear Blossom Tempest, which, when combined with the ice storm, wields boundless power. Jiang Luo spoke, stating that the level of combat skills is not of paramount importance. Rather, what truly matters is their suitability to oneself. Thank you, young master, Lu Ziyan responded joyfully, cherishing the item in her hands. At that moment, Jiang Ning and the couple, Dugu Xiaoye, approached. Luo, congratulations on your significant increase in strength. Jiang Ning chuckled, immediately recognizing the significant progress his son had made. I am certain that Luo will undoubtedly rival the esteemed Jiang Xiao, declared the ever-confident Dugu Xiaoya. At last, we have arrived at the Great Xia Imperial Star. After a brief moment, Jiang Ning gestured towards a colossal world before them, which dwarfed the heavenly Great World and the heavenly wind Great World that Jiang Luo had previously encountered by countless magnitudes. This is the true behemoth of worlds. The Great Xia Imperial Star, originally known as the Heavenly Micro Great World, was renamed following the establishment of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. With a resounding boom, the chaos flying vessel transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly into the Great Xia Imperial Star. Who dares to ignore the prohibition against any spacecraft flying within the Great Xia Imperial Star? Descend immediately. At that moment, several powerful auras surged towards the chaos-flying vessel. To demonstrate the might of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, the skies above the entire Imperial Star were off-limits to aircraft, with the Imperial capital being entirely restricted from flight. Are you blind? Do you not recognize that this is the Ningyue, the vessel of His Highness Prince Ning? A golden-armored general barked, his voice sharp. Despite the flight restrictions, Prince Ning naturally belonged to a privileged class, exempt from such regulations. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, His Highness Prince Ning has returned. This was a peerless prodigy who had dominated an era. After disappearing for a full 16 years, it was unexpected that he had returned. 16 years had passed, and Prince Ning had finally come back. It seemed the imperial capital was about to be stirred by a tempest once more. Watching the distant chaos-flying vessel, the golden-armored general sighed. The entire Imperial Star was aware of that incident. In that battle, Prince Ning, in his youth, had subdued a host of royal elders, showcasing extraordinary talent and terrifying power. Everyone was in awe of Prince Ning's might. Just how much stronger had he become after all these years? Soon, a magnificent city appeared before the four. Is this the imperial capital of the unparalleled divine dynasty, Great Xia? Jiang Luo was utterly astonished. The colossal city was unimaginably grand, its circumference likely spanning billions of kilometers. An infinite array of divine lights enveloped it, with purple mist rising and brilliance radiating in all directions. In the sky above, the sun and moon, never to set, simultaneously illuminated the entire city. Along the towering walls stood rows of soldiers, fully armed and clad in armor, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Moreover, towering giants, each several dozen feet tall, loomed atop the city gates, surveying the streets below and monitoring every passerby. These giants possessed an intimidating aura. Some were encircled by flames, while others bore 8 arms or 3 eyes. Legend has it that long ago, a race of giants who called themselves gods suddenly descended upon the chaotic realm of Xianwang. They sought to enslave the entirety of this realm, but were ultimately subdued by the human emperor. These so-called gods were then reduced to servitude. The presence of giants guarding the city speaks volumes of the immense power of the divine dynasty. Furthermore, the city walls were constructed from extraordinarily precious and rare stones, magnificent and imposing in their grandeur. The worth of each brick could likely rival the entire foundation of the Xian sect in the spiritual realm. This exemplifies the terrifying depth of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The capital of the Great Xia Empire boasted a permanent population exceeding several hundred billion. Such a vast and prosperous city was indeed a sight Jiang Luo beheld for the very first time. Jiang Xiao, the great emperor of humanity from 210,000 years ago, was born in the Tianwei Star region, the Daxia Star region, and is the founder and ancestor of the Daxia Divine Dynasty, holding the esteemed title of Daxia Divine Emperor, also known as the Great Emperor Changkong. Since his reign, the Daxia Divine Dynasty has endured for 210,000 years without interruption, consistently standing at the pinnacle of the entire chaos realm. This enduring legacy is attributed to their possession of imperial artifacts and the transmission of imperial scriptures, ensuring their legacy for millennia to come. After 210,000 years of flourishing, the population of the Jiang clan has reached an extraordinarily formidable and unimaginable number. The direct lineage primarily resides within the Daxia Imperial Star, while the extensive branches are dispersed across various locales of the Chaos Realm. The Daxia Divine Dynasty exercises direct control over 6 star regions: the Daxia Star region, the Black Mist Star region, the Zhangxiang Star region, the Tiangang Star region, the Xiang Star region, and the Tianji Star region, overseeing a populace that numbers in the billions, a truly astonishing feat furthermore. There are 7 additional star regions that are under the indirect control of the Xiao Divine Dynasty. Lower, how do you find it? Are you awed by the might of Xiao? Jiang Ning remarked with a smile. You will reside here from now on, gradually experiencing its grandeur. He continued, let us return to the Ning Wang mansion first. I shall take you to meet your grandfather another day. With a swift motion, the chaotic flying vessel surged into the imperial capital, heading toward the Ning Wang mansion. The Ning Wang has returned. Quickly relay the news. Jiang Ning did not conceal his whereabouts, and thus he was swiftly discovered by the spies of various powerful factions. They hurried back to relay the news, fully aware that the return of this unparalleled prodigy would likely incite a tremendous upheaval. The events of yesteryear were vividly etched in everyone's memory. It was imperative to transmit this information back at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, within the imperial palace, the emperor seemed to sense something. A subtle smile graced his lips. His beloved grandson had returned. The tribulations he had faced in the past would surely be avenged. As a grandfather, it was only fitting that he prepared a grand gift for their reunion. The emperor had not met his descendants for the first time. Rather, he prioritized preparing the welcome gift before anything else. Subsequently, his gaze grew cold. The past decisions made in the interest of the greater good did not equate to a forgetfulness of those events. That group would ultimately pay the price. In a swift motion, the chaotic flying vessel descended upon a magnificent estate. This grand residence sprawled over an extensive area, exuding magnificence and grandeur. With floors adorned in jade and white marble, a sight to behold. At the imposing vermilion entrance, 2 ancient beast guardians stood sentinel, emanating an astonishing aura. It is known that a fully grown divine beast could reign supreme in an ordinary star domain. However, here, they were merely relegated to the role of guardians. This underscores the lofty status of the estate's master. After all, in the entirety of the Great Xia, apart from the hereditary 9 royal houses, there were only 18 princes. The position of a prince is indeed one of great significance. Once the chaotic flying vessel was secured within the spatial ring, Jiang Ning and his companions made their entrance into the Prince Ning's residence. Even the reclusive Qing Li emerged from her secluded retreat, an unusual occurrence indeed. Who dares to intrude upon Prince Ning's abode? At that moment, a battalion of guards adorned in resplendent purple and gold armor rushed forth, encircling the group. Upon recognizing Jiang Ning's visage, the captain of the guard was struck with profound astonishment, hastily leading his men to kneel upon the ground. My lord, you have finally returned. We pay our respects to the prince. One among them gazed at Jiang Ning with adoration, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, I have returned. Jiang Ning acknowledged with a slight nod, his tone composed. Just then, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, hurriedly approached. Upon sighting Jiang Ning and his wife, he was momentarily taken aback, subsequently rubbing his moist eyes. My lord, my lady, you have finally returned. I have awaited your arrival for 16 long years. The old servant was overwhelmed with emotion, promptly bowing with a cadre of attendants. Shoubo, your efforts in managing the prince's residence over the years have been commendable, Jiang Ning remarked softly. It is merely my duty, my lord. It has not been arduous. Shoubo replied, shaking his head with a smile. Jiang Xiao, an elderly man who has cared for Jiang Ning since childhood, has now become the chief steward of the entire Ning Wangfu. Who are these esteemed individuals? At this moment, Steward Xiao shifted his attention to Jiang Luo and the others. This is Luo Du Gu Xiaoya replied with a smile. Ah, the young master? Have you found him? Steward Xiao was utterly astonished, then burst into laughter, congratulating the Wangya and Wang Fei for locating their son. This is splendid. Not only have they found the young master, but the Wangya has also become significantly more formidable over the past 16 years. It is likely that I am no longer a match for him. From the bottom of his heart, he rejoiced for the Wangya. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led everyone away from the front courtyard. The young master has returned? Back then, as an infant, he had already encountered the misfortune of blood extraction. How pitiable. Regrettably, having lost his imperial bloodline, it seems he may fade into obscurity, rendering the notion of a trio of prodigies from one family an impossibility. The members of Ning Wangfu wore expressions of deep indignation. Had it not been for that incident years ago, with the young master possessing a first-class imperial lineage, he would likely have joined the ranks of the extraordinary by now. As it stands, the chasm between the young master and Jiang Shinkong is likely as vast as heaven and earth. After all, he has spent 16 years in exile, devoid of powerful resources, and has lost his imperial blood. How could he possibly be very strong? Luo, Please wait for your father for a few days. In several days' time, I shall personally seek to restore some semblance of justice for you. Jiang Ning spoke up, expressing his intention to enter seclusion in pursuit of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, one's strength is of paramount importance. Only through possessing sufficient power can one acquire desired aspirations and accomplish intended endeavors. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Ning departed, entering the cultivation chamber. At that moment, Qing Li interjected, "Sister, please find me a sanctuary for cultivation. I cannot afford to waste time. I must begin my training immediately." Born for the purpose of cultivation, Qing Li was filled with impatience. The profound heritage of the great Xia Divine Dynasty promised a significant enhancement of her abilities within a short span of time. Dugu Xiaoya replied with a smile, "I will first escort Luo to her residence, and then I shall arrange accommodations for you, my sister." She then guided Jiang Luo to an exceptionally luxurious courtyard. "From this moment forth, this shall be Luo Courtyard, your private abode." Luo, Dugu Xiaoya gestured towards the opulent surroundings. The courtyard was vast, boasting over 100 rooms. A dedicated cultivation chamber, artificial hills, and serene lakes, all surrounded by an abundance of invaluable spiritual flowers and herbs. Even spiritual beasts roamed within, adding to the grandeur of the place. Immediately after, Dugu Xiaoya summoned a contingent of guards to stand vigil outside Luo Courtyard, ensuring Jiang Luo's safety. Initially, she had intended to assign hundreds of beautiful maidservants to attend to Jiang Luo and manage the courtyard, but Jiang Luo declined, stating that only Lu Zian was necessary. With too many eyes, the risk of exposure regarding her secrets would increase. Thus, minimizing contact would reduce the potential for revelation. Subsequently, Dugu Xiaoya departed with Qing Li. Jiang Luo, accompanied by Lu Zian, entered the Luo courtyard and made her way to the main house. "Young master, I never anticipated that your lineage was so grand. It is truly astonishing. I have realized that I am no match for any of the guards within this royal residence." Upon arriving in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, Lu Zian was so overwhelmed that she scarcely dared to breathe. Now, having reached Jiang Luo's exclusive courtyard, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "It is truly intimidating. Zian, your talent is remarkable. It is only a matter of time before you surpass them." Jiang Ning smiled. Lu Zian nodded, her cheeks flushed. "Young master, allow me to assist you with your bath and changing." "All right," Jiang Luo replied with a nod. Subsequently, two fair figures entwined within the confines of the bath. "Luo soon echoed the voice of Dugu Xiaoya. Jiang Luo hastily assisted Lu Zian in adjusting her attire. Subsequently, he opened the door, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman who seemed to have descended from the Moon Palace, the holy maiden of the celestial realm, known as the Moon Goddess. Renowned as the epitome of beauty, even though she concealed much of her allure and elegance to hide her identity, her presence still surpassed that of ordinary beings. Appearing as if a celestial being graced the mortal world. "Mother, what brings you here?" Jiang Luo inquired. "How have you been adapting to life in the Prince Ning's residence?" Donggu Xiaoya asked with genuine concern. "It has been tolerable. I feel no discomfort," Jiang Luo replied. Donggu Xiaoya continued. "Your father is currently in seclusion, so I have come to keep you company during this time. After being separated from you for 16 years, I have endured the pain of longing for my son. Now, I yearn to be by your side at every moment." "Mother, with Zian here to attend to me, it is quite sufficient," Jiang Luo reassured her. Jiang Luo smiled awkwardly, for he was not raised by Dugu Xiaoya. Although she was, in name, his biological mother, sharing a room with her made him feel rather constrained, embarrassed, and awkward. Dugu Xiaoya affectionately ruffled her son's hair and remarked, "I am your mother. Why are you still shy? Seeing you so unfamiliar with me. I should spend more time with you to strengthen our bond." A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Had her son grown up by her side, such awkwardness and resistance would not have been the case. Jiang Luo nodded helplessly. This was indeed the obedient son of his mother. At that moment, Dugu Xiaoya felt as joyful as a young girl. Her child had finally been found. That child? The heir of the Ningguang, Jiang Luo. Was he the one who had his imperial blood drawn from him since childhood? Indeed, it was he. Years ago, the Ningguang and his wife had caused a great uproar in the imperial capital over this matter, annihilating the entire Yuan clan. The Yuan they referred to as Jiang Shinkong, who, with extraordinary talent, was granted the title of king. His mother, Lu Qingyu, named him after her own mother, adopting the title of Yuan in her honor. Possessing first-grade imperial blood, he was destined for greatness. What a pity it was. Do you think the Ningguang will seek justice for the heir? How could he? The Yuan currently ranks among the top 3 on the heavenly list. An undeniable prodigy. As he grows older, he might even seize the top spot, becoming the strongest prodigy of his time. Such a gifted individual enjoys the unanimous protection of the clan elders. The Ning Wang has no means to counter him unless the heir of the Ning Wang defeats the Yu Wang and seeks justice personally. In a contest of peers, the elders have no reason to intervene. However, after being lost to the world for 16 years, can the Ning Wang's heir truly defeat the Yu Wang? This task is even more arduous than proving oneself as a great emperor. It is, in fact, nearly impossible. Soon, news of the Ning Wang's heir being summoned back spread from the royal residence, instantly causing a stir throughout the imperial capital. At the third royal residence, the third prince had returned, bringing along that child. A mysterious shadow appeared before an elderly man, who emanated an overwhelming aura, surrounded by the essence of the loss. He was a sage. The emperor of the vast sky has 9 sons. Consequently, he conferred titles upon 9 princes and established 9 grand princely residences, which are the only hereditary titles. Gradually, these 9 princely houses relinquished their formal titles and became collectively known as the first prince, second prince, and 9th prince. They wield absolute authority, second only to the emperor of humanity. The current emperor, Jiang Luo, hails from the 8th princely residence. Each generation's emperor is chosen from among the 9 princely houses. The throne is not directly inherited by the emperor's progeny. In fact, the emperor's offspring do not even possess the title of prince. Instead, a suitable candidate is selected from among the direct descendants of the Jiang family. This ensures that each emperor is the most exceptional, capable of leading the great Supreme Divine Dynasty to eternal prosperity. Therefore, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ning have emerged as the 2 most favored candidates for the next emperor. Due to their possession of the imperial sacred body and an innate bearing befitting an emperor, Jiang Xiao's candidacy is regarded with even greater favor than that of Jiang Ning. If he returns, so be it. A discarded waste cannot pose any threat to Xiao. The third prince remarked nonchalantly, dismissing Jiang Luo from his mind. However, the Prince of Tranquility should not be underestimated, for he represents the greatest obstacle to Xiao's ascension to the throne. The mere thought of Jiang Ning caused the third prince's brows to furrow slightly, a hint of apprehension stirring within him. Days later, Jiang Ning has successfully emerged from seclusion, exuding a significantly enhanced aura. Congratulations to my father on his substantial advancement in cultivation. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Come, my dear, let us seek justice and reclaim what rightfully belongs to you." Jiang Ning proclaimed with great authority. "Where to?" Jiang Luo inquired. "The 8th manor." Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy. In the past, the 8th prince possessed the capability to avert this tragedy. Yet, he feigned ignorance and tacitly permitted the event to unfold. This infuriated Jiang Ning immensely. Justice must first be reclaimed, for the founder of the Jiang clan was named Jiang Xiao. Likewise, possessing the innate imperial divine body, Jiang Xiao acquired his name. Even adopting the title of divine epitomizes his overwhelming arrogance and pride. Jiang Xiao's father, Jiang Tianting, was the biological son of the 3rd prince of the 3rd royal manor. In his youth, during an expedition, the 8th prince, in a bid to save the 3rd prince's life, forcibly employed a forbidden technique of extreme yin, resulting in a significant depletion of his yang energy and rendering him incapable of procreation. In gratitude, the 3rd prince adopted his son, Jiang Tianting, and bestowed him upon the 8th prince. Consequently, in terms of clan succession, both Jiang Tianting and Jiang Xiao belonged to the 8th royal manor. However, following that incident, father and son seldom resided within the 8th royal manor, instead growing up primarily in the 3rd royal manor. Later, Jiang Xiao was conferred the title of prince and established his own royal manor. In the great Supreme Divine Dynasty, power was divided among 3 entities: the emperor, the 9 royal manors, and the ancestral hall of the clan elders. Most of the Jiang clan saints who entered the realm of laws automatically became members of the ancestral hall. Thus, the ancestral hall emerged as the most formidable institution in the entire great Supreme Divine Dynasty. The emperor, wielding immense power, could disregard the 9 royal manors but remained constrained by the ancestral hall. Otherwise, Jiang Luo could have easily vanquished all adversaries, and even the venomous matriarch would have hesitated to draw the imperial blood from Jiang Luo. Before long, father and son arrived at the entrance of the 8th royal manor, the very place where Jiang Ning had grown up, which he had only vacated after being conferred the title of prince. "Halt! Who goes there?" bellowed the armored guards at the gate. Jiang Ning cast a sidelong glance at the guard. It seems that I have been away from the 8th prince's residence for so long that even the guards no longer recognize me. Jiang Ning spoke coldly. After all, it was only natural that the new guards did not recognize him. He then boldly led Jiang Luo into the 8th manor. Do you dare to intrude? Are you not afraid of death? One of the guards exclaimed in anger. At that moment, a tall and robust figure emerged. Step back. This is His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ning, returning home, the burly man commanded. Uncle Lin, it has been a long time, Jiang Ning greeted with a smile, clearly familiar with the imposing figure. I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness the Prince of Ning and the young master. Commander Lin said respectfully. I wish to see the 8th prince. Jiang Ning wasted no time and spoke directly. This. Commander Lin hesitated, explaining that the 8th prince was in seclusion and would not see anyone. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy. It was imperative for him to meet the prince today. Commander Lin, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Your Highness, this is truly impossible. It was evident that the 8th prince was aware of Jiang Ning's intentions and had chosen to hide. After all, he was the son of the emperor, and it was not appropriate for him to act against him. Moreover, given past grievances, he indeed owed the family a debt. 8th prince, I seek an audience. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Jiang Ning, enveloping the entire 8th prince's residence. The oppressive force reached the heavens, overwhelming and invincible, instilling a sense of dread in all present. It had only been 16 years since their last encounter. Yet the strength of the Prince of Ning had grown to such astonishing heights. Commander Lin was utterly astonished. Prince Ning, this is the 8th prince's residence, not a place for your reckless behavior. At that moment, a multitude of armored guards rushed forward. Humph! Jiang Ning let out a cold snort. The guards were effortlessly sent flying like chaff, crashing violently to the ground. Uft! Uft! Some spat out blood. Prince Ning, the 8th prince truly cannot meet with you right now. I implore you to restrain your anger. Commander Lin continued to persuade. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy as he swept across the entire royal residence, proclaiming with a thunderous voice, 8th prince, I, Jiang Ning, seek an audience. If you do not emerge today, I shall lay waste to the 8th prince's estate. Though they were his own elders and kin, Jiang Ning had no intention of retreating at this moment. Come forth, he bellowed once more. The resonating sound echoed like a celestial thunderclap, deafening and overwhelming, causing the entire royal palace to tremble. Some individuals were left with their heads buzzing, their consciousness fading into obscurity, their faces ashen, paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground in trembling disarray. Jiang Luo couldn't help but exclaim that his father was truly formidable. With a single furious roar, he intimidated the entire 8th prince's residence. Prince Ning, what are you doing? The 8th prince's residence is also a place where you grew up. Why must you act so recklessly here? At that moment, several elder saints from the 8th prince's residence appeared, enveloped in powerful runic auras that exuded an air of sanctity and authority. Their profound cultivation and formidable strength were evident, with a mere wave of their hands. They shattered the sonic assault unleashed by Jiang Ning. What is the meaning of this? It is, of course, to seek justice for my son. Back then, the 8th prince turned a blind eye and tacitly allowed this incident to occur. Today, I must confront him and demand reparation. Jiang Ning spoke coldly, his gaze unwavering. Prince Ning, your audacity knows no bounds. Do not presume that being the son of the human emperor grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Withdraw at once, and I shall overlook this transgression, the elders implored. 9th uncle, 13th uncle, 14th uncle, I must see Prince Ba today. You are all my elders, and I wish to avoid causing you harm. Moreover, this matter does not concern you, so I urge you to step aside promptly. Jiang Ning spoke with an air of indifference. Arrogance will lead to your suppression. We shall take you to face the emperor and demand justice. The 3 quasi-saint elders were incensed, simultaneously unleashing their might to conjure a colossal hand aimed at Jiang Ning. Boom! An astonishing force erupted from within Jiang Ning, surging forth with overwhelming power towards the 3 elders. Thud! Thud! The trio of quasi-saints was sent flying, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. How can he be this formidable? They stared in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. How old is Jiang Ning, that he could so effortlessly defeat the combined might of the 3 quasi-saints? This display of power is utterly astonishing. The others from the 8 Kings Manor stood in awe, overwhelmed by Jiang Ning's unparalleled might. It is hard to fathom that Prince Ning possesses strength of such remarkable caliber. Is it possible that His Majesty, Prince Ning, is yet to reach the age of 100? Their voices trembled as they spoke. Jiang Luo also felt a tremor. It was evident that after this period of seclusion, his father's strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement, reaching an astonishing level. Since you insist on intervening, I shall render you powerless. A trace of malevolence flickered in Jiang Ning's gaze. Jiang Ning, we are your uncles, your elders. Do you truly wish to be so ruthless? Jiang Li shouted fiercely, poisonous? Is there anyone more venomous towards my son than they are? Jiang Ning was engulfed in a tempest of wrath. An unfathomable and potent sword aura erupted from within him, poised to strike at the three quasi-saints, Jiang Li and his companions. Halt! The voice of Ning Wang resounded, filled with authority. You have crossed the line. We are all family. Why resort to such cruelty? At that moment, a voice of unparalleled majesty reverberated throughout the royal residence. Eighth Prince, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Gazing into the distant sky, a faint smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. The princes of the 9 royal houses were all formidable beings of saintly caliber. Although they had merely just stepped into the realm of saints, they were indeed saints. Below the saints, all are but mere ants. Jiang Ning aspires to challenge the might of the saints. It is evident that during this period of seclusion, he has cultivated numerous hidden strengths, all meticulously prepared for this very moment. Relatives? At that time, you turned a blind eye to my suffering and tacitly permitted the actions of the venomous woman. Did you truly consider me family? Jiang Ning let out a cold, disdainful smile. The narrative, penned by the author Old Book, My Ultimate Talent, titled You Have Sent Me to the Ancestral Land for Reflection, has reached its conclusion today. Recounting the tale of Jiang Luo's father, Jiang Ning, interested readers may seek it out through the portal provided below. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, as an overwhelming and unparalleled aura of sanctity enveloped the sky. Suddenly, a figure bathed in divine light materialized in the firmament, surrounded by a luminous halo of laws. This figure radiated an astonishing brilliance, exuding an incomprehensible and terrifying might. His presence was so awe-inspiring that it sent shivers through all living beings, rendering everything to dust. He appeared almost godlike. Such was the formidable power of the princes from the 9 royal houses. Prince 8. At that moment, the inhabitants of the royal mansion erupted in ecstatic cries. Finally, they beheld their savior, having been pressed down by Jiang Ning's oppressive aura. The 3 quasi-saint elders, overwhelmed with exhilaration, felt as though they had grasped a lifeline amidst their despair. Jiang Luo felt a sudden shock. It turned out to be a sage. Is my father truly prepared to battle a sage? Could he even be a match? Even he found it hard to believe that his father could defeat such a formidable opponent. After all, the might of a sage was overwhelmingly powerful. Ninger, it brings great joy to Uncle Wang that you have managed to retrieve that child, remarked the 8th prince with a gentle smile, his expression filled with concern. Deep down, however, he felt a lingering sense of guilt, which was why he initially avoided Jiang Ning and hesitated to show his face. Yet, Jiang Ning's urgency compelled him to step forward. Nevertheless, he had never regretted his decision to remain passive during those fateful events. Today, Conger emerged with unparalleled strength, akin to a radiant sun rising in the darkness, illuminating the entire world. His power and brilliance were extraordinary, making him the most dazzling prodigy in the chaotic realm. Possessing the aura of a youthful emperor, the extraordinary talent he exhibited was worth any price paid. Although Luo had been found, the matters of the past were far from resolved. Jiang Ning faced the sage with serene composure, devoid of any trepidation. After 16 years of separation from his kin, how could one simply dismiss the past with a mere smile? He felt compelled to take action, to channel the fury that had been accumulating over the years. In the past, his strength had been insufficient, and his father, the emperor, was unable to intervene in the affairs of the 9 royal houses. Now, having finally attained formidable power, he must stir the waters once more. Uncle Wang understood the gravity of past events, the wrongs done to the emperor of humanity, to Jiang Ning himself, and to that unfortunate child. Yet, all had been set in motion, and Shen Kong had indeed risen to expectations. Embodying the visage of a youthful emperor, poised to elevate the great Xia to greater heights and restore the glory of the era of the great Emperor Chong Kong. As a legitimate scion of the Jiang clan, what harm could come from a modicum of sacrifice? The 8th prince earnestly counseled, striving to quell Jiang Ning's wrath by appealing to a moral high ground. The aspiration of every generation is to elevate their family and sect. If the goal is to see the Jiang clan flourish, let us work together rather than resort to such ruthless measures that necessitate the sacrifice of our kin. If such power must be attained at the cost of our own, what value does it hold? Moreover, I believe myself no weaker than Jiang Xiao, and Luo is equally formidable. Grant us a little time, and we shall surely surpass the glories of our ancestors." Jiang Ning spoke with a resounding tone, exuding confidence and authority. Clearly, he was in complete disagreement with the 8th prince's perspective. The 8th prince bowed his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he lifted it slowly. He began to speak, as the head of the 8th princess residence. "I pledge to devote the full resources of the estate to the cultivation of Luo. In compensation for my previous actions, might we consider this matter settled?" Deep down, he felt a profound sense of guilt, and making amends could somewhat alleviate that burden. Yet, the fact remained that the child had been stripped of imperial blood and his innate talents had significantly diminished. Investing the estate's resources in him seemed a misallocation. However, it was fortunate that a young sovereign like Jiang Xiao had emerged. With his strength, he could safeguard the entirety of the Great Xia. "If I were to defeat you and ascend as the 8th prince, I would still have the means to nurture Luo with the full might of the estate." Jiang Ning calmly spoke, revealing the paramount purpose of his visit, to ascend as the 8th prince and secure the greatest resources for Luo. The entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty does not belong to a singular individual. It is the collective inheritance of the Jiang clan. How could one transform the family's resources into personal possessions? Were it merely ordinary resources, as the grandson of Emperor Jiang Luo and the heir of Prince Ning, he would have an inexhaustible supply at his disposal. However, when it comes to supreme resources, their acquisition is not a matter of mere desire. Everything must adhere to the clan's regulations. In due course, he could elevate Luo as the most distinguished prodigy nurtured by the 8th prince's residence, granting her the utmost resources. Such authority is possessed by all princes of the 9 royal houses. "What did you say?" The 8th prince erupted in fury upon hearing this. A terrifying aura radiating from him akin to a blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings with intense brilliance. How dare a mere junior attempt to usurp his position? Such insolence could not go unpunished. "I declare my intention to claim the title of 8th prince and seize your position. An old fool like you lacks the qualifications to lead the 8th prince's residence." Jiang Ning's voice was cold and resolute. Not only could he unleash the fury accumulated over 16 years, but he could also secure the utmost resources for Luo heir. Why not seize the opportunity? Good, good. At that moment, the wrath of the 8th prince surged, his formidable presence erupting in its entirety. The entire imperial capital was stirred. What on earth had transpired? The usually composed 8th prince had been utterly provoked. The other princes from their respective fiefs were taken aback. Jiang Ning, a junior yet to step into the realm of laws, audaciously dared to challenge the 8th prince, utterly overestimating his capabilities. The 3rd prince sneered. The unparalleled prodigy from 16 years ago had returned, compelling the 8th prince to take action. It seemed that beneath the saint, he had virtually no rivals. How old could he be? Barely a century? At that moment, the powerful figures within the imperial city felt a chill of trepidation. Subsequently, formidable auras descended upon the 8th prince's residence, eager to witness the unfolding confrontation. "Ning Wang, do you truly believe that, as a paragon of your generation, you can challenge the might of a saint?" The voice of the 8th prince was icy and filled with fury. Who among the saints was not extraordinarily gifted? The higher the realm, the more challenging it became to engage in combat across levels. After all, everyone's talents were not to be underestimated. "You are far too presumptuous." "What of the saints? Can they truly not be defeated? I, Jiang Ning, grant me time, and I shall not be inferior to the ancestors. Today, I shall challenge the might of the saints with the stature of a quasi-saint." Jiang Ning proclaimed with unparalleled authority, his voice resonating powerfully. That pent-up resentment had accumulated for a full 16 years. Today, it shall be unleashed in its entirety. Is father truly prepared to challenge the sage? Jiang Luo was also taken aback. At that moment, he was entirely captivated by his father's formidable presence, filled with admiration. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." The furious 8th prince summoned the power of the laws, coalescing it into a colossal hand that descended upon Jiang Ning with the intent to suppress. The radiance of the laws blazed brightly, the runes shimmered brilliantly, and the very fabric of the cosmos trembled, enveloping all in an aura of annihilation. Thud, thud. Many could not withstand the overwhelming divine might and collapsed to their knees. Their souls experienced excruciating pain, as if they were on the brink of explosion. Fortunately, having awakened the pure-blood imperial lineage, I was able to withstand the divine pressure. Otherwise, I too would have found myself kneeling upon the ground. In the depths of Jiang Luo's mind, he mused, Indeed, if the saint's formidable might were to be directed solely at him, given Jiang Luo's current realm, he would be unable to withstand it. Clang. In response to the saint's wrathful palm, Jiang Ning unleashed a sword strike. The terrifying essence of the sword rent the very fabric of the universe, an endless torrent of sword energy rampaging forth like a tempestuous storm. Boom. A single stroke shattered the colossal hand, the immense power erupting in all directions. Instantly, it activated a multitude of formation runes. A series of protective barriers surged into the sky, coalescing into a vast shield that enveloped both combatants. Without the safeguard of these formations, the aftermath of their clash could have obliterated the entire royal estate. Boom. The eighth prince radiated an infinite brilliance, launching a powerful punch. A true dragon sword forth. As lifelike as the real thing. Its might was overwhelming, an oppressive force akin to that of the heavens, terrifying in its intensity. This was the divine art of the true dragon. It appeared that the eighth prince was indeed serious. The onlookers were astonished, witnessing someone capable of compelling a saint to employ divine techniques. Such an accomplishment was indeed a source of pride for a quasi-saint practitioner. Although the term quasi-saint bears the character of saint, it merely signifies a faint comprehension of the law's power. The chasm between them and a true saint is vast, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The true dragon let out a deafening roar as it charged forward, yet Jiang Ning remained undaunted, enveloped by myriad sword shadows. A singular sword energy pierced through the cosmos, cleaving towards the true dragon. Although Jiang Ning has mastered a myriad of martial arts, his greatest prowess lies in the art of swordsmanship. He appears to be a natural-born sword saint, endowed with an exceedingly formidable talent in this discipline. Thus, he was able to create the Void sword cannon based on the fragmented remnants of the Void Emperor's scripture. Boom. The clash of their attacks resonated with an unparalleled might, shaking the heavens and the earth. No. At this moment, many onlookers let out cries of anguish, their faces paling in sheer terror. They hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield, as they could scarcely endure the ferocity of this combat. At that moment, Jiang Xiao also appeared before Jiang Luo, guiding him away from the fray. Mother, can father triumph over the saint? Jiang Luo inquired with a hint of perplexity. Jiang Xiao smiled gently. Luo, you must have faith in your father. He is an undeniable prodigy. Jiang Luo nodded, her gaze shifting toward the battlefield. At that moment, the clash between Jiang Ning and the eighth prince reached an unprecedented intensity, akin to two deities locked in fierce combat. Boom, boom. The sky reverberated with powerful shockwaves, leaving the spectators utterly astounded. How could the king of Ning engage in battle with a sage to such an extent? His talent was indeed astonishingly exceptional. The king of Ning was so formidable that he would undoubtedly become the greatest obstacle to the divine realm. Observing the two figures embroiled in combat, the third prince furrowed his brow in deep concern. For the imperial Tao saint body to reach its zenith, it must ascend to the status of the emperor, harnessing the boundless fortune of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Had the incident involving Jiang Luo not occurred, the king of Ning might have willingly relinquished the title of emperor. However, now, the enmity between both parties ran deep as the ocean. One had a son whose imperial blood was extracted, while the other had a maternal lineage completely annihilated. The hatred had long since become irreconcilable. How could the king of Ning possibly concede and facilitate the ascension of Jiang Shinkong and the imperial Tao saint body? Excellent. The king of Ning, taken aback by the eighth prince's remarkable achievements in swordsmanship, resolved to show no mercy henceforth. Intending to impart a lesson on the true might of a sage, one that the eighth prince could not withstand. After failing to subdue a younger opponent for an extended period, the eighth prince felt a surge of humiliation and rage. His countenance fell. He roared like thunder from the heavens, causing pain to resonate in everyone's eardrums. With a series of intricate gestures, he channeled an immense and boundless power, continuously coalescing into a singular force. To the astonishment of the crowd, an immense world materialized in the sky above. The entire realm was shrouded in an all-consuming, chilling darkness, exuding a haunting crimson hue, as if it were bleeding. A powerful, sinister wind surged forth, making every soul tremble and shiver uncontrollably. Heavenly blood shadow realm, gasped all in unison. This was the signature killing move of the eighth prince, employed only in the face of formidable foes. No one could have anticipated that the king of Ning was so powerful that he compelled the eighth prince to unveil his ultimate trump card. Years ago, the eighth prince had forcibly unleashed the heavenly blood shadow realm to rescue the third prince, only to be backfired by the chilling energy, depleting his yang essence and rendering him infertile, which led to Jiang Tianting being adopted under his name. Boom! The heavenly blood shadow realm, colossal and formidable, erupted with astonishing might, descending upon Jiang Ning with the intent to suppress him. Uncle Wang, I have nurtured this sword for 16 years, forging a blade of unparalleled strength. All for this day, to seek justice for my son. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icily cold. Sword, come, he bellowed, with a thunderous roar. An astonishing sword aura erupted from within him, akin to an ancient beast breaking free from its constraints, exuding an aura of sheer terror. The protective formations guarding the royal palace were penetrated by the sword energy, beginning to develop faint cracks. How terrifying! This magnificent sword energy coalesced above Jiang Ning, transforming into a colossal sword measuring 100 feet in length. This sword was named Heaven Splitter. Clang! The divine sword soared through the air, metamorphosing into a breathtaking celestial rainbow, piercing the void as it descended upon the eighth prince. With a cataclysmic collision, the entire world seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic silence. Crack! Crack! Numerous formations shattered instantly. How is this possible? The eighth prince's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in fury. The blood realm of heavenly shadows was utterly obliterated, and the boundless sword energy surged forth like a mighty tide, crashing towards him. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted forth as the eighth prince was hurled away, crashing violently to the ground and raising a thick cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the eighth prince lay disheveled, bloodied, and utterly discomposed. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. This scene rendered everyone incredulous. The eighth prince, a sage, had actually been defeated. Moreover, as a royal among the 9 great houses and a figure of substantial power within the Divine Dynasty. He was no ordinary sage. How could he possibly be vanquished by a quasi-saint? And the one who defeated him was a prodigy yet to reach 100 years of age. How could this not be utterly shocking? Prince Ning also bore the aura of a youthful emperor. It was likely that he would not pale in comparison to the illustrious Jiang Xiao. The crowd felt their blood surge with excitement as they once again witnessed the emergence of a young emperor. With both Prince Ning and Prince Yu, the Divine Dynasty's 2 pillars stood firm. Who could predict how grand the future of the dynasty might become with their presence? Anticipation filled the hearts of all. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was abuzz with discussions surrounding Prince Ning's victory over the 8th prince. Meanwhile, the 3rd prince's complexion darkened, clouded with an ominous shadow. Jiang Luo widened his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Father truly accomplished it." This battle ignited a fervor within him, intensifying his yearning to enhance his own prowess. Dugu Xiaoye smiled and remarked, "Luoer, your father has not disappointed us." "I have been defeated," sighed the 8th prince, his expression one of dejection. He forced a wry smile, realizing that he had been bested by a younger generation. The position of head of the 8th prince's residence should now rightfully belong to me, should it not? Jiang Ning spoke with an air of nonchalance. As the legitimate son of the 8th prince's residence, he naturally had the right to contend for the throne. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire palace. A voice, resounding with authority, proclaimed, "Jiang Ning, how dare you? You have harmed your elders and resorted to force to seize the throne. If everyone were to act as you do, would not the great Supreme Divine Dynasty descend into chaos? I hereby declare that you are unworthy to be the head of the 8th prince's residence." Above in the heavens, a dreadful spatial vortex materialized. From it emerged a gaunt, white-haired elder, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aura, as if he were the sole, true deity amidst the cosmos, reigning supreme over all beings and governing the universe. It was none other than the revered ancestor. The 8th prince's face lit up with great joy. Jiang Lai, the esteemed ancestor of the 8th prince's lineage, certainly does not share a bloodline with Jiang Luo and Jiang Ning. He is a member of the Elder Council. Over 5 millennia ago, he had already transcended into the realm of the laws as a sage. It was he who rescued Jiang Xiao back in the day, for otherwise he would have perished beneath my blade. Observing the newcomers, Jiang Ning's expression darkened to an extreme, his eyes ablaze with animosity. His fists clenched tightly. At that time, I had yet to attain that level of power and chose to endure. Today, however, should you dare to bully my descendants, I can no longer tolerate this injustice. Let it be known to all that I am the Emperor of humanity. My imperial authority is not to be trifled with. Within the celestial palace, the Emperor Jiang Lan's gaze turned frigid, brimming with lethal intent. This time, he would no longer acquiesce. Do they truly believe his lineage to be an easy target? It is time for everyone to comprehend the terror of an emperor's wrath. Ancestor Jiang Luo emerged from the void, standing before Jiang Ning. At this moment, the members of the 8th prince's household knelt in reverence, paying their respects to the ancestor. Jiang Ning, your talents are indeed commendable, even surpassing your former self. However, one should not harm their elders, nor usurp the position of the family head. Depart now, and do not set foot in the 8th prince's estate again. Jiang Luo spoke softly. According to the rites, Jiang Xiao belongs to the lineage of his ancestors. Ancestor, is it not justifiable for me to seek a measure of justice for my son? Jiang Ning spoke in a cold voice, his entire being radiating an indomitable spirit of battle. He had not anticipated that this old man would be so brazen. Are you truly determined to remain obstinate? Jiang Luo felt a surge of anger. How could a younger generation dare to defy him? This was nothing short of rebellion. Are you the child in question? At this moment, Jiang Luo's gaze shifted to Jiang Luo. Perhaps it is unjust for you, but your sacrifice could give rise to an unparalleled prodigy for our clan. And that is indeed something to take pride in. This is an extraordinary honor. Your name will be inscribed in the annals of our family as history. So harbor no resentment. Everything is for the prosperity of the clan. Have you not benefited from the protection and resources of the family? Sacrifice is a natural expectation. Do not bear a grudge. Instead, support your cousin diligently, assisting him in leading our great Xia to the pinnacle of myriad tribes, and in doing so, you too shall be immortalized in history. In Jiang Luo's tone, there resided an undeniable air of authority. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Luo's fist clenched tightly, seething with anger. How could one's sacrifice be deemed obligatory? And must one feel an overwhelming sense of honor in the process? Such shamelessness is truly infuriating. If only he possessed the strength to suppress this old wretch, he would undoubtedly strike him down with a single blow. Nonetheless, this grievance has been meticulously noted in his heart. When the opportunity arises, he shall deliver 2 resounding slaps to this old man, imparting a lesson on what true honor entails. This detestable elder, relying on his seniority, shamelessly seeks to sacrifice my son. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Du Xiao expressed her fury vehemently. If the royal family of Daxia fails to deliver justice for my son, I shall return to Sword Emperor City and inform my father of this matter. I will demand that he rectify the injustice faced by Luo. Thus far, the Lord of Sword Emperor City, Du Batian, remains oblivious to the tribulations encountered by Jiang Luo. This is because Jiang Ning is acutely aware of his father-in-law's volatile temperament, who dotes on his grandchildren and is fiercely protective of them. He fears that upon learning of this incident, Du Batian would be compelled to eliminate Jiang Xiao, leading to a bloody conflict between the 2 families and an unbreakable enmity. In fact, Du Batian has even reproached them for not bringing his grandson to visit him. Jiang Ning and Du Xiao could only resort to deception for cover, fearing to let this formidable individual, who presides over the Sword Emperor City and single-handedly confronts the entire extraterrestrial malevolence, known as the strongest in chaos, become aware of the matter. Ancestor, have you lost your senses? How could you utter such shameless words, unworthy of being our elder? Jiang Ning was infuriated to the point of exasperation, and he openly rebuked. Jiang Ning, how dare you? You show no respect for your elders. Being publicly insulted only fueled Jiang Luo's fury further. Were the elder to act justly and nurture the younger generation, such an ancestor would indeed be worthy of respect. However, you, an old fool, are utterly unworthy of such reverence. Jiang Ning gazed coldly at Jiang Luo, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Is Jiang Ning out of his mind? He dares to insult even the venerable Jiang Luo. His temperament is notoriously volatile. To show such disrespect towards one's elders warrants severe retribution. Jiang Luo, consumed by fury, unleashed his power. Instantly, a vast sea of flames erupted around him, engulfing the entire void. He raised his hand and struck down towards Jiang Ning with a formidable palm. Jiang Luo, as an ancient sage, has traversed the realm of laws for over 5 millennia. His formidable prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary sage. In the realm of laws, practitioners are categorized into 3 grand tiers: sage, sage king, and sage emperor. Jiang Luo stands as a powerful sage emperor, second only to the quasi-emperors. This formidable strength is precisely why he dares to disregard the descendants of the human emperor. His unmatched power serves as his unwavering confidence. The overwhelming pressure he exudes leaves Jiang Ning pale and in excruciating agony, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Ancestor, he cries, you have gone too far. Give me time, and I shall subdue you. Jiang Ning shouted in fury. As an ancestral figure, how could he lay hands on his own descendants? The indignation reached an extreme. At that moment, a voice of immense authority reverberated throughout the imperial capital. Ancestral figure, you have gone too far. Do you intend to suppress my progeny as well? The voice was imbued with profound anger. At this juncture, a towering figure clad in imperial purple and gold, surrounded by a five-clawed golden dragon, made his appearance at the 8th prince's residence. His formidable presence compelled all to avert their gazes in fear, bowing low and kneeling upon the ground. A group of individuals trembled, hastily paying their respects. You have displayed an utter lack of shame, ancestral figure, and have been excessively tyrannical, the emperor declared. The golden dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, and then a cascade of golden light surged forth like a vast ocean, crashing toward the outstretched hand. Boom! It obliterated the hand that sought to suppress Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning immediately let out a sigh of relief, the weight of pressure dissipating entirely. I have met His Majesty. He promptly saluted. Grandfather, Jiang Luo, also bowed, secretly pondering. So this is the true form of my grandfather? His imposing presence surpasses that of his divine manifestation by an immeasurable extent. Jiang Luo, although you hold the title of human emperor, you possess no authority to interfere in the internal matters of the third mansion. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. Ancestor, have you also lost your clarity? I may lack the qualification to intervene, but do you possess it? Although you are the elder of this lineage, having joined the Elder Council, you have effectively severed ties with the 8 Kings Mansion. The Emperor of Humanity replied indifferently. Though you are the Emperor, I have watched you grow up. Do you truly wish to show disrespect to your elders? Do not think that with your ascension to the throne, you have grown wings. Jiang Luo seethed with rage. A little being, born into the world as a sage, regarded even the Emperor of Humanity with disdain. After all, in this realm, power reigns supreme. Jiang Luo, compel your son to apologize to Jiang Hai, and subsequently announce publicly that he will no longer hold grievances regarding past matters. Otherwise, I shall assuredly bring forth a motion of impeachment against you within the Elder Council, stripping you of your title as Emperor of Humanity. Jiang Luo coldly threatened. The clan Elders Court possesses the authority to depose the Emperor of Humanity. However, such an action necessitates the consensus of the majority of the elders. Jiang Haijing is indeed the name of the 8th prince. My descendants are blameless. The fault lies with you. If there is no mistake, why then must one apologize? As the head of the 8th house, to stand idly by while witnessing the suffering of one's own kin, unresponsive to their plight, is that not a grave error? Jiang Hai's ascension to the position of the 8th prince was solely due to his own efforts and support. The mere thought of this incited an overwhelming fury within Jiang Luo. Ancestor, should you wish to impeach, feel free to proceed. My throne is not something you can so easily strip away. Jiang Luo declared with unparalleled authority. He was no longer the man he was 16 years ago. 16 years prior, he had been constrained by the elders, unable to seek justice for his grandson, which filled him with immense humiliation and rage. Thus, he devoted himself to relentless training, ultimately transcending his former self. No longer was he the Navi fool of Wu. He had undergone a profound transformation. Even the elders could no longer easily restrain him. Today, he would personally seek justice for his descendants. As for you, elder, you injured my son 16 years ago and now wish to oppress Ning. I too must demand justice from you. The voice of Jiang Luo, filled with a murderous intent, resonated. Jiang Luo, what did you say? Are you seeking justice from me? Jiang Luo found it difficult to believe. Indeed, seeking justice from the ancestor. Jiang Luo replied coolly, her expression unchanging. Ha ha. Jiang Luo laughed in anger, saying, I shall see how you, the Emperor of Humanity, have grown over the years. Jiang Luo addressed Dao. Considering your seniority, I kindly request you to make the first move. At that moment, the entire imperial capital was engulfed in astonishment. Good heavens. The Emperor of Humanity is stepping forward for his descendants, seeking justice from the esteemed Elder Jiang Luo. The Emperor, though still youthful, dares to challenge the Sage Emperor? This is indeed an earth-shattering revelation. The Emperor of Humanity has taken action. The entire imperial city was set abuzz. After this battle, should I emerge defeated, I shall abdicate in favor of a more worthy successor. However, if fortune favors me and I achieve victory, I implore the elder to seal yourself within your coffin. Destined for death, in pursuit of the quasi-imperial realm. Only in the face of our family's survival should such measures be taken. Jiang Luo spoke with an air of tranquility. How could the hot-tempered Jiang Luo tolerate the provocation from this younger generation? Very well, I shall accept your challenge. However, there is one condition. Should you lose, Jiang Luo, your descendants shall no longer contend for the title of emperor. He intended to use this battle to eliminate Jiang Ning, the greatest obstacle for Jiang Shinkong's ascent to the imperial throne. Once Jiang Ning relinquished his claim, Jiang Shinkong would undoubtedly claim the position of the next emperor. No problem. I accept, Jiang Luo replied with a faint smile. Soon after, an immensely powerful barrier enveloped the two combatants. After all, they were both figures standing at the pinnacle of the chaotic realm. Without this barrier to contain them, the unleashed forces would be capable of devastating vast expanses. Grandfather, give it your all and defeat this old man, Jiang Luo exclaimed, his fists clenched as he gazed upon the imposing silhouettes above. This battle had drawn the attention of nearly all cultivators above the supreme level in the imperial capital. The emperor had not intervened for over a century, and no one knew the extent of his power. Everyone was curious as to why the emperor was so confident in challenging the venerable Jiang Lai. With a resounding crash, Jiang Lai made the first move, unleashing a formidable divine technique that surged towards the emperor. In an instant, the two were embroiled in combat. Jiang Luo stood in a daze, utterly bewildered, for at his level of cultivation, he could not even perceive the clash between the two combatants. It was as if they had vanished, their movements executed with such astonishing speed. I could not even catch a glimpse of their strikes. The disparity was truly staggering. Jiang Luo lamented with a wry smile. Yet, merely a few breaths later, a spray of blood erupted, permeating the void. The outcome had been determined, but who emerged victorious? Jiang Luo felt a swell of anxiety as the figures of the two combatants reappeared. Jiang Lan stood imposingly with his arms crossed, exuding an awe-inspiring, world-destroying might that exerted an overwhelming pressure upon those around him. He resembled a celestial deity, gazing down upon a throng of mortal beings. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai, bloodied and battered, plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground. Cough. He expelled a mouthful of blood. How could I possibly suffer such a complete defeat? Jiang Lan, you truly are a prodigy. Very well, I shall honor my promise. With that, Jiang Lai departed without a backward glance, for he could no longer bear to remain in this place. Ancestor, has he retreated in defeat? Jiang Hai, utterly disheartened, collapsed onto the ground. It was hard to believe that the gap between himself and Jiang Lan, which had once seemed manageable, had now widened to an unimaginable extent in just a few centuries. He had thought that Jiang Lan would rely on the divine fortune of the imperial dynasty to contend against the ancestral elder. Yet, astonishingly, he had not harnessed the power of that fortune at any point. How could this be? I refuse to accept it. The third prince's eyes widened in disbelief as he growled. Good heavens! The Emperor of Humanity managed to suppress the ancestral elder Jiang Lai without even invoking the supreme fortune of the dynasty. How formidable would he be if he had wielded that power? This scene left everyone astounded. The Emperor of Humanity had stepped into the realm of quasi-emperorship. How many years had it been? His ascension to quasi-emperor was nothing short of extraordinary. A family of prodigies, with both father and son being anomalies. Had it not been for the events of yesteryear, they might have produced a trio of geniuses. What a pity for the young Prince of Ning. The crowd marveled. The Emperor of Humanity's overwhelming suppression of the sage ancestor triggered a tremendous upheaval throughout the imperial capital. Everyone was utterly shocked, as the emperor had silently entered the realm of quasi-emperorship. In an era devoid of great emperors, a quasi-emperor stood as the mightiest being in the chaotic realm. At this moment, the Emperor of Humanity had truly matured to a level capable of safeguarding the entire Great Xia. The beings of the imperial capital knelt in fervent adoration, expressing their profound reverence. This was a boon for the Great Xia. Another quasi-emperor had emerged. Emperor of Humanity, I can no longer bear to remain in the 8th Prince's residence. I shall relinquish my position to the young Prince of Ning. I will report to the clan's elder court immediately. Jiang Hai spoke with a face ashen as death. Although he had ascended to the position of clan elder, his power was undoubtedly eclipsed by that of the 8th Prince. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Jiang Lan approached Jiang Luo, a warm smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon his beloved grandson. Grandfather. Jiang Luo promptly saluted, his heart brimming with excitement. Who would have thought my grandfather is a near emperor? In the future, will I not stride confidently through the entire chaos realm? Good grandson, Jiang Lan responded. This marks our true first meeting, does it not? I have prepared 3 gifts for you. Subsequently, the voice of the emperor resounded throughout the imperial capital, clear and resonant in the ears of all present. I hereby declare the bestowal of the title of young prince of the Great Xia, Lord Luo, upon Jiang Luo. This was the first grand gift bestowed upon his grandson by Jiang Lan, the conferment of a princely title. It is noteworthy that aside from the 9 great royal houses, the entirety of Great Xia comprises merely 18 princes. The Jiang clan, with its membership numbering in the millions, highlights the rarity and honor of such a title. However, this proclamation stirred a tempest of astonishment, leaving all in a state of profound shock. What? The heir of the Ning what is now to be known as Lord Luo? He is to become the 3rd young prince of Great Xia? The revelation left everyone utterly astounded. This status is no trivial matter. A young prince essentially holds a position akin to that of the crown prince of Great Xia, being the most qualified candidate to inherit the title of the next emperor. Previously, both Jiang Ning and Jiang Shinkong had been conferred princely titles due to their extraordinary talents. Even Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had intended to secure for Luo an identity as the foremost prodigy of the 8th prince's estate, only to find that the emperor had directly conferred upon Luo the title of Lord Luo. It is crucial to note that according to regulations, each generation is allowed but 1 young prince at most.